video. Oops.
And always understand a lot of things when it comes to science. My brain seems to sometimes check out. He is also from the TV show Cosmos, which he did with Seth MacFarlane. He is the host of Star Talk, and he has written a slew of books. The most recent one right now is called Just Visiting This Planet. It's revised and updated for the 21st century. He has created this wonderful character of Merlin, and he does this question and answer thing that is super palatable and really easy to read. And we talk about it in the show. It spawned off of a column that he actually did. It's really cool. I read it. I read it and the book before. I highly suggest it. And other than that, I just want to get out of your way so you can get to know this really, really wonderful person. And I will see you when we're done with the interview. But for right now, I'm just going to get out of your way and let you get to know the extraordinary Neil deGrasse Tyson a little bit better. Thank you so much for doing this. I am just like, not only am I just so intimidated, I'm just in awe of you. So it is such an honor.
I think I'm friendly and approachable. So,
well, you are.
But I shouldn't be the judge of that. I shouldn't be the.
No, you are. And I think that's also part of the reason why I jumped at the opportunity for this, because when I was growing up, science and math for me always seemed to sort of fall in the same category, which was zero understanding. My brain just turned off when people started talking about numbers or science. And I wanted to start off basically by asking you, because I think so many people listening are probably find themselves in the same space, that we are curious, we are fascinated, we want to understand, but we're so intimidated as well. And I want to know, like, why you think potentially why science feels so overwhelming to so many people.
Well, a couple of basic reasons. First, there's we call them in the trade, we call them the mathematically walking wounded. These are people who are like injured in their math class and have never recovered, and they're hobbling down the street like Civil War people coming out of a battle and never to recover. I'm
on a t-shirt and it'll just be who I am. That will be the name of my memoir someday. This is literally, you just made everything make sense to me in life.
I mean, there are challenging elements of math and physics. So I'm using physics as a placeholder for all science because it's foundational, actually. There's no true understanding of biology without chemistry, and there's no understanding of chemistry without physics. So, and it's odd because it's taught in reverse order typically in high school. They typically give you biology first, then chemistry, then physics. And there was some attempt to reverse that, but I don't know how successful it was. They tried it in Chicago in the public schools. But the point is, there are some teachers who have made things fun. I mean, I've done this survey in front of like thousands of people. I said, okay, how many here have 10 teachers who like left singular marks on their lives? No one raises their hand. 9, 8, 7, 6. A couple raise their hand with 5, 4, many more with 3, and then a lot with 2.
Yeah.
And then like most with 2 or 3, and then it drops back at 1 and 0. Point is, we've had dozens, if not scores of teachers in our lives, and only 2 or 3, really?
Yeah.
Were singularly impactful on us. These are the super teachers. These are the teachers where you looked forward to attending their class. You were if all of school were like that song by who is it? Alice Cooper. School's out for the summer.
Yeah.
School's out forever. That is an anthem to reject school. And I'm not blaming students for that. if every class were like the classes, if every session you had were like were taught in the way these few super teachers taught their class, no one would want to leave school.
Yeah.
You wouldn't want to leave for summer. You wouldn't want to graduate. You'd say, I want to keep learning because that's your only job in school is to learn. Okay, so now that's a long way to say that if more of them were science teachers and math teachers, I think people would come out of school not only with some already have retained enthusiasm, as you said, but some would also say, I want to take harder and harder classes because I'm so engaged. And that's not happening. So I don't blame people. I blame uh, deadbeat teachers.
Yeah. Well, it's so
Yeah.
interesting. My mom was a teacher for 35 years. And I remember when I was a little kid, and my mom would have people in their 20s coming up to her and still saying, Miss Sackhoff, I just have to tell you, like, you changed my life, you know? And
Yeah,
yeah,
teachers live for that.
yeah,
Teachers live for that. And unfortunately, most that will never happen to them.
yeah, yeah. It's true.
Yeah.
But I'm hard pressed to remember one.
Mm.
I really am. Like, I don't,
But you know what you do remember? And not
mm,
that we only just met, but let me assert that you
yeah,
probably remember, interestingly, school trips you took in elementary school.
100%.
100%.
Yeah.
100%. I remember I was in third grade. We visited the local post office and we watched the letter sorters. And I
Yes.
remember that.
Yes.
Okay. I don't even remember the name of the teacher who took us.
Mm,
But so the ways and means of learning are not always sit down, shut up, and listen to the lecture.
yeah.
So what I've tried to do in every platform that I have the privilege of serving, I do a little cherry picking. No, you're not going to get a whole syllabus from me. What's the point?
Yeah.
Let me offer you some mind blowing facts.
Mm.
And I didn't know that. Oh my gosh! Now I want to learn more. And then it's kind of like a first drug dose.
Yeah. Well, I also remember that from high school.
Okay. So and then you move on. So um, one of my books was it's called Astrophysics for People in a Hurry. That's now from 8 years ago. You can't resist that title, right? In a hurry. That's like neurosurgery in 5 easy steps. You got to find out what's
It's
going
like
on.
one of those little teeny tiny books, and they're like the pocket, like guide to the universe.
Yeah. So it's I think it tempted and challenged the reader to dig in. And in that book, which is not very large, and it's not very long, and it's very conversational, I think that you're basking in the coolest things, the most mind-boggling, mind-blowing things in the universe. And for some people, that's enough. But others say, now I want to learn more. So then
Yeah.
they might see a documentary or get a larger book, a more complex book. And as an educator, I want to plant those seeds. And in this latest book, Just Visiting This Planet, it's a question and answer book, the second of two,
Yeah.
where
Where you play
um,
Merlin.
yeah, that was Merlin. I had a column. I wrote a column for 15 years, a question and answer column, where
Did you
people
really?
wrote in and to this character called Merlin, full grown adults, saying, Dear Merlin. And many of them were like retired sort of folks who, they're still curious.
Yeah.
People who wanted to keep learning, even though school was out. All right. So this anthem by Alice Cooper was not for them.
Mm-hmm.
They stayed curious. And there's a category of person that I characterized a few decades ago. In fact, there's a short YouTube blip on it from like before the internet and social media became a cesspool. It was when it was still joyous. And
Do you
I had
remember that 2 hours when it first
it was
existed?
a couple of minutes with that, with fun cat videos and
Yes.
people dancing and telling jokes.
Yeah.
So one of them was I said there's the blue collar intellectual.
Mm.
So these are the people where college was not for them for whatever reason. Was it discipline? Was it money? Was it they couldn't leave, because they're supporting someone at home? But they were curious coming out of high school, and they stayed curious their whole life.
Yeah.
So in there, I'd be crossing the street, and there's a dump truck, a garbage truck from New York City that pulled up, and then it like stopped, but it still had a green light. Now, I remembered something bad happened when that happened in a movie that I saw. Some,
You're like ready to like duck and cover?
right, someone did not appear after that.
Yeah.
Someone disappeared.
Yeah.
But then the driver the door was like is always there's not even a door on it. I mean, they just kind of lean out. And say, Dr. Tyson, how's the universe today? It was like, oh my gosh, there's a person driving
a garbage truck.
And it's again, this is like your 20-something going up to your mother saying, I mean, for me, it's the same feeling. It's you're having an impact on people and they want to learn more.
Yeah.
So with this Merlin column, you know what it is? Here's the difference. It's you could ask Wiki a question or ChatGPT, and what will come back is this soul eviscerated answer.
Yes.
with blank stare. It's going to stare back at you and just throw words in your face.
Yeah.
And
a lot of times it's wrong too.
And no one, this whole thing, if you buy a novel and say it's a page turner, said no one ever of a wiki page. Okay. So
mine is very thrilling.
Oh, really? Tell me about, the wiki page about you. Yes, there it is. So, but wiki page is on general information. So what this attempts to do was put a personality, the Merlin personality, behind the answer. And then you just have fun learning.
Yeah.
You can learn it different ways. And so this is not the Arthurian Merlin. It's a different, there's more than one Katie in the universe, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is a different Merlin who's lived for all of Earth history and comes from another galaxy and another planet Omniscia.
Yes.
In Andromeda, and is visiting Earth to study Earthlings. And so what this enables me to do as the writer through this pen name, people knew it was me, but it's the character, is people say, oh, dear Merlin, I don't quite understand gravity. And then Merlin will say, oh, Merlin remembers a conversation with Isaac Newton.
I read this answer, by the way. Because I read the book and I was like, this is my kind of book.
Oh my gosh, excellent. So that way, and so that took me the most amount of research to create, because I have to say, what would Newton have said? How would he have said it? He's British, so what are the habits of the Brits? And are they sipping tea? Are they sipping, this? And so then you could have fun learning, because if you don't have fun learning, it's a chore, and then you'll never pursue it.
Have you noticed in the last 5 years that the questions that you're getting from people have more of a tone of scientific skepticism than they used to?
So there's some skepticism out there. I don't mind that. Science, I mean, I want to say it doesn't need advertising to be true in people's minds, but maybe it does. Now that I see what's happening, because what does advertising do? It alerts you to something that you didn't know before. And ideally, they're communicating accurate information, particularly in products. If the product is actually better and they show the data, that they're trying to get you to think in a way that you weren't thinking before. I don't want the day to come where science has to be marketed, but the way things are unfolding, to have an entire community of people who had an international conference declaring that Earth is flat. That's, and I'm, we live in a free country, or at least we tell ourselves that. So you can think however you want. Right. And there are plenty of jobs for you out there if you want to think Earth is flat. I just don't want you to ever become head of NASA. Okay.
It is amazing to me how many people, and here's the thing, and I can pick at my own intellectual understanding of science to make the point. There is so much about science that I don't understand, but I trust science and the people who have gone to school and in their field are giving advice.
But wait a minute, I saw a 20-minute video that said your lifetime career in science is wrong.
See? Exactly. And it was made by a guy who also believes that we didn't go to the moon and that the Earth is flat. And if you walk to the end of it, cows will fall off.
The 20-minute YouTube video. So here's what happened. Before the internet, if you had some crazy ideas about the universe that were counter our emergent scientific understanding of the universe. You're just the crazy person in town. But now with the internet, you type in that crazy idea and you find every other like-minded person in the world who's also doing this. And one person creates a website, so then everyone gravitates to it. You could type in hollow earth theory, and there's an entire wiki page on that. And there's the organizations that said Earth is hollow, and there's an opening into the hollow Earth through the poles, and that's why no one goes to the poles, so that because they don't want to hide.
But that's where Santa is. Come on.
Well, speaking of Santa, you realize the North Pole is the Arctic Ocean. There's no land there. Yet every time they show
I don't realize that. No.
Every time they show Santa's workshop, there are hills and fir trees and factories, elf factories and garage for the reindeer. Like Santa is on an ice floe for now.
He's on a boat. Santa's on a boat. That's where he's at.
Yeah.
So then.
Oh wait. So my point is
back to science.
So if you don't trust scientists, it's my duty as a scientist, and especially as an educator, to convince you otherwise. So every time someone, and I don't want to call them skeptics, a skeptic is someone, let me just sharpen what our understanding of the word skeptic is.
Please.
A skeptic isn't someone who doubts everything. A skeptic is someone who says, I need more evidence and then I'll be convinced. Okay? But whereas what's happening is you have people already have an answer that they seek, or that they want, or that they need. We didn't go to the moon. Earth is flat. Vaccines will kill us all. Okay? That's their ending point. And then they fill in wherever they can. They find the one research paper, not the other 1,000, that said vaccines are for the greater good of humans and civilization. Find one who says, no, this harmed this person and it harmed these people, therefore you shouldn't take a vaccine. And the people who said we've never been to the moon, I turned that around and I said, what a society we live in, where our achievements are so advanced that there are people who live within the society, that stand in denial of it. Whoa, look at how advanced we are. That's how I've come to it.
Today's episode is brought to you by Masterclass. You've got a couple days left for Christmas, so if you're still looking and don't know, give the gift of learning with Masterclass. I really enjoy it. Right now, I am taking a singing class with Christina Aguilera. Yes, I know I'll never be her, but I can pretend. And Judy Blume has this writing class that I'm really looking forward to. So you could, I don't know, look and feel better with courses on gut health, brain health, and skin health. That is the gift of health you're giving to someone that you love. You can't beat that. With Masterclass, you can learn from the best to become the best. With plans starting at just $10 a month, billed annually, you get unlimited access to 200 plus classes taught by the world's best business leaders, writers, chefs, and more. I have really enjoyed Masterclass. 83% of surveyed members have applied something they've learned with Masterclass to their lives. And 88% of members feel that Masterclass has made a positive impact on their lives. You can't beat that. Masterclass always has great offers during the holidays, sometimes up to as much as 50% off. Head over to masterclass.com/Katie for the current offer. That's up to 50% off at masterclass.com/Katie, masterclass.com/Katie. Happy holidays and Merry Christmas, y'all. Hey everyone, if you haven't subscribed to our show, make sure you do that right now. You hit that button. It is the only way to get alerts and know what's coming and what's up. Back to the episode. Is that how because we've gotten to a point where you can't just ignore the people that are anti-science anymore. You have to engage because it's, like you said, it's about the PR. You have to be louder than them, and they're the ones that are actually the ones with 5 million followers. So what do you do just in your normal life when someone does come up to you and they say whatever it is about and some sort of anti-science, whether it's the Earth is flat or vaccines.
Yeah, so it's hard, and it's different for different people. And a big part of my life, my effort, as an educator is familiarizing myself with pop culture forces. You know, who's the top singer? What books are
Right.
people reading? What politicians are they following? What is the buzz about? And that way, when I approach them and I learn what else is influencing them, I have some chance of navigating that. Otherwise, I'm just dangling there with no hope of reaching them.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, this might be a third of my life that I engage in this.
Mm-hmm.
In a simple example, you know, in the Super Bowl, I don't really care who wins. Okay. I'm not that guy, but I will watch the Super Bowl because a billion other people are watching the Super Bowl. So the next day I can talk about it. Yes, I'm sports fluent, all right, but the outcomes of sports contests are of less interest to me than they are for so many others. And but I'm also a physics fluent in sports. I don't know, where are you based? Where are you based?
The Pacific Northwest. So
Yeah,
yeah.
that's very far away. Okay, so in the Northeast,
Yeah.
there's a city called Philadelphia where
Yes.
they have a football team called the Philadelphia Eagles,
Mm-hmm.
and they perfected a move called the tush push, which is
Yeah, everybody does a tush push now.
it's an almost unstoppable move.
Yeah.
And NFL Films came to my office for me to describe to them the physics of the tush push. Okay.
What is the physics of the tush push? I mean, because I've seen the tush push and I've seen it very successful. So, what is the physics? Is it just like a driving force?
Because people initially people didn't understand. Rather, they believed they understood but didn't because they just hadn't had physics. So it was widely reported that their quarterback Jalen
Hurts.
Jalen Hurts, he would bench press 300 bench press, not bench press, squat 350 pounds. So he's got really strong legs and thighs. And that's why when he jumps over the pile of carnage that it's like, no, it has nothing to do with that at all. Because the moment he leaves Earth,
Yes.
he is simply this 200, let's say he weighs 250. He's a 250-pound blob
Right.
sitting there. And there's nothing he can do.
He's a vessel literally holding a football.
He's a vessel. You only have the power of force beyond your body weight if you're still attached to the earth. So the moment he goes airborne, and then one person grabs one tush, half a tush.
Yeah,
Is a tush
two.
singular or plural?
A handful.
Okay. So one person grabs one butt cheek.
Yes.
The other person bears, and they're connected to the ground. They now push. These are big, strong men. Each one is pushing. They could probably bench press 400 pounds, pulling that out of there. But let's assume. So now we have 800 pounds pushing the quarterback over this already moving mat of men because the offensive line is lower than the defensive line.
Yeah.
Exactly. And so if I'm on this moving mat and I'm still moving forward, they've had moves where they just needed a yard and they show up 5 yards in. My only point of all this is not to give a physics lesson of football, is just to say, people wrote about that. People commented about it. People celebrated it because it was science in the service of their pop culture interests. What I have found is that if I build up enough of that, then if I say something else that's science-driven and it sounds convincing, that they will say, no, what Tyson said made more sense than what you said.
Right.
And so these are, yes, they're not efficient and it's not an advertisement, but it's, one challenge at a time.
So,
and since you clearly have some football fluency there, I want to add one more football one.
Yeah, because now you've got me, right? Like, where were you when I was in 7th grade? I would have been like, I get science.
So in another case, this is my favorite example. This is before there were many streaming services, and the movie was going to come on at 6 p.m. And I went to the channel, but there's a football game on that channel, and it ended in a tie. The Seattle Seahawks, I think it was, and the Cincinnati Bengals, and it ended in a tie. So I said, okay, it's 15 minutes. They're going to play a 15-minute period. I can watch that. And so I'm watching it. And after the requisite exchange of possession, when no one scores, it then becomes sudden death. All right. So I've got 7, 8 minutes in. The Bengals have the ball, and it's like at the 42-yard line or something. They have to hike. Oh, they want to kick for the win,
Yes, of
for
course.
the field goal,
Yeah.
but it's a really long field goal kick. Okay, so they hike it, they kick it, and I think the kicker was like at the 50-yard line or something. So this is a real kick,
Right.
or the 40-something yard line because there's another 10
It's still
yards.
it's still a like
It's a real kick.
60 or something is one of the longest. Yeah,
Still a real kick.
of course
Okay.
it is.
So I'm watching it, and the ball goes airborne, and no one breathes, of course. Everyone is just watching the arc. Everyone is silent. It hit the left upright and careened in for the win.
Oh, wow.
And I looked at that and I said, did a fast calculation. Then I tweeted, the sudden death winning field goal kicked by the Cincinnati Bengals against the Seattle Seahawks was aided by a third of an inch deflection to the right caused by Earth's rotation. People lost their minds on...
Especially that kicker. He was like, how dare you?
And the next morning, the Cincinnati Bengals, upon responding to my tweet, they said, God helped Cincinnati win.
God.
But people had fun with it, and I didn't have to explain to you what
I'm not
sudden
shushing
death.
you. I'm sorry. I'm shushing a dog.
Okay. I didn't have to explain to you what sudden death meant or who the Cincinnati Bengals were,
Right.
or how the game of football works. You came to the table with that scaffold of pop culture knowledge.
Yeah.
And I clad the science to it.
Right.
And it's the cladding of the science to something you already care about is what magnifies the value of that science. I have come to learn. And if you smile, because it was a little bit humorous or fun or very retelling at the water cooler the next morning, then you're going to come back for more. So on my podcast called Star Talk, my co-host is a professional stand-up comedian. And he's also scientifically literate. So he's not taking off-ramps to tell the joke. There's like hanging fruit right there on the street you're on that he grabs. So people come back for more. And so this is, and the Merlin character is very snarky in the book. Not snarky impolite, but snarky fun. And like I said, there's clearly attitude, there's clearly humor. And this is what I've been doing. And when people say, but look at the state of the world today, what do you have to say about it? And my response is, you're telling me I suck at my job. That's what you're saying. So for the sake of my ego, I tell myself, imagine how much worse it would be if I were not doing it. See, that's the only way I can get through the day.
So, so you mentioned God, and I have this really interesting...
No, it was the Cincinnati Bengals newspaper from Cincinnati that mentioned God.
Yes, not you, of course. So my question, though, is that given your understanding of the universe, when you lose somebody close to you, how do you think about that loss given your understanding of time and space and do you find it's vastly different than other people?
Yes. Because it's scientifically informed. Typically, in the unknowns, people, religion is strongest in our society where it addresses things that are not otherwise scientifically certain. And so, if we assert you have a soul and the soul is transcendent, then the soul persists after death.
Right.
And there's a whole discussion about what happens to your soul. All right. Not only in the monotheistic traditions, but especially in the Hindu traditions. We have reincarnation. And so there's a lot out there.
Yes.
Depending on your religion. And if you go back to ancient Greece, you would go down to Hades and, cross the river Styx. And in fact, in the Roman times, that god of the underworld was Pluto, right? So just give Pluto a shout out, poor thing. So no, I'm enchanted by these stories, but there are things we know that happens to you. We just know verifiably what happens to you. The energy content of your body's molecules. All right. Well, let me back up. If you've been to a funeral and there's a person in a casket, open casket,
Yeah.
and I don't know if you've ever put your hand on the exposed hand of the person in the casket.
I have, for sure.
Yes. And most people will have done that, I think, just as a last gesture of touch. And what's your first response? The hand is cold.
Yeah.
The first thing. The hand is room temperature. So why do you say it's cold? You didn't say that about the table you touched. You didn't say that about the chair. That's also the same
warm?
temperature. The body's cold because it's usually 98.6 degrees.
Right.
98. And so how do you sustain your body temperature in a room that's 72 degrees? If you have food that's 98 degrees and you set it there for 5 minutes, its temperature's dropped. Okay?
Right.
The food does not have a metabolism. You do. I do. We do. And that metabolism is extracting energy from food that you have eaten, food that contains calories. You know the French word for energy? Calorie. Okay? In America, we have too many calories, so we think of calories as a bad word.
Yeah.
But for most of the history of civilization, people were not getting enough calories.
Right.
So you ingest food typically from a
Well, that's
thing
not gonna
that
work.
was once
All right, whatever.
alive.
Yes.
Okay?
Game on.
Essentially 100% of our calories come from things that were once alive on this earth.
Plants,
Okay.
animals, right.
You're correct. Plants or animals, right? And in fact, plants, unless it's the fruit, tend to have a low density of calories, like, celery, lettuce, this
Yeah.
sort of thing. You need the fruits to get the calories, and the fruits typically have sugars. Sugars are molecules that are huge, and these molecules have energy stored in them, energy obtained from sunlight. Okay,
Right.
what plants do. They're in the business of taking sunlight and making larger molecules out of them.
Right.
They make cellulose, which is, and other sort of wood-like substances that create their structure. And then when they time to reproduce, they'll make fruit. And the fruit has the larger sugars in it. Okay. You can also have sugars in the sap where you can get maple syrup, for
Right.
example. You reach in there and steal the blood of the tree. But it's still coming from a living thing.
Yes.
And of course, if you are a meat eater, you are eating animals that eat plants, and the plants came from the sun. So in a sense, we are solar powered.
Okay.
Here's my point. You sustain this metabolism as long as you're alive. When
Yes.
you die, you no longer have a metabolism. But the molecules are still in your body. So what happens to them? Well, many people today are cremating. They're getting cremated.
Yeah.
Okay, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Well, why do you burn at all? Because the molecules in your body still have energy. And it's that energy. They're not pouring gasoline on you and it's only the gasoline that's burning. Your flesh is burning. Okay?
Yeah.
And that's why when you burn foods to a crisp, they turn black. That black is the carbon, which is one of the fundamental atoms in biochemistry, in your molecules. Okay? It's exposing the carbon, and you can't burn carbon any further, so you've been turned to ash. And in terms of your mind, we perhaps have, if you're old enough, you surely know people, seen people that kind of fade away from mini strokes
Yeah.
that are happening in
Yeah,
their
yeah.
head. They might no longer recognize you, or they lose language, or they
Yeah.
don't know where they are, forgot how to eat. Everything that they once were is slowly disappearing.
Yes.
That is completely consistent with our understanding that everything you are is neurosynaptically in your brain. And as your brain shuts off, you begin to disappear. So you can ask the question, if you die having no functioning brain, like the final stroke that takes you out, and you go to a place, is it Valhalla, is it heaven, is it wherever your religion tells you go, is your brain in full working order? And if it is, it meant it grabbed a snapshot of your brain before all the bad things happened. Is grandma in heaven, is she 85? Or is she 35? Right? Right. Who are you in these places?
Right.
And I mean, some religions have attempted to address that. I'm no concern myself with whatever answers they're giving. What I'm saying is, everything I just told you is what science says about your death.
Right.
And your state of non-existence in death would therefore be fundamentally no different from your state of non-existence before you were born.
Right.
Before you were born, you would say, where am I? How come I'm not? You having no such thoughts.
Of course.
Because it's a state of non-existence. Okay, so
Didn't mean
to
to do
wrap
that.
this into a package, what it means is, without the religion, which where you're just perfectly happy going to the next realm, without the religion, how does one deal with this?
Yeah.
And I can offer a comment. I can say, the knowledge you're going to die is perhaps the greatest motivating force to do meaningful things in your life. I derive meaning from the knowledge I'm going to die.
Right.
That the fewer and fewer days between me and my deathbed makes everything that I've yet to do that I want to do that much more urgent.
Right.
Which worries me. And when I say to myself, if we figure out how to live forever on Earth, if knowing I'm going to die is what gives meaning to my life, then living forever would be living a life of no meaning at all.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I don't know how desirable that would be. Consider, if you have a loved one and your loved one brings you flowers, if the flowers were plastic, that's not as good a gift. Even if the plastic flowers cost more than if they give you real flowers. Well, why? You know, what's the difference? The real flowers will one day die. Not in the not too far future. The most you're going to get out of a beautiful bouquet is 7 days, no matter what little chemicals you put in the water. 7 days. And over that time, you'll begin to see the senescence of the flowers as they can't hold their neck up and they bend over. And then you pull those out and then leave the remaining ones trying to milk the last few moments of beauty from this bouquet. Point is, the flowers have meaning to you because they're going to die.
Right.
That's why they mean something to you. If they were going to live forever, you put them on a shelf and you won't even ever look at them. You won't even tend to them because they don't need your attention.
Yeah.
So, and take a look at dogs. What's the dog-human ratio? 7 to 1, plus or minus.
Something
There's
like that.
variation. I've seen people try to make that more precise. It's basically 7 to 1. We live 7 times as long as a dog. If you go out to the mailbox and come back, the dog is happy to see you.
Yeah.
Will jump up and lick your face. Why? Maybe the dog knows, if not intellectually, just emotionally, that you live a week, but that's only 1 day to a dog. That's the 7 to 1 ratio.
Yeah.
And the dog has fewer days to celebrate life, and it's making every day count. When I see the enthusiasm of dogs, I say to myself, I want to be that enthusiastic every one of my days.
Yeah.
Not just 1 in 7 and not just never.
Yeah.
Now, let's get a little more spiritual here. If you die, a close person to you dies, I think it's perfectly fine to declare that the person remains alive as long as they participate in your memories.
Right.
That is a way of living forever. So perhaps your goal while you're alive is to touch as many people as you can. Make their lives better off for you having lived in it than making the world worse for you having lived in it. If your world is better off for having lived in it, you are remembered far beyond the day you die. And that's kind of a way of living beyond death. And in some cases, perhaps living forever. I was in Milan and I visited a Leonardo da Vinci museum where they built his machines that he had only ever drawn.
Wow.
He's still alive. I'm thinking about him.
Yeah.
He's been dead 500 years. And I'm thinking, what was going through his head? What was he doing? Why? How is that happening?
That's the recipe for the Lodos plague.
So, so I don't need to think about it, heaven or hell or Valhalla or Mount Olympus or wherever people of ancient Greece and Rome went, of Hades. No, I'm thinking about the world around us, the fact that we can communicate, the fact that we can make a documentary about someone who then lives forever. That's what these biopics are, of the people who've been so influential in our culture. You know, the one on Ray Charles and Freddie Mercury, and you go back into the 60s, we had Patton. You know, these are people who were significant on the landscape of culture and of civilization. And now they kind of live forever because other people were touched by them. That's how I think about that. Sorry, that was a very long answer, but you started it.
I mean, it's not an easy thing. I think about death so much, and I don't know why I think about it so much, but I do. And it's
I will quote Horace Mann from early 19th century, the great educator. His farewell address as university president, he said, "I beseech you," love that word. We should bring that word back, I think. "I beseech you to treasure up in your hearts these my parting words. Be ashamed to die until you have won some victory for humanity." That's what I want on my tombstone. And when I die, I don't want to be cremated because I still have energy content in my molecules. I'm not going to give that up to fire. Put me in the ground. Let the flora and fauna, upon which I have spent my life dining, let it dine upon me so that I can nourish the life forms into the next generation. I know this sounds very, the circle of life, whatever that song is.
No, it doesn't. All I'm thinking about is, what if you wake up? What if what if you wake up and you're in a box and you're like, I wasn't dead?
Oh yeah, so they had provisions for that. Did you know about this?
No, but I'd like to know so I can put it in my will, please.
Okay. So, we're pretty far along in knowing that you're dead before we put you in a box. We got this one.
There's a guy online who told me he knew somebody at some point in his life. I'm just kidding. He also said the earth is flat. But
so if you go far enough back, and you look at the definitions of death, because medicine, with all of its advances, it still had a long way to go from the days of bloodletting and this sort of thing. So we're going 19th century into 20th century.
Okay.
But it advanced rapidly, especially once the tools of physics were brought to bear in the hospital. The X-ray machine.
Right.
Every machine with an on-off switch in a hospital that's invoked to diagnose the condition of your body without cutting you open first,
yes,
is based on a principle of physics discovered by a physicist who had no interest in medicine. So the cross-pollination of these disciplines is foundational to the advance of our health, and not only that, but our wealth and our security even. So now, where was I going to land?
I was talking about waking up in a box.
Waking up, right. So there was a day where they just would hold a mirror to your mouth, and if you fogged the mirror, you were still alive.
Yeah.
And if you didn't fog the mirror, or if you're in a coma, or whatever, they just bury you. Okay. So on the possibility that they might mistakenly bury you, they would put a string into the coffin. On a bell.
Right.
Hung on the limb of a tree. And if you wake up, you ring that, and you were the dead ringer.
Oh,
nice.
My God.
That's where that expression comes from, the dead ringer.
Oh my God, that's crazy.
Yeah, and there were other coffins where they saw scratch marks on the inside of the thing.
I know.
They didn't give that in the ringy dingy.
They couldn't
option.
afford a bell.
Well, somebody has to be close enough to listen.
Of course, and you better hope there's no storm that night.
Exactly, and back then there was graveyards were more prevalent than cemeteries.
Yes.
The difference, of course, is a graveyard is attached to a church.
Yes.
Whereas a cemetery is off wherever they have space, and then they bury you and they don't come back.
Yes.
Until someone thinks about you.
Oh my God.
So, and also consider that in the 20th century, in part, the 20th century really, we perfected the recording of your life through photos and video. So yes, you can live far beyond death with all the ways we have recorded you, with your voice, your appearance, and the like.
Right.
So, by the
Cloning.
way, since everyone has a high resolution camera and video recorder on their hip,
Yeah.
when I say everyone, I will quantify that. We're rising through 6 billion smartphones in the world. And those many phones are lifting up to the internet about 1 billion photos a day, plus 1 million hours of video lifted to the internet. And none of them contains a sharp image of an alien. Just saying.
So you're bringing me into like my next bit of questions,
I'm saying,
which I
because
don't
I
want to
know
run
you
out of
went
time.
there in a previous episode. I'm just saying, you know,
did.
and nowadays it's too late because AI can just make one.
Well, of
So
course
now
they
you gotta
can, because
Yeah,
you
now you just
could be
gotta-
one.
drag one into town square.
Well,
you know.
So I guess that is one of my questions, right? It's with the documentary, the Age of Disclosure, which I watched it. Like, there's nothing new.
You paid
in
the
this.
$20. Okay.
Oh my God! Like, I want my money back, but there's so many things that I've purchased that it's totally fine. But I don't even like. I have such a hard time talking about it because to me, because I watched it and in my mind I was like, there's no new evidence here. There's no evidence here. It's just a bunch of people talking, and then there's no actual evidence.
Here's the difference.
And
There are people who believe that eyewitness testimony is evidence.
right.
And what's weird is, you know, the claim, I need a witness, said no scientist ever at a conference. It's like, I need data. I need a chart recorder. I need some evidence that's not
Yes.
just you processing information through your brain and coming out of your mouth. And by the way, the photo needs to be a little sharper than what you're showing me. And
Yeah.
so it's interesting because in all court dramas that we see, and in some actual court cases, a witness makes a difference in a case, deciding whether someone is guilty or not guilty. And psychologists know, and scientists, perhaps alone, these two professions, know the susceptibility of human testimony to your emotions, to your biases, to your prejudices, to your, it is, and by the way, maybe in your testimony, you suffer from none of that, okay? But A, we don't know that in advance, but B, we still rather have the frickin' alien, okay? And then you don't need eyewitness testimony to tell you that whales exist, or that
Right.
elephants exist, or that you don't need sworn, pinky swear people, you don't need congressional hearings to decide whether hurricanes exist, all right? They're there, they affect you, you see them, you have photographs of them, we have them in freaking zoos.
Right.
So this whole thing about you must believe me because I'm a high rank and I'm telling you the truth, this comes about only when you don't otherwise have the evidence that would convince any skeptic.
Because then all they have to say, anytime you have a question or a doubt or anything against this, even the entire documentary, but every single person that spoke in that is, well, they can't show you because their life will be ruined.
Yeah, even though they're fully speaking on a documentary about it. So-
Right. But because there's no proof, and I wanted to know,
so here's the thing,
would it
here's the thing.
literally take a
Maybe-
picture?
Maybe they have an alien in the lockbox. Okay? I'm being very simple here.
Okay.
Okay. An alien in a lockbox that they're not showing you, scientifically, is the same thing as having no alien in a lockbox that they're not showing you. It's the same thing.
Schrodinger's cat.
So we can't do. There's nothing we can do. So I have to wait until they open the lockbox, which I'm happy to do. The day they think that they're safe, maybe they can go charter an island, buy an island and then reveal the evidence there, where no one will come after you and kill you.
So then, are you in your mind then open to the idea?
Always.
Always.
Oh, I'm always open. I'm a scientist.
You just want proof. So what would it be? What's
No, I wouldn't
the
say
science?
proof. Evidence is a better word.
Evidence. Okay.
The threshold of evidence has to get higher and higher the more other evidence is fakeable, like the photo or video or whatever. And for me, evidence was never eyewitness testimony. By the way, eyewitness testimony can hint at things that say, wow, all these people said that. Let's take a closer look. Let's see what they might have been seeing. And then you go take a closer look, and there's nothing there, or what is there has other explanations. And so, yes, I'm open to God showing up. I have no resistance to
me
new
too.
ideas.
Me too. Just because, like, I want to, just in case heaven exists, I want to be like, I didn't fully. Man, I wasn't talking to, I was like not against you. I was just sort of like, I don't know.
Yeah, so I think Richard Dawkins he's a famous ardent atheist. He was asked, when you die and you go up to the pearly gates and God is there, what would you say to God? Okay? Well, we're even assuming he's going to heaven. As an atheist, that might not be the case.
Right.
But his first question and only question to God is, why did you go through so much effort to hide the evidence that you exist?
Oh, and make people just have faith.
Yes. Why require that everyone have faith? Like, what's that about? Tell me, let's sit down and have a cup of coffee and talk about that.
Yeah.
Right. And of course, people with very deep faith would say their evidence is real because they feel it in their body and in their bones. But scientifically, if it's only within you, it's not, you can't turn it into science, because science are the truths of the world that exist outside of your sensory system. If science didn't achieve maturity until it could accomplish that, which meant we had microscopes and telescopes and recorders and spectroscopes, ways of probing the world that don't involve you. The machine gets it. And then we can both look at what the machine says, and we can discuss what that is. But it's not, your state of mind is no longer a factor here.
So then, okay, so what is your sort of understanding of the Three-Eye Atlas then, and people's desire to believe in the extraterrestrial, to believe in the, something that is unprovable, or, like aliens, like UFOs, like, wanting to believe this isn't a comet or an asteroid, but something else?
You want a short answer or a longer answer?
I'll take the longer answer if it's if it's interesting.
This is long format media, I guess. Okay.
Anyway, if it's not interesting, we'll just cut it out.
Okay.
I'm kidding.
So just to catch up on some of your listeners, in case, because as an educator, I feel duty-bound, that Three-Eye Atlas is the third interstellar object ever discovered, hence the three-eye. There's a one-eye, two-eye, and this is the third one. These are objects that are visiting our solar system from beyond the direct gravitational influence of the sun.
Yes.
And so it's not in orbit around the sun. Everything else we talk about in the solar system orbits the sun. This is passing through. Its trajectory is affected by the sun's gravity, but the sun is not going to pull it back around. This is very easy to calculate. We know this when it was first discovered. So ATLAS is the name of the observing project that made the discovery. That might even be an acronym, and I forget all my acronyms, but Three-Eye Atlas. So because it's a new object, oh, by the way, we knew these should be happening forever. We didn't have good enough telescopes to make the discovery until recently. So the first of these was maybe 2017, One-Eye Oumuamua, which is Hawaiian for first scout. And it was discovered using Hawaiian telescopes, so they kept it in the family there, in the culture. And so it's a new kind of object. We figure to be some combination of a comet and an asteroid. The percent of one or the other is unknown because they're kind of new. comets and asteroids already have some overlap in their
Yeah.
properties. So I just want to catch everybody up. That's what 3i Atlas is. It's visiting our solar system right now, on its way out. All
Right.
Now, again, you agreed to get the long explanation. Let's go
did.
back in time to when nobody understood anything about the physical universe.
How far back is that?
Yesterday, no,
Say
no.
lunch.
No, let's go back to ancient Greece and Rome.
Okay.
Because they're well documented. We can go to other places that are just less documented, but the story is the same. They see some natural phenomena and they can't explain it. There's a god responsible for it. Poseidon whipped up the storm to attack the shores. All right, did you do something bad? Did you not sacrifice properly to that god? In the animist religions, which are typically that of native peoples, so the Aboriginal peoples of Australia and the first peoples of North and South America, if you look at their religions, it's more of a spirit-driven understanding of the world, where there's a spirit energy of the wind, the brook, the mountain, the sky, the sun, the moon, the stars. And so they, in many of them, they're nurturing. But if there's a storm, they might have a cause and effect account of that. Okay. Let's go further forward. Now we're monotheistic, and let's pick a time in the 1600s, 1700s. Everybody's living in small towns. We're in Christian Europe. Let's take Catholic Europe to be precise. And someone falls to the ground, writhing, frothing at the mouth. Oh my gosh, the devil has inhabited them. Because if you're not Jewish and you're Christian, the devil is a thing that exists.
Yeah.
And as far as you're concerned, it's real. All right? Because in Judaism, there's no hell, so there's no devil. So I don't know how they explained this, but in Christianity, it was clear. Devil's in you. We need the priest. So you go to the church. How far away is the church? Towns were small. You get there in 10 minutes tops. Priest, come, please come. The devil's inhabited my child. And so they get the robe, get the holy water, come to your home. It's now 20 minutes has passed. They bless and put the holy water on, recite some Latin phrases. Boom. The symptoms subside. For all the world, that was the devil. And the power of your priest rid your child of the devil. Of course, this is an episode of epilepsy. No one says that today. No one says the devil is in my, let me get the priest. No, they call 911 or they get the medicines that might have been missed, which allowed one of the seizures to occur. All right? What the philosophers call this is God of the gaps. God of the gaps is there's something I don't understand. I don't yet understand. God must be at work there. Even among brilliant people like Isaac Newton, who basically single-handedly discovered the universal law of gravitation and motion and thing. In his writings, nowhere does he mention God until he says, no, wait a minute. Every time Earth goes around the sun and it goes past Jupiter, Jupiter's going to be tugging on Earth a little bit. And it comes back around again, there's Jupiter tugging again. If this adds up, the whole solar system goes to hell. Not to hell, literally. The whole solar system gets ripped apart. But it's still here. It's stable. God must step in every now and then to fix things. He didn't understand how the solar system could be stable, even though his equations of gravity worked in the cases that he applied them. So, I'll give you one more. Go back to AD 150. Claudius Ptolemy pioneered the geocentric universe, where Earth is in the middle and everything orbits us, including the sun. And it's a mystery, and he came up with epicycles and things. It's a very complicated diagram, but here's what he etched in the margins of his greatest work that described this. He said, when I trace at my pleasure the windings to and fro of the heavenly bodies, I no longer touch Earth with my feet. I stand in the presence of Zeus himself. Take my fill of ambrosia. That's one of the most beautiful quotes ever penned by a scientist. And He is celebrating the handiwork of Zeus in his uncertainties and in the unknowns of what is driving the universe. This is God of the gaps. That's what it is. And a consequence of this is, I've had people come up to me and say, what was around before the universe, before the Big Bang? I said, I don't know. We've got top people working on that. That's a frontier question. Something had to be there. What? I said, I don't know. I said, God was there. I said, I don't know. If you need God to be there, I'm not going to stop you.
Yeah.
But I might just then ask, what was around before God? Well,
Because
God
he was a
always
man.
God always was, and I say, well, maybe the universe always was. So this creates a point. But my point here is not to resurrect, no pun intended, that kind of argument. It's just to say that the God of the gaps is a time persistent urge to take what is yet to be known and ascribe a deity to it. I've had people declare that dark matter, dark energy, that's the work of God. We don't understand either of those yet. So there they are. Okay. We live in modern times where, all right, they're not going to jump to God. They're not going to say that. Oh, I don't understand this. It must be aliens. So we went from God of the gaps, and I was thinking aliens of the gaps, but that doesn't have the alliteration.
Doesn't.
But I can get the assonance and say aliens of our ignorance. So I have a colleague who's a professor at Harvard who is alien adjacent. And everything you have read about possible aliens on this comet is traceable to his writings and no one else's. And the press eats it up. So you are asking me that question because of his alien adjacency.
And the
Aliens of
alien
our
adjacency in him is just the, I don't know.
What's that you say?
The alien adjacent in him is the I don't know. He doesn't
No,
know.
he'll say I don't know, comma, could be aliens.
Could be aliens, exactly. It is the
Okay.
I don't know.
And
right.
and I'm not going to say it's not aliens, but I am going to say that in the list of all possible accounts, aliens is so low. I'm not putting it in my research paper for the press to find and then lose their shit over it. And because it's a Harvard professor making these declarations.
Yeah.
So I've told him, I've said, because he's a colleague and I've known him, for years. I said, just because none of your colleagues agree with you, it doesn't mean you're right. Now, what he's trying to do is he's trying to drum up interest in astrophysics. And if you're alien adjacent, that does that for
It's
free.
catchy.
Yeah, you don't even have to, make your own headline because the press will do it. And so there it is. That's what's going on. That's my long explanation and
Yeah.
very complete explanation of Three Eye Atlas.
So, with everything that's going on in the world now, which is, it's so vast. It's so vast, and also, if you look because of the internet,
Kitty, shut up.
it's vast because we have that connectivity to everything, why is science and exploration so important when there are things that seem, I don't want to say more important, but just more pressing?
So that's an interesting question because it presumes that there's a difference between the two. So let me give a blunt example, and then let's draw from that as necessary to respond to your question. Let's go back to our cave 20,000 years ago, and we're all in there, and there's some youngins who take a peek out the cave door. So the cave door hinges open. I don't know how they had doors in the caves.
Yeah, of course they did.
And they peek out the door and they see like a river, they see mountains, and they see a tree, and there's fruit on the tree. They don't have a word for fruit, but there's something growing on it. And they say, we want to explore that, but we need permission. So they go to the cave elders, the 30
Who are 35.
Yeah, that's right. And they say, we want to explore the cave, what's outside the cave. And the elders caucus, and then they come back after however long, and they say, no, we cannot afford the luxury of having you explore outside of the cave. Let us first fix our cave problems. then we can go outside the cave.
Okay,
That's
bye.
what you sound like if you want to say, let us not explore space because we have problems here on Earth.
Oh,
That's what you sound
I
like.
am on Earth.
Earth is this tiny
Thank you for noticing.
speck in this
I was just
vast
sitting here playing
universe.
games, watching videos. I was
And-
like, yeah, I figured
and
might as
as I
well.
said earlier,
People want to hop on and
the
chit
part
chat.
about medical
So be it.
devices being deriving from principles of physics discovered by physicists with no interest in medicine. My physics professor in college, Edward Purcell, you can look him up. He co-discovered a new phenomenon in the nuclei of atoms called magnetic resonance. Okay? And it turns out if you put a nucleus of an atom in a strong
Back scratcher.
magnetic field and send light across it, it actually affects the light that passes by. And it's a resonance between those two phenomena. Won a Nobel Prize for this. Afterwards,
Oh my god, my son
clever
is so loud.
medical engineer says, wait a minute, if you can tell one
is
atom
this
from
frickin-
another by this
Okay.
method, I can make a cavity, put
Respawn.
you in it, and I can image the soft tissue of your body in ways that X-rays cannot. Thus was born the magnetic resonance imager, the MRI, arguably the most potent tool in the arsenal of modern medicine that has ever been. Point is, his research interest was the behavior of atoms and molecules in interstellar space. That's what triggered him to make this discovery.
Yeah.
So you cannot pre-prescribe what a curiosity-driven scientist should or should not study because you have no idea how it's going to apply later on. That is the last thing an enlightened society should be doing, is cherry-picking which lines of research should be funded and which shouldn't, because you don't know. And if you were around 100 years ago, when we were actively discovering quantum physics, it was discovered in the 1920s. Quantum physics.
Why
You would
isn't
say,
dude
you're pretty
responding? What the
smart.
hell?"
Why are you applying such brilliance to these atoms and molecules? And we can't even see them. How do you even know they're there? Why do you care? I'm a carpenter. I just care that my wood atoms cut in the way I need them to. Yeah, it would take 50 years, 40, 50 years before quantum physics would be foundational to the birth of the IT revolution. There is no creation, storage, and retrieval of digital information without an exploitation of the quantum, period. And if you were around back then said, no, we have other problems we have to worry about, like, it was the Roaring '20s, so people were having fun, okay, but we had just come out of a world war. You know, what's that mean? What's happening in Germany now? There's the Weimar Republic and whatever, okay? There were geopolitical issues
Yes.
to be concerned about. If you had redirected the attention of these smart people from that thing, then who knows how much longer the IT revolution would have been delayed. And the IT revolution is responsible, if I did some numbers, it's probably higher than this, a third, if not more, of the world's GDP pivot on IT.
Yeah.
So that's my answer to you that started in a cave. Don't tell me there's something more present than original research on the frontier of our understanding of the universe.
On
I
a
want
light
to
note,
drop a mic in that moment, but I
you
don't have one.
should. You should, because it's one of the things that I talk to people quite a bit about when they're like, well, why am I supposed to care about this when this is happening right here? And I'm just gonna tell them, I'm gonna play that for them.
Oh, yeah, I'm just saying you don't know.
Yeah.
You just don't know.
To lighten it up just a little bit before we end, what, if anything, because I heard this story about the Titanic, and
It sank. It sank.
it did it though? Did it just fall off the edge of the earth? You know,
There's a fun little story. For a while, it doesn't happen this way anymore, but for like 10 or 20 years, they asked people, if there was a time machine and you could go back in time, what event would you witness? And not almost everyone, but so many people said, I would witness the sinking of the Titanic. That was so influential that the very first episode, I'm old enough to remember this, the very first episode of the TV series Time Tunnel,
Okay.
which is where they invented a time machine.
Yeah.
And it's from the 1970s, I guess. You might be able to find it on Pluto TV or whatever. Time Tunnel, the very first episode, they go back to the Titanic. And so this was not just an idle thought. People really were thinking about this. So it's been argued that, in fact, the first day a time machine is invented, they actually do go back to the Titanic, and that's what sank the Titanic.
You know what's interesting to me?
There were more people than there were lifeboats. That they were all time travelers wanting to
They
witness.
all wanted to witness it, and that was the
They're the
problem.
one who sank it.
I read this statistic, and whether it's accurate or not, I don't know. But it was talking about the fascination of the Titanic starts with children around the age of like 7 or something, and they have this like intense fascination with the Titanic. And if you ask girls, boys, so many parents I've talked to, when I'm like, so what's your son into? And they're like, the Titanic, it's so weird. They all say the same thing.
Okay, so that is most assuredly a
Very
pop culture
interesting. Yes,
force
I agree.
operating
Okay.
on it, and I'll tell you why. After the Titanic sank, it was in 1912, there was actually very little pop culture interest in it. Very little. There's hardly any mention of it. Yes, it was a tragedy, but so was the Lusitania.
Right.
Okay, there was no shortage of ships that
Right.
lost hundreds, and in some cases,
Yeah.
1,000 people.
Yeah.
So why would the Titanic rise up? Because there was a book in the 1950s called A Night to Remember. Was it 1956, somewhere around there, mid-50s?
Yeah.
Which then became a movie, A Night to Remember, in 1958. From that point onward, the fascination of the Titanic entered our pop culture and never left.
Yeah.
And then, of course, James Cameron remakes that movie.
Yes.
Basically.
Yes.
And there's a lot of parallel scenes that were captured because there's the account of what happened, and he's
course.
not going to change that.
Yeah.
He's just going to layer his own love story on it.
Yeah.
But so if there's 7, that means they've seen things about the Titanic that have stimulated their interest.
So most people watch the Titanic and they think to themselves, wow, this
You mean
is a
the
really...
James Cameron movie?
The James Cameron movie. Most people watch that and they think, oh, this is a really great love story. Leo is so cute. You watch the Titanic and you go, this guy is not accurate.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Is it?
Plus, I for one, don't necessarily think Leonardo is cute. So,
Well, look, we all have different tastes.
yeah, and he's especially not cute for the following reason, okay? He tries to get up on the plank at the end, and it gets tipsy, and he says, okay, I'll just freeze to death in the water while you survive. Had he been Matt Damon from the movie The Martian, where he's inventive, keeping himself alive, he would have had an outboard motor, he would have saved everyone, nobody would have died on the Titanic.
MacGyvered the shit out of that.
MacGyvered the shit out of
Instead of he was just, what a whiny brat.
Whiny, wimpy, I'll just freeze here.
I love you forever. but okay, so movies, like, what is the most just ridiculous thing that you see in movies that's a trope that you see so much that people think is accurate that you're just like, oh my God, this is so
No, I'm not that guy.
scientifically. Are you not that guy?
I'm not that obnoxious. I'm nowhere near as obnoxious as the person sitting next to you who read the book first.
Oh God.
Get them out of the
Get
theater.
that person out.
The character was more developed. There were more characters.
Oh
Get
my
out
God,
of
my
here.
husband. Oh, this is so much worse than the book. You should read the
Leave
book.
him at home, okay? And go and enjoy the movie. So my issue with the night sky over the Titanic, which James Cameron got wrong,
Yes.
it was not just wrong, it was lazy. It was the left half of the sky was a mirror reflection of the right half of the sky, the stars.
yeah.
And so it was, and I knew that the instant I saw it. I played hooky one afternoon, went to the theater, and I saw this, and I almost choked. I choked not because the sky was wrong. There's no obligation for a producer to make a correct night sky. Who cares? It's that I remember the marketing for that movie. James Cameron went to the bottom of the ocean with the oceanographer Robert Ballard.
Yeah.
Robert, I think his name. And they found the Titanic, and they took video, and they know what the state rooms look like, and the china patterns, and the wall sconces, and the rivets up the side of the ship, and they meticulously recreated that
Yeah.
for the integrity of the story. Even though none of us would care if the rivets were off.
Yeah.
That isn't. Why would we care? Okay, and he's doing all of that, and then he just makes up a sky. I'm holding you to your own standards, not to my standards. And I'll have you know that Seth MacFarlane, while he was making the movie, they're turning the movie Ted into a TV series.
Yes.
He texted me. I know him because he was one of the executive producers of Cosmos, which I had the privilege of hosting twice. And he's a big fan of science.
He is.
And so he texted me a script page from this Ted the series, and the script scene says the scene, a suburb of Boston, December 23rd or 24th, 1993, with the stars and the moon in the sky in whatever way Neil deGrasse Tyson tells us they should be.
Oh my God, I love you. And then you read the dialogue, and it's like teddy bear smoking a cigar, telling someone to go fuck himself.
Right, exactly. What a potty mouth teddy bear that was. But he was still lovably potty mouth.
Of course he was. Of course he was.
So, point is,
That's funny.
he, once he realized he could have the right night sky, why not put in the right night sky? And so it's weird to think that, the TED series on the scoreboard, TED 1, Titanic 0.
Yeah.
But it turns out Jim Cameron would come back to me, and for the 2012 Centennial Edition, that is Centennial Memorial of the 1912 sinking, he recut some of the scenes and released a 3D IMAX version of it. And before that, the producers called me and said, Jim Cameron says you have a sky he could use. I was like, yes.
Yes, sir, I do.
So I sent him the sky, and that's what is over Rose's head.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, so you asked me the most egregious thing, but I don't
Yes.
sleep over it, is they always have sound in space. Because explosions would be less interesting to the viewer if it was just silent movie for those intervals. And they, the engine whirring, the explosion, and the sound is getting to you instantly. When that, of course, the light would have even reached you instantly. There's another one where they have a laser going sideways to you, and you can see the beam. No, the laser's going that way.
Yeah.
And it's going through empty space. The only reason why you ever see a laser is because there's like pollen and dust in the air that's reflecting the image sideways to you. So
I don't think in
generally,
Battlestar we had sound in space.
Say again?
I think in Battlestar Galactica we didn't have space outside of our ships.
No, you didn't have sound outside the
Yeah, we didn't have sound outside of the ships. I feel like it was silent when you were inside
I have to
the
check
cockpit.
on that. I don't remember.
I
Thanks
don't
for
remember either. I don't remember
Okay.
either. But that Ron Moore is pretty meticulous when it comes to certain stuff like that.
So there's some series like The Expanse.
Oh yeah.
Yes, very meticulous
I've heard
science in that. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Let me give you an example of it, okay? This was so good. All right, it's in the future, and there's geopolitical warfare between planetary civilizations. They're belters, who are the asteroid belt. They're like the blue-collar workers mining, and then they're the wealthier planets, and where the belters are being exploited. So take all the geopolitics of Earth and lift it up into the solar
Space.
system.
Got it.
So it runs very uncomfortably familiar with stories that we know and have and experience and read about. All right, there's a scene on the moon where the United Nations, they have an outpost on the moon. And as people are walking around, they don't have to jump like this. The moon is 1/6 gravity. They can walk carefully. You can walk in a way that doesn't immediately say that it's 1/6. The host is saying, would you like some coffee? So I don't mind if I do. Puts down the coffee cup, pours the coffee, and the coffee drops at a fraction of the speed it otherwise would on Earth. Oh my gosh.
Were you so happy?
Oh my gosh.
Freaking
I went
nerd.
up and kissed the TV. Because it was just in the background. It wasn't, they didn't zoom in on it to brag about it. It just was a thing. And it was like, there's, the rate that water pours out of a spigot, a spout, and this just came out more slowly. And I said, they thought about it, and there's a lot else they thought about. And so, yeah, not everyone does it right.
Yeah.
But when they do, I'm going to make sure you know about it, because why not do it right? Who first said this? The universe is not only weirder than we have imagined, it's weirder than we might ever imagine. And I think the word used in that quote is queer. The universe is not only queer, this is before it was absorbed into
the word that it is now.
Of course. The universe is not only queerer than we have imagined, it may be queerer than we can ever imagine. So that if you're going to say, as a movie producer, I'm not going to obey the science because it's going to constrain my creativity, you have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay? I give you black holes and antimatter drives and wormholes and multiverses, with the Marvel universe fully taken, uplifted into their storytelling, as has Rick and Morty. So, no, the real universe is way cooler than anything you're going to invent.
What's your
Why not start with the cool universe stuff and then invent from there?
what is your understanding of a multiverse? Because there's been some, from what I understand, speculation that it could actually be plausible.
Yeah, because quantum physics, which is the most successful theory of the universe ever put forth, basically everything it has ever predicted has come true in our experiments. So it gives us very high confidence that it's an accurate depiction of the universe. General relativity is another very successful theory of the universe. It just fails at singularities.
Yeah.
The beginning of the universe was a singularity. So we need to mend that in some way. Is there a third theory that absorbs them both that will then have us understand how we can have these two separate theories of the universe that don't really play well together in the sandbox? When you shotgun marry them in the early universe, we learned that our universe is just one of many that just get pumped out. And there's this entity that we would call the multiverse. And each universe would have slightly different laws of physics.
Okay.
And which would make it very dangerous for you to visit another universe. If the charge on the electron is slightly different, you could just collapse into a pile of goo.
Yeah.
So bring like a gerbil with you or something to toss it across.
Toss it out first. Just like a poor little gerbil.
Yeah, or bring anything, whatever life form you don't care about, being advanced humans. But, yeah, you could probably bring a carrot if you don't want to kill an animal. Yeah. And so, but you'd be killing a carrot. Okay.
Someone will take offense to.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know.
Someone.
And this effort, so wormholes, if the day they ever arrive, will get us from one part of the universe to the other, and possibly between universes. I'm just saying that would be dangerous.
Huh. What? My mind is so blown by you. Like, what else is on your mind right now? Like, what kind of stuff are you, with your idea, like your understanding of death, what other stuff are you hoping to discover and experience? And it just, there must be so much.
Oh yeah. So I'm, again, I want this all to happen before I die, but most will surely happen afterwards. It'd be fun to see us as a multi-planet species, but I'm losing confidence that, because there are all these treaties of the cooperation in space, and they're very kumbaya, right? We go into space, we'll help each other. And the Artemis Accord, which is the original Outer Space Treaty from the 1960s. By the way, the Artemis Accord was not signed by China or Russia. They have their own treaty. I'm
sure it's very peaceful.
Actually, I haven't read it. Forgive me for not having seen it, so I can't comment on what's in it. But I'm just thinking, if we can go in space and all make peace and love in space, I'm not convinced because we haven't done that here on Earth. Don't tell me, well, when we get in space, we'll be friends.
Of course.
If it's possible, then show me it's possible here on Earth. Then I'll have confidence that we have a multi-planet species and we'll all get along.
Right.
And I have interplanetary warfare.
Right.
So what do I look forward to? I want to see a world where where no one is in poverty, because the riches of science and technology brings longevity to places where the life expectancy is still low, brings nourishment to places where they're in a food desert or there's no food at all. The desert still
Kenny,
has
shut
some
up.
rain
It's not
in a
food
year
time.
at any given time. So I'd like to see that. My father was active in the civil rights movement. My mother was a gerontologist, and she went back to school for that. And so they cared a lot about the human condition.
Yeah.
Here's their son, the astrophysicist. It's a little weird, but it kept me anchored, kept my feet on the earth as I reached for the stars. And so I care that the suffering of others is lessened. If in whatever small way I can contribute to that goal. And scientifically, I want to know what dark matter is, dark energy, what's around before the universe. But I answer those questions, then we're on a new precipice asking other questions that one can't even conceive of today. So for me, it's a fool's errand to say, what one question do you want to see answered before you die? And my answer to that is, it's the question I don't yet know to ask.
It's a great way to end. Thank you so much for spending so much time talking to me. And like I said, science fascinates me. And I have, ironically, considering what I do for a living and the characters that I play, and I'm so intimidated by it. And you make it so easy, which is why I really, really like your Merlin character. I think it's fantastic. I think you should make it into an animated show, by the way.
Oh, I have no such artistic talent. Oh, but the book is illustrated, by the way, by my brother, who's an artist. So I have very close art sensitivities for having grown up with him.
You know
We
who
went to
has...
the High School of Music and Art in New York City when we grew up.
Your brother did?
Yeah.
Yeah? Do you know who has the ability to turn this into an animated series? Seth MacFarlane. And I hear you have his phone number. I'll take 10% if it happens, by the way.
Yeah, Merlin is a fertile character. I mean, Merlin, there's a lot there. It really is.
Yes, and I feel like Seth's humor actually would be, it would give Merlin a little bit of Ted.
Yeah.
But not too much, because you just don't want kids to be able to watch it, you know what I mean?
Merlin only drinks what other people are drinking when Merlin is in conversation with them.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
There you go. Thank you so much for watching up to this point. If you want to hear me talk some more, you can. Over at patreon.com/thesackofshow. You can join us there. We've created a really cool community, and I think that you will love it. There's some great perks coming up as well, and you might want to check that out. Otherwise, I'm just going to get out of your way.
Bye.
I know that it is super busy this time of year, and I don't want to add to the craziness. So with that being said, Merry Christmas.
Glad you're here, because
Happy
now the cat
holidays.
can meow at
I will
you.
see you here next Tuesday to close the year
No, just
out and
loudmouth.
say goodbye to 2025. And I will see
Yeah.
you then next Tuesday. And that's what's up.
Establishment hacks saying, well, Medulla had to be removed. And I'm like, and?
Hello, everyone. Welcome. I don't know at what point you're joining this, if we're actually live here. This is an impromptu first stream of January for me, or 2026 for me. I think Waj has probably
Hi, I'm
streamed
okay.
like
How are you doing?
12 times now because he never stops.
I did. I
and
had some
neither
mozzarella
does
sticks.
the
Breakfast of
news
Champions.
or the follies of American hubris and belligerence as the United States is attacking Venezuela, has captured, kidnapped, abducted the president of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro, and his wife. They are currently on a plane, I believe, heading to New York, which, put a pin in that, interesting, to face charges. We'll talk about them in a little bit. This is Wajahat Ali. Obviously, we're streaming on the Left Hook Substack, as well as the Bituation Room. I'm Francesca Fiorentini. Hopefully people are here. Waju, ping me if there's something wrong, because who knows. If
I don't think I'm streaming, but it's fine. I'll put it up later. Who cares? We'll figure it out.
Are you sure?
Well, you keep talking, and when I rant, I'll give you the stream key for mine, and we'll.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try and add it. You can also share mine. See, this is very annoying via, the whole. Anyway, it doesn't matter. The point is, come over here. And thank you so much for being here. I just had to jump on this. It's Saturday, everyone's kind of coming back from, the break or whatever. If you ever had a break, if you don't have kids, you don't know what that break is. But here we are, and yes, at midnight. And I'm sorry, there are some people who are like, why didn't you guys cover this earlier? And I'm like, I'm one person. I don't have a news outlet, and CBS is, and mainstream news outlets have also abdicated their duties, as we've seen in the last, few months and weeks. But here we are. It's something I care a lot about, which is U.S. involvement in Latin America, Latin American politics. And yes, what we had feared was going to happen has actually happened. And Maduro is on board the USS Iwo Jima, again, so a warship. He is allegedly heading to New York to face terrorism and drug charges. Now, if you're listening, just to give you a sense, Maduro is wearing noise-canceling headphones and goggles. He's holding water, so we're not quite at Gitmo level, but he's being treated effectively like a Guantanamo prisoner, like a terrorist. He's being subjected to sensory deprivation, on and on and on. Now, the strikes, it appears there were 7 strikes in different locations. So this is not just one strike to take out Maduro. This was a very much a targeted 7 strikes to strike fear into the heart of the Venezuelan people. And not only that, casualties. So there have been, we don't know the official reports of how many people have been killed, but they are still surveying the wreckage, getting information. But one of the great Latin American journalists who based in Mexico City, Johan Grillo, who's been on my show, has an excellent Substack people need to be following. But all signs show that this was likely troops from the Army's Delta Force, guided by the CIA. Special forces moved on Maduro and his wife while they were sleeping, without U.S. casualties. But again, there have been Venezuelan casualties. There's no clarity, Waj, on how this happened, meaning there's a lot of analysts who believe that possibly Maduro's own people in top military brass, have allowed this to happen to Maduro, and have coordinated with him, with the United States, sort of subversively, behind the scenes or whatever. The new president is the current vice president, who has been sworn in, of Nicolas Maduro. But unlike other countries where sometimes your vice president will be, a firm opposition leader, she is not. She is very much on board with, whatever, the Maduro government, Chavismo, all this, and also asking for accountability and answers for why the hell this brazen act was taken. And we kind of know why. Before this, right, Waj, there were things like saying that Venezuela was trafficking fentanyl into the United States. They labeled fentanyl a WMD because we live in a clown show of the first Bush administration. It's like Bush #1 is in a fucking fun house now, and it's just like, well, everything's WMD. You know what I'm saying? This dick's WMD because you know what it does. Like, nothing matters. You know what I mean?
Nothing matters.
So So that's what they did, and it's almost a pretext, and it's amazing because it shows you how much the language of the war on terror that has persisted until now, and the lack of rolling back or clarifying that language, even just the concept of war on terror, has led us to this moment where nothing means anything, and you can declare anyone and anything a terrorist, for example, or a narco-terrorist. For example, Venezuela's army was declared a gang, like a terrorist organization, a narco-terrorist gang organization. That's like a foreign country saying, you know, the Navy is a terrorist entity. It means nothing. It's just a declaration of war on a foreign sovereign country's military. So that was all the lead up. And now this. And I do want to just play two pieces that I think are very relevant. First one, and then I'll let you speak, Waj, please, where Trump just gave a press conference with Lil Marco, little regime change in the Western Hemisphere, Marco Rubio out there, already licking his chops for more, saying that the U.S., no, this is not a targeted strike. This is not Iran. This is not just taking out nukes or fentanyl. This is about running the country, and specifically running it for, of course, access to their oil.
We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition.
Judicious.
So
That's funny.
we don't want to be involved with having somebody else
rich.
get in, and we have the same situation that we had for the last long period of years. So we are going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. And it has. We're going to run the country.
Okay, so there you have it. We're going to run the country. We're going to do it judiciously because, of course, we follow laws, not our own, but not international laws, but laws we make up in our head on the fly. Waj, this I think was the biggest thing for me, is hearing Trump say, we're going to run the country, and that actually the opposition leader, remember the pro-Trump opposition leader who won the Nobel Peace Prize instead of him, maybe he's a little salty about that because he's saying, no, she's not going to be dubbed the leader. We're going to do it differently.
Oh no, Maria. Oh no.
Maria, no.
No, we haven't.
Mr. President, how many hesitations about Machado? Mr. President, on Monday.
Well, I think it would be very tough for her to be the leader. She doesn't have the support within, or the respect within the country.
Oh, but Trump does.
But she doesn't have the respect.
She doesn't have the respect. So here we toppled Maduro, and we're not gonna name a successor. We're just gonna run it. Who's we? Is this another one of Marco Rubio's titles? He's the head of USAID. He's a Secretary of State, head of USAID, and he's gonna be president of Venezuela. Why not?
Latinos are hard workers. They do everything. Let's make the Latina do it. Rubio, you want to be the head of Venezuela? You're Mexican, aren't you, Rubio? You
He's
can do
Mexican enough.
Folks, I sent you the StreamYard link. If you have time, do it. If not, no worries. Thank you for inviting me. I'm so glad I'm talking to Francesca about this. So I was going to go live, and I wanted to talk to someone. And Francesca has spent actual years of her life in Latin America and cares deeply about it. And like me, she made her bones, if you will, protesting the war on terror. We were in college, and we realized back then the folly of U.S. intervention and the fact that the United States, in its moral panic, and its real righteous rage against the 19 foreign hijackers who brought down the two towers, would overextend itself, which is exactly what Al-Qaeda wanted, and declare war belligerently and engage in regime change. And we knew the long arc of that war would be more anti-Americanism, more death, more instability, the rise of violent extremism. And we knew that students of U.S. history, that we're good at invading. We're good at bombing. We're not good at regime change. We're not good at actual boots on the ground. We're not good at actually, facilitating an empire, if you will. And so what happened 20 years after the war on terror? The Taliban is back in power, right? What happened instead? Let's be honest, folks, we lost that war. There was no weapons of mass destruction. There were no mobile laboratories in Iraq. The bullshit, if you will, lies that took us to war, which is why Dick Cheney and George W. Bush all should be in The Hague. Yes, I said it. And you know,
I mean, if there's no Hague in hell, that's the problem.
there's hell though. So hopefully they're in hell. But hopefully, you know, what you said was really important, and I think it's something that we refuse to admit or confront. You know, back then, many of us who are Muslim, we said you are willing to sacrifice your liberties and your freedoms, right, for this temporary feeling of security, to satiate your temporary rage. But what's going to happen is once you create DHS, once you create Patriot Act, once you allow the president to have unlimited AUMF, authorization to use military force, once you allow this loosey-goosey, if you will, expansion of terrorism, where anyone could be a terrorist, right? Where, you know, Francesca, you are supporting terrorism, you know, the anti-terrorism laws that they created to go after charity groups and pro-Palestinian groups. Remember that? And America said, war, war, war. This will be fine. This will never be used against us. And now fast forward, Francesca. Massed armed ICE agents terrorizing U.S. cities. Patriot Act. Mass surveillance, right? The Islamophobia that was unchecked being used by Donald Trump to first and foremost attack Obama with the birther conspiracy, the anti-Sharia legislation, right? Remember all that stuff? The Muslim ban. And now the language of the war on terror used in part as justification for what you and I have been talking about. You know, you and me and a few others have been saying, keep the focus on Venezuela. This is a big deal. And if we may, real quick, folks, even before he labeled fentanyl a weapon of mass destruction, which is so stupid, what did he do before? What has he been doing for the past couple months? Over 100 people, mostly civilians, have been killed by the Trump administration. The Trump administration has said that they're terrorists. I have the authorization to kill them. They're drug traffickers. And we're like, whoa, 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 where's the proof?
Yep.
No proof.
We're talking about 100. Like, I mean, we were upwards. We were around like 80 the last time.
No, that's like 102 now, right? 105. 105 people. Folks,
these are people who've been killed in open water. Like, I think some in international water, but definitely like off the coast of Venezuela. You know, we know that there was a double tap strike where survivors were clinging for their lives and they were murdered. Just to say, like, this is what Waj is talking about. It is these attacks on people in Venezuela, off the coast of Venezuela.
And just to connect the big picture, folks, and why this is important and what's the end game. In the summer, Stephen Miller, I've talked to Miles Taylor and Olivia Troy, who were part of the Trump administration in the first administration, then they left. Independently, both of them have told me that Stephen Miller used to openly dream about bombing Mexico and Latin America. Specifically, he said by bombing Mexico and Latin America, that will deter them from bringing in the immigrants and the drug traffickers, okay? Look what happened in the summer real quick. Stephen Miller alleges that we're being invaded. He invokes the Alien Enemies Act. He tries to incite a crisis by unleashing masked unarmed agents in LA against Home Depot and 7-Elevens. Thankfully, the local communities were peaceful to the point where LAPD said, oh, no, they were peaceful. He didn't get his Reichstag fire then. He said, no, 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 we're being invaded. I need another Reichstag fire. The other Reichstag fire was the murder of Charlie Kirk, done by a white Christian man. They blamed us, the left, they, them, right? At the same time, if you remember, Stephen Miller and others came out and said, we're at war with the left, the drug traffickers, the pedophiles, and then they threw in, wait for it, Antifa. Where is Antifa? Who is Antifa? Who knows? As this is happening, war against Venezuela, drug traffickers, terrorists, and what did Attorney General Pam Bondi say? She said, we're going to do to the terrorists at home what we're doing to these drug traffickers, to which Francesca and I are saying, murder them unilaterally? Then they had the Afghan National, who killed the National Guard members, and they were like another Reichstag fire, but then they realized, oops, he was trained and radicalized by the CIA, and Donald Trump gave him citizenship. So then they pivoted, and going back to the Islamophobia, to Somalia, garbage people, right? And meanwhile, they're like, all right, Venezuela, fentanyl, drug trafficking, and this is part and parcel of what was written in Project 2025. Maduro, regime change, there was a one-pager there. And furthermore, I know we're going to unpack everything that he said today. If you saw what Donald Trump said, first Kexeth came out, then Rubio came out, and they're like, Maduro was a terrible man. This is about democracy. This is about freedom. Donald Trump, he looked sick as F, by the way. He comes out and says, no, this is about oil. We've taken back our oil. So literally, unilaterally, without...
But it's the same, it's like, again, it's the fun house of you know, George W. Bush. It is the Bush regime, you know, after, like, you know, surviving a skiing accident. Like, this is them being so bad at doing what other Republicans were already bad at doing. Okay,
right.
so let's just put a pin in that. But to Waj's point, yes, this is the moment when Trump, which he's been saying this for a very long time, where he says, I believe this is it, that this is about oil.
As everyone knows, the oil business in Venezuela has been a bust, a total bust, for a long period of time.
It's been a bust for Americans. It's been a bust for American oil companies. It hasn't been a bust for Venezuelans. And the nationalizing of Venezuelan oil is actually how 90% of people in extreme poverty were lifted out of it when Chavez came to power and redirected funds to their national economy. Anyway, I'll play on.
They were pumping almost nothing by comparison to what they could have been pumping and what could have taken place. We're going to have our very large United States oil companies, the biggest anywhere in the world, go in, spend billions of dollars, fix the badly broken infrastructure, the oil infrastructure, and start making money.
At least he's upfront about it. Like, that doesn't make it any better.
Okay.
Like, that doesn't make it
If you're
okay.
America
That's what
first- if you're
a lot
America
of people
first
are.
and you listen to that, how is
They're
that
saying,
not
"Oh, at
the
least he's
biggest
honest about it."
betrayal
Her.
of,
So okay,
Daddy
all right,
King-
cool.
Daddy and
He's
King
honest
Trump's
about it. I
promise?
guess that makes it okay then.
Well, he had an answer. So you know, good on some of the press. They asked him very directly, "How is this America first?"
I mean,
and Trump said, "Well, I
by
do
by
think
that
it's America
metric,
first,"
like
you know? And he
the
didn't,
people
which
that
is
are
totally what
okay
I
with
would've
this
done, been
because of
like,
his
"I meant
honesty,
America's,
then if they
you know,
hear
we're
that
the
metric, then
United
all he has
States
to do
of
is just
not
say,
the
that bright.
American-"
you know what?
He's not that woke.
We're
He's
just
not
we're
that-
sick of
that's
we're sick of
woke
black
regime
people. We're
change.
just gonna round them up and put them
that's
into
a
their
Biden
own
regime change.
into
No,
their own
but,
cities.
no, he did say,
Well,
"I
at least he's
consider this
honest
America
about it. You know what I
first
mean? Like,
because we are
it's such a
protecting,
terrible,
you know, our
terrible
borders
argument
and
to make.
American interests, and we need.
Oh, I know
good
you didn't.
neighbors.
I'm just saying, like, that's what I
By
say.
the
A
way,
lot of people say that. I didn't
the
say you
US
said
doesn't
that.
border Venezuela.
I know you
just-
didn't
just
say
in case
that.
there's anyone who's just
But I'm
jumping
sure
off
you've heard that.
stream or,
I'm sure.
you know,
I'm sure at
getting to
some
know
point
this
you have
issue for
heard
the
that
first time.
justification being made.
The U.S. does not border Venezuela. So,
Did you hear this one? I have to share this. I don't know if you have this clip because some people kept saying Don Road Doctrine. I'm like,
Imagine how absurd
no,
that
he
would
didn't
sound
really
if,
say that.
like,
There's no way. So I googled it.
Jeffrey
He did say,
Dahmer,
did
the
you
serial
hear the-
killer that ate
all the way
kids,
back, it dated to the Monroe
young
Doctrine.
teenagers.
The
Imagine
Monroe
if he was
Doctrine
just
is
like,
a
well,
big
just like
deal,
to eat
but we
teenagers.
superseded it by
Imagine
lot,
somebody
by real lot.
responding by saying,
They
well,
now-
at least he's honest about it. Like,
they now
it's
call
it's
it
so
the
absurd.
Don Road document.
All
I
it
don't know.
like when
It's
people make that
Monroe
argument, they
Doctrine. We
only
sort of
make
forgot
it.
about
the Don
The people that say
Road
that,
doctrine. Let's
that,
go,
oh, at least
man.
he's
Like,
honest about it. Like,
dude, I'm with it. I'm with
the
it.
ones
If we
that-
can
the ones that
understand
are,
next
like,
period, and this is where I need to
that are
sound off a little
MAGA
bit,
supporters, the
um,
only reason they
about
say that is to try to
Maduro,
minimize how
about Venezuela,
destructive
and, about
and
Latin American
damaging
sovereignty
and
more
terrible it
broadly,
actually is.
because so much of the last 25 30 years, I mean arguably since the United States turned its Sauron gaze away from its own hemisphere and to the Middle East, right, because of the war on terror, actually it's been a very wonderful time to be in Latin America. There have been more progressive presidents.
But he
and
also said he's going to go
legislators
after Mexico
elected.
next.
They have enjoyed a rejection of neoliberal economics,
So apparently,
whereby all
we can
of
just,
the
like,
national wealth, whether it be
just because
minerals
we're
or oil
America, I
or
guess
national
it's okay
production,
for us to just
instead of
go
going
and kidnap
abroad to
leaders of
foreign
other countries because
has
we
stayed,
said so.
at home, has built up national infrastructure in these countries.
That's what I'm saying.
whether
Like, I
it's
really
Lula in
want
Brazil, whether it was the
the rest
Kirchners
of the
in
world to
Argentina.
get
There are
together and be
problems
like,
with all of
you know what,
these
we're not
people,
trading with you
whether,
anymore because you guys are assholes. Like,
series of more progressive.
that's really the only way to get him to
presidents
stop what
in
he's doing.
Chile, in Ecuador, in many other countries, right? So this has actually been kind of an incredible moment for Latin America. And without getting into a broad analysis of what went wrong and why they were not able to capitalize on more gains, here we are back to, oh no, Western American imperialism in its own hemisphere, Project Condor, Project, Plan Colombia, which is all about repressing local populations in service of American corporate interests and working with the 1% of these nations in order to impoverish and extract as much wealth as they can from the people of Latin America. And so as, you know, we are hearing these narratives of Venezuelans are celebrating, are super happy, hated Maduro. Number one, let's remember that Iraqis were celebrating. Let's remember that Libyans were celebrating. Let's remember that people can hold two things at once. They don't like their current leader, but they also don't want to be invaded by a foreign entity and have their oil extracted from underneath their feet. Now, here's what's important to know if you really didn't like Maduro and wanted him gone. And to be fair, Maduro is not a good president, okay? He is an autocrat.
Terrible.
He's a terrible president. He is an autocrat. He took the legacy of Chavez, which was all about, again, boosting, ending poverty, boosting literacy, expanding education programs, expanding even, you know, there were programs that were like, you know, media programs in like the shanty towns, and like even people who hated Chavez's guts benefited from the Chavez regime, right? Like truly, it was, as they called it, you know, Bolivarian socialism, socialism for the 21st century. And it was all about nationalizing the oil in order to benefit the Venezuelan people, not the 1% of Venezuelans. And if you meet Venezuelans in the United States, there's a high likelihood, not now, but let's say 10 years ago, before there was more of a, you know, an influx of immigrants. But 10, 15, 20 years ago, when Chavez first came into power, you might meet Venezuelans and they'd be like, Chavez is terrible. Yeah. My family owned an oil company. And you're like, aha, there, I see it. So your family was forced to sell their oil company for the benefit of the nation. And hey, that sucks for you and your family. But guess what? The entire country was lifted up because y'all were hoarding this wealth for a very, very long time. I encourage people to watch an old documentary, a great documentary called The Revolution Will Not Be Televised. It is about the attempted coup on Chavez multiple times. The point is that this is when we talk about the oil, this just means we want to return the oil to the rich Venezuelan 1% and the rich American corporations that worked with that 1% in order to exploit the Venezuelan people. That's all that
You know, I feel like all these
It
problems
means we
could be
don't want
resolved
Venezuela to
if
keep any of that money for
we could
themselves. Now,
resolve
back to
the
Maduro.
issue of
If you want Maduro
wealth
gone,
hoarding.
here's what you do. You actually support
Like, I don't think you would get all
a
these revolutions
healthy
and despots
Venezuelan society
if you could
so
cultivate
that they have the tools
a culture
and the
that
ability to rise up
prevents
against
wealth hoarding.
and you know, practice democracy and make changes within their own country. And what you do is you end U.S. sanctions
Like,
on Venezuela.
you wouldn't even
because,
see the
number
attempt to
one, Venezuelan
nationalize
sanctions
these
on Venezuela
natural
are hurting
resources
Venezuelan people.
if the companies
so what
that
do they do? If you,
you know,
hate
ran
immigrants, well,
the processing
they're
and
coming
mining,
to your country because of the sanctions. So you might want to fucking lift those so they can live
you know,
more
actually
and
made an
prosper.
effort to
But also,
better the country.
It is dooming the sanctions have been dooming the
'Cause
economy.
if you
The
actually-
economy's
if
been
these, like-
fucked because of the sanctions.
If these wealth
and that
hoarders
is
actually
it's a
like
huge way.
attempted to better
American
the
imperialism
society
and
around
imperialism
them,
in general thinks that
then the
you
people
have
would
to
actually stand up
squeeze
for
people.
them.
You should corner them. And
if
that will
the
make
if the
them
country
react.
attempted
No, 'cause
to
what was Maduro
nationalize
doing?
the
Maduro was
resource.
using the sanctions as a rationale for why he should stay in power, saying, look at these U.S. imperialists, look at them doing all this, you support me, hey, we hate that, you know, that they're invading our country and our sovereignty. But if you remove that, then he no longer has that talking point to lean on, truly, right? And again, I'm not advocating to have like, to fund these pro-democracy programs in Venezuela that really are kind of like about subversive kind of like soft coup attempts and blah, 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 blah. But I am saying that sanctions fucking fail. They always hurt the people and they never hurt the actual people in power. So that's number one. If you actually wanted Maduro gone, you welcome Venezuela into the world. You are honest about them being drug traffickers or not, which they are not. So I think that needs to be understood. And then lastly, Waj, what comes is worse.
Yeah.
Comes is worse. Because there is nothing like U.S. empire to radicalize and a society into saying, oh, fuck the United States. Fuck them trying to run our oil business. I'm for anyone, because there's going to be backlash. There's going to be massive, to say nothing of casualties, to say nothing of violence, to say nothing of what comes now. But if you hate socialism, if you fucking hate socialism, you should be against this 1,000,000%, because there's nothing that's going to guarantee more of a reignited socialist revolution than what the United States is doing right now. I hate to break that to you. And if you really believe that US empire works, I would direct you to all of the fucking instances, whether it's Afghanistan, whether it's Iraq, whether it's the Shah of Iran, where we can go back and see every time a US puppet has been supported, whether in Latin America or the Middle East, they always make it worse and they always fall. In fact, sometimes, ironically, they fall because the US reinvades, a la Saddam Hussein, a guy we supported, or Gaddafi, a guy we supported. So again, this whole Pinochet, oh my God. I mean, Pinochet, the dictatorships in Argentina, the dictatorships in Brazil, the dictatorships in Uruguay, all of the dictatorships were like this with US empire, were like this. And I'm, you know, and Central America, to say nothing of the death squads, the amount of murder, all in the service of, you know, American enterprise. And here we are again in the year 2025. And so again, final little, if there are Latin Americans, you know, listening to me, we have to wise the fuck up. Because I love the region, but like, this is a wake-up call. And the only leader that seems to be taking it seriously, and obviously because he's a neighbor of Venezuela, is, you know, Gustavo Petro of Colombia, who's like, we need to call this what it is.
Well, it's also because he went after Colombia today. He gave Colombia a warning shot. And so Donald Trump, Mr. World War President, the Mad King Trump. Furthermore, folks, in addition to this aggression against Venezuela, you're waking up to it, no military authorization. Maduro and his wife are on the way back to America. Well, on the way to America, to New York City. Zoran Mamdani has made a comment on it. I'll try to find the tweet.
Yes, I'll do that. You talk.
In the past 24 hours, Trump has threatened illegal aggression against the following countries. First of all, he has threatened and actually executed illegal aggression in Venezuela, Iran, Mexico, Colombia, Cuba. All right. Also, Nigeria. Let's not forget that, because he said we're gonna go bomb ISIS in Nigeria and protect the Nigerian Christians. Well, the village in Nigeria says, "Why'd you bomb us? There was no ISIS here." So that's another investigation that's like, oh, sweep that under the rug. Another potential scandal. And furthermore, if indeed he wants to protect these Christians, have you noticed he's never given refuge to these Nigerian Christians or these Palestinian Christians? But he did give refuge to white South Afrikaners. So what we're seeing, folks, is as Trump is dying, and clearly he's dying. I don't know if you saw the Wall Street Journal article that came out 3 days ago, where they interviewed him, where he's taking 325 milligrams of Tylenol, eating like Burger King, not exercising, admits to taking.
Okay, first of all, not Tylenol. Okay, Tylenol's bad. It's aspirin.
Oh, aspirin. Sorry. Thank you. Because Tylenol, according to him and RFK, causes autism. It does not. He's in terrible health. He is admitted to taking 3 cognitive tests, right? 2 MRIs where he forgot where he took the MRI. Clearly, this man is dying to the point where now he has 2 blotches on his palms. And Pam Bondi allegedly nicked him because his skin is so fragile with his ring. And then she said, oh, no, it was because I gave a high five. Then I thought about it. How do you give a high? Is this the high five? Because how else will her ring be?
Pam Bondi killed him with her rings.
So the reason why I'm mentioning this is as Mad King Trump is dying, we have to realize that the people who are running the show around him are Stephen Miller, a white nationalist, Russell Vought, a white Christian nationalist, the co-author of Project 2025, and the pro-eugenics oligarchy, Musk and Thiel. They want money, they want power. Specifically, they want white power. And I think what we're going to see, Francesca, and what's terrifying, it's the 3rd day of January, as King Daddy Trump is dying, they're going to extract everything they can from him. So on the domestic front, what you're going to see is the ramping up against the war against Antifa and immigrants. We've already seen that ICE is now straight up recruiting gun enthusiasts and straight up freaks. So you're going to see a full-scale assault, and Stephen Miller trying his utmost to go after birthright citizenship, denaturalize citizens, and crack down on the immigrants and domestic terrorists. And what we're seeing on the international front now is as Donald Trump literally gave himself the FIFA World Prize, a made-up prize. I
Peace
gave
prize.
myself,
Peace prize.
the greatest Pakistani on earth prize. This is it, given to me by myself.
Ooh. The
As-
Topo Chico greatest Pakistani on earth prize. Don't get it twisted.
As he gave himself the FIFA World Prize, folks, literally he's doing. I mean, Francesca, this is how I know it's like the Mad King Trump and they don't give an F anymore. Is he literally is talking about we're gonna stop drugs from coming into America? Fentanyl is a weapon of mass destruction. Oh, the ex-president of Honduras, who literally worked with drug traffickers, pardon. We're against fraud. We're against these fraudsters. Oh, a man who literally, David Gentile, who stole $1.2 billion from thousands of Americans, pardon. We're against pedophiles. We're going to go after all the pedophiles. Okay, the Epstein files, nothing to see here. Nothing to see here as I most likely raped girls. I mean, it's all projection. Every accusation is a confession.
Yes.
And I'm really worried. You said Colombia.
Yes.
This is like, look, they brought up Rubio. They brought Kekseth, cosplay crusader Kekseth, acts tough, thumps his chest, says the United States could strike anywhere at any time in the world, right? Straight up imperialistic language. But at least they tried to stay on message. Democracy, we got rid of Maduro, American strength. And Trump came in and he played the clip. He's like, oil, we have their oil. And now he's openly saying Colombia and Mexico. And then also, a couple of days ago, Iran. He said he gave the thumbs up to Israel to support and strike, to strike Iran. So if I'm watching this right now, and going to your point, because we've lived long enough to see that this does not happen in a vacuum. There are repercussions. There's a long arm to this, right, folks? You radicalize the local population, extremist groups rise up, they recruit. Also, think about this, Francesca. Other countries are dependent on Venezuela's oil. So how is China going to respond to this? And furthermore, if I'm Israel and I'm Russia, I'm like, oh, the United States can just unilaterally just go friggin' kill extract, kidnap leaders it doesn't like. Okay, what's going to stop Israel from potentially trying to do a regime change in Iran?
Well,
Or
Israel
Russia trying
for
to take
sure.
out
I mean,
Zelensky.
what's interesting about China, and I think it's really important. That's a good point you mentioned about and I'm not familiar enough with Venezuelan Chinese oil relations, but if that is true, it's important to understand how China acts in the world, you guys. I'm someone who's deeply critical of the Chinese government. All right. However, when China
is Venezuela's top oil customer.
There you go. When
That
China
makes more sense then.
wants to, let's say, get some oil from another country, what does it do? It negotiates diplomatically. It works with them. It works with them on infrastructure projects that benefit both nations, and it doesn't take all of the riches. It doesn't go in with guns blazing. It doesn't bomb its way. It has been responsible for multiple, whether it's, aqueducts or mines
Glazing
or
China
roadways,
is crazy.
things that are actually belong to the nation
How
states
is it?
in Latin America.
How is
Like,
it
they are
glazing
owned by
to
the government,
recognize
right?
the things
But
that
then
they
the
do
Chinese
better?
have like an in. They have an inroad. So in effect,
economically,
it's like, oh, you're
infrastructurally,
getting rich without bombing
international,
this place,
diplomatically.
doing,
How is it
regime
glazing to
change
recognize
and claiming that it's about
when
fucking
they do
some,
something better than the
holy
United States
war
does?
on
Like,
drugs or
I don't.
immigrants
That's
or-
not glazing,
No,
like
you
at
do
all.
what normal
It's-
people do, which is working together.
The only
Now,
reason to
I
think
might
that
have
it's
critiques
glazing
generally of this
is if there's a
extractive model,
refusal to admit
of,
the
all this
the
and that, but, like,
deficiencies
literally,
in the
that's
way
why
the United States
world
operates.
likes China better.
That's it.
Guess what China did during COVID? They gave out their own vaccine to countries in Latin America and around the world. Same with Russia.
'Cause, like,
my friends in Argentina got the Sputnik vaccine. You guys
It's
heard about that
what's
one?
really
That
frustrating
shit was funny as hell.
is
Why? Because the United
you can say
States
all the
and
ways
fucking pharma
in which
companies
the Chinese government
refuse to share
is
a
terrible.
life-saving
Like, you can list all the
vaccine
ways, but
with
as
the
soon
world.
as
So
you
because
mention
we have no
something about how
concept,
well they're
not
doing
just
with
of
their high-speed
soft
rail,
power
all of a
or
sudden it's
we
glazing
have no
China.
concept of how
Like,
to
it's
exist
not.
in the
Like, it's
world,
absolutely absurd.
people.
It's
And other nations,
this is the result
be they
of
problematic
decades
or
of
belligerent and violent in Russia's
anti-Chinese
case,
propaganda, and some of
do
it is
have some
justified, some of
sense
it is
how to
accurate,
exist in the world
but
that is beyond
a refusal
just
to
their
acknowledge
own
that
weapon.
there are some
And I
things that China
fucking
and their
beg
government
and
does
wish
better
for
than
a
us
moment in my
is
lifetime
just
where
like
we
a
get there as a
Sino.
nation and we're
I
like,
don't see
"Hey,
anything.
do
I
you
don't know what
know
you're talking
there's
about.
other
It's just a
country than
refusal
US
to
on
acknowledge reality.
No, man. Like, we literally think we are the planet. Now,
Like the
For some
age
hope.
of
the new
American
mayor,
exceptionalism
Zoran
is
Mamdani,
over,
who
thanks to
was just sworn in 2
thanks
days
to Trump.
ago and, is our only hope, says, I was briefed this morning
Like,
on
they've
the US
already passed
military
this
capture of
technologically.
Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife, as well as their
Like,
planned imprisonment in federal
they-
custody here in New York City.
They don't rely
Interesting little
as much on
like,
fossil fuels
third day
as the United
watch,
States does
international
for their energy
crisis
sources,
in New York City.
right?
Unilaterally attacking a sovereign nation is an act of war and a violation of federal and
like-
international law. Thank you.
Like
thank
closing
you,
your
thank you.
eyes and
His blatant
ears
pursuit of regime change
and your
does not
brain and
affect those
pretending that they
abroad,
don't and saying that
just
it's
affect those
glazing
abroad
to
and
say that
directly
that's
impact
how
New
things
Yorkers,
are.
including tens of
It's
thousands
just a
of
refusal
Venezuelans
to
who call this
acknowledge
city home.
reality.
My focus is their safety and the safety of every New Yorker, and my administration will continue to monitor the situation and issue relevant guidance. Now, look,
Because like you
is he
responded
going
to something that she said,
refuse to house
where she
Maduro
admitted she has
in New York
plenty of
City?
criticisms
That'd be
regarding
dope.
the Chinese
That
government.
would be sick.
But when
M-
she gave them like a
probably
single
not, though.
acknowledgement about
Who
something they are
knows? It's his
successful
third
doing,
day.
it's glazing?
I
no,
don't
sorry.
know, use the energy.
That's not.
But here's the other thing
that
that I
is
think he's hinting at,
absolutely
and watch to your
incorrect.
point around,
That's not glazing.
ICE and the way they have been, they're now redoubling their recruitment efforts.
Yep.
They got a bunch of new memes, guys. I don't know. Are you immune to the dope, dank memes? But what they are doing is Trump today in the press conference said that we want Venezuelans to go home. We want them gone. And so part of this is to pretend as if invading a country and bombing it multiple times they're just sort of softening the ground. It's like softening a bed to come home to, We're just tenderizing your homeland for you so you can go back to the rubble and curl up tight, It's just like, no, man, if
What the
I
heck?
have a family in
come on.
Venezuela right now, I'm like, bye, goodbye, I
But
wouldn't
also,
want to leave.
you talk about tenderizing, and it's something we should think about. If Donald Trump is allowed to get away with this, and he already has, now this has become normalized. And if this has become normalized, what's going to stop him from going after Mexico, Colombia, and Iran? If he was allowed to get away with unleashing the
What are you looking
National
at, Kitty?
Guard and the military against the American people without any justification, well, what's going to stop him from unleashing the military and ICE and the National Guard against other cities? If he's allowed to make $5 billion
Why are you staring at me,
in the most
weirdo?
shady, unethical ways with CZ, a money launderer,
Oh,
that
boy.
who literally he pardoned and make this obscene amount of wealth for him and his family, well, what's to keep him and other people from making more money? If he's allowed, and Republicans are allowed to engage in the greatest wealth transfer in American history, which is going to happen with the big beautiful bill this year, and gut Medicaid, well, what's going to keep them from gutting other social welfare programs and then giving money away, right? If he's allowed to give $40 billion to Argentina's Milei, and then spend money right now to put boots, he's open to putting boots on the ground as well. So we have normalized, I'm
Do
sick.
what you need to do.
We
You
are
know,
normalized-
just-
server, what the
we have
hell?
normalized a potential imperialist, criminal kleptocracy, caucustocracy, oligarchy within 1 year. And then we have the weakness of the Democrats. And I want to read, if you can,
Yes.
Schumer finally came out and said something.
He's alive?
He came out and said something. Hakeem Jeffries. Let me read Hakeem Jeffries. I have it there. 1 hour ago, finally.
Uh-huh.
Nicolas Maduro is a criminal, an authoritarian dictator who has oppressed
No,
the people
no,
of Venezuela
no.
for years. He is not the legitimate head of government. Undoubtedly, the rule of law and democracy have broken down in Venezuela, and the people of that country deserve better. Next paragraph.
It doesn't matter if they are better X or
no
Y, it does not weigh the bad. And therefore, just because Germany in the 40s made some advancements and are better at things doesn't make them a role model.
The Trump
Learn from it, get
administration-
better.
Wait. Can you just stop there?
Yeah, that's true.
This is Jeffries.
And
Yeah.
Even but what I'm saying is like
obviously, watch if you
acknowledging
were to ask me,
that there were some things that they were better at is not glazing. That's what I'm trying to say.
I would say I don't care.
Glazing is
he's
what
not the leader,
MAGA
and
supporters
not,
do to Trump.
He is. I mean, he is the
when
leader,
they talk
but
about how
he's
the best at everything. He's such a good businessman. He's such a deal maker. You know what I mean?
Hakeem Jeffries is.
That's not what they were doing whatsoever.
On a day when we have killed countless people in Venezuela, we don't know,
what is the
struck them
glazing?
7
Context
times,
of food.
kidnapped
it's delicious on donuts, as far as I
in
understand.
the first paragraph on his statement on this, you know, Maduro really was terrible and he had to go. Like, are you fucking out of your mind right now?
Here's Schumer. A few minutes before. Let me be clear. Nicolas Maduro is an illegitimate dictator. But
whoa, stop. He's an illegitimate dictator. You just legitimized the coup that is happening right now when you called him illegitimate.
But launching military action without congressional authorization, without a credible plan for what comes next is reckless. The administration has assured me 3 separate times.
And like you want to talk about
regime change or
like being better at X or Y and how it doesn't outweigh the bad. Look at all the shit that the U.S. has done in the past like 80 years.
The American people have seen this
like
before and paid the
I could
devastating price.
like you could make that same argument for the U.S. Like all the bad shit that we've done. It doesn't mean that.
That plunges us into
that means like
war,
anything good that has come out of
I mean, if you just
of our like
ask
manufacturing,
nicely,
ingenuity,
I mean, this is just
whatever
like,
it happens to be, like it doesn't matter because of all the bad shit we've done. Like we've done so much bad shit in the last 80 years.
So absolutely,
especially on an international
to me.
scale.
This is, I mean, look, I've been spending like weeks with my toddler, so it is funny that I'm just like, look, honey, you can watch Frozen for the 12th time, but you just have to say please. You know what? She probably shouldn't watch it. Maybe you take a timeout. But that's exactly what Jeffries and Schumer are saying. These are the leaders of the opposition party, which they're not.
Like I would actually argue the overwhelming majority
a party
of
that continuously, speaking of the authorization of the use of military force,
large nations,
continuously,
whether it's the U.S., Russia,
away its
China,
power, right?
And like to a lesser extent like Brazil, Japan,
powers, but so long as we keep
Canada, I would argue every single one of those, the bad things that they have done outweighs the good.
And Biden or any leader.
Maybe not so much Canada. They're pretty cool.
So
they
this
really.
Is so sick to me. This is
they
the
give
same
us syrup
thing
and
when the U.S. struck Iran.
And Canadian bacon, so I guess they're okay.
We don't like the Iranian regime, but this is not the way to do it. You need to say please, pretty please.
UK,
first.
oh my God,
you need to be nice about it, and then
they've got
probably
how many centuries of imperialism, colonialism,
folks,
and
it's a big club, and we in it
under their belt.
It's a big club because.
Like the only net positive that these countries have to offer the world is a population increase and medical advancements.
Under a fake, under complete bullshit, because the 25-page indictment, by the way, which was released for the arrest of Maduro, no mention of fentanyl, no mention of stealing oil. So they lied. See, just like the weapons of mass destruction, they lied to engineer the regime change. I don't know. I think that's kind of a big deal, right? So no drug trafficking, no fentanyl, no oil that he captured that was ours, right? And Maduro, and at the same time, as you say this, you can say Maduro is a terrible piece of shit, right? But you see the war hawks and you see the military-industrial complex just sitting there going, well, he was terrible. Look at Ian Bremmer. Removing Maduro from power with no civilian casualties and bringing him to the United States to face justice is the best possible near-term outcome Trump could have hoped for.
No.
That was 6 hours ago.
I mean, this is a man who, Bremmer isn't he a cheerleader or architect of the Iraq War?
All of them were.
So this is so fucking predictable,
and
I really need us to try. And I know that there's part
choosing
of
not to become monarchy that by
people who are
self-change the
watching
world cause
this or
entire
listening to
governments to
this,
collapse
we're
as
like,
inspiration.
well, maybe they're right. Maybe if there weren't a lot of casualties, things would be good.
And how many people have we killed, especially in the Middle East, because of our democratic expansion?
It's not going
right
to work.
Like how many institutions have we toppled?
Never works.
Because of our democratic expansion, right?
And all of the
like it's even like a common trope.
Who are like, well, push
It's even a meme
shove,
where
what I know now about Iraq, I guess
you know, you
it
got
was
the
wrong.
soldiers
And some
are
of them
like,
still don't
oh, is that
admit
oil
to
you
being
have?
wrong.
It's time to
The
give you some
editor of
time
the
to
New
spread
York
some
Times
democracy.
Still doesn't admit that paper
Not nearly as
sold
much
us on
as
a pack
China
of
during
lies
the
for
50s.
the
Oh, that's
weapons of
bullshit,
mass
man.
destruction.
That is
Now they're out
absolute
going,
bullshit.
oh no, that was pretty good. That was.
The
Buddy,
Vietnam War,
none of this is
Korean
gonna work
War,
out. And it certainly won't work out
Afghanistan
for
in the
white
80s. Come on,
nationalists in
man.
MAGA who
Korea,
don't wanna
like,
see more immigrants from South America and Latin
that is
America.
absolute
Guess
bullshit to
what?
say that
Nothing
China was
guarantees
more culpable than the
refugees
U.S.
than tearing a country apart with weapons and bombs and infighting and violence and supporting different warring factions like we will do, whether it's in Iraq, whether it's in Afghanistan, whether it's in, you know, we're talking about Somalia, we're going after Somalia. Man,
The point I'm
what a
trying to
place
make
that has been torn apart
is
by the
if you're going to
US's
criticize China
bunk
for
war on terror
expansionist
strategies,
ideologies,
right? They never work, y'all.
based on their
Can I have, here's another one. All the same people. And I think it's important to spend
governmental
time on this,
principles, then the
because
U.S.
all of
is
these
just as
individuals
guilty.
were part of the establishment, the
Just as
military-industrial
guilty, if not
complex,
more.
The business, media, military, politics.
I'm willing to bet that the
of
United States is
America.
responsible for
They're
more
all
Middle
friends.
Eastern deaths
They're the
than
ones,
China.
and Francesca and I are old enough. If you remember, they're the ones who.
That
sold
is
us
a
the
bet
war
that
on
I'd be
terror,
willing
and
to
people
make.
like us who are students who were on the street saying, "Actually, we think you're wrong."
Not nearly as
all
many
of
as
them
the
should have led
UK.
the war. All the academics, the think tank experts,
Well, I mean,
all of the journalists who were embedded, right?
they didn't
Every
go
single one of them
easily.
sold the war.
That's for
right?
sure.
They all sat there
And even on the way out the
banged
door, like,
drum
look what
for,
happened to
these war criminals,
India
for this
and
endless
Pakistan.
war that ended up
Like,
being absolutely
even on their
disastrous,
way
not
out the
just for
door, they
United States
couldn't
of
help but,
America,
like,
for these
fuck
regions,
people
folks.
over.
Over 1 million Iraqis
Mao
died.
Zedong killed over 40 million
Generations
people.
traumatized. The birth of ISIS.
So it wasn't just
How
him.
did ISIS? How was ISIS born? Thanks to
Like,
the United States coming in and destabilizing the country, right? It was people
on.
like us who were called. We were called.
Who was the,
anti-American, we were called extremists,
who
we were
was the
called
leader
radicals,
that,
the horrible things we were called, but we were right. We were on the right
Hold
side
on.
of history, and these
Damn it.
same people, they cannot change. They cannot change because this is who they
Actually,
are.
I'm gonna
So
look it
let
up
me
on
give you
another
example.
screen.
Excuse me. I'm sick. Professor of Political Science, Director of Freeman Spogli Institute, Hoover Senior Fellow, U.S. Ambassador to Russia, Michael McFaul. His tweet from 9 hours ago. I don't agree with how Maduro was removed from power, but now that he has
Okay,
been
so
removed,
when he
smooth
was
transition to a democratic restoration of Venezuela. I've been following all these for the last 6 hours.
when he was
Francesca.
trying to take
This
over
is
China
so
during that
fucking
civil war,
shameful.
you
Guys,
do know
seriously.
Oh, you got it.
Get-
There you go.
that
Get
the
off of
party that was
mainstream
in
news.
power
and I don't look.
contributed
it gives
to
me
more
no
of those
pleasure
deaths,
To tell people to
like,
cut
by,
the cord on some of these mainstream news outlets. This guy's
by
always,
actively
he's
killing
always interviewed by like
their own
CNN
people.
and like these motherfuckers. But like seriously, pull
In
your
one
money
incident
out of them, all right?
alone,
Pull your money
there was
out of
like
them,
a
and let me
flooding
just
of a
give some, like,
river
quick media tips.
that, based
You
on
can
the
watch
actual
Al Jazeera
flooding
is a great resource
and the
for
famine and
international news. It
the
always
disease
has
that
been, and I
followed,
hope it continues
based
to
on
be
the
so.
decision of the ruling
Al
party.
Jazeera has been doing excellent roundtables. They pull
How many
together
deaths was
great
that?
experts around Latin America.
Shit.
This is why we've heard some of the reports that it seems like Maduro's own people may have been part of it, or people in the Maduro, military brass, because it seems like it was
Anyway, like,
you know,
I honestly don't
unexpected
even
and
care
very
that much. Like,
seamless and all this. So again,
I don't care about the
you
specifics.
can still get. I mean, we are not objective. I'm not objective. I'm anti-imperialist.
like the fact is, it was
where
their
you can
civil
get
war.
objective news reporting and not have little snakes like this tell you, well, now that he's gone, I swear to God, it's
oh my
we
God.
live in a
How
fucking
I put
cut and
this?
paste ass timeline. Watch, I'm so sick.
It's a great
I'm
quote. It's a cut and paste in the past 25 years.
Give me a
Absolutely.
minute.
This is
I gotta
literally
collect my
what's happening,
thoughts.
cut and paste,
Trying to
but
figure out
dumber. It's like a dumber.
how I
I'm
want to explain
hoping
this.
for a smooth transition. Guess what?
Happened
It's not
after
going to
Civil
be
War,
smooth. Guess what?
50s,
It's not
after
going
Civil War.
They haven't even named someone, you know, to be the president. You'd think it might be Machado. No, we're gonna run. Who the fuck is we? Is Eric Prince and whatever Blackwater's turned into gonna get in on the action? Where's the private companies? I'm sure Teal's involved. We knew maybe 6 months ago, like, you know, 6 or 10 hells ago, we were already seeing that there was some investment talk. I think Palantir, like there was, I can't remember which company, but there was already discussion of investment
Anyway,
in
let's
Venezuela. Things
let's go back a
only
little
get
bit.
worse for Venezuela.
Let's talk
for
about
the world,
let's
for
go
the
back
region.
where we
So, I
created
mean, it
another
is-
branch.
like,
I
to be
think that's
honest,
the
know
reason I
people
got
kind of,
confused.
if you're not from Latin America,
Let's
or
go
you're
back
not
to the
versed in
branch
Latin
of
American politics, this is very
the
much a time
expansionist,
for Latin Americans and Latin American
imperialistic,
leadership to join
colonialistic
together.
ideologies.
They have something called the OAS,
right?
the Organization of American States. The United States is actually a part of that.
Because the Chinese Civil
sanction the
War
United States. They
that you're
could kick
referring
them
to,
out of that organization. They
I'm
could
gonna
join together
give you
and
the
figure out
benefit of the
what they're
doubt and
going
say
to
that
do to
those numbers
stop
are,
future invasion,
for the most part,
how
correct.
they're going to come to the aid of Venezuela. I also want people
Then
to
you
remember
move forward to the
that
expansion
Venezuela under Chavez
and how
and even under Maduro
terrible their
have not been
expansionist
beyond
ideologies were.
reproach
Cool.
in terms,
But the fact remains that the U.S. is just as
diplomacy
guilty
when,
of perpetrating that
there
as
was,
they were.
I think, massive power outages in Harlem, in New York, years ago. Chavez gave free
And if you look at the
gas
situation
to the people
now,
of Harlem. That was something that he
like, look
did.
right now.
You can look this up.
Like the
he gave free
acknowledging
affordable gas.
that they are more
When
technologically
during
advanced than
Biden's
we are.
administration, when do you remember when the Saudis like basically
Acknowledging that
told
they have a
Biden
more
he could,
stable
kick rocks effectively after
economy
he went there,
than we
and he did a
do
little
right
fist
now.
bump with MBS. And MBS was
acknowledging
like,
that they
and he was basically
are
like, hey, could you,
better
know,
at they are
release
currently
more of the
better
oil
at
so it could kinda
obtaining
come
and
down in
holding
the
a
global
soft
price?
power
And MBS was
throughout
like, no.
on the international scale.
Guess what Maduro
right
did?
now.
And Maduro and Biden started talking.
Like, it doesn't-
the two
it
administrations
doesn't,
started talking about possible negotiations.
It doesn't ignore
to get some
the
Venezuela
atrocities
oil
of
to
a leader
relieve
that
the
they had
price
in the 50s and
of oil,
60s.
which was skyrocketing, and of course is still up.
But
Very,
it
very
also-
high. So again, this is not a North
It doesn't
Korea
lessen
style
the significance
government,
of what they
although
are
if it
achieving
were,
now.
Of course,
You know
Trump
what I mean?
would fucking write him a love letter and be very proud about it. But this is a government that has been absolutely willing to have discussions. Actually, ironically,
The fact is
not
like
ironically, not like Putin, has
they're-
not invaded its neighbors, has not aggressed on anyone.
if you look
around
at their,
it, has not
like,
been
political
trafficking
leaders,
fentanyl to the United States or
they are,
anywhere
like-
else, and is very,
they're
very
actually
open to
academic
sanctions,
leaders in their
alleviation, and
fields.
relief in
Like, they're not
exchange
necessarily
for, yes,
politicians.
sending you some oil.
You know what I mean?
Helping you out. So just like let's
You
understand
know, when China
like,
entered the
what
WTO, we started
Venezuela
funding offshore into
is
them. That
and
was
what
in the 70s, right,
Venezuela
80s,
is
90s,
not.
long after the Great
Because
Leap Forward.
even if
Yeah.
you don't buy into Trump's characterization,
Yeah, so we help
again,
them
we're telling you about a lot of Democrats
become
that
more,
will also mischaracterize
economically
the nature and
stable.
the state of Venezuela and their own sovereignty.
Like, we help them do that.
Well,
Someone
you saw-
who is
Sorry, go ahead.
no, I was just going to read someone who is pretty good on this is Chris Van Hollen. I haven't read all of this, but I am curious as to see what he says.
Yeah, we didn't help them murder.
Again, the first
Dude!
senator to really shine a spotlight
That has
on the
absolutely nothing to do with what's
disappearances
going on right
of,
now.
you know,
Like, if you want to
immigrants,
harbor resentment
specifically
for something a Chinese leader did in the 50s and
Kilmar
60s,
Abrego Garcia,
like,
who
it's
was
not going
Salvadoran, is
to,
Salvadoran,
it does
and,
not,
and was kidnapped and
it doesn't
sent
lessen
to
the
Sikhat
significant
and was released.
improvements that they are making
He
within
writes,
their
"The American
society
people did not
today.
ask for this act
That
of
has
war to bring about
absolutely
regime
nothing to
change
do
in
with it.
Venezuela. No, we did not. Nor did Congress authorize it. No, it did not. President Trump has put our troops in
Like,
harm's way.
I mean,
He has
is that
not
what we're
provided
gonna
a clear,
do? Like, are we
fact-based
just gonna
rationale
look
for
at
these
former
actions, nor the
leaders and,
long-term
like,
strategy following these strikes?
like,
This administration owes the American people and
judge
Congress
what
immediate answers. This act of war is a grave abuse
judge
of power
the
by
the
President.
situation
Trump
today based
administration
on
is
what past
repeating the
leaders
worst
have
mistakes
done,
of our past
right?
and endangering American
Like, that's
lives,
absurd.
and their motive for doing
If that's
so
the
is a
case,
farce.
then
Trump sees
we should
Maduro
hate
as well just
Germany
weeks after he
because of what
pardoned
Hitler did.
former Honduran
You know what I mean?
president,
Like,
the notorious
if we're gonna do
Kingpin,
that, like,
Kingpin,
screw
Juan
Germany.
Orlando
We'll never
Hernandez,
forgive them.
Maduro,
Falls
period.
within the range you
Can I
gave.
just explain? Juan Orlando Hernandez.
The range I'm giving is
was
today, now.
convicted and sentenced to 20.
That's the range, is now, today. What they're doing today, currently. That's my current event. That's my range.
Of cocaine. What most experts said was one of the largest drug trafficking,
Yep.
whatever, capers. I'm calling it a caper.
Today, they are
in
doing
history,
better
like
economically.
400
They are doing better
tons,
in terms of
people.
international relationships.
Anyway, okay, this is the first thing Van
They are
Hollen
doing
says.
better
Then, okay,
technologically
Maduro is a dictator,
today.
but his regime did not pose the immediate threat necessary
Correct.
to warrant U.S. military action
Correct.
on foreign soil without congressional approval.
And,
This
like,
is not about
even if you
demolishing
wanna
a dictatorship,
criticize
as
the
we've
fact
seen
that,
Trump cozy up to dictators around
they
the
are,
world.
like,
That's
quote,
how you do
re-educating,
it. This is about grabbing
like, the
Venezuela's
Uyghur
oil for
Muslims,
Trump's
which,
billionaire
of
budget.
course, I am
Congress
100%
must not
against,
abdicate its
Excellent.
constitutional
and I will always
authority
speak
and
out
allow
on again
control
and
of the
against
world's
that.
most powerful
Look at
military
what our
to fall
country
into
today
just one
is
set
doing
of hands.
to
Listen, Van
immigrants.
Hollen's been on point. If I may, let's
Hispanics.
give Van Hollen his flowers. Before
Right.
it was popular, Van Hollen was the only senator who went to Seacoast to visit.
Like, if you're going to
Gilmar
criticize
Garcia
one,
because he's a constituent of
then
Maryland,
the
and he said,
criticism
"I will
has
not
to be
leave
equal
until I get
across
proof
the
of life."
board.
He kept that story in the news. As a result of that story being in the news, other major headlines came out, and Donald Trump was -19 on Gilmar Garcia, eventually months later leading to his release. Chris Van Hollen has also been on point when it comes to Palestine and Israel. He's criticized Israel. He's spoken up on behalf of the Palestinian people. And that statement right there is exactly the type of statement that Jeffries and Schumer should have made. It has nuance,
Yep.
but it gives people context. It gives people understanding. It makes people realize he's not a
Did I
threat,
attack the wrong
even
person?
though he's a dictator. Donald Trump, by the way, cozies up to the world's worst people. Netanyahu, friggin' Bolsonaro, friggin'
It's a dead entrapment.
friggin'
Self-colonial, sweatshop economy,
just
command economy,
pardoned,
and Muslim chaos.
like
There is no
the,
both sides
like
argument here. You make a
Francesca
both
said, one of the
sides
world's worst
arguments
drug
funny. All
traffickers.
things
So
considered,
clearly
they're
you
not
don't give a shit
comparable.
about drug trafficking. Fentanyl doesn't come from Venezuela. And in the 25-page indictment
Ugh.
folks, that just came out against Maduro.
No, this
nothing
isn't a
about
both
fentanyl,
sides
nothing
argument.
about,
My
you know,
argument
capturing our oil. And Venezuela is not a
is
threat.
that
They do not
acknowledging
need for us
the
to intervene. And to your point,
the positive
diplomacy,
advancements that they are
we
making.
saw with Obama. You look at the Iranian
heck does that guy
Iranian
wanna
regime,
attack
which
me?
I'm no fan of. You're no
Yes.
fan.
The positive
Yes.
advancements
He
that
said,
they are
okay, let's
making
try diplomacy instead of this, thumping our
economically
chest
and
you know,
internationally
pretty much allowing
is not
Netanyahu
glazing
and
them. That's all. That's my
warmongering to
argument.
dictate the day. And
I'm
what
gonna
do we
take it
get?
back to the
The
tree
US
trunk here.
Iran deal, which even
Forget fuck
the
all these
war
branches.
hawks, even during the Trump
There's no both
administration, later
sides.
came out and said, you know, at first I was skeptical, but this was a good deal.
Right now,
person
the
who
United
said
States
that
government
was the first national security. what was
is
the guy's
acting
name?
like a bunch of
Madoff.
freaking morons.
Madoff?
No.
No, Madoff. I'm like,
And the
Madoff.
Chinese government is
Mattis. Sorry, Jim
actually
Mattis.
progressing.
Even General Mattis,
especially
who was part of
technologically.
the Trump administration, said, "You know what? Whoa.
Like,
let's
our
not
government
blow
is
this up."
aggressing.
And what did Trump do? Blew it up.
And they're
So
not.
you see
That's the fact.
diplomacy working. And what's going to happen? I think it's a very good point you made, Francesca, that white nationalists are going to lose their minds over.
And you want to talk about sweatshops?
As this is happening with Venezuela,
Sweatshops.
Little Marco Rubio.
What is
says
our
this is all
minimum
power.
wage?
If I lived in Havana in the government, I'd be concerned.
Like,
This
seriously,
is right
like, what?
after,
How
they
much
threatened
do waiters make?
This is right after they threatened Mexico.
Like, what's the minimum wage for waiters?
So this is happening, folks. In the last
What's the
couple
minimum
hours.
wage for fast
They
food
threatened Colombia,
workers?
They threatened Mexico. They threatened
Like,
Cuba.
you want to talk about
They're
sweatshops?
openly right now engaging
We have
in
an
regime change in
economy
Venezuela,
where people
and
they can
they're,
work 2 to
openly
3
talking
jobs,
about
work
putting
60 to
boots
80
on the
hours a
ground.
week,
Apparently,
and
we're running
still
Venezuela. Who's
require
leading the
government
road?
assistance.
But if you have destabilization in Cuba, Mexico, Venezuela, you already have destabilization in Central America.
Like,
Where
it
will
is
these people
absolutely
go,
absurd
Francesca?
to criticize Chinese
For refuge.
sweatshops
They're
No,
gonna
and
come to the
honestly,
United
like-
States of America.
Like, it's the one time
without
I'm gonna be
acknowledging that
anti-immigrant,
our
'cause
system
I
is
don't
pretty much
want
set up the
more
same
little
way.
Marcos in this country. I don't want more, little sad boys, little right wingers like Marco Rubio. No, I'm kidding, obviously, but like.
And if you think
it
that
is,
working in
you
a
know,
fast
again,
food
it
restaurant is
really
not a sweatshop,
important
oh boy,
to,
I have
in
news
this
for
moment,
you.
understand each country in Latin
You
America
sweat your ass
is
off
different,
working in fast food.
even though we like to lump them all in. It's not all Brazil.
We have
or
labor
Mexico,
laws. No, we don't.
And Cuba and Venezuela
No, we
are
fucking
not
don't.
the same thing. Here is obviously.
We have a
Rubio has
facade of
been
labor
trying to do
laws.
regime change in Cuba for forever. Again, because he comes from.
What, because
the
they
1%
can't have
of Cuba
it's
that
labor laws
was
because they don't allow a
able
13-year-old to work?
able to
Ooh,
immigrate
how
out
stringent of them.
Cuba when it was clear that it was like, hey, we're gonna change
How-
up how we do wealth distribution
how
in this
progressive of
country,
them.
land distribution in this country. Remember before?
Yeah, we got
you know,
politicians in
Fidel
office
Castro
now
came into power. Land
saying
was
that
severely
young
concentrated
kids
in the hands
should
of
work
very
to help
few
the family.
people. There was no education anywhere on the. I mean,
Like, they
it's,
should be out there, like,
pitiful.
instead of,
Castro comes to
like,
power,
actually
not a
participating in
perfect
extracurricular
regime,
activities. They should be out there picking
yes,
berries.
did horrible things to the,
Get the fuck outta here.
dissidents.
Acting like
and
OSHA. It doesn't.
Also,
Like, tell me, seriously, like
completely improve the
they don't.
quality of lives of
Like,
Cubans.
for all intents
It
and
was
purposes, it
effectively like an
exists
anti-colonial
as a name.
movement.
But, like, seriously,
was
what
able to increase literacy and education programs. Was able to
what do they
actively
do?
combat
Like,
things
they're
racism.
irrelevant.
Cuba,
They're
again,
absolutely
is a very
irrelevant.
mixed country. There's a lot of Afro-Cubans. He tackled that head on. Obviously he was a communist. He wanted everyone equally to have things. They decommodified a lot of things.
Especially after
This is
Elon
not
Musk got done
perfect,
with them.
and I have massive critiques. But
The
you gotta
frickin'
fucking
Doge
hand it
stuff?
to a
That was one of the
tiny
things he
island
made sure to cut.
right off the coast of Miami for everything that it had been able to accomplish, and so much of what it hasn't
Like they
been
are
able to
literally
accomplish
insignificant.
is once again because of the U.S. trade embargo
They exist
on
in name
Cuba
only.
that prevents things, you know, like basic foods and medicines from
You could
getting
file a
into the
claim with
island.
OSHA,
It is why they had to cozy
and
up to
nothing
Russia.
will ever
It
happen
is why
with
they,
it.
you know, they did what they did around, you
Seriously,
know,
and like,
the Cuban
and
Missile
now,
Crisis and the
like,
Bay of Pigs and
with
all
the
this.
all the
Obviously,
quote
it
unquote
was
right to
the
work
US's
laws and stuff.
attempt at invading, and they fucking failed, idiots.
Like now, if you
But
file a
you made a
claim,
really good point there,
your
Francesca.
boss
You
can
know, as-
fire you,
look,
and there's
it's,
absolutely
it's,
no repercussion on that boss.
You know what's so painful
Like,
about this is it's the
supervisors
copy-paste.
and
This has happened
owners,
before.
they're
It has
allowed to fire
always
you for
failed.
whatever they
And
want.
what we see is because Cuba says, okay,
So like,
you're
why,
gonna go against
if
me, we're
your
gonna
if
go to
your
Russia.
life
Well, what are
depends
these
on this
countries gonna
job,
do now is America
why
further
would you file an
isolates
OSHA
itself
claim
willingly with a stupid
and
trade war
run the risk
that
of losing
has
your one
huge
lifeline?
prices, ruined
Like,
U.S. standing, you ruined
there's
our
absolutely no
relationships and our
benefit.
alliances, right? As it has cozied up to dictatorships, these countries will flee from America and go where? This is a great opening, sadly, for China.
Like it's
This is an
a
opening
risk
for
versus
Russia.
reward.
So
What is it?
America will
Cost
further
benefit
isolate
analysis.
itself on the global,
Think of it in terms of a
you know,
cost
in the
benefit
global
analysis
region.
from the
It
perspective of
already
the
is
worker.
attacking its own allies for no reason whatsoever. We've lost EU, we've lost Canada.
The
right? We're
first is
losing
that
Denmark because of our
they
belligerence
file a
because they lost
claim,
Greenland, right? So
and their
here you have
boss
a
is
trade war.
notified of the
You have
claim.
stupid tariffs. Now you're bombing.
And while they may
removing,
not be
leaders
told
of
specifically who
countries on
filed the
bullshit
claim,
pretenses, you're taking
when you work
over
with
their
someone long
oil.
enough, you have a
China
pretty good
is gonna
idea of who's
respond,
not
by the way,
satisfied
folks.
with the work
You're
environments.
being unnecessarily belligerent against Canada.
So not
Europe
only does
is
it take them
already
forever to
moving away
actually
from you because they
acknowledge and
realize they
follow up
can't
on the
trust you
claim,
because you've cozied up with,
but now your boss
Russia
can fire you for
against
for
Ukraine.
whatever he wants,
How does this make America great?
because there's no such thing
It
as
doesn't.
unions
Donald
anymore.
James, who's a member over on YouTube, which you can too.
And now, like,
I can do
now you don't even
grammar
have the money
backwards, said,
to
Iraq
file
war had
a
more broad
wrongful
national support back
termination
then. This war
lawsuit
will have zero national domestic
because you're
support.
too busy
But
trying
Donald,
to
we're going to run
find
Venezuela,
gainful employment so
okay?
you can actually
And
afford to
also,
live.
That was Bush, and we have Trump now.
So in
and
name,
Trump
sure,
is
OSHA
the
exists.
best president and
But
person
in reality,
who's
no.
ever
It really
lived.
it's
And so I
absolutely
feel like
pointless. It's worthless. It does
he's
nothing
the
to
very
help
most
people.
bestest of all the things, and I feel like you haven't really put that into, you know, the sort of calculation about how this is going to be the most successfulest of all of the interventions. This would be the most imperialistist. And let me just play what Marco Rubio did say about Cuba, because that was a very long wind-up, and I get myself very, you know, distracted. But here we go. I referenced it. Here we go.
Help protect Maduro, well known, the whole spy agency, all that was full of Cubans. I mean, they basically, it's amazing. This poor island took over Venezuela. It's one of the biggest problems that Venezuelans have is they hate to declare independence from Cuba. Tried to basically colonize it from a security standpoint. So, yeah, look,
Wait, shut the fuck up. Do you think that Cuba was taken over, that Venezuela was taken over by Cubans? This is so fucking, why? Why would they? Why would they do that? Like, there might be some, you know, I don't know, some members who were Cuban, who went over to Venezuela, but the Cuban diplomats will just be in Cuba. What the fuck are you talking about? And also, if you hated their alliance, why don't you stop giving them reason to cozy up to one another and drop the sanctions and the embargo? Here we go.
I lived in Havana and I was in the government.
Like, we are so propagandized, so brain broken,
announced a week ago that anything
that
sanctioned oil, it's
anything positive that a country like China does
what
is
this all
immediately
heading
disregarded.
towards? I mean, it's amazing that you talk
just
about
because
how
it's
China's going
China.
to
Like,
respond. You know, and once we attack
an attempt
Cuba,
isn't even being
you know, that'll be very
made
fun for us. I mean, it's a
to
great
see,
little,
like, okay,
you know, offshore,
how
escape
did they
route,
accomplish
for
this?
all
What
the
can we take
billionaires
from it in
once
our
we,
own
you know,
society
erect
in
our
order to better
guillotines?
our
However,
economy and the living conditions of
this
our
is all
people?
leading
Like,
to
what can we take
American,
from that
not
without
exceptionalism, but
becoming communist,
isolationism.
right?
And I don't mean
like
American
the attempt isn't
isolationism
even made
in the way that
you know?
MAGA talks about it, meaning no foreign wars, no more forever wars. Well, how did that turn out? That's very funny. No, I mean American isolationism in that no trading partners.
There you go.
Belligerent borders.
Like, there's not even a legitimate
you know,
conversation.
kiss
It's just
your produce,
China bad.
You can kiss your goods. You can kiss anything that's made in China. And oops, we made all of our national economy based on China's economy. We didn't do that. Y'all did that. The corporate entity, the fucking multinational corporations did that over the backs. Neoliberal politicians and their corporate buddies did that. So now you want to put the cat back in the bag and make everybody else suffer because of it at the barrel of a gun? Good fucking luck, y'all. You think you've seen isolation in the history of this world? You think that the Soviet Union was isolated in their darkest times? Wait till you see America in 2040, all right? In 2050, in 2060, when we've erected, massive walls, sea walls. We got the sea walls going. We will be covered in Amish quilts because that's the only thing that we'll be able to fucking produce.
Yeah, measles also. Yeah,
measles and Amish quilts. Well, but just smallpox and quilts. Back to where it all started, baby.
Horny goat weed, because they're all obsessed with their erectile dysfunction. A lot of grinder accounts.
Horny goat weed.
Horny goat weed, grinder accounts, Amish quilts, and measles. That's what America is gonna. And that's white supremacy. This is ultimately white supremacy.
It's hubris. It's white supremacist hubris. Look, I feel like, look, Hitler is probably staring up from hell, going like, "This is not how you do this. What are you doing? Insanity."
This is incompetence.
It's pure incompetence.
We were at least more efficient. We had a plan. Come on now. We actually were.
They still have a good role model.
Trains? How
and
are
they
you
can
going to
accomplish
get the
things for
people to the
centralized control
detention
and
center?
heavy government intervention.
America, the Nazis were actually very impressed by your segregation. In fact, we took directions from you.
Yes, they did.
Well, they're sure as shit a better role model than what we got going on right fucking now.
This is not good at all.
This is not the America we were once admiring of.
I know. At least be efficient in your segregation and your white supremacy.
For all intents and purposes, their governmental structure is actually making an effort to better the lives of their citizens.
Yes.
What are we doing? We're trying to make oil. We're trying to make Exxon an extra $20 billion a year. That's what we're doing.
America isolates itself.
They're like, no, my AI girlfriend. But when you're on a fucking life raft, in your flooded out city, I hope your AI girlfriend will be there to be like, breathe in, breathe out.
I would actually argue that they're a significantly better role model
we'll get through this
than what we have in our governmental leadership right now.
China and Russia have already won by doing nothing. America self-destructed. I mean, think about it. These countries, they're going to seek alliances. You just have to look at Cuba, for example. Francesca gave you a great example. Eventually, a country
it's just years of
okay, I need to protect myself. I need to protect my national security. If America,
I've been hearing for decades that China's on the verge of failing.
So first and foremost, we're losing.
Where is it?
Because we've told immigrants, you're coming from shithole countries, don't come here. Okay.
Yes.
Where is it? Like
foreign tourism has
the opposite of what we've been propagandized is happening.
$50 billion. All right.
We're the ones that are failing.
Trade war, even against our allies who have done everything to help us, like Vietnam and Canada. So
shit, I forgot the dungeon I wanted to do. God damn it.
We've aligned ourselves with dictators and Russia against Ukraine and the EU. So now they're openly saying, we can't trust America. We're going to align ourselves against America and just talk amongst ourselves. Furthermore,
why would a
non-unitary
country look to its central
government? So now measles and whooping cough has skyrocketed.
For domestic prosperity.
Just think about it, Francesca. People haven't thought about this. With everything that we've said, now if you have a sick population, other countries are like, we don't want your friggin' measles ass in our country. Now you're gonna have to have vaccination cards to prove that you're not diseased. I wouldn't be surprised in 2 or 3 years from now if countries are like, if you're coming from America,
why would a non-unitary country
to prove that you're
look
not
to
sick,
its central government
Furthermore,
for domestic prosperity?
Attacks other countries, what's gonna happen? Recruitment for violent extremist groups.
100%.
The greatest recruitment is the West is at war with
I think
Islam.
people are naturally going to look
what they're doing in Israel. Look
to
what they're doing in Iraq. Look what they're doing
whatever
in Pakistan.
entity,
dude,
whether it is whether it's a regional government,
like,
whether it's a district government, whether it's a federal government, or whether it's an individual person, they are going to look to whatever entity
like they are begging. They're like,
has,
are
in
sure
their
you don't
opinion,
want-
has
I'm
the
just gonna leave
greatest
this rug
possibility
on
for
here,
success. That's what they're going to
and
look
you
towards.
just tell me if you
You
want to
keep
attack
looking at
us,
these
because that
unitary
would
countries and expect to be
really
union
give us a
somehow to be able
pretext
to do
do
that
this
when
whole World
they
War
are
III thing we're
fundamentally
trying to
different.
get started. I mean, and again,
I'm just gonna put ISIS on it. I'm just gonna put ISIS and a rainbow flag.
Wait, unitary
yeah.
countries.
I
I'm
mean,
specifically
I'm
talking
gonna read
about
some
China.
comments because I really
Like, this is not
appreciate the
plural.
super chats,
I'm not
and
talking
please,
about unitary
everyone,
countries.
you know, we're taking some Saturday off, but to be fair,
Because there's plenty of
I'm excited
instances
to talk to y'all about
where
this. But I did just
unitary
want to say,
countries fail.
that
Plenty. Like more than not.
my brain farted
But
really,
again,
really hard right now, so I'm gonna read
that-
some comments and then it'll just
that
come
does
back
not
to me. Oh no, I did want to say
negate the fact
this is
that
absolutely
economically
on the Democratic Party. Okay,
China is doing better
this
than the
is
U.S.
100%
It doesn't
on the
negate that
Democratic
fact.
Party, not only for fumbling the ball
And to-
so bad when it comes to
to
holding
ignore
a criminal
just
administration
outright
like
because of
Trump
the word China, just to
1.0
ignore
was accountable, as we now know from
successes,
the
ignore
Jack
the
Smith
possibility that we
deposition
could actually
and all of the
incorporate
ways that
some
Trump
of
was
what they are
absolutely
doing
guilty
into our
of,
governmental structure
basically
just
trying
because
to
of the word
deny the
China
election results
is
and
stupid.
assume power in 2020. But this is also a failure of the Democratic Party to dismantle the war machine. And yes, it is a war machine. It is a whole apparatus of surveillance. It is a whole apparatus
As a matter of fact,
violence.
the,
It is a whole apparatus of unilateral declarations,
the
preemptive
lib whisperer,
declarations of
Ezra Klein,
meaningless
his book Abundance,
meaningless titles and terms
it actually
like terrorist,
acknowledges
right? Like war
that
on
the
terror, like whatever the fuck you want to say,
the
and they've left it intact, and
the,
they have not been able to
what is it, the what's the word
run
what's
to
the word
the
I'm looking
left
for?
when it comes to war and war making.
Oh my
and
God, what's the word
the
I'm looking for?
security
The reason
state
that the
and all
high-speed
of the
rail
things that
failed
come
in
with
California
everything that we're seeing right now
is due
Bernie Sanders
to
tried to do it, but no, we had
the
to get fucking war hawk
exceeding
Hillary
amount
Clinton in there, right?
of
Kamala
processes
Harris didn't try to do it because we had
in
a
the,
genocide to support, and we didn't really want to put any daylight
in the
between
construction, not
me
construction
and Joe
specifically,
Biden,
but
right? Israel's
in the
BFF.
implementation of the
next to
high-speed
Donald
rail.
Trump, of course, because Netanyahu really wanted his boy back in office, and look at how wonderful it's turned out for them. So this is a failure of Democrats in actually saying, I'm going to run on a platform and I'm going to loudly state, we actually want an end to forever wars, to the point where you got Marjorie Greene and Trump saying, oh, America
not
first,
because of the
we're
word
the
China, but the fact they're
isolationists. You
not
got
the same type of
fucking,
government.
villain-ass Tulsi
Okay,
Gabbard
awesome.
getting
So,
these cabinet positions
cool.
because she said
That's what
no
I'm.
more
That's
forever
exactly the
wars,
point I'm
and
trying to make.
everyone knows Hillary
What
Clinton is a war hawk, and
processes
Tulsi Gabbard is an opportunistic
can we take that
grifter.
we can
So,
incorporate into
this
our
is the
government?
Democratic
That's what I'm trying to
Party's
say.
fault in such
What
a
can we
huge
take
part, in
that
such
we
a
can
large part.
apply
And
into
you
our
see it
government
when you see
that can
the
actually
Hakeem
benefit people?
Jeffries
That's
and
what I'm
the
trying to
Chuck
say.
Schumer
The point I'm trying to make is
cowardly
the refusal to
statements when they
even
say
acknowledge that
Maduro
there
is
might
a terrible
be
dictator who is illegitimate,
something that we can
and
do
yet,
within
you
our
know,
own system
nobody hears anything you're saying after
is
and yet.
is the
okay?
result
This is illegal.
of
This is a
decades of
violation
anti-China
international
propaganda.
and national law. This is unconstitutional, and it's absolutely unnecessary, and will create years and years and years of blowback.
It's
So-
dangerous and it's reckless, and basically going back to your point, Francesca, it's a big club, and you ain't in it, folks. And I want people to realize that it's a big club. The establishment
nonsense they use.
is a big
No,
club.
there is
Just
some. See,
listen
that's
to what, Schumer
this
said,
is what
listen to
this is the
Jeffries
thing.
said,
Like you
look
hear
at
the word
Kamala
China
Harris.
and
He
immediately none.
begged her
Nonsense
to
they use the
please
powers
have
that the
some
federal government
distance
didn't
with,
possess to require states to
Biden
do
when
so
it
via
comes
compact
to,
approved by Congress.
His horrific support
See, that's
for war
absolutely
criminal
not true.
Netanyahu. We knew it would
Eminent
hurt the
domain.
Democrats in the short run and the long run. They bear hugged Liz Cheney instead.
Eminent
right?
domain.
They bear hugged the Lake and Riley Act. And
All these
passed it,
NIMBYs.
right? Gavin
Mm-hmm.
Newsom 2 weeks ago giving a softball down the middle at the Deal Book interview with Aaron
that
Sorkin. Do you
refuse
support
to,
the wealth tax?
let like affordable
taxing the
housing
wealthy,
be
which is
built
supported by a
anywhere within their
majority of
neighborhood.
Americans. What did he say? They're part
Dude,
of the big
eminent domain
tent.
their ass.
Come on now. You've seen them now turn on Ro Khanna because he
But fuck
supports
that.
the wealth tax.
Like, that's
and
not
now
a new-
even the liberal billionaires are like, now,
That's not a new
now,
concept.
That's too far. And Wall Street Journal
That's not an anti-democratic concept
The
either.
Wall Street is already at ready post Nicolas Maduro's capture by the U.S. forces. About 20 business leaders, including those from some of the
people
top
complaining
hedge funds
about
and asset
high
managers,
housing
are
costs.
preparing to go on a
But
March
then,
trip
as soon
to
as it's
Venezuela
investment
opportunities
proposed
there,
that
including
affordable
in
housing
energy
be
and
built anywhere
infrastructure.
within
It's all part of the big
anywhere
club,
within 5 miles
and
of where
we
they
ain't
live,
in it.
like, no,
And
shut
the
the
thing
fuck
that
up.
I'm
We're
really
getting
worried
affordable
about,
housing.
folks, and I've said this before.
Like, deal with it.
Marjorie
Like,
Taylor
I don't
Greene,
care if
Tucker Carlson,
you have a
and Nick
$5
Fuentes,
million mansion.
They are here.
Like,
They're
I don't
going
care if
to
you don't like
collect
the
the
idea
remnants of MAGA.
of affordable
Look at
housing
3
being built,
positions where they're
you know,
further to
within
the
your
left
sight
than
line.
many Democrats.
Eminent
No
domain requires
forever wars,
compensation of the property.
No American interventionism.
Yeah,
no
exactly.
Support for Israel.
You use for public good. That's exactly the problem with the high-speed rail in California. That's why it failed.
Steve Bannon and Marjorie Taylor Greene saying AI
People could have been paid for the use of their property.
We need to go
High-speed rail
AI
could be
and the
argued for the
1%.
public
And
good,
meanwhile,
efficient
you have
transportation.
Hakeem Jeffries and the Democrats saying all in AI.
No, not only that, Hakeem Jeffries is convening committees to talk about the benefits and work with leaders in the field on how AI can be beneficial. And you're like, buddy, you're the leader of the Democratic Party. I don't want to hear fucking anything out of your mouth before you talk about protecting jobs and union rights. Unions and jobs. Jobs. Don't turn around. And these Democrats are going to turn around and be like, oh, the working class, and it's all about small businesses. Literally, like, fucking, I'm gonna shoot you into the sun. If I had the power to, I would.
Like,
because
that is
you
one
don't deserve our
example.
vote.
You said
And
that
I
there's
love
none,
Gavin
that there's
Newsom thinks
nothing
he's
that
gonna
we can
win.
take
Bitch,
from them
if Gavin Newsom
that we can
wins,
incorporate
I
into
hope
our own system.
I hope California.
You just outright said
California's gonna be
none,
the
like,
first state
immediately.
Would be like,
And
suck on my left one, you know, seriously.
the
Gavin
word
Newsom,
eminent
we will have,
domain
like, a
proves that that's
third-party
not true.
candidate from California who
Because
would be
that's
like,
what they
"Fuck
did.
y'all." I did want to read some
When they were
comments 'cause
building
there's
their
some great ones and
high-speed
we can
rail,
respond to them. That kid Pulley 5542 on
they
YouTube
took
says,
the people's property,
honestly,
paid
why
them
have any
for
hope
it,
the Democrats will stand
said
up
get
to
the
this
fuck
in
out of here.
Congress. I'm moving to Portugal.
We're building the high-speed
Peace.
rail.
It's a good
That
place,
is eminent
safe
domain.
spot for me.
But
expats have- lot of
because
people have moved to
China did it,
Portugal, and that's the
it's
retirement of many people who are our age and older.
federal
They're like,
overreach, right?
they had
No,
this moment,
like it's just a
and the
different
weather's
name.
nice, the food is good,
It's China.
and, they're very friendly. And there's
Get that
many.
bomb
I already
in
said the
there.
state could do it,
A
but the
lot of
federal
folks
couldn't.
have already made the retirement plan to Portugal. If you have the means and the money, there's a good community there.
Portugal, interesting.
The-
I mean, I'm all about it.
fact is it
Franny
getting
Waj
done.
Says,
Like,
Ponder
I don't care if
politics,
it's
what's up?
federal or state. Like,
Will
I
we
don't,
get
I
any
don't give
burning
a
of the
fuck
bridge
about
by
that.
libertarians and
That's
leftists
not the
over
point.
this who supported Trump or were optimistic about Trump 2.0? I don't know about leftists being optimistic about this. Libertarians.
But it would still be
definitely-
bad
I
because
think
China does it.
what's
That's
so
the point I'm
interesting
trying to
is
make. Like, we are so heavily propagandized
we
in this
don't
country
talk about independence
that it
nearly
literally does
enough,
not matter
and
who
the people
does
who
it.
are very sick of both
The
parties,
fact is that someone
and let's
would
be
say,
real,
"Oh,
the
but
the
China,"
Republican
and
Party
people would
is
be like,
far-
"Oh, we can't do
does
it."
far better with
That's the
actually
point I'm trying to
appealing
make.
to independent voters than Republicans. What do Republicans do every time someone, you know, may have voted not for them at
fuck
some
is a group
point, or
finder?
Bernie Sanders, and who's running on the Democratic ticket and caucuses with Democrats but is an independent? They say, "No, you're not a Democrat.
Oh, there it is.
Get him away." They don't want to build those bridges. They want fealty and loyalty first, and then it's party first for them always. So Democrats constantly accuse Republicans of being, a cult and party first. Bitch, you're in a cult too. You're in a fucking cult too. I'm sorry. Because independent voters are a huge number of people, and they swing.
If China
These are
does
the
something using
elusive
the power of
swing
our
voters.
government,
And guess what?
the
Those
power our
voters
government
are
doesn't
also,
have, I'll not allow our
they
government
hate
to do the
giving
same
money to
thing
Israel.
just because it wants
They
to.
know it's a genocide. It's overwhelming. It's only the Republicans who are like, I don't know, maybe I listen to Tim Pool. You know what I'm saying?
But
Like,
the point I'm
they're
trying
the
to
only
make
ones
is
who are
even if
still
the
kind
state
of
does
not
something
sure, but
that
even
China
them,
does,
they're against sending
and if the state
money
is
for,
allowed to do something
genocide
that
into
China
Israel.
does,
The good news, though,
people
is
will
to your point,
reflexively,
Josiah,
like, intellectually vomit
the polling has come out
because
and a
China does
majority
it.
of Americans
That's
are
what I'm trying to
against,
say.
Before this happened, a majority of Americans
And
were
that's
against,
why
war and strikes,
China is doing
in
better than
Venezuela.
us.
And especially
Economically,
after you see what Donald Trump said
technologically.
today, openly talking about,
That's
we're
why.
going to run the country.
Because people are so convinced
we're there for the oil, especially
that
as you've
even
seen
if the
these
state
greedy,
has the power to do
Wall
it,
Street monsters. It hasn't even been a day in the Wall Street Journal. Like,
we
because this is a war
we
for
can't,
AI and
we don't
crypto
want
and
to
tech
because
firms,
China.
clearly. And furthermore, as things are.
If China says water is good to drink, some people will. Some people will.
There is a contingency of the independent voters and the MAGA voters who are America first.
Some people legitimately will.
In addition to white nationalism, it is non-interventionism, not in Israel, not anywhere else. Put that money in America. So he has.
There are too many people.
But my take
especially
on this,
like
worried is, I don't think they care. They realize he's dying.
People who actually vote.
They realize the Epstein files are going to come out.
That
they realize there's
will
no
dismiss
to the damages done to the economy. They
anything.
There's no solution that fixes to the
that comes out of China.
They're going to get as much
simply
of their
because it comes out of China.
They
will not take the time to stop and think.
They will, and I think you're right about.
Or to do some investigation, or even if they're not like academically inclined, to defer to those that are knowledgeable in the field. They won't even take the time to do that.
Eventually,
they'll just say, China did it. Fuck that.
But it'll be 2024 or 2022. You know what I'm saying?
2032, yeah.
Yes, 32. I can count. I was just hoping that we got a do-over. I didn't see that Pete Hegseth comes out and says America can project our will anywhere, anytime. No, buddy, that's you and your dick, dog.
It isn't for the
that's
state
you and your fucking
looks.
rape allegations
I don't know.
that you keep on avoiding.
I just know I know the concept of eminent domain. I don't know who has. I know that the state has the power to do it. Like I honestly don't care. That's not even the crux of my argument. It's the fact that it does exist. It has been used.
So good. The universe was so kind.
But even
I was just resting my eyes.
recognizing that is a tool that the government could use, whether state or federal, to better the lives of people. Like just by
Dude, I don't know about
association.
I feel like Pete Hegseth is about to make
China does
Venezuela
it, so therefore it's
his
bad.
third wife.
Like no, fuck that.
Yeah, well, he's gonna have to cheat because that's what he does. He cheats on the current wife.
Right.
Yeah, and then,
he about to have. I think they about to
State
have
has
a
a
little
full power. Federal has it
Venezuelans,
tied to their enumerated powers.
weak
Like I
men.
said,
These are weak
like
men
I honestly
trying
don't
to
care.
project strength.
That's
They're
not the crux of my
cosplay
argument.
And I
Like
think
just
this is a sign
dismissing
of
it out of
weakness.
hand.
They're trying to distract. They
Because
can't
China
distract.
does it.
This is as we've
It's
already
stupid.
discussed.
It's
with,
short-sighted.
there's about
It's
2,000
stupid.
people watching on
And
2,300
it's just
people watching on the
gonna
left.
it's
Okay,
gonna
everyone.
mean that they're going
2,300 people who are watching, if you
to
go back and
advance
watch, this will
further.
be up later on both
They are
my
going to
Substack
more
and
quickly
Francesca's Substack and
become
wonderful YouTube.
the
Thank you all for joining. We
the
should do something,
hegemonic
Francesca, that everyone
superpower
does, but
of
we
the
don't.
world.
Like and subscribe. If you're watching, hey, this is Francesca Fiorentini. She has
So
a
the federal government
fantastic
can seize
show
property
called
to build a
Habituation
fort
Room
or a
on
postal
YouTube.
road.
What's the YouTube handle for that show, Francesca?
It's Franny Fio, F-R-A-N-I-F-I-O.
But if they do it to build
Give it a
high-speed
like,
rail,
give it a subscribe.
then that's
You can
communist
join as a
because China
member,
does it.
Either on
Remember
Substack
that.
or on YouTube, but also
Never forget.
on Patreon.
Don't get it twisted.
Room.
Don't let all those
because it is the home
decades
of
of
the Habituation Room
propaganda
podcast, and,
go to
Waj
waste
and I
now.
used to host America Unhinged for the first 100 days. In fact, a year ago, we were just, beginning. We didn't start on the very beginning of the first week, but maybe the second week because he was inaugurated on the 6th. So Waj and I started on Zeteo together on America Unhinged, and then of course, Waj has the tireless,
Cancel.
breathless, constant coverage of the Left Hook that so many of you guys know and love, and pulls some of the greatest guests. So everyone, please make sure you are also subscribed to him. He also has a YouTube if YouTube is your preference. Waj, what's your YouTube channel?
I think it's at YouTube Wajahat Ali.
Wajahat Ali, okay.
And everything is free. There's no paywalls. I have a discount on for anyone who wants to become a paid subscriber right now. It's $5 a month.
Considering my argument is on the limits of power rather than China being the one doing it,
discount.
how
So
China
it's
does it is
25%
what
off.
matters,
So it's
and how they
$3
do it
and
isn't compatible with our
75
current. It is.
forever per
I
month.
just
If you do
said
the
that it
next-
is
this
eminent
month,
domain.
What?
it's
How they do it. It literally is.
special, or the lefthook.com/discount. I'll find it and I'll post it. But it's essentially no, it's slash.
We
discount.
have government
Yes,
processes, whether it's federal or state, that could use
/discount.
eminent domain.
I have a discount too, but
Oh
I
my
don't
god, like
know-
I
don't
said, that's not the
think
point. I don't care if it's nationally or
Forever.
I don't fucking
Support
care.
it.
That's not the point.
Seriously, I mean, this man.
point
is
is that
he
we have-
sweating over here every goddamn
We have
day.
a procedure
I'm
to
just
do
like,
it.
Venezuela is a particular hot button topic for me. I want to read some more comments over on YouTube. The gracious people.
I'm just putting in my. I'm just putting in.
We
my-
have the
just give me
capabilities.
1 second.
Okay,
to do
Skeet
it.
Sayer says they have no right. Nuremberg level trials and public unaliving are where we are now.
But
Dude, you're not
Because
wrong.
China does it, it's bad.
CIA have been running a propaganda campaign
Remember,
since Chavez.
because China
Yes,
does
they
it is
have.
bad. Never
I
forget.
mean, they've planned many ways to take out Chavez
Then
as
by
well
technicality,
as,
yes, we could do
as
the
well as
same
Maduro.
object, but not the same
Unless the Congress
process.
approve this, it is a war crime, period. Agreed.
A
Rachel
government
Atwood, what's up? Which Democrats voted
Coming
for
in.
this?
I don't care
Which
if it's
reps
state or
voted
federal, that's not the
against?
point. A government
What are we talking about? The war?
coming
It
into a
wasn't ever
neighborhood
put
and
to
saying
it,
we
but
are
it would be very
taking, we are
funny. I'm sure
we're taking your
Democrats don't
property, we're
want it to be put
compensating
to a
you
vote then
because we need to build a
we
high-speed
would
rail
see
through
that
here.
a lot of them would vote yes.
That is the process. Like, that is the same
America created the
process.
dictator situation in the Latin world. Yes, we did.
What the fuck? I don't
Arctic Dragon
understand
of the
how
West.
much more
The
clear
only way
I
to start
need
this
to be
crazy
here.
Saturday is with my favorite duo. Lots of love from Alaska. Look out, Alaska.
You're
we
confusing
coming.
yourself.
Um,
You're overcomplicating
Marjorie
things.
Taylor Greene
Stop it.
retires before she can impeach Trump for this. Yeah, too bad. I mean, again, kind of a bitch-made move. Let's be real. Retiring is such a bitch move, you know. And I say
And
that
she was
as
complicit.
like,
She was complicit every single step of the way.
absolutely. She was like, "We didn't do enough to stop the trans kids." It's like, shut up.
She wasn't. Folks, she was
Because I
vile,
know
she's
the
vile,
different
she's
process
vile, she's
depending on
trash.
which
Do
governmental level it is at.
Please do not be gaslit by Marjorie Taylor Greene. She only backed off because she realized.
Again, it doesn't
oh,
matter.
wait, this guy's a pedophile. He's going down.
All that matters
because
is if
she
China
went
does it,
all
we
in,
can't do it.
8 toes
That's all.
down
That's all that
on,
matters.
the Epstein
Remember.
Files. She realized that the base that she helped radicalize.
It doesn't
turned
matter how
against her.
China does it,
Once
do it.
becomes
How China
personal to
does it.
them,
If they do
that's
it, we can't.
only
It's
when
bad.
They care. So once she
Yes.
started getting the death threats and he didn't have her
We
back,
can't be able to
that's
build
when she
high-speed
turned
rail
on him.
because
So
China
she's
does it.
part
It's
and
bad.
parcel, totally complicit with him. She's trash. Tucker Carlson's trash. Nick Fuentes is a Nazi. Do not be swayed by them just because they're right on
We
certain
can't have
issues,
universal
like
health
today,
care
or on the
because
Epstein
Norway
files,
does it. It's
does not
socialist.
mean
That's
in any
bad.
way, shape, or form you have to give them credit. Sorry
There's
for
a
that
couple
rant.
of comments from
We can't
insubordinate
have
academic
minimum
that I
wage
really
laws
like.
because that's
I love
socialist.
this.
That's bad.
It may shock
can't
you
do it.
Americans. We don't give a shit
Can't
if you
do it.
like our governments or not. Stay in your own colonial genocidal country. I mean, that's very true. And look, I would, I think we should live
Remember,
in a world that has
being
a
socialist means
functioning
being communist.
international community.
So
we do not
if
live
there's
in
a
that
socialist
world.
idea,
And-
it's
but,
bad because
I don't
that
think
means it's
that
actually
you-
communist. And
one
if it's
country does
communist,
not
that
get to
means it's from
topple
China. And
the
because China
dictator
does
of
it, it's
another
bad.
country or the leader of
Never
another
forget.
country.
Never
Even
forget
though
these
if
words that I
Denmark
have taught you
wanted to
today. It is
invade
very
the United
important
States and
that you
install
adhere
universal
to these
healthcare,
principles within your heart
I would
and
be
soul.
super okay
Thought
with
the argument
that.
against
I'm
high-speed
just-
rail is
if
due to
there
terrain.
are
No,
any
no, it's
Danes
not.
with tanks listening.
No, the reason
which I don't think
high-speed
you're allowed
like
to have one there, but you know what I'm saying.
uh,
I'm not opposed. And insubordinate academic
read
also
the
saying,
book
I worked in
Abundance
Malawi for a
by Ezra
decade, and what
Klein.
you're saying about China
It
is
goes into
true.
detail
Moreover, Chinese workers
about
don't live above and rule over
how,
the locals. So what I was
NIMBYism,
saying was China does
combined
their
with,
intervention a little different. They work in
like,
partnership with local communities. They work in
regulations,
partnership
like
with local
regulatory
governments.
requirements,
I'm not saying it's perfect or that the wealth is always
is
democratized
what
and
prevented
given
the
to
high-speed
people,
rail from
but
succeeding in
it sure
California.
as shit not at the barrel of a gun, and it is not thanks to a bunch of bombs. There is much more focus on development.
When again,
it is why China
they could have just been like, eminent
enjoys
domain,
a
here's your money, we're
much
taking your
greater
property, fuck
moral
off. We're building high-speed
standing,
rail.
believe it or not, than the United States.
It's cultural diplomacy. It's economic diplomacy.
Yes.
This is how empire works. China's authoritarian regime. We're not supporting it, but this is how it works, folks. And this in Pakistan, for example, China invested in Pakistani infrastructure, right? So Pakistanis love the Chinese. They're like, hey,
But
China's
just
our partner.
saying that there's
China's helped
nothing
invest, in infrastructure.
that we could do
China's
that's
helped
similar
invest
to what
in
China
our
does
security.
because it's
we're actually okay with
because
that.
China
It's
is
not that bad. And then China
it's
now
completely
has an
wrong.
ally or a buffer against
Completely
India,
wrong.
with Pakistan. So this is how it works, folks. And now, as we've said again and again and again, as literally in the last 2 hours, folks, and not just Venezuela, the Trump
And
administration is openly
acknowledging
now threatening Colombia,
that there are
Cuba, threatening Mexico, it has
positive
already bombed Nigeria,
advancements that they
it
have
has
made,
supported
like refusing to
essentially
acknowledge
Israel bombing
that there are
Iran.
positive
That's all in the past
advancements
day.
Yeah.
All these
just
countries are
because
gonna seek
there are
alliances.
negative
And once
aspects
they
to their
move away from America,
government
it
is stupid
an
as well.
open field for China and Russia. We have literally helped make China great again.
Yeah, I mean, Rachel Atwood was mentioning Putin let Assad fall. He's let Maduro fall next. I mean, yeah, I mean, clearly Putin's overstretched, right? The war in Ukraine could not end soon enough. But this is, it is it's something to look into, and it's very interesting how that's happening. But also, I think it's beneficial for Putin if the U.S. gets stuck in another quagmire, right? And
of course,
so
I mean,
we don't.
it gets weakened. America gets weakened.
Then
and
it goes
gets
both ways. Yes, it
distracted.
does. Absolutely.
You know,
Yeah,
if I may say this.
And
The
also
U.S.
we
has
lose
made
moral
significant
standing.
medical
We're doing exactly,
advancements.
you mentioned this. We're doing exactly what Putin did in Ukraine. I mean, obviously,
like in terms
not
of
our neighbor, but to
you know,
Venezuela to get their wealth and whatnot.
like
And
in
it's
terms of
so
computing,
Putin
we've
uses
made
that against the
significant
United States in the
technological
in the
advancements.
international community, in the UN. Like, hey, the U.S.
But we also
does
have
this,
to
why the
acknowledge
fuck can't we? They've done
China
that
will do
for years. They've done that for years. China
that
will
our
do
government
it as well when it comes
is
to
extremely
you know,
repressive
Taiwan.
to its own
Exactly.
citizens.
Well, can I say this?
I should
Osama
say
bin Laden,
extremely. I'll say
his whole
very.
strategy,
Very
for 9/11 was
repressive
the
to
following.
its own citizens.
Al-Qaeda and Osama
In the
bin Laden
form of
wanted death
wage
by
slavery,
1,000 cuts. They knew they couldn't take on
a
America
lack
because
of
America's a military-industrial behemoth, right?
like
it has more weapons, more
the
guns
failures
than
of
any
the
other country in
healthcare
the world.
system.
But they realized
You know what I
that if
mean?
they can make America overextend itself. The joke was
You're
that,
absolutely right.
Osama
It
bin
does
Laden
go
used to
both
joke
ways.
That even if we two fringe Al-Qaeda members put one flag of Al-Qaeda in China, America will
And
overreact
actually,
and bomb China.
I
The
would
whole
say
strategy
that
was that we'll draw America
China
out
has
and we'll do
already
death by
done
1,000 cuts,
what
right?
I am
A
suggesting
few
that we
thousand
do,
soldiers here,
and that
a military operation
they are
there,
not
they'll be
a
overwhelmed, they'll be
100%
exhausted,
fully
people
communist
will be fed up,
government.
people
They're
will
not.
the end of the American
They have
empire.
incorporated
Voila, that's how we'll
some
win.
capitalist
did, and they
ideologies
did.
into their
Yeah, well,
economic
I mean,
system.
this is, I know people
right?
hate hearing that. I remember I
So
wrote this piece
there
on the
there
20th,
is an
it was
aspect of
20th
their economy
anniversary
that's
of
capitalist in
9/11,
nature.
and I said, you know, maybe people
And that
aren't
has
hearing
helped
this,
them
but
to
Osama
grow.
bin Laden, he actually ended up winning, and I hate saying that, but he actually America ended up falling exactly for its plan of death through 1,000 cuts. And now look what's happening: overextension. America, the world's policeman. We're gonna take over other countries' oil. He literally, folks, has said, for those who were waking up and joining us, Donald Trump said, "Yeah, we're gonna be running Venezuela." Who's we? Who's we? Maduro's on his, and the Nobel Peace Prize winner, because he's so petty. If he really wants to implement like a person who's going to be nice to him and who has the will of the people, Maria, her last name is Machado, right?
Machado.
Maria Machado. He threw her under the bus. She goes, "No, not her. I don't think she has the support."
That's what I was looking for. Dungeon
Because
Finder.
he's petty, and they all want to keep the wealth for themselves, and we will see. And again, this is also coming down to the military, because the military once again is being asked to fight a rich man's war, of which they will not see the benefits of. This is an administration that is also trying to and has slashed funding for the VA. That is trying to actually take away the one good
this
thing,
philosophy of
when it comes to you know, having served
just ignoring
for your country,
any
because
positivity outright
it sure as
because
shit
of a
isn't for
specific
the
criteria
glory or the success, as
short-sighted.
we've seen from the last
So, like,
25,
take religion,
30
for
years
example.
of U.S. military ventures.
Just outright
so, hey, at
saying
least you have got some
that
healthcare
religion
when
is
you're
bad
dealing with all the effects
because of all the atrocities
toxic waste that you're
religion
spewing
has
onto, you
been
know,
culpable
peoples of
for
the
in the
world.
past. Again,
And
it's
even that
short-sighted
he's trying to
because that would
reduce and
mean
take
you would
away.
have to ignore
This is a very great point from
the community
Dick
the community building
in
aspect
94.
of it,
I know it gets overlooked,
the
but
charity
Puerto Rico is
building
being used as a
aspect
base
of
of
it.
operations by the U.S. again, all while the grid
See,
still
you can
falls on the
you can
regular, and
you
that
can
means
still
the electricity
incorporate
grid, as we've talked
parts
about. Deathstroke
of
MC, scary to someone who
religious
served in the military under
ideologies.
Bush and Obama. Me,
Like, you
how
can
is this
still
orange
take the good for. You don't
micro-member
have to take the bad.
psychopath making
You know
those
what I
war
mean?
criminals look good? Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's like, but let's be fair. They also didn't have a plan. And by the way, it's not just us saying that the Trump administration doesn't have a plan. It is analysts who are looking at this situation, looking at the brazenness of it, looking at the lack of, installing your leader or whatever, or gaining any popular support. And they're like, we have no idea what the fuck they're trying to do, right? But again, I would argue that neither did Bush or Cheney, but this somehow, yes, feels worse. The Wancho says, I'm running for Congress in Florida 14. We need establishment and corporate Democrats voted out and impeach Trump SAP. Hell yeah, Wancho, what's your name? Tell me. Political, what's up? Hey, happy new year. Trump ran Putin's Ukraine playbook, take capital, grab the leader. Now the US companies are moving in. Sounds like Iraq 2, deja vu. Exactly, even worse. Jen Pollock, the great regression, taking pleasure in the suffering of others. Indeed. Slopocalypse, I'm honestly scared. I don't know what to do if there's any way to end this never-ending nightmare. I mean, we have to remember, guys, we started this year on a good note, which was the swearing in of Democratic Socialist Zoran Mamdani, who's someone who has stood 10 toes down on everything from economic populism to the rights of Palestinians and immigrants.
Yep.
And we can do this again. We have one another.
Yep.
This country, although on my darkest days, I never say this, but is worth fighting for. And we cannot, look, the fact that they are so dumb should give us a little bit of solace and hope to say, we're not gonna lose to these fucking incel billionaire losers, okay? We're not gonna lose to these incels, I'm sorry. And we should make sure we know. Look at Elon, man. That dude had a terrible 2025. Yes, he tried to destroy the government and in large part succeeded, but that dude had to go away. He had to go away. The richest man in the world could not buy his own fame, his popularity, or his efficiency, because he's a fucking loser.
Or the Wisconsin Supreme Court.
Thank you.
He put in more than $20 million, and we, the people, came out and gave a double-digit win to the liberal judge. And it just came out yesterday that Tesla sales fell and were actually second, and the Chinese EV car actually trumped the Tesla for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, good for them. Hats off. Hey, just a bunch of thank you to Skeet Sayer. And
I
Jacqueline
hate my parents.
says,
Why do
anyone
you
else think
hate
that Trump
your
had been running the
parents,
Godfather
Lainey?
all holiday so he could be using the Marlon Brando voice and Senator Dave Geary hand motions?
No, he's just sick and dying.
He's just dying.
He's just dying.
Tired.
No, he's like, this is too early. Oh, God. What?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Back to bed. Speaking of back to bed, it is time to take a little bit of a break, but thank you guys all for tuning in, for watching, everyone. Please become a member or first of all, you can join the Bituation Room any way you like on Substack at frannyfio.substack.com, on YouTube, youtube.com/frannyfio. You can become a member of the Frantifa officially. Get the official badge that I might be rolling out. Patreon.com/Bituation Room. Support me. $5 a month, $10 a month, whatever you can spare. And watch all the people who love the Left Hook and truly the amount of work you put in so that we can all keep our sanity. How can people support you and fight?
So it's the lefthook.substack.com, and right now, thank you for the 2,600 people who are watching us on Left Hook and all the people who are watching us on Francesca's fantastic YouTube channel. Please subscribe to Francesca, to her YouTube channel, to her Substack, and also, if you can, then subscribe to the lefthook.substack.com. There are no paywalls. I depend on the kindness of strangers, much like Francesca. So if you do want to become a paid subscriber, I have the Terrible Captain's New Year's special. It's the lefthook.substack.com/special. It's already cheap at $5 a month, but now, if you do it this month forever, it will be $3.75
Sounds good to me.
a month, because I know times are tough for folks. And for the people who are joined us late, I'm so happy that Francesca messaged me, because I was telling Francesca, I got up at 6 a.m. because Muslims, we pray like all the time. So I got up to pray and I was like, let me just randomly check my phone. I rarely check my phone. I'm like, oh, war with Venezuela, huh? And then I stayed up for 30 minutes. I'm like, holy crap. I took a quick nap. I woke up and then I was like, I want to talk to someone. I should talk to someone. Even though I'm sick, I want to take today off. And I'm like, Francesca then texts me. I'm like, all right, let's move.
I'm always the one who's like,
let's do
no.
it.
Well, thank
Francesca's
you.
usually the one who goes, I'm so tired. How are you alive? How do you have 800 of them? I'm dying. But Francesca's like, let's roll. I'm like, hey, Francesca's very passionate about Latin America. She spent time there. I think she'd be the perfect partner to talk about this. So for those
you
who
guys
are
you can
late,
start.
this will be up on
Yeah.
our respective Substacks.
I'll be done with this in
and our
about 15
YouTube
minutes.
channels in about 30 minutes to an hour. We take you through the news. Francesca did a fantastic job. We play the clips. We ground you with what's happening, and then we gave you our analysis. And because we're students of history, we're going to make a prediction that this is going to be terrible, and the consequences are going to be terrible. But I'll end on this: we have the numbers, so things are going to get bad. We're pragmatists. We're not Pollyannas. Things are going to get far worse. The greatest wealth transfer in history is about to happen. Medicaid is about to get cut.
That's right.
Diesels is skyrocketing. Public healthcare infrastructure is being dismantled. The world is going to turn away from America. Yes, it's bad. But we saw something with Mamdani. We saw people come out. We saw people get sick and tired of the establishment. We saw young people sick and tired of the okie doke and the status quo. There's more of us than there are of them. Trump is dying. and more people who voted for Trump, even the independents and even some Trump white voters are saying, oh shit. So once you look at that, we have the numbers, we have the better story, and I would say, Francesca, we have a year, less than a year in the primaries. And now's the chance. Do not be content with the milquetoast corporate centrists. Do not be content with crumbs. Mamdani showed you can dream big, you can talk big, you can make bold demands, and you could try, damn it.
Yes.
We just want a fighter. And if these people aren't fighting for you,
It was a good
rid
shot.
of
My
them.
parents
Get
proved
rid
zero
of
to my
the
development. They put
Get
me
rid of
in
the
group
Jeffries.
homes,
You
military
owe
schools,
them
mental
nothing.
hospice. Their
Vote no
grandparents
matter
never taught me
who.
anything.
Bullshit. They
Expected
still
everything
haven't
from me. Now they're
embraced
getting
those
mad
guys.
at me for
F
knowing
you,
something.
you're done.
If you're gonna be
We're
mad at
bring
anyone
in a
for me,
fighter, and Shala, we're
I
gonna
knowing
clean up
something, I
house.
know it's you. should be
Absolutely,
mad
we
at.
have
I
to
don't know if
roll
anyone can
all
read
of this
that.
back and more.
You're
And you
gifted to
can't
people
roll it
just
back
expect
without
you
a
to know
vision.
everything.
You have to know where
Yeah,
you're going.
that's,
If you're going to actually step out of the
in the
corporatist,
workplace, I have
imperialist
noticed
mindset,
that a lot of
and
environments,
actually make this country
if if you set like a high
great.
bar, a high standard for yourself
Raj,
at
you're
work, they kind of
wonderful and
expect that all the
amazing. I'm
time, and
gonna
that
go
becomes the
and thank you
baseline.
all for being
So
here.
any minor
Subscribe, do all the
failure
things. You can
is
become a patron, also 25%
is
off.
exaggerated.
And until next time,
So
see ya.
like,
Love ya. No one Venezuela. Go join a
unless
protest.
unless you have a plan for succeeding, then overachieving in a workplace, especially a corporate environment, is absolutely a waste of time. But I say don't even worry about your parents. Do it for you. You know what I mean? Do it for you. Succeed for you. Make the effort for you. Don't expect don't expect like what's the word I'm looking for? Don't expect acknowledgement, you know what I mean, from anyone else other than yourself.
Is gravity truly a force?
Ooh. The trajectory, it looked like a duck, it talked like a duck, it talked like a duck, it acted like a duck.
Right.
As far as you're concerned,
Of course,
it's
It's gravity.
Go on about your business.
And the universe doesn't care one way or the other.
I'm going to quote Einstein. Time is defined to make motion look simple.
Whoa, that is effing crazy.
If I put you in an elevator and cut the cable, you will fall to Earth at 32 feet per second for every second.
I got kicked, so I don't know how much of
ground I jump.
I can always
Only
learn
if
more.
you're Bugs
Exactly.
Bunny or the
I
road.
don't know how much of what I said made it through, but I got booted for a minute. Got timed out.
This is Star Talk Special Edition. And I have no idea what we're doing today, but Gary knows. Gary!
Oh, you put the burden on the responsibility upon me.
They just told me to show up for a special edition.
All right, so every year we sit patiently through hundreds of fans' questions, and thank you so much. But now, after a year of good behavior, we get to ask ours. So I suppose it's that time of the year when there's naughty and there's nice. So I guess
I'm the nice.
and I'll be naughty. How about that?
This is the third time, apparently.
I know.
Wow.
It's become
Okay.
a tradition
Yes.
in the making.
This one is the charm.
Founded in 2023. Okay.
What a great year.
It just does not sound very impressive.
All right, so what do you have? So what happens now?
Oh, it's okay. Before we get to our questions, and
These are questions you have.
the Star Talk family have, and Chuck and I are part of the Star Talk family, so
Oh.
we have our burning questions.
Burning
All
questions.
the people. Okay, you have your burning questions, and you're also delivering questions from people who are in the Star
In the
Talk
Star Talk
Oh yeah,
family.
oh
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
I mean, we are built on curiosity.
Okay, if that's as it should be.
Thank you.
But if I can't answer it, I will tell you.
All right. Before we get to our questions, we recently had a patron whose question made the rounds. First, it stumped you, so then you passed it on to Brian Green,
Yes.
who then recently passed it on to Brian Cox, and stumped two different theoretical physicists. So congratulations to Mitchell Adkins for winning Cosmic Queries. Well done, you.
Yes.
Right.
Is there some prize for that?
You get to ask more questions.
You get the
Yeah.
pat on the back for being.
Okay.
I remember that. That's the quark question that you were so
Oh, yeah.
enamored of.
Oh, yeah.
The quark question. Like
Could it be a
during
quark?
spaghettification, when we get down to particles ripping apart, when you rip apart a quark, it makes two more quarks.
Right.
So what happens?
Is there a quark catastrophe?
Oh, great. A quark tap.
Here we go. Asymptotic freedom,
Asymptotic freedom.
like I said.
Yeah. So now you guys got questions. So let's bring them on.
Chuck, you have a question here, I think.
Yeah, this was like a general kind of.
Yeah.
We'll keep it to this year. My actual question
Yeah.
was, what was your top non-astrophysics topic we covered this
yeah,
year.
I have no idea
or
why.
the favorite thing that
Just
you
remember,
learned in
do it
this
for you.
year.
It would have to be our David
Like,
Chalmers
even-
interview on consciousness.
Oh, okay.
Even
Yeah.
if you
Was it
are
Aussie? Was
make
that
an
right?
attempt to be
Yeah.
selfless,
But he's NY. I think he's
be
NYU.
selfless
He is
for
NYU.
you.
Right.
If that makes
So,
sense.
I just like hearing an expert.
Like, if you're gonna
so
give
many
to
people are
charity or feed the
opining
homeless, right?
On what consciousness
Do
is.
it because
and
you
the
want to do it.
mind
Do
and
it because it brings
and
you
he just
satisfaction.
Thought a lot about it.
Not
And
because
I
anyone
enjoyed
pressures you
learning
to do it
about-
or
and that was
forces you
on,
to do it.
on special edition.
Yes,
not
it
just
was.
any of the flagship
Education. If you want to
Star Talk
succeed in education,
content. So
get your
I
degree,
like
whatnot.
learning stuff.
Do it because
much as
it's
I can.
you
I
want to
find
make
that
that
shocking.
accomplishment. You know what I
You're
mean?
not the only one.
Yeah.
Don't rely
No,
on
if I'm at a party,
the
for example, and I learned that
admiration
someone's
of
like
others
an expert on like
for
bird wings
motivation.
or grasshopper legs,
You know what I mean?
it wouldn't matter. I got 100 questions for him.
Yeah.
100 questions.
Yeah.
And
Why not take advantage of the expertise?
completely.
Take advantage
Oh,
of the
yeah.
moment.
Mhm.
Yeah.
All right, Chuck, you want to follow up with your one of
Okay.
yours?
Oh, here's my
Yeah.
first question. Is gravity truly a force?
Ooh.
Is it truly a force, or is it just the bending of time itself? Okay, now, so clocks tick more slowly.
And
as
whatever-
they are closer
whatever
to
you need to
objects
do
with more mass.
to find the
right?
source of that
Okay,
motivation,
so
do it.
If we look at a flat space-time graph, okay, so just two axes, all right? And on the space axis, we take Earth and we shrink it down so it's just a one-dimensional flat Earth.
Because if you sit there
which
and
some
think,
people
well, I really
actually
don't
think
want to
is
do
the
anything, I
case.
don't want to accomplish anything,
Anyway,
you need to try to
take
figure
that
out
back. You're
why,
not an
because
idiot,
that's
you're
a
just
that's a
stupid.
terrible take.
I'm sorry, that didn't come out
If
right
you say I
either.
want to
Anyway.
fail because
No way for that to come out
I
right.
know, God.
just in-
okay, so the
to
Earth is
spite
now
other
flat
people,
on
then
on the
that's
flat space
that's not
axis,
going to be
okay?
productive
If you
whatsoever
travel
for yourself.
up, which is the time axis, right? Which means Earth is stationary.
Yeah, you're just moving in
You're
time.
just moving in time now.
Right. That means you ain't doing. You're not moving. You're just sitting there.
You're just sitting there.
Yeah.
The time axis then bends, okay? Which means that you're bending space-time, which we know actually happens, but how do we get to that place, you know, in that example? You know what I mean? Like, how do we get to that place in that example? So is it just the large mass object bending time and dragging space along with it? Is that the case? And I left out acceleration purposely just for this. Like, this could never happen, we know. But if it could, how do we get to that?
Well, so let me try.
Okay.
To answer that,
All
I
right.
don't know if I'll succeed. So when you said the time axis is bent, what you mean by that is the amount of mass represented by Earth and its surface gravity
Right.
has a certain slope of that line.
Correct.
That you would move at an angle, so to speak.
Right.
On that timeline. And that would be either faster or slower than the time that passes for someone on a more massive object or a less massive object.
Correct.
Okay. I think you shouldn't overthink it.
That
Okay.
could be an issue.
So, I'm reminded of if it looks like a duck, walks like a duck, quacks like a duck,
Right.
it's a duck. Okay.
I got you.
All right. So, have we ever talked about the equivalence principle?
Briefly, in an explainer.
Not in a special edition.
Not
Not
a
special edition. So let's do a special edition.
Okay.
Okay. Special edition version. The equivalence principle. Okay. So we're here, and I'm on Earth. There's 1G.
Yep.
Okay.
That'd be me.
One Gary. Yeah, okay.
Is that new unit?
A unit of measure. So it's 1G. So all the mass of the Earth is pulling on you for you to then weigh what you do.
Right.
Okay. People say, "Oh, gravity is strong." No, it's not. 'Cause I can pick something up away from the Earth.
You just violated gravity.
No, it's right.
You just, like, take that, gravity.
No, I just jumped.
Yeah,
I could jump.
jumped. I'm just like,
Okay?
yeah.
All right. And objects accelerate. So if I toss something to you, it won't go straight to you. Gravity will bend it.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So
Got
it's a
that?
parabola.
Yes.
It's the parabola.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. Well, on an exam, the answer would be parabola.
Right.
All right.
Once you understood that, then they say the real answer is it's a segment of an ellipse.
Right.
Okay. So,
See,
it's constantly falling?
No, so
No.
if you answer ellipse, it means you know more than the questioner who wrote the question.
That's not going to happen.
It can happen, like when they write the New York State Regents in physics.
Okay.
I have to watch out for knowing too much. You have to answer what they think
What they
you should
want,
answer.
they want the answer then.
Yeah. So when you do calculations with trajectories, it's approximated with a parabola. Okay? They don't say approximate, they just say it is a parabola.
Yeah.
For it to be a parabola, it means the force is directly down at every single point on the trajectory.
Right.
However, Earth is round. So this vertical line is not parallel to this vertical line because it's moved along Earth's arc. They each point inward to Earth's center. Okay? You can approximate it over small. This is why people think Earth is flat, because sections of Earth you can approximate with a flat surface. But if you did it precisely, you would find that those directions that gravity is pulling you angle towards the center of the Earth, and that shape is not a parabola. It is an ellipse. And how do we know it's an ellipse? Because if all the Earth were shrunk to its center, it would orbit the Earth. This ball you threw to your friend would orbit the Earth in a really elongated ellipse. No, it's a cool fact. But it's like it's
All
the
you
crime
have
of
to
knowing
do
too
is
much.
visualize it as, don't look at it as you're throwing something and it's going along the ground. Look at it as you're throwing something and it's going along the curvature of the Earth.
Or the curve that Earth's
Or the
gravity
curve
would
that
give.
Earth's gravity gives.
Yeah,
That's what I mean.
that's it. Okay.
Right.
Okay. And the force of gravity from Earth, when you calculate with it, you put all of the mass at the center of the Earth. And it's, so when you say, when in Newton's equation of gravity, force equals big G, which is a constant, mass of me, mass of the Earth, divided by our distance squared.
Yeah.
What's our distance if I'm standing on the Earth, which is down in the center of the Earth?
So you two constants.
Yeah,
Your
Ugh,
center
I
of mass
suck.
and the Earth's center. of
Correct.
mass,
And that distance is that distance. It's not the fact that there's Earth between it and me doesn't make any difference to the math, it turns out. So, point is, that's why this arc is not thinking that Earth is there. It doesn't care. It just cares that Earth is operating as though it's at its center.
Okay.
And if Earth's surface were not in the way, it would continue in this arc. So here's my point. So Einstein said, if I'm in a rocket and the rocket is accelerating at 1g, okay? That's a pretty fast acceleration.
Right.
That is.
Okay? So 1g in American units is 32 feet per second for every second you're subjected
not
to
in
the
a group.
force.
Per second, per second.
Per second, per second.
Okay.
Right. So after 1 second, you're going how fast?
32 feet
Per second.
per second.
After 2 seconds, you're going how fast?
32 feet times 32 feet. No, 64 feet.
64 feet
64 feet
per second.
per second.
Right.
After 3 seconds,
128 feet. No, 64 times 30. Wait a minute.
96.
See, I'm already
Thank you.
confused.
96.
96. Add another 32
Oh,
feet.
Link,
Trouble
you're
if
still
I'm
there?
getting it
Yeah.
Just so you know.
Don't ever
No, this is where my overthinking
force
starts.
yourself
Yeah,
to
exactly,
live up
exactly.
to
I start
others'
overthinking.
expectations.
So it's 96
so
feet.
yeah, that's the recipe
Set
to
your
get you
own.
your speed after 3 seconds.
What do you expect of
Right.
yourself?
And it will just
and then
continue
live
like
up to
that. The
Continue.
farther, the longer you fall, it just keeps continuing.
It just gets faster and
Right,
faster,
faster and
Okay, okay. So now, so that's Earth's acceleration of gravity.
Right.
Okay. All right. So in fact, well, you're standing here, and that's your weight. If I dropped you from an elevator,
I know I
shaft,
sure wouldn't. Joe's
or put you in an
expectations are
elevator
way
and
too
cut the cable,
unreasonable.
you will fall to Earth at 32 feet.
No, I
per
don't expect
second
people to live up
for
to my
every second.
standards.
So it takes 4 seconds to hit the ground. How fast did you hit the ground?
And I'm not going to expect myself
wait a
to
minute.
live up to other standards.
Wait.
I'm going to set those standards for myself and
Jeopardy
do what I
theme
can to
music.
live up to those.
Is it 128?
128
Oh
feet.
my god.
Chuck, you're
I
0
just
for
want-
2 here.
I wasn't sure. That's why I sat on that answer thinking, is he playing a game with
32
me?
feet per second.
32, 32, 64, 96, and then the 32 on top of that.
100,
That's it.
120.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and then you die when you hit the ground.
Right.
Okay.
Or not.
But while you're falling, you're weightless, just so you know.
So it's
Right.
no good if just before I hit the ground, I jump in the elevator. And I land softer than if I was just hit the ground.
Only if you're Bugs Bunny or the Roadrunner. That's when that works.
If
Just wanted to test that theory.
Thank you. Thank you. If you could jump, or you were as resistant to death as Wile E.
If
Coyote.
you want to be a legislator or policymaker,
Look, if you
why
jump
don't you learn the
upwards
law?
at 128
So
feet per second, that would
you have you're saying
counterbalance
that
the fact that you were falling at 128 feet per
a
second.
requirement
And
to
then you would,
become a
I
legislator
guess,
is
just land
to
softly.
be within the legal
not a
profession.
theory I want
You
to
would be
test.
your own retro rocket.
Yeah,
at that
basically,
point.
No.
that's right. It's your own retro rocket.
Yeah,
It's
your
your
own.
retro
I
Your
will
own
not.
retro
It's a
rocket.
retro rocket. All right.
Yeah.
Agree with
So
that.
now Einstein said, now here's a rocket that's accelerating at 32 feet per second.
Okay.
Okay.
Right.
I'm
We're in
asking why you
space.
don't learn the
Right.
law to better
Okay.
help that.
You're on
Oh,
the
of
other
course.
side of the rocket.
Learning the law will
And we're
help you
accelerating
become a better
sort of
legislator.
This way, upwards, let's say.
But
towards
requiring
zero.
that
You're
is
across from the
absurd.
rocket. and
That's
I take
why
a
you have
ball
people
and
around
throw
you,
it to you. At the instant I let go of the ball,
to help you
it
navigate
is going at whatever speed the rocket was going
that aspect of
at
it.
that moment because I'm in the rocket.
Correct.
And my hand
That's
is
why
touching the
you
ball.
go
Right.
to legal
But if it
professionals
takes
as
1
a
second
legislator.
to get to you,
If you want to
what happened
enact
to the speed of the
legislation or
rocket in that
propose
1 second?
legislation,
It's
you
about
go to
32
a
feet.
legal
Went up.
it
professional,
went faster.
whether
32
within
minutes.
your sphere
So,
or not,
this
and say, this
ball
is what I
not
want to
gonna
do.
make it to you.
How
It's not
can I
gonna
do
go
this
straight across to you.
within the
No, it's gonna
confines
go
of the
down.
It's
law?
going to curve down.
Right.
Right?
I got you.
It's going to curve down exactly the way it curves down if you threw the ball on Earth. And Einstein said, could you tell the
But
difference
We can't
between
defer
these
to
two
professionals
situations?
because if we do, that'd be
in a
communism.
rocket or
China
on
does
Earth?
that, so we can't do
If
that.
the rocket were sealed
Brian never talked about a
and just
requirement.
standing here
I'm
on
asking
Earth,
why you don't learn the law, even though
and
you
you
want to be
perform
in
this
that legislative
experiment,
field.
the ball
I would argue
dip
that
before it reaches you.
I am still learning.
If I'm out in space,
I would
at
ad-
1
I will
G,
admit that I
the
have
ball
a
will
lot
dip
to learn.
before it reaches you. He hypothesized, turns out
and
correctly,
I will state that I
that
will continue to
those
learn
two
as I go.
situations are
That's what I'll say.
indistinguishable.
So you're telling me someone took a ball on a rocket, for real?
No, there's another way. to
But
test
I
this.
am not going to. If I want to
Okay,
get into
these are two
policy
different
making,
masses we're talking. One is
I'm
your
not going to
gravitational
limit
mass,
myself
and that
to.
shows up in the FG over r squared.
I'm not going to
The
limit
other is your
myself to
inertial
becoming
mass, which shows up in your F
a
equals
certain
ma, which
level
is
of
another one
legally
Newton's
knowledgeable
equations.
before I
And
pursue
the
that.
question is,
I'm
are
not
those
going
two
to do that to
masses the
myself.
same? There've been
That's
experiments that have
limiting.
shown
That's why.
they're the same
That
for
is
like
why.
9
That's
or
your
10
question.
decimal places.
Your question is why I
Basically,
don't.
It's a correct
That's why I don't.
understanding of the universe.
I'm not going to limit what I
So,
can do.
You asked if
based on
gravity
what
is a force.
some certain
You can think of it as a force
criteria
when you're sitting
that I
here on
need to
Earth.
reach.
Right.
Well, the law
But
is
when you're
meant
just
to
rocketing
be
through
limiting.
space,
What?
is it a force? No, it's just the leftover speed
That has
the
nothing
ball
to do
had
with the-
over here
with
that gives
myself.
the illusion that something pulled it down. But in a
I don't even
sealed
feel
rocket,
like no, that's not even
you
relevant.
cannot
not
tell the difference.
That has
Okay,
nothing
and
to do
so
with
to say,
what
is gravity a force or is it
like
just
how,
the curvature
the,
of space and time? I'm saying that distinction.
the
It's immaterial.
the
It's
achievements
immaterial.
I
It
intend to
doesn't
make
really
for
make a
myself.
You want to make you want
it to be.
Do you want it to be?
Because that is our natural intuitive thought
They're
process.
experimentally identical.
Exactly. So I
And since one of them involves no planet at all,
right.
all we can say is it's convenient to think of that as this thing called gravity here on Earth.
Right.
It's a convenience. In
Right.
space,
Your
it's
question
not gravity,
was
but it's
why
doing
I
exactly
don't
the
doing the
same
learn
same
the
thing.
law.
But it's
I
not
guess
gravity.
my
In space.
actual
Newton
answer to your question is
get
why
to
I
his
don't learn the
laws
law
of motion.
if I want to
16
become a legislator or policymaker.
1687.
My argument
So
is
since
that
1687,
as I
we've been trying to
progress
break
along that career
these
path,
laws.
No,
I
you-
will
they're not gonna
learn
break in the
more
realm
about the
that they
law.
were
No, but I'm
tested.
saying people have tried, and they still
Your reason is
are
because it
holding
would limit
true.
you.
Oh yeah, no, it's
No,
been
oh,
verified.
no.
So
Yeah.
it's only breakdown at the
What I'm
limits.
saying
Right.
is
where,
if
oh my gosh,
there
you're
is
really
a
close to
certain
the sun,
threshold
the
of
gravity
legal
sun is so
knowledge that
strong
one
that
is supposed to
Einstein's-
have
Einstein matters
in order
okay,
to
in the general theory
succeed
of
in the
relativity.
policy
and
making
where time
or
begins to get
legislative
altered,
field,
and then
that
Newton's
would be
equations
limiting.
fail.
That
They
would
just
limit
fail.
the potential
Gotcha.
But they still
for
work.
people
They still went to the
to
moon on Newton's equations.
Right.
So you know.
Yeah.
succeed in that career field.
It's like saying,
That's what I'm saying.
You know, is a hot dog a sandwich? You know, at one point it's just semantic, but people want to argue as though it's a deep philosophical fact.
Right. It only matters for the sake of the argument.
Good
Yeah,
way to
yeah,
put that.
explain
It
something.
only matters for the sake of the argument.
It
Yeah,
does
yeah,
not
makes
matter in the
sense.
universe.
Right.
Right.
And the universe doesn't care one way or the other.
High five
because
me.
it works both ways. It's indistinguishable. It works. So basically, this is the
Sound like you're
spaceship.
saying, well, the more
That's
ignorant to the
the
law I
problem.
am, the
And-
more policy I can
and-
make.
yes.
No. What? I don't know how you took
This thing
that
about
away from
time,
what I said.
right, okay? Because I was only just talking about the trajectory.
Right.
So
What the heck?
If there's a spaceship going
That is
past
just
you,
craziness.
sorry, now let's go back to what's called uniform motion. So it's not accelerating.
Right.
Okay, just
Yes,
easier to
well,
think about
this-
this.
right.
Okay, so a spaceship going past you, you don't know if you are stationary and it's moving, or it's stationary,
you're moving.
You don't know.
Right.
There's no way to even determine that.
It's like when you're on a train and it pulls
knowledge of
off.
the law.
Real slow.
Real slow.
Limiting
The,
your
the other
ability
train you're looking at, you're like, oh,
to
they're
make policy.
Wait,
No,
who's
no, no.
moving?
Right, who's moving?
Yeah.
Right,
No.
because it's real smooth.
I'm
Right,
glad that
if it's
you
smooth.
actually
In the old
understood what I
days,
meant.
They didn't
Finally.
have smoothly paved
that's
roads.
clearly not
and they just had
what I said.
horse-drawn carriages and chariots. And so if you were moving, you knew you were in
Yeah,
motion.
yeah.
So how could Earth be in motion? We would feel it. No, because it's moving through space.
Right.
Not on your damn road.
Right.
You know, with
Yeah,
with
they don't have a
cobblestone.
Department of Transportation in the universe that doesn't do its job.
Well, they
by
may
filling
do. We've
potholes.
just not come across them yet.
That's true.
Yeah.
So here's the problem. If you want to know how their time ticks, all right, let's say they send out time signals, just one every second.
But then again,
Okay.
considering how you are, you
Well,
would violate the
you'll
law
get
if it
one
meant
of
getting
those
a policy through.
signals, okay, and the next signal that comes to you, the interval between those two signals will not
Can you be
match
more specific?
the interval between those two signals
Give me an example
sent to you by
of
the
something
person
that
on the
you
ship.
think I would do
Because they're coming towards you and they'll be shrunken
that would violate the law.
or expanded.
Yeah.
And so we also know that
in order
the speed of
to
light is
and
the
what
same,
the tell me,
no matter
give me a
the
policy
reference frame.
that you think
And so
I would try to
everything else
implement
adjusts
based
to make
on
that
how
happen.
long you've been listening
And
to
so
my
when
bullshit.
Einstein published his
And
general
then
theory of relativity, it took the
tell me
uniform
what-
motion and
how you
generalized it
think
to
that
any
I would
motion at all,
violate the law to do
which-
that.
That's why it's called general.
I'm really
general
interested to
theory
hear,
of relativity, which
what
includes
you're thinking here.
accelerations, which then talks about gravity and the curvature of space and time. So that's the best I can do with that answer.
No, that's pretty good. And
You're
you're
gonna
right.
go to-
The
you
real
sleep-
answer is
you're gonna be able to sleep?
You're
Like,
overthinking
what is
it.
on your
That's-
what?
Well, yeah, and
What
like I said,
were
on
you
the ship,
thinking about when you said
the
that?
trajectory, it looked like a duck, it talked like a duck, it acted like a duck.
Right.
As far as you're concerned, it's
It's
gravity.
gravity. Right.
Go on about your business.
Yeah. Okay. No, I'm satisfied. Mm-hmm. We'll see with the next one.
Okay.
I'm satisfied with this.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I appreciate
overthinking.
your curiosity here. 'Tis the season. For a limited time here at Star Talk, we're going to offer a discounted access to membership categories of our Patreon community. Get you a little closer to what we do and how we do it. There are gifts at different levels, and it's discounted for the holiday season. And somewhere down here are the codes. Check it out.
So, right, next question from me. Recently, Airbus grounded some 6,000 of its aircraft for emergency computer updates as a result of cosmic radiation. Why was it just Airbus and not others? Is this a one-off for commercial flight, or will this become something that
And
will
go
be
from
a
your
new
gun
normal
policy to your public
for
service
air travel?
policies and social
Great
programs.
question.
You're welcome.
Okay, gun policy.
Okay, so let's back up.
I would not violate the law.
There's high energy phenomena in the universe, especially in the centers of
As I've
galaxies.
said before,
And
I would propose
that high energy phenomenon
legislation,
accelerates charged particles.
and then
And to
I would leave it up
stupendously
to the
high
legal
energies,
to the
like
legislative process to pass or not to pass
99.999%
that
the speed
legislation,
of light.
that
They
policy.
travel across the universe.
And then
and
if
especially
some
across the
goober out
galaxy.
there thinks
And when
that it
they
is
arrive on
illegal
Earth,
or
we call
unconstitutional,
them cosmic rays.
then they
Right,
would
okay?
have the legal
They
system
come from every direction.
at their beck and call
I would
to
see
prove or
them
disprove
in
that.
my data
That is
when I
not
expose a digital
that
detector
is
to the
in
universe
no
through my
way
telescope.
Right.
illegal to do.
In fact,
That
there
is
are
in no way
utilities we have
unconstitutional.
that correct for cosmic rays, because the cosmic ray hits the one of the pixels and it blows it out.
That does not
okay? So what
violate
you
the
do
law
is you take multiple
whatsoever.
images.
That
and
is
then
what I
you-
would do.
You overlay them.
You overlay them, and then you take out the high and the low, and you get the median
Like,
of
if
your
I
images,
think that
and
there
that
should
that
be
basically takes out all cosmic rays. So when you
a,
see images
gun,
reported,
like,
it's not the raw image.
safety
raw image
class
is always contaminated with cosmic
in order
rays.
to be
And
allowed to purchase
so
a
they're
firearm.
everywhere. Oh, by the way,
I would
the
propose the
cosmic ray doesn't make it
legislation.
to Earth's surface.
Leave it up to the
hits our
legislative
atmosphere
body
and creates
uh,
showers of other
to
particles.
pass or not to pass it.
Who in total equal the energy of that one particle.
And then if it does get passed,
It's called a cosmic ray shower.
I'm sure there's
You
some
look it up.
NRA
It's like a
lawyer
diffuser.
out there
It just comes down and it
that would feel that it's unconstitutional and would
See,
do
this is our
everything
problem
within
with
their
space
power
travel, the radiation.
to
And now you're telling me
litigate
this
that.
radiation is penetrating.
Well, the total energy
To
does
knowingly
actually
pass an
reach the Earth.
unconstitutional
Yeah.
law is
Okay,
a
it gets-
violation of the
but
law.
Just not as cosmic rays.
Not as concentrated.
Not as concentrated. Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Unfortunately,
not
it's
as the original
not.
As the
cosmic rays.
original
We still
cosmic
call them cosmic rays.
It's really
because of
not.
their effect on this. All right, this tells
Because
you
if it was a violation
Okay.
of the law, how many
and
legislators
high charge particles
would have
high
gone to
energy charged
prison for
particles from
just
the
that
sun,
exact thing?
We're just right now.
It is not.
With the end,
It is not
recording
illegal
this
to
at
do
the
that.
end
Actually,
of 2025.
Yeah.
We're on the downstroke.
That's
the
what's
very
great about our
upper
country.
Downstroke of the solar maximum, solar max. In
You
the
could
last
pass
year and a
legislation.
half or so, and we heard about Aurora. Also,
and then
the
it will
North
later on be
Magnetic
determined
Pole,
that
which
it's
when we grew
unconstitutional
up,
Right.
through
was
legal
wandering
process,
around Canada.
and
In the
absolutely
last
nothing
20
will
years,
happen
it
to
made a
that
beeline
legislator.
towards the North
God damn it,
Pole.
where is this
And
thing?
it just
Above.
recently passed the
How the
North Pole.
fuck do I get
It's
there?
on its way to Siberia. As it goes closer to the North Pole, it actually comes closer to the Northeast. Here we are recording
I just
this
said
in
it isn't
New
criminal.
England, the
Okay.
Middle States, because
Okay.
it just brought it a
Gotcha.
little closer. All those three factors combined, plus we're monitoring the sun as never before. So we know exactly when it would happen. There was a day you didn't know. Oh, we caught it here.
If
You
I
check
waited
it
for
out.
somebody to
Call
tell
if
me-
you see. We now know. It's called space weather. There's a whole branch of NASA. If it's still funded
Whether an
as of
intended
today.
policy was unconstitutional or not, then
that
I would
studies
never
explosions
actually
on the sun.
accomplish anything.
All right. And one of our favorite guests,
Because
Lika,
for every
Kuta,
10 people
that one.
that says it's okay to do this, you will get 10 people that says it's not.
she's a NASA
You know?
solar astrophysicist.
Yes.
And so she thinks about all of this. But anyhow, so we have better predictions, better monitoring.
Like all
and
of
so there's a
the
greater
things that
awareness of
you've
Aurora
told me in the
today
past
than
that
ever
you've said are
before. Right, there are people
unconstitutional.
thinking, oh my gosh, things
I
are getting
promise
worse.
you that it would
But
be
it's
just
not.
as easy
Okay,
for me to
this
find
maximum
as
we're
many
coming off of,
instances of somebody
that
saying that
max-
it's not,
all they do is
or
count
saying
the
that it is
sunspots when they get a
constitutional.
lot, and then when they come down. All right. This max was higher than the last
Okay,
max
this is
11
annoying.
years ago.
Right.
But both of these were lower than the previous three. Okay? So there's nothing, if the sun is going to kill us, it would have happened already.
Oh, yeah, we'd already be dead.
We already been cycles ago.
So
but anyway,
It's like
these
every
particles,
villain in a movie. If I wanted you dead, you'd already be dead.
or let me put you in a contraption that will kill you in an hour after
What's
I'm
great
gone.
about
Give you a
whether
chance to escape without you knowing.
something is constitutionally permissible in today's environment is that it's completely
The laser
open
will
to
be so
interpretation.
Exactly.
All that matters is who is interpreting it.
So that's a
That's what
long
matters.
preamble to the fact that it seems to me
Congress passed a law that bans all speech.
that
Is that
given
a
how many
violation
planes are
of
flying
the
every
law?
day, it's like tens of
The
thousands of flights.
the
every day. There's a
passage
million
of said
people
law.
at any given moment who are airborne.
No,
in an
actually, the
airplane,
passage of
okay?
said law would not
That
be
many flights.
unconstitutional.
Yeah.
The
Then they're
process
flying
by
for
which it is
that long.
instituted would not be unconstitutional. Actually,
And one
the
plane
law itself would be
uncontrollably loses
unconstitutional. But
altitude, then regains control.
that is something that would have
You
to
wanna
be
blame that on
litigated
the
again.
universe?
That's the
Oh,
point
no,
I'm trying to
I'm
make.
just saying that happened.
No. They said it happened. They
Yes, it says
blamed
Congress
a cosmic
shall
ray. They didn't
make
know it was a
no
cosmic
law.
ray.
I don't know about that.
All right, cool.
because
Then they can
that's not
litigate
the
that after it gets
only
passed.
incident of
So
charged
that's what I'm trying to
particles,
say.
Because
That's the point
when
I'm
you
trying to
look at
make.
these circuitries, they're
Well, yes, of course.
they're so small.
That is why
It also
there are legal
happened to a car
processes in
company.
place
What I'm saying is,
ahead.
What I'm
to
saying
roll that
is,
back, prevent it from happening,
my
whatever.
chip.
But honestly,
when
like that's
in
absurd
my day, the chips were little.
because that
About this
hypothetical
big.
would never happen.
I take a picture, depending on the length of
But
exposure.
see, the
I
thing
have a
is, what's
half dozen
great
cosmic
is you
rays
actually
that
don't
hit that
even
chip.
you wouldn't even
I see what
need
you're
a law to do
Yes,
that.
I'm
This is
higher
what's
up
so
than you.
great
I'm at
about
7,000 feet.
our
The plane is at 30,000 feet.
about our
Could
country
that make a difference? Because we
is
said that the
you
cosmic
can just
particles
collect
hit these other
like
particles.
5 billionaires
Go ahead. I
to
am.
control the
'Cause it
media,
sounds to me like you're making his point. What I'm saying
to
is-
filter
Go ahead.
what is said and what
If you're
isn't.
gonna blame it on the universe,
And that way, even though the
it
law
would be
says
happening to way
that you
more
can't
than
limit free
one
speech,
plane.
Yeah.
I see. The
if
volume
all of the
cosmic
billionaires that
rays
you know and you're
bombarding
friends
the
with, if
Earth
they control all the media
all the time,
outlets,
on
I get what
top
you're
then
saying.
you don't even
I
have
got
to
on
change
top
the
of
law.
how many flights there
You
are.
just change
Right.
the ownership
you have
of
to be
who
so
distributes the
confident.
information.
Right.
In the wiring of your plane.
That's what's
that
great about our
the
country.
Tens of
If you're rich
thousands
enough,
of
you can
planes
control what is
that
said and
all
what
have
isn't
maintenance
without
schedules
actually
and
having
all
to
of
change
this.
the law.
You have to be so sure
It's
that
fantastic.
there is no
Like, if only China
human
did that.
error
Oh,
in
wait,
any
they do.
maintenance schedule
My
for
bad.
any of those planes that are flying every single day,
That's
and it
some-
happens to one of them, and you say this
technically,
plane is
bro, this
perfect,
hypothetical
therefore
did
the
happen
universe
under
does it.
So
Th-
here,
John
this
Adams.
is a
I'm skeptical.
convenient.
No,
this is a
like, it's literally
convenient-
happening now.
I won't say excuse, but
A
I'll
CYA?
say, yeah, convenient way
Like
for the
Elon
me
Musk
what
owns
CYA is.
Twitter.
Cover
Jeff
your
Bezos
ass.
owns Washington Post.
It's a convenient
Larry Ellison
CYA.
is
I know,
purchasing
'cause
Twitter,
This happened
not
to
Twitter,
a car
but
company, and they made the same
yeah, Twitter.
excuse that
Is it?
highly
No.
charged particles that bombard the
what is it?
Earth
What are they trying to put?
somehow
CBS? Yeah,
hit
CBS.
circuitry.
Fox News,
where
well,
it's
they've already
supposed to
they've
go
already had
to
their tongue
a
up
0 or 1. It changes it
Trump's
to
ass
a
for
1
a
or
decade,
0.
and
It
up the
changes
Republicans'
bit.
ass. So
Okay, and the changing of the bit, of course, changes everything that the computer does.
already
for that
happening,
for that
calculation.
Yeah.
like there
And so
is no
that,
law that
so-
limits free
but
speech.
Now that I'm hearing you
But
say
So they
this,
updated the
when
software.
every
I don't
single
know
person that
what they did,
controls
but
the
I can
speech
imagine
is
what
on
I
your
would've done.
side,
'Cause I've written in my life about
then
50,000
we're already
lines of
there.
code. So
Free speech is
I
already being
think
controlled, buddy.
about this, but
Hate
others,
to tell you.
they're programmers who do.
Hate to
100
break it
times
to
that.
you.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not bragging here. I'm just giving some street cred.
Hate to be
that
the
this is what I
bearer
would
of
do
bad news.
if I was worried about this in the future. If it were really a cosmic ray, any truly critical calculation, because planes are flown by computers.
Right.
Let's be honest.
Yeah, that guy who comes on like, ladies and gentlemen.
That doesn't
so
have
great
any
to have you
relevance
on
to the
board
point
with
I was
us today.
making.
By the way, I'm up here not doing a damn thing.
I'll be
It
taking
does,
a nap.
actually.
It's the same voice.
Because
Yeah.
sometimes
Go to
you don't
pilot
even have to
school.
pass
The
unconstitutional
pilot
laws.
school voice.
Yeah, because
Here's what I would do if I were the program, because they said they uploaded program. If there's any truly critical calculation that affects the safety of the plane, and the computers are fast, so you can do this in.
And to
practically
be
real
honest with
time,
you, I think the
I would
broader
put a
point that I
loop
was
in there
attempting to
do it
make,
3 times.
right.
which I didn't even
Redundancy.
realize this at
3
the time.
times. Okay.
The broader point that I
And
was attempting to make
whichever
is
two
that
of
a
those are
single
the same,
policymaker
That's the right answer.
That's the right answer.
wanting to
If all three
pass
are the same, it's the right answer. If two are the same,
some
it's the right
type of
answer.
gun
Correct.
ownership
And if a
restrictions
particle actually kicks something out,
is the
changes
least
It's not gonna
of
do
this
two,
country's
it's
not gonna do
problems.
two.
Right, it's not gonna do
The
two.
very
the
least.
redundancy will cover that.
Correct.
Right.
And
And
the-
why couldn't
and-
you just harden the damn like,
That's what it's all about. Well, you're hardening not only the software, but also the
Was it
hardware.
Congress
Yeah.
passing an
And like
unconstitutional law is
satellites know all
unlawful.
about
There's just no
this, 'cause
criminal
they're up there
penalty
above
for
the
it. Okay.
atmosphere.
they don't
No
have any protection
at all.
Yeah.
No. Cosmic ray hit.
They raw dog in the universe.
Raw talking.
It's like, come on,
Fair
baby.
enough.
Bring it on, radiation.
Raw talking.
I'm learning some new phrases.
I just think that there should be a little bit more discernment.
Satellites raw dogging.
Uh,
That's what it is.
That's what they
It's
do.
not just.
There
it's
should
not
be a
just to
little bit
protect
more
against the
discernment
radiation, but they're not protected against asteroids.
on your part
meteors.
instead of
You see,
just
what a beautiful meteor
seeing-
shower. These are
seeing
these
black
particles
and
that
white,
hit our satellites,
Right.
especially the space station.
unconstitutional,
last message.
constitutional. Like, sure, that's
Both.
important,
No.
but if you have
wow.
somebody
Okay,
that's
cool.
trying to
Yeah,
actually
so
help
I-
society,
yeah, if it's a cosmic ray,
you know,
that's how I
trying
would
to
solve
better
it. I'm
educate
glad no one was
people,
harmed.
trying to lift,
And this, I understand it dropped altitude.
See, I was looking
the,
at saying, is this
the
a
lowest
distraction
economic of those,
for
lift those
something else,
up,
or is this
instead
someone
of just
being smart
saying,
and getting
oh, no, that's
ahead of the
unconstitutional,
story
can't do that.
and future-proofing to it.
Figure out a way to make
Yeah,
it
I think they originally
constitutional,
wanted to blame
right?
it on the sun because
Like,
when
how
there's
can
solar
it be
maximum,
worded? How can
people
it be
are heightened-
implemented,
have
passed in
heightened
a way that
concern.
is
But
But it'd be the
constitutional?
same
You know what I
cause and
mean?
effect. I mean,
Yeah.
the high energy
Like,
particles hitting
Try
your
that.
software.
Give that a whirl. Like,
right, here
give,
we
give
go.
it a
Yeah,
whirl.
another one.
Here's
Let it
another one.
rattle around in there.
What's the most
it-
straightforward explanation
in your gray matter
of
for
the
a little bit?
strong nuclear force
Why don't you ask me that question
and
more
the
often?
behavior
I don't know.
of quarks?
I
and
don't know. I
gluons?
honestly wish I had.
Because they say gluons.
That is
And I think like,
actually a
that's
good point.
thing, like a quark.
I
Like
wish I
But
had.
it's not. It's not a
But
particle. But we
again, I'm
call it
human.
a name like it
I'm
is
human.
a
I'm not
particle.
perfect.
And then when you think of the strong nuclear
I'm
force,
not as smart. I'm
This should
smarter
not
than most,
happen.
but I'm not as smart as I
I
want to
mean,
be.
I know it's happening on the quantum, but
The fuck?
these protons, they're like, yo, what's up, buddy? Come on over here. Let's hang out, man. I love you, man.
know what I mean?
Like, yo, give me a hug. But the truth is, they shouldn't be doing that. They shouldn't be doing that.
I've
You know
done
what I
that many
mean?
times. I
Because
do that
they're
frequently. I can
like-charged
tell you
They're
how you
like-charged
could implement
particles,
the
and they
universal
should be
healthcare
like-
system
They should repel.
constitutionally.
Yeah, like
Well,
who,
shit.
who you looking at? What you doing over
Tell
here,
me.
man?
You get out. I was here
Yeah, I
first.
was here. What you talking
I am
about?
all ears.
It's you
I would
mean.
love
This
to
is my space.
hear.
You on my turf? Get out. Like it should be
Right.
straight up turf
I
war.
think that's where I
Okay.
get the
But
frustration.
instead, they're all
is
loving
that
and hugging.
Yes.
the
right?
initial
and then the
response that I
electrons are
typically
hanging out
get
just like, what's up, guys?
is,
Right.
You
no, it
which
can't
makes
be
sense.
done.
That makes sense.
Instead
the
of,
electron field
well,
makes sense.
here's how you could do
Okay?
it. You know what I mean?
But
I think that's
what
where the
is
frustration comes
the strong
from.
nuclear force that this is able
Is
to
that the
happen.
initial
Okay.
response is
So,
a pushback, a
The
refusal,
strong nuclear force is one of the
instead of
fundamental forces of nature.
like
There
a collaborative
are
effort.
basically.
You know what I mean?
Electromagnetism.
It's really three.
Right,
Th-
right.
There's three, but
Right.
So just for my benefit, it's thermodynamics?
No, electromagnetism,
Electromagnetism.
weak nuclear force.
I'm not saying no, it can't be
strong
done. I'm
nuclear
saying
force,
it can't be done
And then what we
that
just
way.
talked about, gravity.
Gravity.
which we know is a force
Okay.
just because accepted, bitch.
So-
anyway,
Because it
If
walks
I'm
like a duck.
because it
offering,
walks like a duck.
Yeah.
That's why it's
if I have a
that's why it's
proposal,
fun.
suggestion, an idea of a way to make things better,
So these are the fundamental
then
forces of
let me know
nature.
how it could be done
And
constitutionally.
we didn't invent them. We observed them. Okay, and as I
Once again, overthinking. See
the opening page of one of my books, it says the universe is under no obligation to make sense to you.
Okay.
Now here's something to think about.
Go ahead.
The electromagnetic force
so freaking hot in
weakens
here? Someone
as
turn the heater
the
on?
distance separates.
Correct.
Correct.
Right.
Someone turn the
Gravity
heater on.
weakens as distance separates.
Correct.
That is exactly what happened.
The
Why am I
strong
sweating?
force gets stronger as the distance separates.
Back in a second.
Because
Why did you ask because on the other one?
it didn't come into my head.
No, because those other forces we operate. They're in your everyday life in ways that the strong nuclear force isn't. So you can ask, is there anything in your life where if you increase the distance, they are attracted together more strongly? The answer is yes.
A rubber band.
A rubber band.
Oh.
Yeah.
A spring.
A spring. Yes.
In fact, in physics,
but not a slinky. Because when you stretch it, it just gives up.
Yeah, slinky is a weak ass spring.
So weak. You stretch it out, and it's like, oh, I can't.
Yeah, slinkies are not.
Can't face another staircase.
Help me! I'm a slinky, and they stretched me. I'm no good.
So, if you look at the force equation for a spring, it has a negative sign on it. F equals minus kx is what it is. K is the spring constant. X is how much you have displaced the spring. Okay? The minus means as X gets bigger, there's more of an attractive force back in. Okay? Whereas these other forces, it's a positive. All right? So it's a contest of forces. A proton at a distance sees another proton and say, I'm not coming near you. You can't make me. I say, yes, I can. I'm going to heat up the gas. Now your movements are so fast, you will get closer before you successfully repel.
Okay.
Okay. The temperature is forcing this. It's like a shotgun wedding. It's forcing it. Then at a threshold temperature, it gets so close. Strong force says, I got you. And the strong force, the strength of the strong force overcomes the strength of the repulsive force in that instant.
Okay.
And then it attracts. And then it ain't even about the electromagnetic force at that point.
Wow.
We discussed earlier on about Newton's laws, how that for centuries they've stood the test.
Yeah.
Are we likely to find new or slightly varied laws of nature?
Well,
as we explore the
ideally,
universe?
every time that's ever happened, it's like, oh my gosh, look how much more we now understand when we were previously just touching the elephant, not knowing the animal. So there's a lot we don't understand today. The nature of dark matter, the nature of dark energy, what was around before the universe. Was there a multiverse? How will the universe end? Is there a big rip? These are questions that are just dangling there.
How about time?
Possibly, the time, I'm going to quote Einstein, time is defined to make motion look simple.
Whoa. Dude, that is effing crazy. Einstein said that?
Yeah, yeah.
Yo,
Well, he didn't come up with E equals MC squared.
That impresses you, but not
like that impresses you?
equals
Oh,
MC
that's
squared.
so funny.
Just saying.
That's hilarious. He's saying that impresses you, but not E equals MC squared. I know I should probably
recalibrate.
I should recalibrate my
recalculate.
I should measure my my responses there. Yeah, that's a great say. Time is defined to make motion look simple.
Yeah.
That's very elegant.
Yeah, and deep. Yeah.
That is really cool.
Okay, so quarks are what protons are composed of.
Right.
As are neutrons.
Right.
By the way. And quarks have charge.
Yes.
I don't know if you knew this.
Yes, I do, but I'm not sure if I understand them because when I was reading about it, first of all, there's like, Jesus Christ, like 13 or 16 different kinds, and
No, there's 6 kinds of quarks.
6 quirks, and then, but then there's another levels, and
I
then
think
there's
there's 6.
spins. Well, maybe I'm thinking
think
about
there's 6, yeah.
it's like 2 up, 1 down, and then
Right. So in a proton, it has a charge of +1, and it has 3 quarks.
Right.
So it has 2 up quarks. I think it's up with a charge of +2/3, What's 2/3 plus 2/3? Each of them has a charge of
1/3.
plus 2/3.
2/3 plus 2/3
Yes.
is.
Come on, help him out here. You
4/6, which is
no,
75.
no, it's not 4/6.
Then it's not.
No, you don't add up the denominator.
Denominators, yeah.
Denominator carries. You add up the top. So just do that. 2/3 plus 2/3 equals
1 1/3.
4/3.
1 1/3.
1 1/3. Right.
Okay. So the other quark has to have what charge for it to be plus 1?
2/3.
No.
I mean, has to be a minus.
Minus
Has to be a
what?
minus third.
Minus a third.
Right.
There it is.
Minus third, and then it cancels out, and now you're good.
Well, then it adds up.
It adds up to 1.
Correct.
Right. It cancels out, adds up to 1.
Correct. And a neutron has, I forgot exactly what, but they cancel out to 0 charge. There's like plus 2/3, minus 1/3, minus 1/3.
Okay.
Okay.
And then
so there's still charges within there's still charges there.
Gotcha.
All right. Now, so the quarks are fundamental.
Well, that makes
Protons and
sense,
neutrons
'cause
are
then
not
you have
fundamental.
one, and then the electron is a negative
No,
charge.
forget the electron.
Okay.
We're not talking about that.
I know we're not even talking about. I'm just
Electron
thinking.
only knows electromagnetic
Electron,
forces.
Right. That's all it knows.
Okay,
right.
and a weak force. But
See, this is my problem. Now you see how my brain works.
that's
You see
good.
What I'm
I'm
doing?
glad. I'm glad, Chuck.
Yeah.
I'm
No,
glad.
I'm not. I'm
Okay.
not. This is very. I'm a nut job. This is my problem. I'm a freaking nut job. But go
Okay.
ahead.
The strong nuclear force holds the quarks together.
Gotcha.
It's the strong nuclear force that when you pull two quarks apart, you have to get more and more energy to do that, like the rubber band, and then it snaps, creating two extra quarks. All right. So that's the strong nuclear force at work, and the spillage out of those particles to attract the other nucleons.
Chit-chatting.
So the spillage of the gluon.
Whoa.
Did I say gluon yet?
Depends on what level you want to do it at. Federal has constraints.
The quarks are held together by the strong nuclear force.
And a few other power schematics, there is, however, a small niche that hasn't been used in a while. The federal government is allowed to have powers delegated to it by the states, similarly to how the federal government gives some of the surrender powers back to the respective states.
So,
you know,
there's something called
based
virtual
on
photon that
what
gets
what
between two
our
objects,
legislature has
they have
done
to have a charge,
regarding like
and they will feel
war
that and
powers
respond
and
and either
taxation,
get
I am not a
repelled
fan
or
of
attract. And they call it virtual
I am
photon.
not a fan
The photon is
of
the force carrier of
any
electromagnetic energy. And
governmental
the
body
gluon is the force carrier of
delegating
the
out
strong
powers. I'm
nuclear
not a
force,
fan of
the
that
strong nuclear
whatsoever.
force. And it's strongest within those particles.
So back in
but
the day, federal
enough
government allowed
spillage so that
states to
two
regulate
protons
the
can stick
import
together
of
in a
spirits,
nucleus.
despite the
But the real
Commerce
action
Clause
is
explicitly
inside the
delegating that
particle
power to the
itself.
federal government. It technically works both ways.
I know.
Happy now?
Yeah, it's weird.
I know what you meant by spirits.
Right, so we have
certain
another-
powers
another
cannot be
question.
delegated or
Right.
surrendered,
This is
though,
from
depending
Tamsin,
on the
one of our
wording of the
producers.
clause.
Tamsin.
Yeah, when approaching a astrophysics problem, how do you determine
So,
which
if you
mathematical
have-
equations to use, depending on your approach?
So if you
or which
have
aspect of the
a
overall problem
government,
you're
a
looking
state
at,
government,
do you shift the equations you use? Just
Right.
explain how you
and
apply it,
you
or
have
the
a
equation
federal
Tamsin
government
says
that
X
has
in advance.
Okay.
has
Great
a
question.
certain amount of
Okay.
funding based
So
on the
I remembered
taxation
learning
of the
physics
federal
for the first time.
taxation of the
And
citizens.
a lot of it is kind of like it's a
And they go to these
sliding
state governments,
brick on an
and they
inclined
say,
plane. There's a pulley.
here's this
there's-
money
these questions don't
to be
look relevant
used
to
for the
anything.
purpose
I wanted to
of
understand the universe.
your
and
citizens'
physics
health
is
care.
fundamental to that. That's what kept my interest in these
How
boring ass.
could the federal
problem sets.
government
Okay.
constitutionally
Then you realize it's not about the problem set.
make those states
It's
use that
about
money for the purpose
manipulating
of its citizens' health
equations
care?
that exist only in the service of the problem you are reading. And so you build this inventory of things that can happen in the universe and the equations that matter to it. So if it's motion, right off the bat, I'm probably going to need Newton's laws of motion somehow. Is it moving really fast? I better know Einstein's equations. Okay? Is it dropping through a viscous medium? Okay?
Right.
Oh, by the way, can I tell you? In high school, I didn't know what the word viscous meant.
What did you think it meant?
I got a 98 on my physics regents exam, and I knew what question I got wrong because I didn't know what viscous meant. They said, well, plot the distance time curve for a rock falling through a viscous liquid.
You were like a vicious liquid. What kind of liquid is that?
Shark infested.
So that was a vocabulary problem for me, not a physics problem.
Okay.
So I just got that one wrong. Had I known what viscous was,
Hi.
then it's trivia.
What's up, Ghost?
Because what happens
Welcome
is
back.
you drop it
I
into
saw you
the
pop in
liquid.
yesterday.
Normally, if you drop something, it moves faster and faster, right?
And then I think you left pretty quickly. But what's up?
But in a viscous liquid, it just.
Oh, I got to
descends.
follow. JR123097.
Old-timers will
Thanks.
remember
Thanks for the follow.
Prel
How are you today? I am
shampoo commercial, where they
fantastic. How
dropped
are
the
you doing
pearl
today?
into the shampoo, and it just gently descended. So what happens?
What did that prove?
I felt the same way. It makes your hairs better.
How's that clean my hair?
It was a physics.
It's awesome, man. I'm good. Thank you.
So, if
Bro, there's a
somebody's
person in the same
moving
category
through
who
a
is legitimately
fluid where
losing
there's
it.
viscosity,
Right.
then
You know,
viscosity
believe it or
equation.
not,
And if I never
most
did
of the
a
time
problem
I
set
am losing
that
it. I
involved
just hide it
viscosity,
well.
I would not know to reach for that formula or that bit of mathematics.
And that's a real world problem too,
That would
because
be, well, all of these become real world problems.
Yeah.
That's the point.
Yeah.
So
The
every
states would have
week
to surrender
there
that
are
power
typically
locally and enter
6
a form of
physics
agreement. It
problems,
would make
each
enforcement and
testing
federal law
different
should
for
meet the
homework.
burden. Since it
Each
would
testing a
be a new power
different
grant, but it
physical
would only
principle.
apply to the
Right.
states.
You
Pretty
have
much
to
the states
apply a
given,
new
give
formula you learned
that
that
regulation
week
authority
in
to
order
the
to
federal
solve it.
government. Federal government can
And
then spend
when I say
money
formula,
on that
that
since it would be an
cheapens it.
implied power.
You have to apply a new
Okay.
understanding of the behavior
Gotcha.
of nature that you learned that week. And here's the equation
Uh,
of that new understanding.
So that's your toolbox.
JR, you
Toolbox.
gotta
Yeah.
give me some more
Toolbox,
details.
yeah.
What is this?
Toolbox.
How's this other
So,
person? Okay.
you look around and you say, wait
no,
a
like she's
minute,
claiming people are
there's
trying to
matter
kill her
becoming
by
energy
gassing
here.
her apartment, deathly
What's going
scared
on
to
in
leave the
Marie
house
Curie,
because
one of the first to
of
show
COVID, etc. She was
radioactivity
talking to
is a
herself.
source
Ugh.
of energy coming out of nowhere.
What category?
Right? There's no
Politics? I thought that's
machine
what the
or
category I
engineering.
was in.
What's going on? There was
That's
no
what I
way to
thought.
understand that without
Politics.
an
Oof.
equation
All right.
that has energy on one
Well,
side
I
and
can't.
mass
I can't
on the
speak
other.
for that person. I don't know
There's
who you're
no way-
talking about.
You can
But
just describe it.
it
but
sounds
there's no
like
way
she
to
needs help.
calculate with it until Einstein.
Sounds like she needs help.
in 1905.
But then
E
again,
equals
you have
mc
to
squared.
remember.
Oh my gosh, a little bit of mass.
You have to
times
remember, JR,
speed
with
of light, which is a
the
big number
influencer
squared,
culture that we have
You
now.
get a lot of energy out of it.
Some people
by
think
doing
that
so
the crazier
if you
you
have
act,
gaps in your physics
the
knowledge,
more
there'll be some
notoriety you're
problems
going to
that are
get.
intractable to you.
So there's
Now
actually
here's what I
an
wonder.
incentive
Which direction
structure to
I head
act
today?
crazy.
What new physics?
So, but regardless,
lay
it sounds like she
undiscovered
needs help.
until
I don't know what to do. LMAO,
it
nothing.
rises up.
What like what
and
what are
we
you
say,
gonna do?
"That's
There's
the
absolutely
equation I
nothing you can
need
do.
to figure this out.
No, like she truly believes this.
that I've been
Yeah,
scratching
you
my
know
head
what?
on for the past
That
10
sucks
years.
to hear,
Maybe
but
the
that's
equation
legitimately
does
her
not exist
problem.
yet.
Ooh.
So it's
we don't know.
Like what
the
can you do?
solution
GoFundMe
until
for $1
we're
billion?
faced with the
Okay.
problem.
Okay.
Or if you're really clever,
So honestly,
people
like
were
it
just-
sounds
were
like she's
simply not clever
grifting.
enough
Is what
with
it
the
sounds
known
like.
physics to solve the
She's
problem.
acting
For
crazy
example,
because of she thinks that based on influence
superconductivity.
culture,
If you cool down
acting crazy
a
is going
metal
to increase
your
her
choice low enough,
influence and
electricity
popularity,
goes through it without any
and she's going to be able to
resistance at all.
profit from
Right.
it. That's what it
Whereas
sounds like to me.
any wire the electricity goes through, there's resistance. which leads
She's
to
got to be
what?
schizo. I mean,
exactly.
Heat. So this it goes through.
I'm
and
not a
goes heat. Oh my
psychologist,
gosh.
but
what is that?
or
It's a
psychiatrist,
purely
but that very well
quantum
could be the
physics
problem.
phenomenon.
But you have to keep in
Was
mind
there
that
enough quantum
people
physics to figure it
people
out?
do act crazy
Yes, but
when
no
they're
one was
not
clever
for
enough
the
to figure
purpose
it
of
out.
making money, grifting
Okay?
off people.
What they found was that as the electrons get colder, their wavelengths get longer.
But it only apply to the states that
because
pass
the wave
laws to
particle
give that
duality.
power
Yeah.
away.
As
Innovate
they
on
get
type of puzzle
longer
piece
and
where,
longer, all the electrons
if the laws don't fit
end up
together, a state
behaving
tries
like
to
they're
abuse the
one
funding, then a federal
particle.
government loses power to
Because
fund
all
it,
of their
and
wavelengths
always
come
has the
together.
they
discretion
come
to
together.
not fund something.
And as one particle, there's no resistance.
They
to
behave
the-
themselves.
They behave themselves.
What's her name? I'll tell you.
And it comes through.
Oh, looks like she's
So
getting
the
what she
quantum
wants.
physics
She's
was
acting crazy,
available, but no one was clever enough
and
to know how to apply
she's
it.
Didn't know where to
now
point it.
you're in
Where to
another
point
chat
it.
talking
Yeah.
about her, and
Where to
now
point
you're
the
going to get
weapons.
someone else to go
Yeah.
check her
Great
out.
example.
Yeah,
Yeah.
great
See?
question
All
too.
right, I have another
strategy's
question.
working.
This one is from Lane, one
Her
of
strategy's
our
working.
other producers.
Mm-hmm.
She's over in our LA office. With David Krakauer and Brian Cox, we learned about the two main pillars of emergence. It is something greater than the sum of its parts, and secondly, possesses a distinct
your chat is
language
better,
to
bro.
describe the emergent behavior.
Well,
The
I
example
appreciate you
David
saying that,
gives
but
is
like
how
it's
fluid
rare for me to
dynamics
have
through
more
its
than like
own
2 people in the
formulas can
chat.
predict movements of groups of particles
Like,
without needing to
2 is
know
typically,
about
like,
each
the
individual
limit.
particle.
Yep.
I think
Given
at
that
one
we have a
point I had like
language for
5
describing
at
and
the most,
predicting
and
a
that was
person's
it.
volition that screens
Social
off
orphan something.
the
just click.
microscopic factors in
terrifying.
someone's
You know,
life,
I'm not
would
gonna do that,
that
actually.
make free will just
I
as
am not
real as
going
fluid
to. What's the word?
dynamics? Is Is free will just an emergent
I'm not
property of
going
conscious
to
thought?
incentivize.
And the
love
finishing,
that question.
the finishing is
Lane.
please
Yeah.
discuss.
That was
Man.
nice.
Like, think about it.
Good
If
people working for Star
I'm
Talk.
telling you.
if you have a dog and it acts like an
Why are you
idiot and it
surprised?
goes around biting people, and every time it
I
bites
didn't know-
someone,
I
you
always knew
reward it
I
with a
was
treat.
dumber than the people on the show. I didn't
It's
know
going
I
to
was
keep
dumber
biting
than
people
all
because it
the
thinks,
people who
hey, I got a
work
treat
there
for
too.
biting someone. So if every time she acts crazy, she gets someone to go out there and advertise, be like, "Whoa, go check out this
so
crazy
I
lady," and then
love
like 2
that
more people join.
interpretation
She's
of
just
what's
going to be
going on.
incentivized to keep acting crazy.
And just to remind people, in case but you can dig up the show. There are gas laws we might have learned about in chemistry.
She needs to get off
which are
Twitch and get help.
macroscopic laws that
But
describe
that'll
the
never
behavior
happen
of the
if her
entire
craziness
gas.
keeps drawing more
Okay,
viewers.
pressure,
She blocks
temperature, this sort
everyone
of thing,
immediately.
and they work.
Oh.
That's what we use them.
Like to keep them from
They're called
chatting?
laws.
Oh,
Those were
because okay,
discovered
because
before
that
we
means she just
even
doesn't want
knew
criticism.
about atoms.
Gotcha.
Successful laws of nature describing the behavior of atoms in
She's
this
insane.
emergent
Yep.
way.
All right. Well,
What they all do
sounds like
when
her
they're
problem.
sorted together as a blob of gas. That's remarkable.
sounds like a whole lot of not my
So,
problem.
I like the direction certain branches of research are going, trying to wrap their head around the meaning of emergence in understanding complex phenomena. And so,
If it's legitimate,
yeah,
it sucks to
free
hear,
will
but
is
based on
emergent.
influence culture,
it's an emergent feature of consciousness.
in the incentive structure
I'm always
that
been on the camp.
craziness
Even
has
if
in
it's not
today's
free will,
attention economy,
if it feels like free will,
I'm
it's free will.
not.
I think it's a fascinating.
I'm not going to be too
thought
quick to assume
experiment
that
because you can say if
she
it's
has a
not free
legitimate
will,
problem.
It's still a choice
Yeah.
that you're making.
You seem.
So
I'm
maybe
for your levels of
it's
not giving a
the
fuck. You seem
freedom
chill as
of
hell.
the choice, but then
I
if
appreciate
the choice
that.
is predetermined by other
I can sometimes be
circumstances,
not chill.
is it
Like I'm
really
not
a
going to go
choice
crazy. I'm not going to start yelling
all?
at people. But
if you alter the predeterminate factors that cause the choice,
I try to be chill.
Who's to say that?
It's just I have other priorities.
You
like,
did that, or did the
I have other shit
circumstance
going on
do it?
that
It's so
requires
intertwined.
the
law-
bulk
did the
of
gas
my
law
of your brain
Yeah,
do it.
yeah.
You know what I mean?
emotional
Like, did
processes.
The neurosynaptic,
You know what I mean?
Gas law property actually caused this to happen. And I think that in some respects, there's evidence for it all.
Maybe
when you look at it.
Maybe the future of neuroscience. I'm just pulling this out of my ass now.
Go on, please don't.
Maybe the future is looking at the electrochemical state of your mind. Okay.
But yeah, I do try to be chill.
Just the way we look at the pressure, temperature, volume, and we
I think
put those together.
really the
with
only thing that
equations
would actually work me
give
up
the future state of that system
to get me into not chill
So it becomes predictive.
predictive.
Yeah.
would be
Maybe
somebody
if we do a
that
download
or something that
of
is
your
like blatantly
electrochemical state,
sadistic. You know what I mean?
Maybe they're macroscopic.
That is something that like
laws
legitimately
that tell
pisses
you
me
what
off.
decision is coming out of that state.
That'd be great.
And if that's the case, I can say, well, you have this much poverty.
Like,
you grew up in this
actions,
situation.
like, within our
you're
own
a single
government
parent
where
household, you
the,
you didn't have food. But
the cruelty is the
crime
purpose.
candidate
That shit
to be
pisses me
committed.
off.
But what is it?
That
More
makes
than
me
half of
angry.
people in prison
Are illiterate.
or come from poverty.
Well, that's more
Fair.
than
And those are correlated.
Yeah, they are. I was going to say illiteracy
messaging
and
me.
poverty
Right,
go
right,
together.
right. So you have the configuration that then makes the gas law
You're
prediction.
talking about mind reading.
Oh.
Just from being able to take that snapshot of
It's
better
brain. It's brain reading more than mind
better
reading.
than mind
in
reading.
the sense of being brain reading, mind reading. Yes.
It's better than mind reading. It's brain reading.
It's brain reading.
Because the brain creates the mind.
Exactly.
Right.
So yeah.
Wow.
So that then we're the Minority Report all over again, aren't we?
Oh,
The
there it
great
is.
sci-fi short story
All right.
writer Philip K. Dick.
I will be back.
What an unfortunate name.
To those of you who just joined the
What have
last
you
couple
got
minutes, I
against Philip?
apologize. I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm going to go eat dinner. And I will be back. I'll keep the video playing, so
in the Minority Report, they were
You'll
the
keep,
precogs.
Yeah.
So rather than doing a download
you'll
off
keep
your
having
brain,
something else to
they're the
watch.
precogs who were telepathic.
But I'll be
basically.
stepping away for a
Yes.
minute.
And so that's how they got into your brain to know what was going on. But same idea.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Except that you're mapping the actual person's brain.
The actual-
Actually, this is better than precogs.
Oh, of course, it's
Because
way better.
precogs only happen because an event precipitates their telepathic.
Oh, they're not going to know whether
foreseeing.
you're going to choose strawberry or chocolate
Right.
for dessert.
Yeah, they can't do that. But with brain mapping,
Yeah.
and also, yeah, you would be able to determine a person's possible path, but also equip them not to take that path.
But you might have to change the state of the system, like changing the gas. You'd have to change the temperature, the pressure,
right,
the volume,
right,
so that
exactly.
a different outcome would come.
Right.
I think once that state is established,
Yeah.
it's going where it's going to go.
Right. Yeah. You can't steam clean with cold water.
Oh, good. Good. What? That's them. Your mama tell you that?
No, I just made it up.
Very good. Can't steam clean with
You
cold
can't
water.
steam clean with cold water.
Right. So, for example, the person who just about to jump off the bridge, did they have the option to not jump off the bridge? I don't think so. In that instant.
In that instant, I don't think they do
Right.
either.
Right. So
No.
And there's no ability to reset.
Correct.
at that moment.
Not in that moment. Correct. So that puts a greater burden on society as treatment of people who have behaviors that are transgressive or psychopathic or sociopathic.
We should have that burden anyway. Unfortunately, we don't.
You're right. Right.
You know, and
more blame should be on the shoulders.
And if you know somebody who's in that position, believe me, intervene. Okay, you can do something, even though it may still happen. I mean, I've lost family members to death by suicide, and you know, even despite the intervention. Right. But in one case, there was a ton of intervention, and the other case, it was like, damn, I wish I pretty much saw that coming.
You saw it coming.
Saw it coming. You know, so
Come on, bum us all out, Chuck.
I'm sorry. I know I did bring us down, didn't I?
We're on a happy note. Okay.
I'm just saying, if you see somebody, don't be afraid to reach out. That's
gotcha. Got one more, but we only have 2 minutes, so let's try it.
This is from Matt, the editor. He says, this is quite literally, and Matt, our editor.
Our editor,
yes. This is quite literally a burning question as it has to do with firewood. I once heard Neil mention in an explainer some time ago that energy of the sun is contained within the trees that we cut down and chop into lovely little pieces for the burning in our fireplaces.
Yes.
Can you expound on this idea? I found the fact fascinating and perplexing, but during a recent camping outing, I chose not to share it as I didn't want to sound like an idiot trying to explain this to my fellow guests as we enjoyed the sun's transferred energy via campfire.
Love it. Love it.
What a great question, Matt.
So you eat food that was once alive. Everyone does.
Yes.
Okay.
Plant or animal.
And plant was once alive.
Yeah.
Okay. If you eat plants, where'd the plant get its energy from?
The
sun.
Thank you.
Okay. If you eat cow, where'd the cow's energy get its energy from?
The plants.
Plants.
And the sun.
The plants you fed it.
Right.
Okay. So we are solar powered through that tracking.
Of course.
Now, plants use the sun to build larger molecules that have energy contained within them. Okay. So the cellulose that has energy. Cellulose burns. Paper burns. That's energy inside the paper.
Yeah.
What color does the paper turn after it burns?
Black.
Black. That's
because
the carbon.
it wants to be cool.
The energy is not just sitting there in an energy vessel. The photosynthesis takes sunlight and creates energy-dense molecules out of it. Now, here's the problem. Here's why we are not cows. Because cellulose has energy, we cannot digest it.
No.
So you have to be careful in your calorimeter experiment. You don't want to burn things that we don't have digestive enzymes to metabolize.
Right.
Yeah, if I took straw and burned it, it has a calorie content, but of no use to us.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
So it has to be stuff you can digest. Otherwise, the calorimeter experiment is not meaningful to us. It's meaningful for physics and chemistry, but not for us. All right. And so you burn it, it's solar power.
It is.
Look at that.
There it is.
Well, Matt, there you go, man. I hope that explanation you're able to use at your next camping expedition.
Just take this recording and play it.
Yeah, there you go. That's it.
All right. That's all the time we have.
Yeah.
Oh, that was
but
fun.
then again,
I like hearing from our people.
No, they're great.
Can we do
and
like another one of these?
We need to.
We've got more than enough questions.
From our own people.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you did your own questions first.
Yeah, we're selfish.
Chuck, always good to have you.
Always a pleasure.
Gary.
Thank you, Neil.
All right, Neil deGrasse Tyson here, your personal astrophysicist. Keep looking up.
All right, we are officially live. Hello, everybody. It's Saturday morning. It feels like a Sunday. It has felt like a Sunday for several days now. But we woke up this morning to pretty remarkable news. The United States has carried out an operation, essentially removing Venezuela President Nicolas Maduro and his wife, capturing them from their home overnight, a large-scale strike on the capital city of Caracas. Venezuelan President Maduro is now en route to New York, where he's facing criminal charges, I believe. I haven't actually read the indictment. A remarkable thing to wake up to, and we want to break it down with our experts. Sarah's going to join us in a little bit, but right now we have General Mark Hertling and Ben Parker. We're going to be taking a quick break when Trump does speak to the nation at 11 a.m. That's when he's supposed to speak. And then we'll continue talking on the other side of his speech for some analysis about what he has to say. But Mark, let's start with you. I mean, what did you've been digesting this for several hours and talking about it on MSN for several hours now too. But what do you make of what happened overnight, and what should people take from the operation?
Well, first I'd start off by saying it was probably pretty prescient that Ben edited a copy of mine that was printed yesterday about regime change and the challenges associated with it. And what I said in that article was primarily that, you know, the military operations are usually very short. And in case when the United States does it, they're very good, and they have been so far this morning. But then it's what comes after that. What I've been watching this morning and been commenting on is the effectiveness and efficiency of the Special Operations Forces. The first piece of film I saw had a couple of Chinook helicopters, which are normally associated with some of the Special Operations Forces, flying very freely across the skyline of Caracas, with explosions having occurred in the background before that. The president gets on a couple hours later onto Fox News and says how great the military operations was, and how surprisingly he also said, we had a couple of guys hurt, but I think they're okay. Nobody was killed. Well, even that announcement of casualties is pretty significant and is something that's not usually done. But now, during that presidential address on Fox News before the true address at 11 o'clock that he promised, we also hear when he was asked by one of the hosts, what's going to happen next? And he basically said, well, I'm not sure. We'll see. It's the typical answer of we'll see what comes next. That's right. Pretty troubling, because that's what I addressed in the article I wrote, is what does come next when you're talking about the head of a government being decapitated and brought onto a ship, the Iwo Jima. Don't know what's happening there. Is he being questioned or just being detained until they can get him off there? That has to do with, is he being treated like a prisoner, or is he being treated like a prisoner of war, where he could be interrogated? These are all the things that are coming to mind. But then again, what I think is going to be interesting when the president speaks is what is going to happen next? What kind of State Department actions are we going to see? What comes after the military withdrawals? Venezuela is a huge country, I think it's about 90 million people. It's a pretty large country. It's got a coastline that's 1,700 miles long, or the equivalent of going from Boston to Key West. So you're talking about a really large country with a huge population, and they have not been in very good shape recently. If you've tracked Venezuela over the last couple of years, they are in a little bit of chaos and dysfunction. A lot of immigrants coming out of there to escape the bad economic situations and the government itself. So really, it's what happens after that decapitation occurs that's going to be important to watch. And this is where we as a nation always get in trouble, when we conduct something that would be the equivalent of regime change.
Right. Well, let me just pick up on that. And then Sarah, welcome to the show. Appreciate you joining. Trump did go on Fox News, as he talked about. He called in to talk about the operation. And to your question of what comes next, he offered a few little chestnuts here and there. So with respect to who will take over in Venezuela, this is his quote: "We can't take a chance of letting someone run it and just take over where Maduro, left off. ... will be involved in it very much." So that to me suggests we will be intimately involved with choosing who will run the country, that it's not necessarily going to be purely democratic with a lowercase d. And then there's one other thing that he said, where we were talking about Mexico, and he argued that the cartels are running Mexico. He says, we have to do something. Something's going to have to be done with Mexico. And it raised the specter to me, and Sarah, pick up when I stop here. Is this going to be something that a playbook that we duplicate for other countries? Already we're seeing senators talk about something similar happening in Colombia. Trump talking openly about Mexico. Are we at this place now where we're just going to start picking off leaders that we don't like in Latin America and saying, you know what, we're going to install people that we do?
Well, Sam, this is where having a coherent foreign policy that is stated is incredibly helpful. The reason you're asking the question is because we sit here without a clear understanding of this administration's foreign policy goals and aims. And in fact, because Trump ran as an entirely different type of person, right? This is the opposite of what he ran on. Now, we don't know, is this a forever war in there? But the idea that we would be intimately involved in regime change, not just in Venezuela, but with people who we're friendlier with, like Mexico, that would be the kind of thing that a normal administration would lay out as a matter of foreign policy. This is what America's aims are. This is why it's good for America. This is what we do. But this is the exact opposite of what Trump told us. And so we've got nothing to go on but Trump's weird call-ins to Fox News. I mean, not to state the obvious, but that's no way to run a country. It's no way for a world superpower to behave, where we have to sit on the couch with these Fox News hosts to figure out what is America doing?
Ben, what are you, when you're like digesting all the news bits around this, there's a bunch of things we just don't know, right? Like, and I think that filling in those blanks as Sarah's talking about is going to be critical to just basically having a better understanding, a better opinion, a more founded opinion about this. So what are the things that you're waiting to see in here?
So a lot of the questions we're going to be hearing are very important legal questions about if this is legal under American law, if it's legal under international law, what's the status of Maduro. Those are all really important. But the biggest question here, and Sarah alluded to this, is what problem are we trying to solve here? And, we talked about this a little bit before we got on, whether or not this is regime change. It's hard to say at this point. Certainly Maduro is no longer in charge of Venezuela, right? He's on an American ship on his way to New York. But that doesn't mean the whole regime around him automatically collapses. There are reports that the vice president of Venezuela is currently in Russia. Those are, I think, not confirmed yet, but it could be true.
Russia's denying that, for what it's worth, but yeah.
Oh, then it's definitely true. Okay. This is a regime that was started by Hugo Chavez, and it was able to survive him when he died. Nicolas Maduro took over. So it's not clear that we're actually going to do anything to change the regime in Venezuela beyond just getting this one guy. And if we are just getting this one guy and lobbing some bombs in Caracas, how does that help us? Does that solve the drug issue? Does that solve the huge, 8 million people who have fled Venezuela into neighboring countries in the last year? Does that solve the economic problems? Does it help us get the oil or whatever Trump wants us to do? It's the biggest question is, what are our goals here? And Trump has not done the work to bring Congress on board, to bring the American people on board, to support whatever it is going
on. Just a brief program. Trump is running a little late. We'll keep you guys apprised of, busy day. Mark, you and I were talking very briefly about the actual operation. There's been a lot of people comparing it to what happened in Panama with Noriega. You made the case to me that you don't see the parallels, and I'm wondering if you could just sort of explain why.
Yeah, Operation Just Cause started in December of 1989, rolled into January of 1990. There were about 27,000 soldiers involved in that, U.S. Army soldiers on the ground. But you got to remember, Panama, first of all, is 1/10 the size of Venezuela. We were talking about the size issue a little earlier. It has a significantly smaller population. The Panamanian military at the time was corrupt and ineffective across the board. We had a real national interest in securing the Panama Canal against a dictator that actually was a well-known drug trafficker and was very involved in fraud and chaos in that country. And it was President H.W. Bush who went to the Gang of Eight and told them what he was going to do. He did not ask for an authorization from Congress, but he at least did inform Congress and the American people in terms of what was happening. Very different from the Venezuelan situation. As Sarah said a minute ago, we just don't know an end state. We don't know what is supposed to be happening. And until you have an end state, you can't determine the ways and means that you're going to execute that strategy. We are seeing kind of the same type of attack that is just mind-boggling that we saw in February of 22 when Russia invaded a sovereign country. We have invaded, no matter what you think about President Maduro, he is a crook. He's a terrible individual. He's corrupt. He is linked to drugs. But this is a sovereign country with a lot of people involved, and not all of them support him, but they sometimes don't have another choice. And there are other ways to use elements of national power, diplomacy, information, more sanctions, some of which we've already placed on Venezuela, than just immediately using the military as the first tool of choice. And again, it gets back again to what Ben said, is that what are we doing? Because we don't know. I mean, the four of us are kind of scratching our heads saying, what should we talk about in terms of what's going to happen next? And unfortunately, that's the same thing that the US Congress is doing, who represents the American people who haven't voted for these kinds of wars. We just got out of 20 years of these kinds of things.
Yeah, Sam, can I just jump in that like our job often, right, is to do sense making for people. There's a bunch of people watching. We want to do sense making. We're all trying to make sense of it. And I think in a lot of political situations, we have enough either inside understanding or professional experience to be able to clearly talk about what it is we think is going on. This is extraordinarily difficult to evaluate right now. Literally, no one has any information other than Trump was tweeting at some point saying, yeah, we've been bombing the boats and wait till you see what we do on land. Like that was the president of the United States giving us a hint of information. Congress has no information. Newspapers have no information. The people who have the most information right now are the people who listen to Trump directly and watched Fox News and had him do it. So that's all anybody's got. And we are talking about an enormous jump in American foreign policy without, and I guess we're going to listen to an address from Trump, which he is running late for, and the entire country is going to learn whatever we learn about American foreign policy from whatever stream of consciousness Donald Trump, chokes out during this. But the idea that there's some coordinated theory about who we are right now in terms of our role in the world, we don't know what it is. And that is the astonishing part. That's
Right.
the only sense we can make of it.
Well, and then I'll just add to that. I mean, if this is ostensibly about cracking down on the drug trade, and of course they made this in the public utterances since last night, they've said, well, we got rid of a head of a narco state. I mean, sure, great, but then you can't pardon 2 weeks ago Juan Orlando Hernandez, the ex-president of Honduras, who was a narco traffic state head. There is no real coherence to that. It was something that JD Vance put in a tweet about this morning about getting back our stolen oil. I wasn't really sure what to make of that. Is there some logic to the idea that Venezuela has stolen our oil and then we have to retake it? I couldn't really follow that one. And again, I guess, Ben, to Sarah's point, it would be much more soothing, I suppose, to have some sort of coherent explanation from the administration, obviously to have the buy-in of Congress, but also to have just a common thread line. These pardons on one hand and then going after Maduro on the other just don't make any coherent sense to me.
No, not at all. And, I guess maybe Vance is referring to the fact that Venezuela nationalized its oil industry like 20 years ago, but still you've had one American company in particular, I think it's Chevron, that still operates in Venezuela.
Yes. Yeah.
And, there's a long history of America dealing with countries that nationalize their natural resources. You can talk about Iran, you can talk about Egypt in the, 50s, 60s, 70s. But how is this about that? How is getting rid of just Maduro going to help get the oil back? It makes no sense. And also, is that what we want? Like, is the idea that American companies are going to be pumping Venezuelan oil? Again, like this all could have been explained before they sent people into harm's way and started spending all this taxpayer money, but they haven't done that.
Trump is, the feed's up. Trump's not speaking yet. Why don't we put up the empty podium just so I can at least get a sense of when he's starting? We get some great shots of reporters texting on their phone there in a big old camera. Sarah, before Trump starts, I want to talk a little bit about the politics of this. The polling data, I think, is obviously premature because it was all done sort of as a hypothetical about what would, how the public would support action. But it was pretty clear that the public would not support action. So the CBS poll from November, so not so long ago, late November, U.S. taking military action in Venezuela. 30% would favor, 70% would oppose. They also asked, has Trump administration clearly explained U.S. position on military action in Venezuela? 24% said clearly explained. 76% said not done that yet. Again, this is, I just want to be honest, this is early. We don't have anything since Trump announced the actual action. But what do you make of those numbers?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, because we don't have any information, we ourselves cannot evaluate the rightness or wrongness of this action, other than what feels wrong because we have so little information. But for the public, look, I said this up front, and it remains true that Donald Trump specifically ran against this type of foreign policy, not just this time, but the first time he ran. It was an expressive, in fact, it was that break from, I would say, traditional Republican ways of showing leadership in the world that many people were attracted to, and that kind of gave Trump this element of like, I transcend regular party politics because I don't hew to the kind of neoconservatism that seems to dominate the Republican Party, and that like express rejection of that express rejection of Bush era foreign policy is like central to Trump. And so, right. And he has taught, like, this is the thing, he has taught Americans, he has taught Republicans to oppose exactly what he is doing. Like Tulsi Gabbard, like the people who make up his administration, the whole Republican Party now has shifted on things like this. Now, are there going to be Trump dead enders who are always like, yeah, whatever Trump says, big, strong man, getting rid of drug traffickers? There will be people who are like that. You're about to hear a lot of that from like the just, you know, people without the lobotomized sort of Trump defenders. But for a lot of the voters, especially the red-pilled voters who were brought into the Republican Party, contra stuff like this because they opposed things like this and because Trump taught them, like he's always talking about being a peacetime president. Like this is just the exact opposite of that. And so right. Whatever he is doing right now, I'm seeing a lot of things in the chat. Like, is it distraction from Epstein? Like, is it, you know, to get us oil so we can make gas prices? Like, who knows what the reasons are? All I know is it's the opposite of everything he said that he stood for since he started running.
Hey, Sarah, can I play devil's advocate here real quick?
Wait. One quick second, because I want to get Mark in before Trump speaks, because there's this thing that, so there's you see the White House press corps down there. Those are all sort of White House reporters who are on what is considered a dead shift. They get the vacation shift. They're down in Mar-a-Lago. This is no offense to them. They're not foreign policy reporters. Now, Mark, I want you to play the role of, if you were in the press corps as a foreign policy whiz here, what would the questions you ask Trump be right now?
Well, the first thing I will say, what Trump will say, he will focus primarily on an operations update. He'll talk about how good the military is. He'll talk about there was no resistance and they shut it down. And in fact, he used the term, the special operators bum rushed Maduro in his apartment, which, you know, it's just contrary to what they really do. But then if the reporters are good, they're going to say a couple of things about what was the resistance. How come the TV station, the state TV, is still playing in Caracas and people are still getting the news and they're confused there, because usually that's what you shut down first in a military operation. Who is in charge of the Venezuelan government right now, and who are you talking to? What are the sanctions you're going to put on? Or when you said, you know, someone needs to take over, what exactly does that mean? What kind of government assistance are we giving? Where is Marco Rubio going to be in this whole thing? Who's taken over? Have you heard anything from Russia or China on this actions in formal channels? What kind of alliances are commenting in South America and Latin America on what just happened? What kind of civil affairs forces are you going to put? These are all the kind of questions I would have, because it gets back to what Sarah and Ben were both saying a minute ago. We don't know what's going to happen next. And he said earlier this morning, when asked about what is going to happen, he says, well, we're going to work through a plan. Well,
I'm sure I'm lost, everyone, but I'm back.
Diplomatic and informational plan after you've conducted military operations. I got to tell you, I've got a whole lot of scars from regime change operations in Iraq. this is exactly the same playbook we used there, where we first had Garner and then had Bremer, and it was a disaster because both of them went in without really any kind of plan or a support for a plan, which really occurs after you take out the head of government.
Where'd it come from?
Ben, I saw you shaking your head.
Yeah, no, I think another question we should be asking is not just who's in charge of Venezuela, who's in charge in the United States? General Hertling, you've been writing about this, but the commander of Southern Command, which includes Central and South America, the military commander for the United States, has only been in office a few months, I believe, because his predecessor resigned very soon into a multi-year tour.
Welcome back. Oh, thanks.
So we've got a guy. I mean, I'm sure.
I had a
these
feeling
plans
you
are
might
places
still be
like
there,
this
if
have been
anyone.
floating around SOCOM.
I'm sure the
and the Pentagon for
was
a
it
long time.
JR and
It's been
Ghost
updated, but you've
are
got a
like,
guy
nah, screw
who's
this.
very
We got
new in his
we got
job
other streamers to
overseeing this
watch.
operation, we assume. Are we going to hear from the Secretary of State? Are we going to hear from the Secretary of Defense? Is it just the president spouting off and saying, here, I decided to do this unilaterally? That's, one thing I would like to see is maybe some hint at organization for this administration. But this is what I wanted to say earlier is, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, Ben, it's a great point because you and I have talked a lot about why Halsey resigned or why he agreed to early retirement. Could it have been the boat strike, or could it have been because he knew this plan was on the table? And he's the guy in charge of all of the South American countries and Latin American countries. And he's probably saying, this is not a good idea, fellas. You're going to get yourself into another Iraq war. So that could be a rationale. And that's, it's kind of speculation, but it could be true. I'm sorry, Ben, for interrupting.
No, I would be interested to hear from him about that. And that I was going to make this point earlier just as a little sort of devil's advocate to Sarah. But it is possible, I think, that if this is really it, if we just went in, bombed a bunch of stuff, snatched Maduro, left, that maybe politically this redounds to Trump's benefit. And he's able to say, sort of like he did after the Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi raid in his first term, we went in, it was so impressive, I did it myself, he died like a dog, whatever.
It's much harder to do things federally than
the
stateside.
Party, the rank and file voters might say like, oh, that was great.
I
That
think it
wasn't a
depends on
20-year
what it
forever
is.
war. That was a quick snatching
Yeah.
grab, and then ignore all the downstream consequences that definitely will affect us for decades to come.
I'll just add on to that, and I'm stealing from Michael Weiss here, the foreign policy reporter, but there's
Very
enough
much.
evidence now that Trump likes acts of war, but not war. That little operations here and there big operations here or there, but that don't last very long, that he can then point to and
I would
I
say-
did it swiftly and I did it while keeping our hands relatively clean.
I think
are
it's
things he
harder
likes.
to
In
do
fact, we're talking
beneficial
about
things
watching,
federally.
this operation unfold and how thrilling it was for him to see. So
You have to use a taxing clause
I
to do a
get
lot of
what Ben is
things.
saying. I think that's where we're probably heading,
Gotcha.
judging by history, is that Trump will have done this and then
Like,
whatever
I
the
honestly,
consequences are.
I don't know what
The
these.
only flip side, of course, is that if
You know what?
this
That's. I was going to say I don't know
Well,
what
that's
these
the real
Republican
problem.
legislators want because it doesn't make
That's the
sense.
thing, right?
It's like
these things
it
can
feels
get
like they
away
never
from
make
one
an
awfully
effort to actually
quickly.
help people.
And so
And then
that might be
it
his
caught in
plan,
my
and
brain.
maybe
I was
that
like,
does
well,
work.
they don't actually want to help
Yeah,
people,
but
so it kind of makes
the
sense
one
why
thing
they
I
do
would
what they
just
do.
say, and this is why it's so important
Like they
to
want to keep
understand
people stupid. They
what
want
is
to keep
our
people
stated
uneducated.
objective is,
They want to keep people
are
desperate.
we in the business then of taking
They
out
they actually like
people that
having
we say are
a
narco-terrorists
slave
as heads
labor
of state,
economy.
because there are a lot more of those. And so if
Or a
that is
wage
what
slave
we're
economy,
doing,
then they
we
don't
may
have
find
time to actually
ourselves,
participate in
being-
government.
it can get out of his hands in a bunch of ways. It can get out of his hands specifically in Venezuela, and it can get out of his hands as a pattern of things that he has now committed himself to doing as part of American foreign policy.
Well, and then on top of that, Mark, there's of course the signal it sends to China and Russia, which is, hey, you can do the same.
Yeah, exactly.
We have
That's
no
what I
moral
was-
authority to say no.
That's what I was going to say. That's exactly right. We are showing the example of what right looks like. We've taken out a dictator. You could apply the same thing to Putin against Zelensky in 2022. That's who he wanted to destroy. He tried to kidnap him a couple times. So, and is China going into Taipei to do the same thing? Is North Korea going to go into South Korea? I mean, the possibilities are endless as soon as you bless it by allegedly the most democratic country in the world with the biggest amount of military
Like you would have to use a
strength and
tax credit
superpower.
system to fund a universal healthcare system and
Yeah.
base it on that framework.
We're still waiting here for Donald Trump. This is Mar-a-Lago, where he's been. There is something, I don't think unsettling or anything, because he basically lives in Mar-a-Lago, but it is a little bit weird that
I
he's
still
in this,
think-
palatial country club, having just dined on caviar.
I still think
and
that
we're doing regime
I don't think
change
there's
war.
anything
a couple days after the fact. I wonder, as we're sitting here and just waiting for him, the Democratic response to this,
unconstitutional
just in my
with
inbox, Ken Martin,
the
DNC
federal
chair,
government being
sends a
responsible
fundraising
for
appeal saying, "Another day,
citizens'
another
health and
constitutional
safety."
war for Trump, who thinks the Constitution is a suggestion. Congress has war powers. Republican cowards are
Like
hiding under
a,
their desks while Trump orders an unauthorized attack against
a
Venezuela.
federalized healthcare system.
The preponderance of the Democratic response to
I don't
this
see
has
how that
been,
violates the Constitution in any
skepticism,
form or
with the
fashion.
caveat that some lawmakers in Florida with fairly robust Venezuelan
And-
populations have been supportive of this. It's an
I
interesting
forgot what I
thing
was gonna
because
say.
I just
Keep
got to
losing
think
track.
back to
I'm getting tired already.
the
Dang it.
Bush era when Democrats felt incredibly vulnerable and scared about
Where
this
is-
type
there
of
it is.
stuff and were supportive of
Because of the
the
general
war
policing
by
power.
and large. I don't think the party's in that position now.
I
and
am
don't
so
think that's gonna be the
confused
case.
about
I think
this
they're
term
gonna come
policing.
down fairly hard on Trump.
When I
for
hear
this,
policing, I think
regardless
law
of whether it
enforcement.
turns out to be a success or not. But maybe my read is wrong. Ben, what do you think the Democratic response will be
Where-
or should be?
When
You
you
know,
say policing power, I
basically
need you to
everyone's a
explain that.
hypocrite here, you know.
Because when I think policing, when I hear policing, I
General
think
Hetwick did, talk
law
earlier about,
enforcement.
Operation Just Cause, in which we did a sort of
General policing
similar
means
thing.
doing or making
So if
laws
you're
that are
worried
meant to
about China and
benefit the
Russia,
health and
First
well-being.
of all, I don't think they
What the
actually
fuck do they
care
call it
about legal
policing?
investigations. They're going to do what they want to do. So I don't think
That
they're
is so
looking at this
confusing.
one way or another. I mean, of course they're looking at it. I don't think they're honestly changing their
Like,
moral or legal
I'm kind of an
calculations.
idiot, but I'm
As far
not
as
that
domestic
big of an idiot,
politics,
and even that
you
is
know,
like,
it's going to be difficult if you're a Democrat.
even that tweaks a few
to
neurons.
say, A, this is unconstitutional.
I don't know, it's from the 16th
but
century. Okay,
what we
so I
did
think we
with
should
Libya
stop
under
using that
Obama
term then.
was fine. To
I
say-
kind of feel
or-
like
or
it's
for that
outdated.
matter,
We should
the
stop
raid
using that
to
term if it's
Osama
from the
bin Laden in
16th century.
Pakistan, not Afghanistan. It's going to be difficult if this ends up being successful.
That's freaking
and
stupid.
We get out with limited damage, and Maduro is successfully trying to convicted. To criticize the way this was done without looking like a Maduro apologist, I think some Democrats are going to be able to do
And
it.
nobody has come up with
but
another
it
term.
Could be.
Oh, I don't know, like-
you know, as Trump is waving the flag and rah rah the troops and all that.
Like, do we have to have like
it
a
could be
specific term? Let's just call it
line
the
for
health
Democrats
and
to toe.
well-being of the
But
citizens.
you know
Like,
who it's not difficult
I
for?
understand it's more
Marjorie
of
Taylor
a
Greene,
mouthful
who
than
has tweeted the
policing, but
following.
it
Let's
alleviates
just
any
check in
possible
with,
confusion.
MTG on what she
You
said.
know what I mean?
She said she served on Homeland Security Committee for the past 3 years, wants safe borders. She's against, these narco terrorists. But she says Mexican cartels are primarily and overwhelmingly responsible.
Because you can't
for killing
deny that the
Americans with
term
deadly drugs.
policing
If U.S. military action and regime change in
is
Venezuela was really about saving
overwhelmingly
American lives from
used
deadly drugs, then why hasn't the Trump administration taken
as a
action against
descriptor of
Mexican
law
cartels?
enforcement, local law
That's a good
enforcement.
point. And if prosecuting narco terrorists is a high priority, then why did President Trump pardon the former Honduran president Juan Orlando Hernandez, who was convicted and sentenced for 45 years of trafficking hundreds of tons of cocaine into America? The next obvious observation is that by removing Maduro, this is a clear move for control over Venezuelan oil supplies that will ensure stability for the next obvious regime change war in Iran. Anyway, she goes on.
And like,
regime
you gotta
change,
remember,
funding foreign wars,
like,
American
message
tax dollars
framing
being
is so
consistently funneled
important
to foreign
nowadays.
causes. She's against it.
Like, if
So
you
anyway,
don't
the point is,
find a
she can
way
do it
to
without being
frame a
hypocrite. There is
message
to the extent that she does
in a way that
lead or at
is
least
easily
represent
digestible
kind
by
of
the
a very
vast
specific
majority of
American
people,
for America First kind of faction,
then it will not be an effective
those-
message.
Those
right?
types, I think, are going to be mad about this because it was one of their
That's what's
specific
important
and
to me.
stated reasons for supporting Trump.
You're just
Where the
like,
fuck?
I mean, JVL's heart is pumping right
Oh,
now.
I know.
after you read that.
I'm not usually one to pump up Marjorie Taylor
It's
Greene as
still
like
legally
the voice
used,
of
so
reason.
and
the
nobody
way
has come up with
some
another.
of our colleagues
No,
might-
but
it's
in this case, she is
notable.
consistent. I mean, people are
She's
pulling up
consistent,
these
that's
old
right.
Tulsi tweets from 2019 where it's just like, never do no regime change
'Cause,
war in
like,
Venezuela, and like
If I'm
it
running
doesn't take much
for
to dig
a
into Trump
like
Diddy
some
Vance
sort of
saying,
elected
you know,
office,
we're not going
elected
to
position,
engulfed in these adventures.
and I go
overseas.
out there
So
and I start
there is
talking
hypocrisy
about,
there. That's where I guess I suppose I
oh well, the
disagree with them a little
policing
bit, 'cause
power of the
I don't
federal
know if
government doesn't
Democrats
like people are going to
have
just
to
shut
really
their
hold
ears
back.
off.
I mean,
You know what I
this
mean?
is
Like
a case where Trump did promise
there's
a
just
certain
it's
foreign
not going to
policy
fly.
and seems to be
You know.
moving against it and operating without any congressional oversight whatsoever. I mean, it seems pretty simple attack for me. I don't think.
It's
and
like a,
obviously the polling shows
you know,
that
it has
voters are a
the
little
has the
skeptical of this.
well
Yes,
actually
you
kind
don't
of
wanna look like an apologist for
vibe
what
to
you're doing,
it.
that's
You
why
know what I
you're getting
mean?
a lot of throat
Like
clearing
nobody likes those
statements.
people.
But it
Nobody
does
likes
seem
that.
like Democrats
Well,
feel fairly
actually,
confident
people.
they can argue that Trump's not out of control, but swinging wildly widely on foreign policy. All right, there is a new video that the RNC has put out of the Caracas raid. They set it to What is the band that they sent you? Was it Leonard Skinner?
Creedence
One of the
Clearwater.
band. Clear Credence. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. We're gonna try to.
I don't
play
know,
it.
it's just
We
what
have
it's
to
called.
play
They
it.
also
How
called
do none of
reserve
you
powers or
old guys
Salus
know Creedence? I mean,
populi.
come on.
Salus populi sounds like a freaking
We're gonna
fungus.
do it because we're not allowed to. We're not allowed to play the song.
Like
without
that is
copyright
immediately what I
problems.
pictured.
But
It's
let's
like a
play the
fungus
video. I
growing
want
on a
Mark
cave
to
wall or
talk
Something
something.
that I
Steam
guarantee you the
here.
Trump administration also doesn't have.
They don't give. Yeah, they don't care. Let's see if we can play this because it is the first sort of video we've gotten of what actually happened. So, Mark, just walk us through if you can see anything. What's going on here?
Yeah, I can
has
see
4
right
pillars.
now there's 2 and then a follow-on couple of 3 ships.
Oh,
of
I didn't know
either
fungus had pillars.
PH-47s,
I thought
the
they had
big,
stalks.
what they call big windies, the 2-bladed helicopters. And then you've probably got a couple of Apaches following them. At the same time, you're seeing explosions, simultaneous explosions in different locations, which means there's the helicopters are flying through a pathway where aircraft are probably striking. These are
Very funny.
yeah,
I know. I thought so.
The initial ones were rocket burst. I don't know what the hell that was. That just looks like secondary explosions from something. But what they're hitting at this point, from what I understand, is one of the major Air Force bases inside the center.
I agree.
Of
I thought that was
Caracas.
quite
There's a
humorous.
military base right in the center of the city, and you can see a lot of.
I chuckled to
citizens
myself.
Are taking a lot of smoke, a lot of fire, a lot of explosions. So you're getting secondary explosions from initial blasts. So that tells you that whoever is firing kinetic devices are hitting the mark.
That
And they're
includes
doing a
commerce,
pretty good
public
job.
safety,
But
public
it's also
health, and public
smack dab
morale.
in the middle of the city at whatever time it
So,
was, 2:30
for
in
the
morning
sake
or
of
whenever they
public
struck.
digestibility,
So, yeah,
in terms
it's
of
war
framing
porn
a
is
message
what it is.
regarding
It's
one
what
of those
soldiers
things,
call war porn. Just, you know,
I
seeing
would never,
people getting
ever,
destroyed and
ever
killed and explosions going
ask
off.
people
And can you talk a
to
little bit
listen to
in
what I
detail
have to
about what
say
sort of
on
goes into
Salus
that operation, how
populi.
much prep
Oh
work
my
it
God,
takes to
yeah.
I would
plan?
say here's
A lot of prep
here's an
work.
issue
You're
we have with
talking
commerce.
about
You know what I mean?
Getting a force on the ground of special operators, either Delta Force or SEAL teams or Rangers or anybody else you may have included. And the fact that they are using Delta for this, which is a pretty good force in terms of larger sizes, as opposed to
I don't know
SEAL
why they
teams,
named it
which are
that.
smaller units.
I'm telling you,
That
it has
means
something to
that
do
they
with
were trying
fungus.
to cover down on a bunch of different areas.
Although I'm sure it's
They
Latin,
were
but I'm gonna go with
inserting them
fungus.
likely with
It's my story and I'm
helicopters.
sticking
I don't
to
think we had any airborne or parachute drops into this area. It was mostly probably aviation helicopter insertions. And while that was happening simultaneously, the aircraft, probably fighter jets,
Anyway, yeah,
of
that's the
different
state's
types,
reserve powers.
were knocking
Ugh.
ground targets or striking ground targets.
I think,
and you
you know,
probably
at the
had,
foundation, like the foundation
something
of my
called an
problem,
AC-130, which is a large C-130
or the foundation of
aircraft
the
that can shoot
problem that I
cannons
have
out
with
the side door, and they
the
are extremely accurate. They've been using those
operability
against boats in
of
the-
our government
in the Western Pacific. You can tell by
is the fact that
explosions
too
around
many
the boats that
people
are different from the
get
one
elected to
blast
office that do
destroys
not
a
give a
boat, which
shit
we
about
see
their
in the
citizens.
Caribbean.
Like that is the I think that's the
So, yeah,
foundational problem.
First of all, just the very
The majority of
synchronization
people that become
firepower
elected officials
is
do not
really
actually
difficult to
run
do,
for
but
office
these
in order
guys
to serve their
practice it all the time.
constituents.
But when you synchronize
And in
the
order to solve
firepower
that,
of striking ground targets and
I think that the
destroying
Citizens
air
United
defense
decision
so other helicopters can't
needs to be
shot
rolled
down
back.
with the insertion of
I think-
special operators, either SEAL
I still
teams
think
or,
that the overwhelming majority
Delta
of the
forces
problems that we
with
have
potentially
in
a
our
lot of
society
Rangers
today,
on board,
American
too.
society,
I mean,
including
it's
government,
a complex operation for sure,
is
but that's what they train to do.
the
They train
intermingling of
24 hours a day
money,
for that kind of
the
operation.
Are
the
you
amount of
surprised-
money,
Sorry, I'm just peppering
elected
questions here, but are you
like
surprised that they didn't
candidates
encounter more
and elected
resistance?
officials get? Otherwise, states would you know?
No,
Oh, likely is,
I
yeah.
wasn't, because usually
Otherwise,
what
states would you know not eat their
preludes
citizens.
an attack like this is jamming or some type of cyber activity where you can't communicate. The other thing, it was 2 o'clock on I think it was around 2 a.m. on a Saturday morning. So that's usually when most forces aren't all that alert. That's the witching hour for military. That's when you want to attack, because even if you are on guard during that period, you're getting sleepy between 2 and 3 in the morning. You're really kind of starting to nod off, saying, "Hey, nothing's going on, so I'm going to relax."
Honestly, like
But
if
you got to imagine that is the aircraft
One
who
of
have been
the-
reported to have turned their transponders off.
If I got elected
and they have stealthy
as a
configurations where they can
congressional
get in under,
representative,
radar and not be seen.
I would
they're
non-freaking
capable of
stop,
doing these kind of things, and they've cleared the
submit
airspace
legislation
from
to
all
limit
other aircraft by putting out the
uh,
NOTAMs for commercial airliners. So you've got
the
nothing but
the money
military
that
aircraft
flows
with
into
transponders turned off,
campaign
and most of
contributions.
them are pretty stealthy.
Like non-freaking stop. Like honestly, like I believe.
I'm gonna pull up a picture.
You know, I
now,
have.
that
I
Trump posted.
consider
This is
issues
Maduro
like
on the
this.
US Iwo
I
Jima.
put them on a perspective
Bottle
of
water in hand.
is it the symptom
looks
or is
like,
it the disease?
Yeah.
And I truly
so
believe
they're
that the
depriving you of
overwhelming
all
amount of
senses,
money
so they've
in our
got 'em,
political
looks like
system
handcuffed, they've got,
from
dark, you can't
outside
see through those
influences,
glasses he's
lobbying
wearing, and
groups,
they've got
nonprofit
headphones on 'em,
organizations,
so
and
he can't
such,
hear either.
is
And
the
they-
disease.
I don't know if
Like
those
that
are
is my
his
personal
pajamas
opinion.
or a sweatsuit they would issue. I would think it's the
And
latter.
I think that there is
Okay.
a sufficient
Why would
amount
they deprive him of all senses?
of evidence
Well, first of all, because they really don't
to
know
justify
they
that
don't want him
opinion.
to know where he is. He knows
That would
he's
be
on
my
a
biggest
ship
priority.
somewhere, But if they took him
That's
to
what
the
I would
Iwo
start with.
Jima,
Then,
and it even says that
once
on board, Iwo
once
Jima
you
is
remove
a Navy ship, but it's also the one that carries
the
Marines.
overwhelming
So that's one of the ships
financial
that will carry,
incentive to
a Marine Expeditionary Force
once
or
you
a
eliminate the
Marine
overwhelming
Expeditionary
financial
Unit, a
incentive to
MEF
just get
review.
elected,
It will also
and
have
it
a whole
actually
bunch of
starts becoming
helicopters. It'll
a
have a landing dock
like a
behind the
moral
ship. So it's smaller than an aircraft carrier with a little bit of
a
different
moral
mission,
incentive instead
but
of
it does have a
financial one,
landing
then
deck, and there's a
changes
whole
will
boatload
start
of
being made that
troops
actually
on this
benefit
thing. There's
people.
Probably, I would guess probably
Human
a normal
wrongs. Thanks for the
contingent of
follow.
about
Appreciate that.
2,500
Shit, did I get to
Marines on
50?
board this ship.
No, I'm at 49. No.
We're bouncing around a little bit. 'cause we're
Cool
still
thing though is
waiting
that
for
you can
Donald
do a
Trump,
pseudo
now
federal
30
law.
minutes late.
States can enter into compacts with each other,
But one of the things
and
he
so
said
could
in
do
his
what you want,
Fox
and then
interview,
Congress
Sarah,
approves.
I'm
Oh
gonna
yeah,
give
like
this
the
one to you. Because it does get to sort of
I forget the name of the
motivations,
compact,
and
but there's like
the
I think there's like
question of,
13
you know,
states that have
obviously,
signed
is
it.
it the oil, is it the
It's like
drugs,
the
what is it?
popular vote compact
he
where
did notably
like they
compare
will agree
Maduro's
their
election
they
to his
will
own
agree
2020
to
election loss. He said,
put into their
"The
like
election Maduro
states
was a
or their
disgrace,
state's
just
constitution
like
to
my
where
election loss was a disgrace,
their
2020 was a
electors
disgrace, 2024 was too
will
big to
go
rig.
towards
Frankly, Maduro's
whichever
election
candidate has the national popular
wasn't
vote.
wasn't a hell of a lot worse.
So
than
I
what
know
it did
exactly
to
what you're
us
talking
in
about.
2020. There's also
It might be called the Interstate
seems
Electoral
wild, but
Compact,
it-
if I'm not
you know,
mistaken.
Will Summer,
but I'm not 100% sure, so don't quote me on
our
that.
Expert on the conspiracy addled right says he believes it's not appreciated enough. There's been a long-standing election conspiracy in MAGA circles that Venezuela was involved in rigging the voting machines in 2020, and that might have factored into Trump's animus towards Maduro. It's crazy, it's disproven, but Will at least thinks maybe this is a motivating reason, or one of them. Could it be? I mean, are we at that place? I don't know if there's a way to definitively say yes or no, but clearly Trump has his own election or election loss in 2020 out of mind.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, the 2024 election of Maduro is widely thought by the international community to have been fraudulent.
So
And
state compacts
he,
can
like,
override the
I
usually
am not
limits
an
of the
expert
federal
on
government as
this,
they act
but,
as the enforcer
and
of the
actually Ben
agreement
and
once
Mark should correct me if
once
I'm wrong, but
congressionally
part of what he
approved.
did was shut out his opposition, right, to keep
Yeah,
them
and
from being
since
able to
like
run.
the example I gave with
And,
that
even though
election
they had, like, initially
electoral
invited
compact
the
or whatever they
UN
call
in,
it,
like they had invited the international
since
community and to, like that they were going to be
states are
transparent,
allowed
and then
to
they like forewent all of that, blocked his
run their own
opponents. And so, like,
elections,
it was fraudulent.
there's really nothing
There
they
is
can do
no-
about
and
it.
It is funny how much sort of the Hugo Chavez's ghost
But
is
again, there's
switching,
only like
you know, the votes
I think
and the
I want to
machines.
say
Like, there
13, but
is,
I'm
like,
not
an
sure.
insane Chavez-related
But the only way that
Venezuelan
even that
conspiracy theory
compact
on
would
the
work
right
is you would
around
have to
Trump's
have enough
election.
states sign on to it
But Trump,
to
of course, none of that is true. Like,
to be
and
more
this is
than
where,
the
if that is part of Trump's calculus,
threshold for
that
the
is
electoral
Trump's
college.
addled, insane conspiracy mind making it up. Like, there's no way that, and if Trump's election lies, not only, it's funny because it is January 3rd, we are up on the anniversary of the January 6th attacks, which were the result of Trump telling that lie and really shoving that particular election conspiracy theory you know, both to his fervent supporters as well as more
Yeah, those are a
broadly
bit
the
dicey
Republican
since I
Party,
don't
which
think
refused to
compacts
challenge
can be
him
used
on
to
it, which is like
circumvent
one
the
of the most
Constitution.
insane things to
Unsure
happen
about
in
them now.
American politics. If that is part of it, that is even a scarier reason for us to be doing this. Because if you look, it
Well,
would
I
make
mean,
some
as far as
sense
the
too if you think,
Constitution's concerned,
well, Trump is neither
it's
offering
the
a
state's
consistent
electors
position, meaning that he is going
are
to
the
look
ones
at other
that decide
dictators who are
who get
narco-terrorists
who
and
get
take
those
them
electoral
out,
votes.
nor is there a direct
But
American
there is, I don't
benefit
think there's
from
anything
this. Then
in
you
the
basically, what
Constitution
you
that
have left is
says
Trump's weird
that those
grievance over
electors have
Venezuela,
to
his belief that they
select
interfered in
who
the
was
election,
popularly
plus
voted in that
the
state. I don't think they
cosplaying
have
that he
to.
likes to do around looking like a tough guy in these.
And we've actually seen that
in-
incidents
just
before,
on the international stage in
where
some
like
way.
rogue electors,
So that would be
there would be a slate of electors,
but I
and a
don't know.
rogue elector or two would select a different
I mean, he
different
did bring
candidate.
it up. That's the thing.
They do
It's
bad
he
faith
brought
elector
it
laws
up.
are passed
Like,
in states.
I wouldn't. Normally, I'd be sitting here being like, "This is crazy. I don't even feel comfortable
Yeah,
talking
so,
about it. There's no way that this is."
if a state says
brought
that
it up while he was on Fox,
our
saying, "Oh, yeah,
electors
my election was rigged." Clearly, it's in his head. Ben, did
are
Sarah get a
supposed to
fact right?
cast
I know I'm
their
putting you on the spot to, fact check
votes
the
for the
No,
popularly
yeah, my understanding is that,
whoever received the
leader
popular
of the
vote.
opposition in Venezuela is Maria Corina Machado, who was the most recent Nobel Peace Prize winner. She
Like,
was
I don't-
prevented from running
what
for
sucks
president.
is,
There
like,
was another candidate.
I don't
who
even
was one of her
I don't
allies,
even
sort of
like
stand-in.
that has to
I
happen.
shouldn't say
I
stand-in.
don't.
There was another
I think the
candidate who was
electoral
presented.
college is outdated.
He won. He won the election.
I think I think the electoral college should have been done away with a long
and the
time
vote was
ago.
entirely rigged.
And I
have
don't
no
like the
evidence of
fact
this.
that
I've
this
not even
is
seen it
even
reported,
considered.
But it would not shock me.
To be
We should
honest
not
with you.
rule out the possibility
But again,
that Maria
like,
Corina Machado and her people,
what really sucks
who
is
just
when
said
you're
that she
dealing
wanted to
with
dedicate her Nobel Prize
bullshit,
to Trump,
like
has
when
been
you have a
whispering in
system
Trump's ear about
that
how
overwhelmingly
her election was just
favors
like
the
his stolen
minority.
election. And that's very smart, right?
I
on her
think the
part,
electoral
to do
college is
everything she
good.
can to get
I
his
think it
support
was good.
to overthrow the Maduro regime.
I think it
And
was
it's
good,
so
as in
easy
past
to
tense.
tell what pushes Trump's buttons. It's the same reason Vladimir Putin is talking to
But
Donald Trump about
all
how,
it
hey,
does
you know,
now
Zelensky hasn't had an election, and,
is
you know,
it
it's kind of
it
rigged over there,
basically
too. And, we've seen
because
you know, in
the
good ways
right
and
wing
bad,
of our
we've seen how
political
easy it
of our
is for
politics right
foreign
now
leaders to figure
is
out
so
how to press
authoritarian.
Trump's personal buttons
The
to change
the
American policy
common
rather than
sense
appeal to
part
what's
of the
actually in
right
Americans'
wing,
interests. And
you know,
so,
the more like
who knows? Maybe we'll
the
find
critical
out in
thinker
a
people
year
who
or
have critical
less
thinking
that this
skills.
whole operation wasn't actually about helping America
They
do
know
anything
that
or
if they
solving a
want to
drug problem
actually
or
win,
solving a security
they
problem
have
or
to
solving a
capitulate
humanitarian
to the
problem. It was
authoritarian
actually
right
just
wing.
about Trump being angry
So what
about his election
happens
loss and taking
is
it out
now
on Maduro.
you have
I'll just read. Machado has put out a
like
statement on
20 to
social media.
30% of the
I'll
population
read
that
you
is
this.
authoritarian leaning,
Is quote, given his
controlling
refusal to accept a negotiated exit, the government of the United States has
a
fulfilled
minority
its promise to enforce the law we've
of
struggled
our
for years. We've given it
a minority
all,
group of our
and it has been worth
minority
it.
political
What
group
had
of
to
our
happen is
country,
happening.
which
Machado
because
added
of the
that
electoral
Edmundo
college, that
Gonzalez, who
minority
the US
group
has recognized as Venezuela's president
now
elect,
controls
must,
like
quote,
every single
immediately
aspect
take
of the
office and
government.
be recognized as the country's commander of armed forces. But this, Mark, brings us to the what next element here, which is who is going to take over? Is this going to and even if Gonzalez does take over, it's no guarantee that elements of the Maduro regime.
It was held as second best to the discrepancy of
comply.
populations between states.
And how do we administer that? And who administers it?
Yeah,
you know, and
like-
while you were both talking, I was thinking back to my
I
long
understand
past and a guy named Ahmed
why
Shalaby, who
just a
convinced Bush
simple,
that he needed to be the next
like a
president.
simple majority
And I was once told, always be
might not
fearful
be
of
the best because you
those
have
from
to have
foreign countries who
representation.
speak
You know what I
English
mean?
And they're trying to persuade you to get
Like-
them enthralled on the shrine. And that's exactly what
I do
I
agree
think
that
we're
there has to
seeing
be a
to
way
degree here.
to
But to your
have
question,
representation for minority groups. But that's,
you know, there
in my
are-
opinion, that's what
let me
Congress is
quote
for,
some
right?
numbers for you again because
So
they're important. Comparing this again to the
I am of the
relatively
mindset
small Panamanian
that
army and security forces.
if
It's
partisan
Venezuela has an
gerrymandering
estimated
is eliminated,
between their active military
and it
their
is based
militias, about
on
300,000
the
soldiers.
redistricting is based on
So
an economic
that's a
structure
pretty big
instead of a
chunk
political
of
one.
whether or not you say they're
then
effective or not, they're supplied by Russia and Iran.
then
They've
a
got some good
popular
equipment,
vote for
they're a
presidency
viable
would
military,
not
and
be
it
as
backs up the
detrimental
fact if Trump is true in saying that
as
a
it
couple
is
of our
as it would
guys
be if we
were-
just did it
were
without
hit during
resolving
the,
that.
strike that
Because
they conducted. It tells me that
if you
somebody was
resolve
at
the
least
partisan
fighting
gerrymandering
back.
issue,
But it's not just the
then
military.
you would
It's part of
have
the
a
security
decent,
force. What we found in Iraq,
or you would have a more
again, some
equal
additional scar tissue, is when
representation in
when you
Congress.
decapitate
So
a
enough
government
minority
and you
groups,
tell people they're not gonna
politically,
get paid and
racially,
put everybody on
whatever,
furlough, you
they
have
would be
no
more
longer
equally
a police
represented
force.
in Congress.
So a chaotic
So
situation which
a
already
popular
existed
vote
in Venezuela and
wouldn't be
existed
as
before that because of
overwhelmingly
immigration and economies and
what's the word I'm
food.
looking for?
It is only
Controlling.
gonna
You
get
know what I mean?
more chaotic, and when you combine that
oh, that's
with
not,
a lack of security force, not
I
just
definitely
the
don't support
military, but
majority
also
rule.
the police,
Majority
you're-
like American
you're
citizens. You
asking
can become
for
American citizens just by being
dysfunction
born in
within your
American
government.
territory.
So we just brought in
I'm not
Joe,
against that, which
Perdicone,
the
a
entire
congressional reporter.
states wanted
We
to
did so
say.
because, frankly, we're tired. 45
Leader
minutes of
country's
talking.
executive branch will be hence the
We need some
senators are
fresh
included. I
blood
feel
here.
like I have no reason to feel as
Donald
if
Trump
someone
is
ought to have
40
power
minutes
over
late,
me just because they were
and
born
so we're going to keep going for a bit.
in
Hopefully
American
he comes on at some
territory.
point, but Joe's been monitoring the hail fog.
Overall, the
Here we go.
Electoral
So let's
College
go to
helps
Trump,
weigh
and then we'll
votes
get,
in a
reaction on the
desirable
other side.
way, I think.
Okay, thank you very much. This is big stuff.
Well,
appreciate you being here.
the issue that I have with it
Late last night
is
and early today, at
I
my
don't.
direction, the United States
I hate
Armed
the fact. This is what I hate.
conducted an
I
extraordinary
hate the
military
fact
operation
that
in the capital
presidential candidates
Venezuela.
they focus their campaigns
Overwhelming American
in like
military power, air, land,
10
and sea
states,
was used to launch
like 7 swing
a
states,
spectacular assault.
and then like that maybe their own
An
state
assault
wherever
like
they're
people
from,
have not seen since
and then
World War
they'll focus on other states where there might be swing races in
It was a
Congress.
force
You know what I
against
mean?
a heavily
Swing districts in
fortified
Congress.
military fortress in
Like
the
that's
heart of
literally
Caracas
it, and I freaking hate that.
to bring outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro to justice.
But if it's
This was one of
a
the
popular
most
vote
stunning,
system, right?
effective and
Then
powerful
those
displays of American
how many people live in
military
Wyoming?
might and competence in American history. And if you think about it, we've done some other good ones like the
So
attack on
Wyoming has about
Soleimani,
590,000 people. Like what was the and
attack on al-Baghdadi,
like how close were the recent elections?
and
Like
the
even the votes in
obliteration and
if it were a
decimation
popular
of the
vote
Iran
system,
nuclear sites
the recent elections
just
have been
recently
close enough to where
in an operation known
a
as
candidate would actually
Midnight
campaign in
Hammer.
Wyoming, right?
All
Because those
perfectly
500 something
executed
thousand
and
votes would be important.
no nation
Like it would
in
be
the
worth
world
something.
could achieve what
But as it
America
stands right
achieved
now,
yesterday
yes,
or
it would.
frankly in just a short period
yes,
of
it
time.
absolutely would. If it is a popular
All
vote,
Venezuelan military capacities were rendered powerless
if
as
the
men
if
and
the results
women
of an
our
election
military working with US law
are within a
enforcement
couple million,
successfully captured
like
Maduro
the
in
popular
dead of
vote,
night. It was
then those 500,000 Wyoming votes carry more
lights of
weight than their
Caracas
2
were
electoral
largely
votes
turned off
or whatever it is.
due to a certain expertise that we
Like
have.
the smaller
It was
states,
dark.
as close
It
as
was
the elections
deadly.
are, in terms of popular vote,
But
as close
capture
as they
along
are,
with his wife,
the smaller states, their votes would be more important,
Celia Flores,
you know, statistically speaking.
both of whom
Popular vote
now
means
face
focusing on where the
American
dense
justice.
masses are, which are urban areas, which are
Maduro and
easier
Flores
to
have been
canvass.
indicted in the Southern District of New York. Jay Clayton.
Yeah, I've
for
heard that
their
argument
campaign
before.
of deadly
But it still
narco-terrorism against
doesn't.
the United States
It still doesn't
and
refute what I'm
its
saying.
Citizens. I want to thank the men and women of our military who achieved such an extraordinary success
And
overnight.
honestly, like by making that
with
statement,
breathtaking speed, power, precision,
popular
and
vote means
competence.
focusing on where the dense masses are. What the
You rarely
fuck do you
see
think they're
anything
doing
like it.
now?
You've seen some raids in this country that didn't go so well. They were an embarrassment. If you look back to Afghanistan,
When
if you
they
look
go to
back
like
the Jimmy Carter days,
what are the
different
swing
days,
states?
we're a respected country again, like maybe
North
like
Carolina,
never before.
Pennsylvania.
These highly trained warriors.
Like where do you think they're
operating
going?
in collaboration with
They're
US
going to
law
like Pittsburgh,
enforcement
Philadelphia.
Caught them in a very ready
Because
position
again,
they were
they're going to
waiting
the
for us
they're going to
do
the
when they
populated
ships
areas
out
where the most votes are.
in the sea.
Like, it's what they're doing now.
Just sort of waiting. They knew we were coming. So they were in a ready,
No,
what's
absolutely not.
called a
Cali,
ready
Texas, Florida. No.
position.
Look,
But they were completely
here's the thing. Like,
overwhelmed
those
and
would not be the only states, and
very
here's
quickly
why.
incapacitated.
Because
what I saw
the
last night,
smaller
you would've been
states with the
very
smaller
impressed. I'm not sure that
populations.
you'll ever get to
No,
see
so,
it, but
I will
it
grant
was
you
an
this.
incredible thing to see.
If the popular vote, if
Not
the
a single
difference in the
American
popular
service
vote was
member
like
was
5
killed,
million or more,
and not a single piece of
then
American
I would agree with you.
equipment was lost. We
But
had
I don't
many
think it is.
helicopters, many
Hold
planes,
on. What was
many-
the popular vote for
many
the last
people
election?
involved in that fight. But think of that, not one piece of military equipment was lost, not one service member was more importantly killed. The United States military is the strongest and most fearsome military on the planet by far. With capabilities and skills our enemies can scarcely begin to imagine. We have the best equipment anywhere in the world. There's no equipment like what we have, and you see that.
Yeah, the difference
Even
was
if you just look at
the difference
votes,
was
you know,
2 million
we've
votes.
Knocked out 97% of the drugs coming in.
Difference
by
was
sea.
2 million votes.
90%. Each boat kills 25, on average, 25,000 people. We knocked out 97%. And those drugs mostly come from
So-
a place called Venezuela.
A state
We're
like
going to run the
Wyoming,
country until such time
what that means
as
is
we can
those
do a safe,
500,
proper, and judicious
580,000 votes in Wyoming.
transition. So we
That
don't
would
wanna
make
be
up
involved with
for like approximately
somebody
20
else
to
get in and
25%
we
of
have
the
the
difference.
same situation
That
that
one
we had
that
for the
one
last
tiny
long
state with only 2
period of
electoral
years.
votes.
So we are going to
They
run
don't
the
have
country
20% of the electoral
until
votes.
such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious.
If everyone voted, correct.
transition.
If everyone
And it
voted.
has to
That is
be
absolutely
judicious,
correct.
because that's what we're all about. We want peace, liberty, and justice for the great
But
people
let me
of
ask you
Venezuela.
this, which
And
party
that includes
actually
many
makes an
from
effort to get people out to
Venezuela that
vote?
are now living in the United States and want to go back to their country. It's their homeland. We can't take a chance that somebody else takes over Venezuela that doesn't
again-
have the good of the Venezuelan people in mind.
Goes back to my
Decades of
underlying
that. We're not
issue.
going to let that happen. We're there now,
the
and what people don't understand,
money in
but
politics,
they understand as
which
as I
means
say
since we
this,
know only a small percentage of the
we're there
population
now,
votes,
but we're
then you multiply by that.
going to stay until such
Okay,
time
so
as the proper
what's the
transition
60%
can take place.
of
So
the
we're gonna
voting
stay until such time as we're gonna
population
run it,
votes?
essentially until such time as a proper transition can take place.
Like, I think it's what,
As
60%
everyone
of
knows,
eligible
the oil
voters?
business in
That's it?
Venezuela has been a bust, a
It's like
total
40%
bust
of the population, or is
for
it
a long period
40%?
of time.
I think it's 60. I
They
don't
were
remember.
pumping almost nothing by comparison to what they could have been pumping.
Oh,
or what
shoot.
could have taken place.
Presidential elections were probably a mistake
We're
to begin
going
with. I
to
think the
have
founders
our
were a bit
very
too
large
left-wing
United
overall,
States oil
perhaps.
companies, the biggest
I
anywhere in
don't
the
see how
world,
you could think a
go in, spend
an
billions of
executive
dollars,
authority.
fix the badly broken
I don't
infrastructure,
understand
the
where
oil
how you could have an
infrastructure,
argument where the executive
and start
authority
making
should
money
not be
for the
elected.
country. And we are
I think that would defeat the purpose
ready
of
to stage a second and much larger attack
a
if
constitutional republic,
we need to do so. So we were prepared to
a
do a second wave.
you know, elected
we
officials.
needed to do so. We actually assumed that a second wave would
I don't see how
be
that could
necessary,
happen.
But now it's probably not. The first wave, if you'd like to call it that, the first attack was so successful, we probably don't have to do a second, but we're prepared to do a second wave, a much bigger wave, actually. This was pinpoint, but we have a much bigger wave that probably won't have to do. This partnership of Venezuela with the United States of America, a country that everybody wants to be involved with because of what we
Oh, well,
were
the
able to
executive
do and
authority isn't
accomplish,
elected in many
will make
Western
the people of
level. Yeah, like if you have the
Venezuela
prime
rich,
minister,
independent, and
they're
safe.
chosen, but
And it will also make
they're chosen
the
by
many,
the
many people from
the parliament.
Venezuela that are living in the United States extremely
Yeah, you don't
happy.
have
They
to
suffered.
have.
They suffered. So
Uh,
much was taken from them.
But
They're
look
not
at how
gonna
much.
suffer
Look at
anymore.
the level of power
The illegitimate
difference. Like
dictator Maduro was the kingpin of a vast criminal
the.
network responsible for trafficking
I would
colossal
argue
amounts of
that
deadly
I
and
think
illicit
the
drugs
U.S.
into the
president
United
has
States. As alleged in
more
the
power than a
indictment,
prime minister.
he
Maybe,
personally
maybe
oversaw
not. I don't
the
know. I don't know
vicious
too much about
cartel
other
known
places.
as Cartel de las Solas.
Original plan was
which
appointment by a
flooded our nation
legislature.
with
That's true, though
lethal
I
poison
think simply
responsible
crowning
for the
Washington
deaths
King
of
or perhaps
countless
establishing some kind of
Americans,
body.
the many Americans, hundreds.
And I mean, like, if you want to do like a, well, actually, we don't even vote for the
Maduro and his
presidents,
wife
it's
will
the
soon
electors that do.
face the full might of American justice and stand trial on
The
American
articles
soil.
clarified there was actually a conspiracy to
Right
install
now
a
they're
Prussian prince as
on a
king of
ship
the
they'll be
USA.
heading to ultimately New York, and then a decision will be made, I assume, between New York and Miami or Florida. But we have people where the overwhelming evidence of their crimes will be presented.
Believe it or
in
not,
a
I
court of
actually,
law. And
like,
I've
as a
seen it. I've seen what we
as a
have. It's,
foundational issue,
it's
I
both
actually
horrible
don't
and
have a problem with the
breathtaking that
Electoral
something like this
College.
could have been allowed to
What I have a
take place.
problem with
For many years
is the
after his
combination
term as president
of the
of
Electoral
Venezuela
College
expired, Maduro
with
remained in power
the partisan
and waged
gerrymandering.
a
So
ceaseless campaign of violence, terror,
the Electoral College
subversion
allows
against the United
for an
States of
unequal
America,
representation
threatening not only our
of
people,
the minority.
but the stability of the entire
Minority
region.
party, not
You also
minority in
have,
terms of
addition
racial
to
groups, but the
trafficking gigantic
minority
amounts
party.
of illegal drugs
That's what the Electoral College,
that
and
inflicted untold
I don't
suffering
necessarily have
and
an issue
human
with that
destruction
because
all over the country, all over,
otherwise
particularly
the
United
popular
States.
party will just steamroll
Maduro
everything.
sent savage
But
and
it's the
murderous
combination.
gangs, including the
It's the
bloodthirsty
combination
prison
of the
gang,
partisan
Tren
gerrymandering,
de Aragua,
which
to
gives
terrorize
the
American
minority party
communities
power in the
nationwide, and he did
legislature,
indeed. They were in
and
Colorado,
the
they
Electoral
took
College,
over
which gives the minority
apartment
party power in the
complexes. They
executive.
cut the fingers
That's
off
what I have a
people they
problem
call
with.
police. They were
I can
brutal.
agree with that. The gerrymandering is out of hand.
They're not so brutal now. And I just have to congratulate our military, Pete, and everybody,
Yeah.
and our
It
National
absolutely is.
Because the job that they've done, whether it's in Washington, D.C., where we have a totally
Like
safe
when,
city, where
if
we
you
have one of the
allow
most
for
unsafe cities
racial gerrymandering
anywhere in
in
the
the
world,
forms of like
frankly. And now we
guarantee,
have
like
no crime in Washington, D.C.
like gerrymandering to guarantee
The killing
that
of the terrorist attack a few weeks ago,
like if you have a region that has a majority black population
a threat.
and you
Had
gerrymander
a
to
killing
ensure that
a
those
long period of time,
populations
6-7 months. We used to have
have the
on average, 2 a
representation
week in
that they
Washington, our
deserve.
capital. We don't have that anymore.
Like
The
it's
restaurants are
small,
opening, everyone's
it's
happy.
limited.
They're going, they're
Like
walking their daughters, they're walking their
think about like
children, their wives, they walk to
a
restaurants.
state
Restaurants are
like
opening all
Texas or
over
California
Washington,
or
D.C.
New York,
So I
like
want to thank the National Guard. I want to thank our military.
gu-
I want
and,
to thank
and
law
guaranteeing
enforcement.
that black
Amazing.
populations
And they should do it with more
have a
cities.
chance
They're
at
doing it, as you know,
representation and using
doing it
gerrymandering
in
to achieve
Memphis,
that,
Tennessee right now, and crime is
then
down.
that
Just
is like
sort of
it's
started
limited.
a few
You know what I
weeks
mean?
ago, but crime is down now
It adds like
77%.
what 2 minority districts
And,
per state or something like that.
The governor of Louisiana
It's not
called
expansive, but the way we have it
person,
now, where it's just
and he
partisan
wanted us to help
gerrymandering,
him, as you know, and
it's just
set a
like
very
it's
nice
expansive, all
part of
encompassing, and it's absurd.
Louisiana.
That's the problem.
And we have done that. And it's a rough. It was a rough,
Fuck,
rough
what was I
section,
doing?
and we have crime down. I understand it's down to almost nothing already after 2.5 weeks.
Oh my god,
New
I
Orleans,
freaking
it's
hate
down to
this guy
almost
so
nothing.
much.
And we've only been there for 2.5 weeks. Can't imagine why governors wouldn't want us to help.
I don't understand
We
how
also,
McDonald's
as
hasn't
you know,
stopped
in
his
Chicago,
heart yet.
when crime went
I don't
down a
freaking
little
get
bit
it.
There, we did a very small help because we had no.
I think
No,
I think that this guy living as long as he has is a testament to how important stress is to longevity. Because like when you're sociopathic and narcissistic, like
and likewise,
when other people like the issues of people, like if you don't have any empathy, then your stress levels are pretty freaking low. You know what I mean?
If the federal government didn't come in, we would have
I still think we
lost
should do
Los
districts
Angeles.
based on jurisdictional
Long
lines and
after
filter
the
it based on either
fires.
classes or something
That's when
else.
they had the riots
Yeah,
and those, and
like
we did a great job, and no
economic
credit for it
classes.
whatsoever, but that's okay.
Because that is legitimately, it'll accomplish both. It'll accomplish 2 things which I think are important. One
We'll go back.
is
But we did a great
because
job in
racial
various
minority groups
But the thing, the place that we're very proud of is Washington, D.C.
are more
'cause it's our
likely to
nation's
be
capital. We took it
lower
from being
economically.
a crime-ridden
It would
mess
it would
to
guarantee
being, one of the safest
that
cities in the
racial
country.
minority groups would have an
But the
opportunity
gangs
for
that
representation.
They sent
And
rape,
2, it would
tortured and
eliminate the
murdered
partisan
American
bullshit,
women and children.
which is what I
They were
think
in all of the cities I mentioned.
most people want.
Trinidad,
I think so anyway.
And they were sent by Maduro.
Should we do it based on
terrorize our
jurisdictional?
people,
And
and now Maduro
so,
will
what I would
never
say,
again
what
be
I
able
think
to threaten
is I shouldn't. I don't
Americans
think it should be
sent
either
by
or.
anybody
I
from
would say
Venezuela
start with
will
one,
no
focus
longer
on
be
one, like
threatened.
focus on
For years
jurisdictional
I've
first,
highlighted
right?
the stories of those innocent Americans
You know, like
lives
counties. You know,
is
focus
so
on counties. Like,
heartlessly
if you
robbed
can
by this
separate a county
Venezuelan terrorist
and it
organization.
has enough
Really
people in
one
it,
of the
then
worst.
do
One of
that.
the worst, they say the worst.
But
Americans like
if
12-year-old
there's not enough
Jocelyn
people in the county,
Nungari from
like if it's a
Houston,
low
beautiful
population or
Jocelyn
if it's a high population,
Nungari, what happened to her.
then I see nothing wrong with
They,
using
as you know,
residential
they kidnapped,
areas
assaulted, and murdered
based on
by
the,
Trinidad
like,
Ragua,
say the cost of, like, the housing
animals.
prices, cost of
They
living, whatever it
murdered
is,
Jocelyn.
separating
And
it based on that as a
left
secondary
her dead
measure.
under
You know what
the
I mean?
Bridge. It was a bridge that will never be the same to so many people after seeing what happened. As I've said many times, the Maduro regime emptied out their prisons, sent their worst and most violent monsters into the United States to steal American lives.
Jurisdiction to divide reps
And,
among the
they came
counties,
from
then break either that county down to
mental
smaller districts.
institutions
Also, it
and
would mean that the
insane
districts
asylums.
wouldn't
They came
change so
from
often.
Prisons
Yeah.
and jails. The reason I say both, they sound similar. I say prisons a little bit more hostile, a little bit tougher. A mental institution isn't as tough as an insane asylum.
Yeah, and you
We
wouldn't
got
you would
about-
you wouldn't
they
even
sent
have
from their
these
mental institutions, they sent from their
you wouldn't have
jails,
these
prisons.
districts anymore
They were drug dealers.
that stretch like
They were drug kingpins.
20
They sent
miles, you know what I mean?
everybody bad into the
Instead of
United
it being like a
States.
20-mile long
No
strip of
longer.
spaghetti,
And we have
or
now
the
a
ones
border
that like
where nobody gets through.
it'll like dip a toe
addition,
into a city
Venezuela
and then it comes out and wraps around, so it like picks up all these suburban areas, and then it gets just enough of the
costing us
the
billions and
the
billions
big
of
city,
dollars.
so that the
It was just a while ago, but we never had a
to
president
dilute
that did
those
anything about it. They took all of our property.
primary
It was our property. We
Democratic
built
voting base. It would completely
and,
eliminate
we
that
never had
issue.
a president that decided to do anything about it. Instead, they fought wars that were
Also, if you tied to
10,000
jurisdiction, then
miles
the
away.
counties wouldn't be
We
banding
built
together to try and create
Venezuela,
weirdly shaped counties.
oil
This would
industry
impact
with
their own power.
American talent, drive, and skill, and the socialist regime stole it from us.
Yeah, because
during those
I am
previous
of the mindset
administrations,
that
and they stole it through
the
force.
the people should be
This
choosing the
constituted one of the
representatives, not the
largest
representatives
thefts of
choosing
American
their
property in the
voters.
history
You know what I
of our
mean?
country.
And
Consider
as
the
it stands
largest
right now,
property
with
in the
partisan
history.
gerrymandering,
Massive oil
it's the
infrastructure was taken like we were
it's the
babies, and we didn't
legislatures
do
that are
anything about
choosing
it.
their voters.
I would have done something about it. America will never allow foreign powers to rob our people or drive us back into and out of our own hemisphere. That's what they did. Furthermore, under the now deposed dictator Maduro, Venezuela was increasingly hosting foreign adversaries in our region and acquiring menacing offensive weapons that could threaten U.S. interests and lives. And they used those weapons last night. Potentially in league with the cartels operating along our border. All of these actions were in gross violation of the core principles of American foreign policy, dating back more than 2 centuries. And not anymore. All the way back.
Though we might need to do a bit of waiting regarding cities and rural areas as to prevent an imbalance.
But we've superseded it by a lot. By a real lot.
Well, I don't think
They
there
now
would
call
be an
it the Monroe
imbalance as long
Doctrine. I
as
don't know.
each district had
It's,
what
Monroe
is
Doctrine.
it the
We sort of
what's the
forgot about it.
population limit of a
Very
district
important,
right
we
now?
forgot
I think
about
it's
it. We don't forget about it
750,000.
anymore. Under our new national
I think.
security
I'm not
strategy,
100% sure.
American dominance in the Western Hemisphere will never be questioned again. Won't happen.
You can have a bunch of
So
rural
just
folk
in
decide the
concluding,
policy
decades,
for
other administrations
the
have
city, nor the
neglected
city
or
folk
even
decide for the rural folk.
contributed to these growing security threats
Yeah,
in
so
the
like,
Western Hemisphere.
what would happen
Under
is
the Trump administration,
you would have
we are reasserting American power in a very powerful
large population centers. You would have like several smaller districts because it would be based on the total population of that district. Whereas the suburban and rural areas, you would have larger districts, but each one of those would still have the same population level as those smaller districts.
The future will
So
be
again, the
determined
focus
by
is
the
based
ability
on,
to protect
you know,
commerce,
ensuring that those
territory,
districts
resources
are
that are
within,
core to national security.
like a certain
These are core to
population
our
threshold.
national security. Just like tariffs are, they've made our country rich, and they've made our national security strong, stronger than ever before. But these are the iron laws that have always determined global
I like how this.
power.
I shouldn't say I like it, but
We're gonna keep it that way.
it's
We
interesting
will
how this douchebag cares so much about following the law
crash the
when it comes to
cartels,
other
and we will
people,
defend our citizens
or when it
against
comes to
all
foreign
threats,
heads of
foreign
state.
and domestic. Other presidents may have
But-
lacked the courage or whatever to defend
But when he gets
America.
convicted of
But I will
felonies,
never
it's
allow
a
terrorists
it's
and
a
criminals
hoax.
to
It's a
operate
Democrat
with
hoax.
impunity against the United States. This extremely
Interesting how that
successful
works.
operation should serve as warning to anyone
Should we weigh the system
who would
based on
threaten
population?
American
Distinct economies can be grouped
sovereignty or
together based on
endanger
whatever
American
weight is
lives.
needed to balance out the
Very
population
importantly,
centers.
the embargo on all Venezuelan oil remains in full effect.
Well,
the American
there won't
armada
be a
remains
need
poised
for
in
weighing
position,
anything
and the United States retains all
if
military
each
options until
district
United States demands
is limited
have been
to
fully
a
met
specific
and fully
population
satisfied.
amount.
All
You know what I mean?
political and military figures in Venezuela should understand what happened to Maduro can happen to them, and it will happen to them if they aren't just, fair, even to their people. The dictator and terrorist, Maduro, is finally gone in Venezuela. People are free. They're free again. It's been a long time for them, but they're free. America is a safer nation this morning.
Because I think, like,
It's a prouder nation this morning because
se-
it didn't allow
if there's
this
the votes
horrible
of
person in this
750,000
country that
people in a city
doing very bad things to
are
us.
just as important as the
didn't allow
votes of
it to happen,
750,000
and the
people
Western
living in the
Hemisphere
rural
is right
areas
now a
around the
much
city, you know?
safer place to be. So I want to thank everybody for being here. I want to thank General Raisin Kane. He's fantastic. Man, I've worked with a lot of generals.
General
I worked
Raisin
with
Kane.
some
This
I
guy
didn't
thinks he's
like,
in the
I worked
frickin'
with some I didn't
WWE every
respect.
single day.
I worked with
It's all
some
about the
that just weren't
performance
good,
with this guy.
But this guy is fantastic. I watched last night
So
one
disgusting.
of the most precise attacks on sovereignty.
Can't believe
I mean,
people
it was,
voted for him.
An attack for
Ugh.
justice. And I'm very proud of him, and I'm very proud
This
of our
is like,
Secretary of War,
he
Pete
is
Hegseth, who I'm gonna ask to
unequivocally
say a
the
few words.
best
Thank you
example
very much.
of how our education system is failing.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Finally, a commander-in-chief the world respects and the American people deserve.
Finally,
As the President said,
I am Pete
words will barely
Kegsbreath,
capture
and I'm so happy that we have a commander-in-chief that so willingly drops his nutsack into my mouth for me to lick on a daily basis.
flawlessly executed
I am so
by
happy
the greatest
that his orange
Americans
testicles
our
are
country
pasting
has.
my forehead on a daily basis.
American warriors are second to none. The best in the world and the best of our country. What all of us witnessed last night
I
was
wish
sheer guts
everybody in the
and
United
grit,
States was granted the same
gallantry,
opportunity
and grit of the
to
American
stick this
warrior.
president's
I'm
genitalia
simply humbled
down their
by
throats as he
such
has
men,
done mine.
such men. And I tip my hat to our chairman, Dan Raisin Kane, and all those Americans who stood watch last night. Our warriors are the elite of America, and again, President Trump has their back. No other country on planet Earth.
Oh
and
yeah,
it's
but that would
not
mean the
even
legislature would be a
close,
ratio of 1 to 3
could
city
pull
to
this
rural
kind of
representation.
operation off.
Perhaps that
And
is
no
more
other
important for
president
local legislature than
has
federal
ever shown
policy.
this kind of
Federal since
leadership,
federal policy
courage,
shouldn't
and
be
resolve.
affecting
The most
local life
powerful
regarding
combination
the
world
specific
has ever seen.
areas.
As the president said, our adversaries remain on notice. America can reject
Well-
our will anywhere, anytime. The coordination, the stealth, the lethality, the precision, the very long arm of American justice, all on full display in the middle of the
Was that
night.
the Queen?
Nicolas Maduro
supposed to
had
kill the
his
Queen?
chance, just like Iran had their
Oh.
chance.
Oh no, kill the Queen.
Until they didn't and until he didn't. He effed around. He found
Like
out.
I know what you're trying to say,
President
and
Trump
that
is deadly serious about stopping the flow of gangs and violence. to our
that
country.
just because a city
Deadly serious about
has
stopping the flow of drugs and poison
has twice as many people
Deadly serious
as rural
about getting
areas
back
that they
the
shouldn't
oil
get to
that was
dictate
stolen from us.
the legislation
And
of rural
deadly
areas.
serious about reestablishing American
But
deterrence
here's the problem.
and dominance in the Western Hemisphere. This is about the safety, security, freedom, and prosperity of the American
Give me a second.
This
Here's the problem.
first.
That's just the way the fucking
This
population works.
is peace through strength. And the United States
Like,
is proud to help
what, like,
deliver.
what's the what's the incentive, or I mean, what's the alternative? That you give 30% of the population
I'd like to welcome now our
a
chairman,
say over what 60%
Raising
of the
Cane,
population
with
gets to
a few more
choose?
details
Like,
about the operation.
that's fucking ridiculous.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning. Last night, on the order of the President of the United States, and in support of a request from the Department of Justice, as the
Since you need to try to
President said,
avoid
the
a
United
house
States
on the hill
military
issue where a
conducted an
majority
apprehension
living
mission in
conditions decide the
Caracas,
policy for
Venezuela,
people
to
not
bring
in
to
those
justice
conditions.
two
I'm sure
indicted
that there's a
persons,
way to
Nicolas
resolve that
and Cecilia
issue.
Maduro. This operation,
And I
known as
recognize
Operation
that
Absolute Resolve, was
it is an
discreet,
issue that would need to be
precise,
addressed.
and conducted during
But
the
again,
darkest hours of January 2nd,
simply,
and was the culmination of months of
you know,
planning and
acknowledging a
rehearsal,
potential
an
issue
operation that, frankly, only
should
the
never
United States
be
military could
an
undertake.
excuse for
What I'd
not
like to do this
attempting
morning is
an
talk
improvement
you
of
through
some
of the
sort.
preparation and the
You know what I mean?
details without compromising
It's like, what I would
any of our
say
tactics,
is like, that
techniques,
is,
and procedures. There is always a chance that
like,
we'll be
that
asked to do this
specific
type of
issue is like
mission.
so far down the line
Our
of problems.
interagency work began months
Like,
ago and
I
built on
think
decades
that the
of
money in
experience
politics,
in integrating complex
campaign
air,
finance laws need to
ground,
be
space,
fixed. Like, that's
and
number
maritime
one.
operations. While
Like,
the past
I just
2
want to start with
decades
that.
have honed the skills of our
Like, that's it.
special operations
And if there's
forces,
other issues down the line,
this
then they can be
particular
addressed. you
mission
know?
required every component
But like,
of our
I
joint
truly
force,
believe that
soldiers,
once the
sailors, airmen,
once there's
Marines,
campaign
and
finance
Guardians
reform,
working in unison with our intelligence
I
agency
truly believe that
partners
once
and law
that's resolved
enforcement
and the
teammates
partisan
in an
gerrymandering is resolved,
unprecedented operation.
like,
We leveraged our
you know,
unmatched
just if you just
intelligence capabilities
base it off of
and our
economic
years
class,
of experience in hunting
I
terrorists. And
like
we
I don't
could
even
not
think
have
that
done this
what you're
mission
proposing is a
without the
problem. I don't even think
incredible
it'll be
work by
existent
various intelligence
at all,
agencies, including the CIA,
because you will actually have
NSA,
legislators
and
that
We
are
watched, we
they are
waited,
actually
we prepared,
running for
we remained
office
patient
for the
and
purpose
professional.
of serving
This mission was
their
meticulously
constituents.
planned, drawing
You know what I mean?
lessons from decades
And
of
I think that
missions over
those
the
resolve
last
those
many
those
years.
issues
Decades of- many missions over these last many years.
wouldn't even
This was an
wouldn't even
audacious
happen.
operation
Like that's
that
what I
only
believe.
the United States could do. It required the utmost of precision and integration
Because like,
within our joint.
even if you have
And the word integration does
even
not
if you have
explain
30% of the
sheer
population living in rural
complexity of
areas
such a
and
mission.
60%
An
living in
extraction
cities,
so precise,
if you
it
actually
involved
have
more than
legislators
150 aircraft
who are
launching
being
across the
elected
Western Hemisphere
for
in
the
close coordination, all
with the
coming
intention of
together
serving
in
their
time and
constituents,
place to layer effects
then they're
for a
just like
single purpose,
exponentially more
to get an
likely
interdiction force
to
into
make
downtown Caracas
like
while
a policy
maintaining the element of
proposal
tactical
or
surprise.
vote on a policy that's beneficial
Failure
to
of
everyone.
one component of
Because
this well-oiled
if
machine
there's a policy
would
that
have
benefits rural
endangered the
areas, it's
entire
probably going
mission,
to also
and
benefit
failure is never an
the
option for America's
the cities
joint
as well.
force. Those in the air over Caracas last night were willing to give their lives.
I'm
for
saying the
those
system should
on
be
the
designed with
ground
those issues
and
in
the
mind, hence
helicopters.
waiting.
Let me talk a little bit about
It's just the programmer in me. You always structure your
After
creations
months of
for
work
unforeseen
by our
problems and build it for
intelligence
dealing.
teammates to find Maduro
Build it for dealing
and
with it or mitigating it. To be honest, I'm
understand
pretty sure
how
they
he
solved this
moved,
issue with the Senate.
where he lived,
Yeah, it's like,
where he traveled,
well, when it
what
comes
he
to
ate, what he wore,
see the problem with like
what were his
technology,
pets. In
not
early
the problem,
December,
but the
our
problem
course
in
was set,
comparing technology
pending
with
a
politics
series of aligned
is that
events. Key was
technology
choosing the right
tends
day
to have
minimize
tends
the
to be more
potential for
predictable.
civilian harm and
You know,
maximize the element of
it's
surprise
procedural, it's
and
mathematic.
minimize the harm to the
My phone?
indicted
Why is my
personnel,
phone
so as
ringing?
the president said, they
Oh,
could
one of
be
my brothers
brought
called
to
me. Give me a second.
justice. And as the president said earlier
Yo, what's up?
today, weather in Venezuela is always a factor this time of the year. And over the weeks through Christmas and New Year's, the men and women of the United States military sat ready, patiently waiting for the right triggers to be met and the president to order us into action. Last night, the weather broke just enough, clearing a path that only the most skilled aviators in the world could maneuver through. Ocean, mountain, low cloud ceilings, but when tasked with a mission, this organization does not quit. At 10:46 p.m. Eastern Time last night, the President ordered the United States military to move forward with this mission. He said to us, and we appreciate it, Mr. President, good luck and Godspeed. And those words were transmitted to the entire Joint Force. Over the course of the night, aircraft began launching from 20 different bases on land and sea across the Western Hemisphere. In total, more than 150 aircraft, bombers, fighters, intelligence, reconnaissance, surveillance, rotary wing were in the air last night. Thousands and thousands of hours of experience were airborne. Our youngest crew member was 20, and our oldest crew member was 49, and there's simply no match for American military might. As the night began, the helicopters took off with the extraction force, which included law enforcement officers, and began their flight into Venezuela at 100 feet above the water. As they approached Venezuelan shores, the United States began layering different effects provided by Spacecom, Cybercom, and other members of the interagency to create a pathway. Overhead, those forces were protected by aircraft from the United States Marines, the United States Navy, the United States Air Force, and the Air National Guard. The force included F-22s, F-35s, F-18s, EA-18s, E-2s, B-1 bombers, and other support aircraft, as well as numerous remotely piloted drones. As the force began to approach Caracas, the Joint Air Component began dismantling and disabling the air defense systems in Venezuela, employing weapons to ensure the safe passage of the helicopters into the target area. The goal of our air component is, was, and always will be to protect the helicopters and the ground force and get them to the target and get them home. As the force crossed the last point of high terrain where they'd been hiding in the clutter, we assessed that we had maintained totally the element of surprise. As the helicopter force ingressed towards the objective at low level, we arrived at Maduro's compound at 1:01 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or 2:01 a.m. Caracas local time, and the apprehension force descended into Maduro's compound and moved with speed, precision, and discipline towards their objective, and isolated the area to ensure the safety and security of the ground force while apprehending the indicted persons. On arrival into the target area, the helicopters came under fire, and they replied with that fire with overwhelming force in self-defense. One of our aircraft was hit, but remained flyable, and as the President said earlier today, all of our aircraft came home, and that aircraft remained flyable during the rest of the mission. As the operation unfolded at the compound, our air and ground intelligence teams provided real-time updates to the ground force, ensuring those forces could safely navigate the complex environment without unnecessary risk. The force remained protected by overhead tactical aviation. Maduro and his wife, both indicted, gave up and were taken into custody by the Department of Justice, assisted by our incredible U.S. military with professionalism and precision, with no loss of U.S. life. After securing the indicted persons, the force began to prep for departure. Helicopters were called in to exfiltrate the extraction force, while fighter aircraft and remotely piloted aircraft provided overhead coverage and suppressive fire. There were multiple self-defense engagements as the force began to withdraw out of Venezuela. The force successfully exfiltrated and returned to their afloat launch bases, and the force was over the water at 3:29 a.m. Eastern Standard Time with indicted persons on board. And both Maduro and his wife were embarked aboard the USS Iwo Jima. In closing, what we've witnessed today is a powerful demonstration of America's joint force. We think, we develop, we train, we rehearse, we debrief, we rehearse again and again, not to get it right, but to ensure that we cannot get it wrong. Our jobs are to integrate combat power so when the order comes, we can deliver overwhelming force at the time and the place of our choosing against any foe anywhere in the world. I am immensely proud today of our joint force and filled with gratitude to represent them here today. There is simply no mission too difficult for these incredible professionals and the families that stand by them and support them. As we stand here this morning, our forces remain in the region at a high state of readiness, prepared to project power, defend themselves, and our interests in the region. This operation is a testament to the dedication and unwavering commitment to justice and our resolve to hold accountable those who threaten peace and stability. In closing, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women who executed this mission. Their courage and tireless commitment to our nation are what makes us strong. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and thank you, Mr. President.
Well, I don't have much to add to what you've heard now, other than the following points. Nicolas Maduro was indicted in 2020 in the United States. He is not the legitimate president of Venezuela. That's not just us saying it. The first Trump administration, the Biden administration, the second Trump administration, none of those three recognized him. He's not recognized by the European Union and multiple countries around the world. He is a fugitive of American justice with a $50 million reward, which I guess we saved $50 million. And yeah, exactly. But
Don't let anybody claim it. Nobody deserves it but us.
But I want to be clear about one thing. Nicolas Maduro had multiple opportunities to avoid this. He was provided multiple very, very, very generous offers and chose instead to act like a wild man, chose instead to play around. And the result is what we saw tonight. The other message here is the following. You have a guy, like many people around the world, they like to play games. You have a guy who decides he's going to invite Iran into his country, is going to, do the confiscation of American oil companies, is going to flood our country with gang members, is going to take Americans prisoner and try to hold them for hostage and trade them like he was able to do with the Biden administration. Basically likes to play games all this time and thinks nothing's going to happen. And I hope what people now understand is that we have a president. The 47th president of the United States is not a game player. When he tells you that he's going to do something, when tells you he's going to address a problem, he means it. He actions it. I can tell you, I've watched this process now for 14, 15 years, been around it. Everybody talks, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. When I get there, we're going to do this, we're going to take... This is a president of action. Like, I don't understand yet how they haven't figured this out. And now, if you don't know, now you know. Because this is the way it's going to play out. And I think people need to understand that this is not a president that just talks and does letters and press conferences. And, if he says he's serious about something, he means it. And this is something that was a direct threat to the national interest of the United States. And the president addressed it. This is a president of peace, by the way. I told you what I just said earlier. This guy had multiple opportunities to find his way somewhere else and figure out another. He could have been living somewhere else right now, very happy. But instead, he wanted to play big boy. And so now, he's got other sets of problems on his hands. And but I think that the message here should be for the world. Look, the president doesn't go out looking for people to pick fights with. He's not generally wants to get along with everybody. We'll talk and meet with anybody. But don't play games. Don't play games with this president's in office because it's not going to turn out well. And so I hope that, I guess that lesson was learned last night, and we hope it'll be instructive moving forward.
Mr. President, you said that the U.S. is going to run Venezuela. So who's in power right now?
Well, we're going to be running it with a group, and we're going to make sure it's run properly. We're going to rebuild the oil infrastructure, which will cost billions of dollars. It'll be paid for by the oil companies directly. They will be reimbursed for what they're doing, but that's going to be paid. And we're going to get the oil flowing the way it should be. As you know, it was just a minor flow. It was actually a minor flow for what they had. But we're going to run it properly, and we're going to make sure the people of Venezuela are taken care of. We're going to make sure the people that were forced out of Venezuela by this thug are also taken care of.
Mr. President, does the U.S. running the country mean that U.S. troops will be on the ground? How will that work?
Well, they always say boots on the ground. Oh, so we're not afraid of boots on the ground if we have to have. We had boots on the ground last night at a very high level, actually. We're not afraid of it. We don't mind saying it. but we're going to make sure that that country is run properly. We're not doing this in vain. This is a very dangerous attack. This is an attack that could have gone very, very badly. Could have gone very badly. We could have lost a lot of people last night. We could have lost a lot of dignity. We could have lost a lot of equipment. The equipment is less important, but we could have lost a lot. And we're going to make sure that this is proper. We're there now. We're ready to go again if we have to. We're going to run the country right. It's going to be run very judiciously, very fairly. It's going to make a lot of money. We're going to give money to the people. We're going to reimburse people that were taken advantage of. We're going to take care of everybody. It's very important. We couldn't let them get away with it. You know, they stole our oil. We built that whole industry there, and they just took it over like we were nothing. And we had a president that decided not to do anything about it. So we did something about it. We're late, but we did something about it. Yeah, please.
Can you explain the exact mechanism by which you're going to run the country? Are you going to designate a U.S. official to coordinate?
It's all being done right now. We're designating people, we're talking to people, we're designating various people, and we're going to let you know who those people are.
Would run Venezuela?
Well, it's largely going to be for a period of time. The people that are standing right behind me are going to be running it. We're going to be bringing it back. It's a dead. You know, I talk about a dead country. A year and a half ago, we were a dead country. Now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're a country doing better than any country anywhere in the world. And it required leadership. Venezuela has a lot of bad people in there, a lot of bad people that shouldn't be leading. We're not going to take a chance that one of those people take over for Maduro. So you can look at, and others, we have fantastic people, including people in the military. So we're going to have a group of people running it until such time as it can be put back on track, make a lot of money for the people, and give people a great way of life, and also reimbursement for people in our country that were forced out of Venezuela.
Rubio would be.
You said earlier today that you weren't going to back Machado to come back and be the opposition leader in your Fox and Friends interview. And then you also mentioned the vice president of Venezuela. Are you going to work with the vice president of Venezuela, or how do you foresee the relationship
Well, I
going?
understand she was just sworn in, but she was, as you know, picked by Maduro. So Marco's working on that directly. Just had a conversation with her, and she's essentially willing to do what we think is necessary to make Venezuela great again. Very simple.
Mr. President, Colombian President Gustavo Petro, a couple weeks ago, he said he's got to watch his ass. And today, he said he's not concerned about anything happening to him in the aftermath of this operation. So, just what your message is
Well,
about
he
that?
has cocaine mills. He has factories where he makes cocaine. And yeah, I think I stick by my first statement. He's making cocaine. They're sending it into the United States. So he does have to watch his ass.
Mr. President,
did you notify any members of Congress in advance?
Marco, do you want to talk about that? Because you were involved.
We call members of Congress immediately after. This is not the kind of mission that you can do congressional notification on. It's a trigger-based mission in which conditions had to be met night after night. We watched and monitored that for a number of days. So it's just simply not the kind of mission you can call people and say, hey, we may do this at some point in the next 15 days. But it's largely a law enforcement function. Remember, at the end of the day, at its core, this was an arrest of 2 indicted fugitives of American justice, and the Department of War supported the Department of Justice in that job. Now, there are broader policy implications here, but it's just not the kind of mission that you can pre-notify because it endangers the mission.
Plus, if I could add one thing to that, Congress has a tendency to leak. This would not be good. If they leaked, General, I think it would have been maybe a very different result. But I have to say, they knew we were coming at some point, you know. A lot of ships out there, they sort of knew we were coming. We went there. But Congress will leak, and we don't want leakers.
Goal to watch this all play out live. What was Maduro doing when the U.S. forces entered what I assume would be his home? And also, was there any point where the U.S. was considering if Maduro pushed back or resisted killing Maduro?
It could have happened. It could have happened. He was trying to get into a safe place. You know, the safe place is all steel. And he wasn't able to make it to the door because our guys were so fast. They went through the opposition so fast. And there was a lot of opposition. You know, people were wondering, do we get them by surprise? Sort of surprised, but they were waiting for something. There was a lot of opposition. There was a lot of gunfire. You saw some of it today. but he was trying to get to a safe place, which wasn't safe because we would have had the door blown up in about 47 seconds, they say on average, regardless of how thick the steel was. It was a very thick door. It was a very heavy door, but he was unable to get to that door. He made it to the door. He was unable to close it. Go ahead, finish.
Where is Maduro going to be in the time being right now? Do you know his exact
Well,
whereabouts?
eventually, ultimately, in the near future, he's going to be brought to New York.
And where is he going to be held? Where is he going to be held in New York? Do you know?
That's going to be up to the officials that do these things.
Mr. President, the U.S. has something of a mixed track record of ousting dictators without necessarily a plan for what comes afterwards.
Not with
Did
me,
that
though.
weigh on your
Well,
decision?
that's when we had different presidents, but with me, that's not true. We've had a perfect track record of winning. We win a lot, and we win. If you look at Soleimani, you look at al-Baghdadi, you look at the Midnight Hammer. Midnight Hammer was incredible. Right now, you wouldn't have peace in the Middle East. We have essentially peace in the Middle East because of that. If we weren't successful with Midnight Hammer, you wouldn't have peace in the Middle East. So, with me, you've had a lot of victory. You've had only victories. You've had no losses. Yeah.
President, how long do you expect the U.S. to run Venezuela, and how soon do you want Venezuelan people to hold elections?
So I'd like to do it quickly, but it takes a period of time. We're rebuilding. We have to rebuild their whole infrastructure. The infrastructure is rotted. It's actually very dangerous. It's blow-up territory. Oil is very dangerous. It's a very dangerous thing to take out of the ground. It can kill a lot of people. It has killed a lot of people doing just that. The infrastructure is old. It's rotted. Much of it is stuff that we put there 25 years ago, and we're going to be replacing it. And we're going to take a lot of money out so that we can take care of the country. Yeah.
Are you saying that Secretary Rubio and
Mr. President, China, Russia, and Iran have interests in Venezuela. How does this operation affect your relationships with them when it comes to the oil and the drugs?
And Russia, Russia, when we get things straightened out. But in terms of other countries that want oil, we're in the oil business. We're going to sell it to them. We're not going to say we're not going to give it. In other words, we'll be selling oil probably in much larger doses because they couldn't produce very much because their infrastructure was so bad. So we'll be selling large amounts of oil to other countries, many of whom are using it now, but I would say many more will come.
Are you saying, Mr. President, are you saying that, Mr. President, are you saying that,
Mr. President, thank you. What is your message to the people of Venezuela today? Of course, the civilian population specifically, they have a lot of questions. What is your message to the people of
That
Venezuela?
you're going to have peace, justice. You're going to have some of the riches that you should have had for a long period of time. It was stolen from you. But you're going to have peace and you're going to have safety. You're going to have justice. You're going to have a country. You're going to have a real country. You're going to have potentially a great country. You know, if you go back 20 years, maybe even a little longer ago, that was a great country. And they destroyed it. Remember I said that if we lose this election, the United States will be Venezuela on steroids. That's what would have happened. Had we lost the election, the 2024 election, we suffered so badly. When you look at the border from 2020, what they did, what Joe Biden administration did to our country should never be forgotten. But if we had to go through another year of that, we would be exactly where Venezuela was in terms of, I used to say, if they win, we're going to be Venezuela on steroids, and that's what would have happened.
President, thank you. Are you saying that Secretary Hegseth and Rubio are going to be running Venezuela, and will you be sending in U.S. military
They're going
troops
to be
to
a team
provide?
that's working with the people of Venezuela to make sure that we have Venezuela right. Because for us to just leave, who's going to take over? I mean, there is nobody to take over. You have a vice president who's been appointed by Maduro, and right now she's the vice president, and she's, I guess, the president. She was sworn as president just a little while ago. She had a long conversation with Marco, and she said, we'll do whatever you need. I think she was quite gracious, but she really doesn't have a choice. We're going to have this done right. We're not going to just do this with Maduro, then leave like everybody else, leave and say, let it go to hell. If we just left, it has zero chance of ever coming back. We'll run it properly. We'll run it professionally. We'll have the greatest oil companies in the world go in and invest billions and billions of dollars and take out money, use that money in Venezuela. And the biggest beneficiary are going to be the people of Venezuela. And also, I can't stress this strongly enough. The people that got thrown out of Venezuela, that are now in the United States, and frankly, some want to stay and some probably want to go back. Yeah.
In the country, and were any of the detained Americans?
Well, right now they're
arrested
very
about-
protected because nobody's going to mess with us. They're very protected. The people of, and we let them know that you better not touch one of them.
Are you concerned that bad elements of the Maduro regime will remain in place?
Well, we know who they are. We're on them, and they're acting much differently now than they would have acted 2 days ago. Okay, wait, behind you, please.
Mr. President, why is running a country in South America America first?
Well, I think it is because we want to surround ourselves with good neighbors. We want to surround ourselves with stability. We want to surround ourselves with energy. We have tremendous energy in that country. It's very important that we protect it. We need that for ourselves. We need that for the world. And we want to make sure we can protect it. Yes, sir, please. Go ahead.
Is your message for Cuba and Diaz-Canel?
Well, Cuba's an interesting case. Cuba is, not doing very well right now. That system has not been a very good one for Cuba. The people there have suffered for many, many years. And I think Cuba is going to be something we'll end up talking about because Cuba is a failing nation right now, very badly failing nation. And we want to help the people. It's very similar in the sense that we want to help the people in Cuba, but we want to also help the people that were forced out of Cuba and living in this country. Do you want to say something about that, Marco, please?
I just gave you a statement a few minutes ago about, when the president speaks, you should take him seriously. So suffice it to say, Cuba is a disaster. It's run by incompetent, senile men, and in some cases, not senile, but incompetent nonetheless. It has no economy. It's in total collapse. And by the way, they were, all of the guards that helped protect Maduro, this is well known, their whole spy agency, all that were full of Cubans. I mean, it's amazing. This poor island took over Venezuela in some cases. One of the biggest problems the Venezuelans have is they have to declare independence from Cuba. They tried to basically colonize it from a security standpoint. So, yeah, look, if I lived in Havana and I was in the government, I'd be concerned. Well, the president already announced a week ago that anything that's sanctioned oil, it's not going to be allowed to get there. So that's pre-existing.
Mr. President?
The answer is yes. Yes.
Aware of the location of opposition leader Machado, and have you been in contact with her?
No, we haven't.
Mr. President. Mr. President, on Monday.
Well, I think it would be very tough for her to be the leader. She doesn't have the support within, or the respect within the country. She's a very nice woman, but she doesn't have the respect.
Mr. President, is it possible that the U.S. ends up administrating Venezuela for years?
Well, it won't cost us anything because the money coming out of the ground is very substantial. So it's not going to cost us anything. We will. We want safety there. We want to be surrounded by countries that aren't housing all of our enemies all over the world. That's what was happening, and you don't want to have that. But we're going to be rebuilding, and we're not spending money. The oil companies are going to go in. They're going to spend money. We're going to take back the oil that, frankly, we should have taken back a long time ago. A lot of money is coming out of the ground. We're going to get reimbursed for all of that. We're going to get reimbursed for everything that we spend. So it's going to be a very important. This is a very big evening that took place last night. We have to be surrounded by safe, secure countries. And we also have to have energy, very important. We have to have energy that's real energy, not where they're getting 4% and 5% of the energy out of the ground. You take a look, it was such a disaster. So what's going to happen with Venezuela, I think, over the next period of a year is going to be a great thing. And the people of Venezuela will be the biggest beneficiaries.
U.S. military.
Mr. President, thank you. What did you last speak to Maduro about when you spoke? And is the
Well, I don't want to get
war
into
with
the
Venezuela?
conversations, but I did have conversations with him, and I said, you got to surrender. And I actually thought he was pretty close to doing so, but now he wished he did, yeah.
You said that Maduro was responsible for drug trafficking. You recently pardoned the former president of Honduras who was convicted of many drug trafficking. Can you explain how these two situations are
Well,
different? And would you ever pardon Maduro?
I endorsed, as you know, the winning president, the man who won in Honduras. I endorsed the man who won in Chile. I endorsed the man who won in Argentina. and we are doing very well with that whole group. What the man that I pardoned was, if you could equate it to us, he was treated like the Biden administration treated a man named Trump. That didn't work out too well for them. This was a man who was persecuted very unfairly. He was the head of the country. He was persecuted very unfairly. And there are a number of them. And we felt that it was a very unfair situation that happened to him. He's also a party member of the man who won. So obviously the people liked what I did. And one of the reasons that was done is because of the fact that the party in power felt very strongly that that man was treated very badly. I studied it very quickly, and then I studied it in great detail. I went to a lot of the people standing behind me, and they felt that that man was persecuted and treated very badly. That's why I gave him a pardon.
You referenced boots on the ground earlier. Can you just sort of button this up? Do you envision the U.S. military having a presence in Venezuela as the U.S. runs that
Well,
country?
no, we're going to have a presence in Venezuela as it pertains to oil, because we have to have, we're sending our expertise in. So you may need something, not very much. But no, we're going to be taking out a tremendous amount of wealth out of the ground. And that wealth is going to the people of Venezuela and people from outside of Venezuela that used to be in Venezuela. And it goes also to the United States of America in the form of reimbursement for the damages caused us by that country. So I want to thank you all very much. Thank you. Do you have one? Yes, please. You were so nice before. I'm going to give you the final question. Go
Thank
ahead.
you, Mr.
Unless it's a
President.
bad question, in
It's
which
about
case I'll
Putin.
go one word. It's about who?
It's about Putin. if you want.
About Putin. Well, that's
Okay.
always nice
You had
to
a
talk
phone.
about Putin.
You had a phone call with him
Yeah.
on Monday. Did he talk at all about Maduro? Did y'all talk about this?
No, we didn't.
And
We
then-
never spoke about Maduro.
Are you mad at him right now? I mean, there's this
I'm not
intelligence.
thrilled with Putin. I'm not thrilled with Putin. He's killing too many people.
There was that
I
intelligence-
thought that would be so. I settled 8 1/4 war. You know what the 1/4 was? Thailand and Cambodia. I did it again. They broke out, and I did it in about 5 hours, and I settled it. I'm giving myself 1/4, so I'm up to now 8 1/4. In other words, I settled the war, but then they broke out. They had a pretty bad breakout over the last 4 days. I got them to go back to peace. So I only give 1/4. I thought the easiest one would be, one of the easier ones would be Russia, Ukraine. It's not. And they both have done some pretty bad things. And look, that's Biden's war. That's not my war. But I want to stop the lives. Did you see where last month, 30,000, it was 27,000 the month before. 30,000, mostly soldiers, were killed this last month. 30,000. I want to stop that. You know, I got NATO to pay 5% instead of the 2% that they weren't paying. They weren't paying 2, now they pay 5. And we send them a lot of munitions. We send them a lot of things, missiles and various other things, a lot. And they pay. The United States is not losing money. We're probably making money on that. It's the last thing I care about. I just want to stop all those people. We're losing 25, 30,000 human beings that come from 2 places that are very far away. But if I can stop, because it's something I've been pretty good at doing, deals, I guess. It's all a deal. Life is a big deal. But if I can stop that war and stop 30,000 young people, in addition to the fact that people are being killed in Kiev, people are being killed in other cities, you know, a much smaller number, but they're being killed, viciously killed. So I'm not happy about it. I thought that would be something that would get solved. We have Mr. Witkoff here. I think that we're making progress, but that's a war that should have never happened. If I were president, it would have never happened. Putin says it. Everybody says it. If I were president, that would have never happened. But I inherited that war. That was Joe Biden, Zelensky, and Putin. I came into the situation, and it's a mess. And I will say this. I watched an operation last night that was so precise, that was so brilliant. I mean, it was incredible. If we had our people, like this general and our people involved, that war would not have gone on very long, that I can tell you. That war, to use an old term, that war has become a bloodbath, and we want it to get stopped. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, we can turn the volume down on Trump, and we can start talking about that. Getting a lot to unpack here. I'm just going to go through some of the top lines, and then Sarah, I want you to sort of pick up with your observations. Obviously, the biggest news is we are now going to run a foreign state. We will be administering it. It's unclear who will be administering it, just that some Trump administration officials, along with someone from Venezuela or some groups from Venezuela, notably not Maria Corina Machado, the Nobel Peace Prize winner. Trump said she doesn't have the support to run Venezuela. I thought that was interesting. And then, of course, we will have boots on the ground. Trump's not ruling it out, saying that we should not be afraid of boots on the ground. Wouldn't say how many, when, for how long. Suggested potentially that it would be to protect oil interests. As for the oil interests, we are going to be drilling oil. We're going to be reconstituting Venezuela's infrastructure, and some of that oil revenue will go in part to us for repayment for them nationalizing the oil industry there. So a lot to unpack. I'm actually shocked about all that. But Sarah, go ahead first.
It is genuinely shocking because in part we got a ton of information, but that begs questions for an enormous amount of additional information. One of the things, you guys can all go dust off your No War for Oil bumper stickers, because we are back in the part of what is astonishing is how upfront they all were about the fact that this is in large part a war for oil, although also it's a war against a dictator who was illegitimately there, and also it is about drug deals. Like, so it's about all the reasons, but Trump is very clear. I mean, they are talking about boots on the ground. They're talking about there's a group that's going to be running it that's going to include Hegseth and Rubio, because Rubio doesn't have enough jobs that he's doing, but that we are going to stay in the country and rebuild their infrastructure. Like, that is madness. And I gotta say, one of the striking things as Trump was talking that he was doing is he was both obviously being, you know, I'm a big swinging dick about how we're gonna walk into Venezuela, but also how we are walking into American cities. Like, he was conflating going into Venezuela with like what we're doing here in America, and he goes on this whole thing about crime and how why don't they want like, look, I am on some level still an unrepentant neocon. I think that Maduro is an evil person. I am not sorry for whatever happens to him. He is a murderous dictator. But what we just witnessed is America at its most feckless and irresponsible, to just say to all of us as we are unpacking this, who's gonna run it? A group of people, and we're gonna stay there and we're gonna rebuild the infrastructure and maybe we'll send troops in. Like, it is information, but it is insane information. I'll stop and let other people go. There's a lot more to talk about.
It did give me, I know they're not totally comparable, but it gave me real flashbacks to 2002, Mark. The oil's going to pay for itself in the reconstruction. We're going to be greeted as liberators by the people there. It will be very easy to prop up a government in a foreign country, and we can administer it for a period of time. All those are echoes of the arguments pre-Iraq. And all turned out to not be true. Again, big differences, different hemispheres. But I was left, and I don't know about you, with real concerns about the lack of thought that appears to have gone into the post-operation realities.
Yeah, I'll start off by saying even Rumsfeld didn't have this kind of arrogance and hubris, and he was pretty bad. And I was in the Pentagon when the war on Iraq started. My only time in the Pentagon. There were so many things in this. I mean, I was scribbling along. First of all, I have to say, first off, that the Hegseth remarks after the Kane very long description of the operation with a whole lot of hyperbole was just something that, to me personally, is a huge turnoff. You know, it is a guy who's bragging and at the same time being a sycophant. But when he turned, the most shocking moment to me was when Hegseth turned to Rubio, and Secretary Rubio said, "I don't have anything to add." This is his ballgame now. As we said before this speech started, you know, the military part, the initial operation that caused this to happen is over. Now it's how do you fix it? And Rubio, as the Secretary of State, National Security Advisor, and I guess other things now, for him to say, "I don't have anything to add," is just shockingly, it's just shocking. Running by a group. U.S. troops are not afraid of boots on the ground. No, we will go places where we're sent, but this is going to be an extremely difficult mission, especially if it's geared toward oil supplies. The other thing that, you know, to make Venezuela great again was just a seminal moment. But then when Rubio said this is not the kind of mission you can call Congress about, you can't pre-notify them, is just a elimination of the three forms of government that we're supposed to have as a democracy. But then when it got into the number of years and how we want to surround ourselves with good people in the Western Hemisphere, and when the question was asked, what if we're there for years? And he says, well, it won't cost us anything. That just tells me he's prepared to commit war crimes, taking another nation's natural resources. Now, we may have built oil facilities in Venezuela a few decades ago, but that is not a prerequisite for getting whatever they mine or strike in their fields. I'm just, the best thing about this entire presentation was one of the last things that he said was, I'm not thrilled with Putin because he's killing too many people. I wonder who gave him the alert on that, because, you know, Putin has invaded a sovereign country, and that should be a look in the mirror moment.
Well, let me just pick up there because you reference Congress. And Joe, I want to bring you in here because the reaction on the Hill has been, well, why don't you describe the reaction on the Hill and how it's gone down?
So early morning, I started seeing the kind of like Florida moderate, I say that very lightly, Republicans like Maria Salazar, Carlos Jimenez, Mario Diaz-Balart saying, great, this is awesome, we love it. Balart, in an interview, in a Spanish language interview, said that Cuba is next, which Rubio and Trump both kind of hinted at as like, well, you better watch your ass. There's obviously that reaction. There's some expected outspoken against it, Republicans like Thomas Massie, Marjorie Taylor Greene, though she's not going to be a member of Congress in a matter of days. The things that stuck out to me that I think are super important to watch is I was taking notes while Trump was talking. Boots on the ground, obviously, but him saying oil companies will be reimbursed, ex-Venezuelans will be reimbursed. Those are things where Congress can't just sit on their hands because these are things that will require some kind of appropriation, which I don't know if there are enough votes for in a two-seat majority, where that majority still includes Thomas Massie, maybe some others. So there are a lot of problems that Congress is going to have to address.
Well, Joe, let me ask you, are they going to appropriate for this? I mean, or is it just going to come from some operation overseas account that they have? I mean, how do you go about funding this stuff? What's it going to cost? What kind of oversight is there going to be? Are the hearings going to be happening to get some answers? Because if we're going to put boots on the ground, if we're going to administer the government of a foreign country, for fuck's sake, like, I would like to know a few details, and I expect lawmakers who we elect to get those details.
And these things have huge price tags, the things he's talking about. Even if it's not a years-long thing, facilitating security for these oil companies, who are these oil companies? The unknowns here, it's massive.
What happens, Ben, what happens if, God forbid, an American service member gets killed in Venezuela? I mean, that we are making real risks here when we're putting boots on the ground. What's the reaction going to be? Why are we there?
Yeah, I mean, it's not clear. and it didn't seem like even the Trump administration was on the same page. Rubio was saying this was just effectuating the arrest warrant for Maduro, basically, whereas Trump and Hegseth to some degree made it sound like we now have a colony. This is Sarah said this earlier, but this is the kind of thing where it's clearly not being thought through. And if you keep American service members in Venezuela long enough, eventually one of them will die. It will happen. It happened, by the way, in D.C. with Trump's National Guard deployments. He didn't mention this when he said there were no murders, but there was a murder of a National Guard.
He did reference that.
He did. Okay, I missed that. Yeah. But I mean, if it can happen in D.C., it can certainly happen in Venezuela. And either you have to decide then that it's not worth it and you pull out and you leave whatever Venezuela is, or you get a sort of Vietnam-style situation where you send more troops to protect the troops you already put, and all of a sudden it's 20 years later and you have no idea what you're there for. It's really astonishingly poorly thought through.
I couldn't help but think of, there's no mission accomplished banner, but to Mark's point, the braggadociousness was insane to me. Hegseth saying, fuck around and find out, basically, and Rubio saying, you want to play with the big boys, don't play games. It's like, these guys are setting themselves up for humiliation.
Well,
So-
this is the we will be greeted as liberators moment, right? Like
Right.
the certainty of how this will all go down, and look, the ability of, first of all, I want to go back to just, this is everything Trump has run against the whole time, and people will see it as a through line of Trump's strongman tendencies, which of course it is, but it is genuinely like, this is Bushism with less of a plan. And it is like the Iraq and Afghanistan thing with less of a plan. The Marco Rubio clearly didn't have written remarks, right? He got up there and spoke off the cuff, which was odd to me. And he was, first of all, let's just talk about the presentation that we were just given. Trump was slurring. He was off, going off on wild tangents at a critical moment of information. As a result, like, as is always the case with Trump, we did get quite a bit of information. Like, we got some insights, but then of course they couldn't give us anything further. Like Trump gives this slurring kind of meandering thing, and then you get Hegseth, who just is like I'm sorry, but like an ass kissing session on Trump, like, and they all did that. And then Rubio wasn't even prepared to speak, right? He turns to Rubio and Rubio's like, yeah, I don't have anything to add to that, but I guess what I'll say is everybody put your big boy pants on because Donald Trump means what he says. And I'm like, what does he mean? He ran an entire, he ran for 2 terms of a presidency saying that this is the exact thing that America wouldn't be doing.
Right.
And they've made, and then when he answered the questions, right, the reporters in the room asked pretty good questions, although I would have liked for somebody to really drill down on who's the group running Venezuela. Like, Trump made it very clear, we are going to run Venezuela, and then there was no other illumination around what that looks like or what it means.
Right.
That is an enormous thing to say. Like, we're at war. We're like,
Yeah.
right? Aren't we at war?
Well, Mark, and I know you, Mark, it sounds like you got to go after this, and so I'm going to let you run.
No,
after this,
I'm
but-
good. I'm all right.
Sure, but are we at war? I mean, is this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No, beyond a doubt. And what I'll say too, I've done this before, but I'm going to do it again to reinforce Ben's point. I've got a box on my desk. It looks like this, and on the top of it, it says "Make It Matter." When you open it up, there are the pictures and the cards of 253 soldiers that were lost under commands that I had in Iraq. 253. And this was a war that many people said, as Ben just said, they're going to welcome us as liberators. They're going to allow us to come in and, they want Saddam gone and everything's going to be fine. And this is also the same war that Trump said, why didn't we take their oil? And if I was in charge, in fact, I'm honored by the fact that I'm the first general that Trump said he was smarter than, because I told Anderson Cooper that we tried bringing the oil companies in and they wouldn't come in because the situation was so terrorized. So all of these things are coming together for me in a very visceral way because I've been there before. And as we said, as Ben helped me craft in the last article I wrote, the tragedy wasn't that Iraq was hard. The tragedy is we acted as it would be, that it would be really easy. That's the real tragedy. And that's what I'm hearing with this group of two between Hegseth and Rubio. And those are the last two people I would want running a post-conflict operation in a country that's just been bombed.
Yeah, these guys aren't doing such a great job running one country. I'm not sure they could handle two.
Fair enough. All right, we're coming on 2 hours of our live stream. We're going to go for a little bit longer. But Joe, who are you going to watch for on the Hill? Like, who is your person who's like, I want to see how they react to this as this sort of bellwether for where the opinion is on this?
Definitely the Democrats and Republicans on armed services and intel for obvious reasons. But in terms of Republicans who might be opposed to action, the expected ones, Thomas Massey, Rand Paul, but you could potentially see others emerge. Maybe Josh Hawley, maybe some of these people who view the America First agenda, like the people who were trying to pull Trump towards this isolationism that he pretended to have. Those could be potential voices either in paring back these big plans or watching them fizzle out in certain ways. So there's a lot of what ifs about this, and especially with the makeup of the majority, they have very little room for error to do anything.
And I just can't get over the fact that this is, they were openly embracing the idea that this could just be the first of several countries in which we do this, right?
The Cuba thing.
Colombia, Mexico have all come up in
But
this.
Rubio was acting as though, we're thinking about Cuba. They were kind of like, this is the whole thing about Rubio and his off the cuffness is he was kind of like, yeah, it's a bunch of senile old guys, like they should be worried. Like they're just like throwing this stuff out there.
They want a safe neighborhood, so they're going to clean up the block. They're going to kick everybody out of their houses on the block and make a safe neighborhood. It just
he was calling it the Don Road Doctrine. The Don Road Doctrine. The absence of any sort of historical thought on this really is confounding. And I get it. Like someone probably got on Fox News or whispered in his ear, you can do this much better than anyone else has tried before. You're smarter and more efficient and better at it, and you can run these countries. But boy, to have some sort of historical basis would be really nice now to know that we're stepping into some really problematic areas. Anyone can pick up on that one. I'm just I guess I'm just sort of stunned by what we just witnessed.
I was a little confused why Stephen Miller was standing there on the edge of the screen.
So,
this is a good one.
Yeah, go ahead, Ben. Go ahead.
Oh, well, so the reporting has been that the Venezuela policy in this administration is driven mostly by Rubio and Stephen Miller. Rubio, because he wants to get rid of, or wanted, I guess, to get rid of Maduro and has always been hostile towards Cuba. And I'm very sympathetic to that. Cuba's terrible. The government. But you heard a lot of this in what Trump said. We haven't talked about it yet. Miller apparently wants to create conditions to send Venezuelan Americans or migrants from Venezuela back to Venezuela, which required getting rid of the Maduro regime. And, I'm not sure I trust this administration to stop at people who aren't American citizens. But yeah, that's the theory, that first you topple the government and then you send all the people back. And you heard Trump say again and again, all those people have been forced out of Venezuela. That's part of the goal, I guess, is to repatriate people who have left the country.
Yeah, I did pick that up. It does seem like the idea here is dangle a little bit of Venezuelan oil wealth and get any Venezuelan who's in America to come back to Venezuela in exchange for, oil revenue or something like that.
So the oil revenue is going to pay for the resettlement of all these Venezuelans, and it's going to pay for the war, and it's going to go into the Venezuelan coffers, and it's going to go to the oil companies who are going to be reimbursed for all their investments, and they're going to reimburse. What the hell? What the hell?
Mexico's paying for the wall too.
Exactly.
Yeah, sure. Did you guys also, so he was asked specifically about the pardon?
Yes.
And his answer made no sense to me. Did it make sense to anybody else?
No. I think what I divined from it was that because the Honduran president's political party is currently in power, pardoning him was okay.
Maduro's party is in power.
Well, he's not giving Maduro a pardon. I don't know. You're trying to make me make sense of it all.
He might have to pray. He might have to praise Trump a little bit to get a pardon. We'll have to see on that one.
I was thinking about that. I was thinking, is Trump going to take the $50 million reward for Maduro's capture? I wouldn't rule it out.
Did you see him say that? You see him where he was like, "Don't let
He just said
anybody else get
don't let
that"?
anyone else claim it. But he didn't say I'm going to claim it myself. But it might go to the ballroom. Who knows?
What about him? What about him saying that he talked to what's her name, the opposition leader who got the Nobel Peace
Machado.
Prize, Machado. She's a nice lady, nice woman, but she doesn't have the respect. That was interesting too. I don't know what to make of it, other than maybe the theory that she was whispering in his ear about.
No,
it.
I think the easiest thing to make of that is that they have actual designs on who they want to administer the country, and they want people who are not independent of them to be in charge of it, and that they want to put in a puppet, basically, someone who will just do what they want. And
Yeah, the problem
they can't lean on Machado in that sense. She's
Hey,
too independent.
I know I'm the new guy, but can I ask, as a military guy, all you really smart people, a question?
Sure.
What's going to happen on Monday when Congress comes back in session? Because you've got this, you've got the Jack Smith testimony of the other night, you still have the Epstein files, you have the potential close down of the government and healthcare. Where are they going to focus their
Joe.
Joe.
So it's going to be very chaotic, to say the least.
Okay, as an old soldier, I know that. Give me more.
I
That's
mean,
why we pay Joe the big bucks.
Yeah, I think that there's going to be like so many members of Congress on the Democratic side trying to carve out their own lane, introducing a flurry of bills to condemn or pull back this that won't go anywhere. You might see some coalitions start to form and allies to figure out a compromise that won't go anywhere either. And this is a massive issue, obviously, but like the number one thing they have to deal with right now is healthcare, and that is going to consume their time more than anything. And so, other than I think the early part of this week, I don't anticipate a heavy foreign policy debate right away in Congress, because there's so many things they have to address that are more pressing and more dangerous for them politically than anything.
I mean, that's
More
crazy.
pressing than we just invaded a country and deposed its leader.
Oh, in terms of how they at the ballot box, yeah, healthcare is still the number one issue in politics, and they are going to have to deal with that because they have not dealt with it. I think that is going to still take precedence. I think
Right.
you're going to even see maybe some Democrats attempt to reorient and keep the focus on healthcare because they view it as politically valuable. So, yeah, I don't think this has a lasting effect to the degree that some of the other issues before Congress.
I'm not totally unconvinced. Healthcare premium is about to rise, or are rising thousands, and they do have Joe, am I right that the discharge petition is going to force a vote in the House on healthcare anyway, so it's going to come to the fore. Yeah, I don't know. There's so much shit to deal with right now.
But this is an important political point, which
Right.
is, and Joe, I do want to know whether people in Congress are mad at all about not being consulted about any of this. Feels like they could be pissy about this, but do you want to answer that really quickly?
There's been some reporting this morning that the Gang of Eight was notified, which was surprising because they weren't for the boat strikes.
But it sounds
Are
like
you
it was
sure?
done
It sounds
after
like.
the fact.
Did you hear him saying like they're leaky? They
Yeah.
leak.
Yeah.
Oh, you cannot trust our own.
Maybe
members of
maybe
Congress.
notified as it was happening, but definitely not beforehand, according
No,
to
Manu
the
Rajner reported that Gang of Eight was notified in advance.
Okay.
But
Okay.
Gang of Eight doesn't
But-
leak.
Okay, so then
Go ahead, Sarah.
just take. So if Congress has all of those things to deal with, premiums about to go up. We now are in a land war in Venezuela, which we are occupying and which we are nation building as best I can. Like, to everybody's point here, the echoes of our most recent foreign policy failure, blunder, I mean, these are everything Trump ran against. He's going to be doing that. Like, there is nothing about this that is politically advantageous for Trump. The civil war, other than it's a distraction from Epstein, I guess, or a distraction from some of the other bad things he's doing. But I don't know, the civil war in the Republican Party that's already being torn apart by Israel-Palestine, who's taking over for Charlie Kirk. This feels like it adds another dimension to sort of the America firsters versus some of the people who are, Trump apologists or maybe old school Republicans who still believe in stuff like that. I don't know, but what is going to happen now? Seems like politically it's bad for Trump.
Oh, absolutely. I'd agree with that. Where there's this and that's why I mentioned Josh Hawley. Maybe it's not him, maybe it's somebody else, but you could see America Firsters kind of break from this if they see it as a political advantage, the way that some have with the Epstein files, or maybe they commit to it the way like Boebert and Green and so on did. So,
well, guys, I'm gonna take a point of personal privilege, emceeing privilege here. We're at 2 hours and 10 minutes. I'm exhausted, and my kid's birthday party is in a little bit, so I'm gonna try to close us out with some final thoughts. Mark, look, where you and I are gonna talk after this, because I think you should do some pop-up podcasting here around what happens. But I'm just sort of curious. What are you looking for? Like, what are the main things you're looking to see in the weeks ahead here?
The first thing is who's going to be in charge. I mean, that's a critical piece all the time. What we've had over the last couple of months is special operators doing their thing. And now we've had a synchronized attack. But those are tactical battles. Those aren't even operational campaigns. Those are tactical battles. And now we're looking at what is the strategy? What is going to happen? What is the United States really trying to do, and how are they going to do it? What are the resources, the ways and the means they're going to use them to reach that end state? And what I tell you, Sam, it's just hard to do those kind of things. And if you haven't thought about how you're going to do that before you conduct a tactical strike like this, it's even harder and more chaotic. And that's what we're going to see, because there's, it depresses me a little bit what Joe just said about it refocusing on healthcare. I understand that, but as Sarah said, we're at war. You said it. We're at war right now. I mean, we've just attacked another country, and it's not the top priority in this administration right now. That scares the bejesus out of me.
Yeah. Okay. Well, look, we're obviously going to keep covering this. It's a huge moment for our country, for the world, frankly, and it's going to be central to our coverage for sure. Guys,
thank God we've got Mark.
Yeah, thank God we have Mark, honestly. Sarah, Ben, Joe, Mark, thank you for just diving in on this Saturday morning. I honestly cannot believe it's just Saturday. I felt like it's been Sunday for 4 days now. We'll be following this story. To the people who came on and watched us and followed us on YouTube, thank you guys. Really appreciate it. Your support really helps. Helps us stand up operations like this. So become a Bull subscriber if you can. And we'll be talking to you again throughout the year. Take care, guys. Have a great rest of your week.
For those of you who are under a rock and unfamiliar with what took place, Donald Trump is currently giving a speech about, why we had to bomb Caracas, capital of Venezuela. The reality of the matter is we do it because we can. We do it because we want their oil. We do it because we want their gold. We do it because we want to attack. We want to decouple anyone in our backyard, right? From collaborating or cooperating with other countries that we've declared foreign adversaries, specifically China, specifically Russia, specifically Iran. We do it for the love of the game. We do it because we can. And it's really funny when they try to come up with justifications for it, as though there's any legalese that justifies this kind of nonsense. But yes, last night we bombed Caracas after months and months of bombing fishing boats off the coastline of Venezuela. We bombed Caracas and we invaded it militarily, but technically it wasn't a real invasion. And the reason why I'm saying that is because I made a prediction that America was not going to invade Venezuela. And then literally after I ended the stream, I think approximately an hour after, they did do technically a special military operation, not an invasion, but a special military operation. We'll talk about the distinction in a second. And they arrested Maduro. Nicolas Maduro. Overall, I know that for a lot of people, their only assessment of the world revolves around what their least favorite content creator is saying and doing, right? Someone like myself, they'll be like, oh, does this trigger Hassan? Then it's probably a good thing. I just need you to understand, this is not a moment where I'm like, oh my God, triggered or whatever. I'm just frustrated. I'm always frustrated. Nothing is going to change. But you have to understand why I'm frustrated. In your mind, you might assume that I'm frustrated because, oh, I had this like unlimited loyalty to Maduro, right? Or Maduro is a socialist, he's a communist. You're triggered because a communist is getting their comeuppance or whatever. No, I don't give a shit about any of that stuff. What I do care about is exactly what I'm saying, okay? As an American taxpayer, I want these taxes to actually fund the infrastructure. I want these taxes to fund our schools. I want these taxes to fund a robust welfare structure that actually helps regular ass Americans like many of you that are sitting in this chat who are excited at the prospect of getting an ownage on a epic own on a triggered libtard or whatever. And I believe that every single action that's taken, every time that we decide to send the military over there to bomb another country so that we can actually directly steal their
sorry about that,
natural
folks, for
resources,
whoever's
we're
still
actually
watching.
destabilizing the world pretty significantly.
I
We're
did wave
causing
hi.
mass displacement to
Aliana
take
hopped on,
place.
but my
We're
brother
actually
called and I haven't
making
talked to
sure
him in a
that
couple
everyone in
months,
the global
so
South is
I felt like that was
constantly
more
kept
important than
down.
chit-chatting
And
with you weirdos.
on top of that, none of those profits are even coming back to your pockets anyway. All of that is directly going into the pockets of the super wealthy. But a lot of you, I think, have deluded yourselves into this false fantasy that as long as America is dominating other countries, it's kind of like I'm on that
Welcome
team.
back, thanks.
And
I'm glad you stuck
dominating them
around.
too. You're not. You're actually being dominated pretty aggressively, and you will never really realize it unless you snap out of it, right? There's a reason why many people in the, America First contingency were saying, oh, I'm going to vote for Donald Trump because he's the peace president, right? Kamala Harris is a warmonger. Donald Trump is going to do peace. And obviously, Donald Trump was never going to do peace, as I said over and over again throughout the election cycle. And it was very frustrating because the Democrats didn't actually take a pro-peace position at all. They
I'm just reading some of
thought
the
that they could
Federalist paper
outflank
stuff
the
and some of John
Republicans
Marshall's
on like
cases.
hyper-patriotism or whatever when they own that space in its entirety. Having said that, this is just pure terrorism. It's immoral, but it's not even pure terrorism that's actually going to line up your pockets. But at least, I guess, in the most pathetic way possible, you can feel like you're powerful because the American government is projecting power. I guess that's it. I guess that's what you can look forward to in your dog life. But here is JD Vance, everyone's least favorite vice president, saying, the president offered multiple off-ramps, but was very clear throughout this process. The drug trafficking must stop. I love that one. Hey, drug trafficking. Okay, there you go. I love that. This is cool. It's cool. He's like, he's doing the actually all the time. This is it. He is Mr. Actually, which is pretty awesome. He has to actually everything. Donald Trump will just come out and be like, I think Venezuela is woke and gay. That's why I invaded it, because I hate it. And also because I think they stole the election in 2020. And JD Vance has to be like, actually, the reason why we're invading Venezuela is because they're actually a narco trafficking hub, even though there's no evidence to suggest this. And no one is really even trying to fake evidence to make
People
it
paint him
seem
as
like
an
that's really the
ultra-nationalist,
case.
but his
Bernie's
interpretation method
statement,
is
let me
clear,
hear it. Let's
consistent,
see.
and
He's gonna say
grounded.
something about Maduro. Oh, wow.
I will
He
take your
doesn't,
word
it
for it.
seems. Donald Trump has once again shown his contempt for the Constitution and the rule of law. The President of the United States does not have the right to unilaterally take this country to war. Even
Perhaps
as a
their
corrupt
judgments,
no, he is saying corrupt and brutal dictator
regarding
Maduro.
whether they
Okay.
consider
I need
him
you guys to understand
ultra-nationalist.
something. I don't give a
Perhaps
fuck
they
how
are
dog
basing that
Maduro
judgment
is.
on the
I
results
need
of
to
his
make this very
decisions,
clear,
not
okay?
his
The moment that
decision-making
you turn around
process.
and you go, oh, well, it's a corrupt and
Perhaps.
tyrannic
I don't know.
rule of Maduro.
I'm just
Brother,
throwing that out
we're
there.
the American government. Do you understand how much more corrupt and tyrannical we are? Even just by like our unlimited allegiance to Israel, right? Like, what are we talking about here? If we're looking at like, if we're looking at pound for pound, like corruption and tyranny, I mean, the very fact that we just kidnapped the head of a f***ing state, that's insane. We just kidnapped the head of a foreign nation state, brother. That's like, you're trying to be like, oh, Maduro is really repressive against like student protesters. He's like killing protesters, right? Like, it's like, oh, wow, I can't believe he's doing that. Is that fucked up? Absolutely. Absolutely. What we do is infinitely worse, even in this argument. And when you bring shit like that up, all you're doing is basically get people to read that and go, okay, if he's actually a corrupt and brutal dictator, why should I feel bad that Donald Trump arrested him? Because the reality of the matter is, why should you feel bad, right? Why should you even remotely feel bad? Why? Because you care about like process? Really? That's the reason why we're against intervention in Venezuela? Because process was not applied, it's stupid. And this is exactly why Trump wins on these arguments, right? Because liberals don't ever talk about this from the perspective of like the average American. They never talk about this like, why the f are we bombing Venezuela, dude? What? Fix the potholes, you know? Why are we bombing Venezuela? Give us free healthcare. Spend the money on something good, right? Instead of making sure that Exxon generates higher profits next quarter. Like, this is unacceptable. That's all you need to say. You don't need to do this like, oh, Donald Trump is not following the legal process here. That's all. If this is the best we have on the Democratic Party, we're cooked. That's it. The president of the United States does not have the right to unilaterally take this country to war, even against a corrupt and brutal dictator like Maduro. The United States does not have the right, as Trump stated this morning, to run Venezuela. Congress must immediately pass a war powers resolution to end this illegal military operation and reassert its constitutional responsibilities. I mean, the rest of this stuff is good. Trump's attack on Venezuela will make the United States
saying
and
the
world
process
less safe.
isn't the problem.
It's true. This brazen violation of international
you are
law gives a green
misunderstanding
light
his
to any
point,
nation on
actually.
earth that may wish to attack another country to
He's
seize
saying the
their
process
resources,
is
change
not
their
the problem,
governments. Also
and
true. This
trying to
horrific
make the
logical
argument
force that Putin
saying
used
that
to
this is a
justify his brutal
problem
attack on
because of the
Ukraine, also
process is
true.
stupid.
Trump and his administration have often said they want to revive the Monroe Doctrine, claiming that the United States has the right to dominate the affairs of the hemisphere. I mean, we kind of haven't really let go of that principle, if we're being real. Maybe we've just like escalated it a little bit more, but they've spoken openly about
There's only
controlling
one
Venezuela's
S.
oil
It's
reserves, the largest in the
H-A-S-A-N.
world. This is rank imperialism. It recalls the darkest chapters of U.S. interventions in Latin America, which have left a terrible legacy. It will and should be condemned by
It's
the
okay.
Democratic
Most
world.
white
It
people
won't be
misspell
condemned
that.
by the
It's all
Democratic
good.
world. It won't be. Europe is comprised of cucks. I'm sorry to say this. I apologize to the European chatters in here that know this reality. I hate to say it. I mean, obviously, we're Americans, right? We're doing the evil here. But the reality of the matter is European leadership is unimaginably cucked. This is funny. If we leave dictators like Maduro unchecked, we will pay the price down the line. Do we really want an egomaniac like that in the Western Hemisphere? I've also heard that Maduro might have actually been hanging out with
autocorrect
elite
says it's
pedophiles. We can't let that stand. What if he begins
Hassasan.
bombing civilian vessels in our ocean?
Oh,
or
well.
invades or abducts our president with no approval
They're
from
just
his
brown
voters or
anyway. It
government?
doesn't
This is
matter.
scary behavior beyond what we could ever accept. I agree, chatter. That's a good one. I like that. Yeah. What if there was a country in the Western Hemisphere led by a corrupt psychopath who was just bombing civilian ships? Also, that's the joke. The chatter is doing a joke. For those of you who don't understand, this is a joke. He's saying
You're right,
the
their
things
race
that we
doesn't
have
matter.
done. I don't disagree with your take, but it makes me wonder, do you think there's ever a point where invasion is justifiable? Yes.
Oh, no, I'm
Israel.
saying they don't matter
It'll
because
never
of the
happen,
race.
though,
That's
'cause
what I'm
it's a
saying.
nuclear
That's my
armed nation
argument.
state, and also an extension of America. It's also pretty funny because, like, even the Trump administration
I'm
didn't
practicing
try
my
to present
grifting
that
skills.
Argument. Really? Like, they didn't even do
I'm practicing
that.
my
They didn't even
grifting
do
skills.
That, like, liberal you know, oh, we're actually doing this to save the Venezuelans. Like, they just straight up were like, I want the oil. You have oil, it's mine. And there are still people that are trying to do propaganda after the fact when the administration is not even doing it. The administration is like, we're pirates, you have bounty, we will plunder, we will rape, we will pillage. And there are still people in the chat being like, no, you don't understand, actually. They're doing this to save Venezuelan democracy. It's like, who is this for? Is this for yourself? Do you think someone is going to hear your statement in this chat and go, you know what? Even though the American government that I do not trust any longer to have
Honestly,
my
like,
best
my
interest in
opinion is
mind
that
has
the
openly
only
stated
reason
their
that people on the
desire
right
for
wing
why
don't
they're
like
bombing
him
Venezuela and
is because
kidnapping
he's not
Maduro
afraid to call people
is actually
stupid.
just to literally rape Venezuela.
You know what I mean?
I'm going to still assume that
Like,
there is
left-wing
some decent
politics,
purpose here, some honorable purpose here. At
partially
what point-
because
at what
of
point
an
will people
overreach
go,
of
yeah, maybe
wokeness,
America doesn't really care about
tried to be
installing
too,
democracy
like,
elsewhere
diplomatic.
and simply installing puppet
You know what I
leadership
mean?
so they can keep unlawfully
And, like,
extracting all the
his
natural
commentary, he
resources in
doesn't
the global
care.
South.
You know
And
what I
it
mean?
won't even like actually return with redistributive policies into the pockets of the average citizen either. It'll just go to a handful of elite pedophiles. It's pretty cool.
Now, he glazes
keep
China.
assuming that
I will
the
say
American
with
government is
100%
actually doing world police.
certainty that I will
indicted for
Adam,
possession
I
of
will
machine guns.
I am not afraid to
It's
admit that
pretty funny
he
because,
glazes
like,
China.
Donald Trump last month pardoned an actual cocaine kingpin who was an actual leader of a foreign nation state, who actually went through the legal process and was found to be guilty in trafficking tons of cocaine into the United States of America. So this actually makes the
But again, instead of
situation
like
even funnier,
nitpicking
'cause
on what he
once
does
again,
or what you
might
think he
go
does or
Donald
doesn't
Trump
know,
He is so good with this.
Like,
okay,
let's
He will
listen to the
literally be
intent,
like,
you know?
I'm pardoning every,
Like,
I don't know,
our president
major,
is saying that he's
fraudster, while
arresting
simultaneously
Maduro
putting
because
the
he's a
beat
drug
on every
trafficker.
Somali person,
Or the
and assuming that
administration
every
is.
Somali
Trump says it's
person
because of
is
oil,
actually
but
defrauding the Medicare system or
they
something.
try to talk
Well,
about how much of a
literally
trafficker he
openly
is, while at the
pardoning
same
people
time.
who have stolen billions from like Medicaid or Medicare.
Oh
right?
yeah, see,
It's pretty
we were talking
funny.
about this
He'll
last
just
night.
Literally do one thing and then claim.
Well, at the
that
same
he's
time,
actually
like
fighting
pardoning
against that thing
other
by
drug
putting the crosshairs on
traffickers.
a
You know what I mean?
totally
Like that's the
separate,
intention.
enemy.
Like
Yeah, none of this is credible. When
he's
you remember that Trump
unapologetic about
pardoned
the way he
former
calls
Honduran
out the
president and
bullshit
convicted
hypocrisy.
drug
You know what I mean?
trafficker Juan
And
Orlando
the problem
Hernandez.
is like a lot
It
of
was
people on
never
the right,
about
they
drugs.
can't handle
It's
it.
U.S. imperialism
And that's why they
manifest.
hate him. That's
And
why
it's
they
kinda
have to
funny
keep trying to
'cause
paint him as an
Donald Trump is
anti-Semitic,
basically saying that too.
like
It's not like
dog
he's hiding
abuser
it.
because
He is kind of open about it.
they
which
can't
makes this really
tolerate
funny 'cause,
somebody
like,
with
then you
this
see
much
liberals try to defend it
influence
somehow on,
calling
like,
out their
liberal
hypocrisy.
grounds, America World Police grounds and like that. And it's like, who is this propaganda for? Is it for you? Do you want to feel comfortable with this kind of thing? Is that why you're like, no, Mr. President? It's kind. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of the Alex Jones Kanye West conversation where Kanye West was like, I love Adolf Hitler. Adolf Hitler invented the microphone. And Alex Jones was like, no, you're not supposed to say it like that. You're supposed to say like, no, you don't hate Jews, right? You don't hate Jews. Like you're just skeptical. You're just skeptical of the globalist elite, right? And Kanye was like, nah, I just hate the Jews and hate. And it's kind of like that with liberals, where it feels to me like the liberals are just basically going, no, you're actually doing this for world police stuff, right? You're doing this because you're the world police and you're installing democracy in Venezuela, right? And the Trump administration is like, nah, not really. I just want the gold. I just want the oil. I want the land. I want to rape and pillage. I'm bored. I want to rape and pillage because I'm bored. And liberals are like, no. You don't understand. The dominoes will fall about the dangers of socialism. Everyone will learn about the dangers of socialism if we actually, dethrone this corrupt, autocratic dictator. And Trump still turns around and is like, nah. Like, he might as well openly come out and be like, you guys were talking too much about my best friend who recently passed away, Jeffrey Epstein. And I did this because I really was bored and I didn't want you talking about that no more. And liberals would still be like, actually, this intervention was justifiable because the people of Venezuela have spoken. Do you like Maduro? I don't care. Like, my opinion or my dislike for Maduro is not pertinent to this conversation. Like, do you guys understand why it's not relevant to this conversation? Like, my own personal criticisms of Maduro or whatever is not relevant to this conversation. It's kind of like the but Hamas equation, right? Israel will be doing a genocide and people will be like, well, what about your criticisms of Hamas? It's like, bro, they're being genocided. You know what I mean? It's like, what are your opinions on Maduro? I don't know. He shouldn't be kidnapped. How about that? That's my opinion on Maduro. That's the only one that matters. There's no reason to be like, I don't like the way that he repressed a protest in his country, or I don't like the way he mismanaged the Venezuelan currency. Like, what difference does that make? Do you think that plays a role in why America kidnapped them? No. So it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. And that's why when people say like, well, actually Venezuelans are celebrating, it's like, well, okay, it still doesn't matter. That doesn't matter at all. They're already spinning the narrative that all Venezuelans are happy. Yeah, I mean, they did the spin in Iraq as well. I mean, that's why that's where they will welcome us as liberators come from. That's unironically where it comes from. Do you see what I mean? The they will welcome us as liberators is a statement from Iraq. That was at a time when the American government was actively trying to propagandize a lot better than this one certainly is doing. It was trying to touch on the cultural attitudes of, the white savior complex that liberals have. Yeah, Donald Rumsfeld said it. George W. Bush said it. And they also showed the toppling of the statue of Saddam, right? That was like a big deal. They were like, see, this is working so well. This is working so good. And of course, what ended up happening in the aftermath of that was obviously 20 years of rape, pillage, death, destruction, a torture regime, and just awful. Just overall pain and a power vacuum that came from that led to the creation of ISIS as well, and numerous other issues such as that one that still plague even the Western world and certainly is a massive issue in the Middle East. So I guess like the only aspect of this that I think is more redeemable in comparison to George W. Bush is that at least they didn't do a shock and awe and full-blown invasion, and instead they did a kidnapping, I guess, if you want to look at it from like the lesser of two evils perspective. But of course, for me, how about no evil?
To be honest, the intertwining of
okay.
race in
Why'd you
every
get
issue
frustrated
really
whenever
turns me
people
off
mention
from
that
a lot of
Maduro's a
these
dictator?
issues.
Because it just gives
There
righteous
gets to a point
cause
where your
to
brain
Trump.
gets tired of
Because
hearing it when you
Americans
already
hear
know.
that and they go, okay,
Yeah,
so why
I get
should
that.
I care that a dictator got kidnapped? That's why. That's number one. Number two,
But
as far as like
I
the
think,
that
uh,
Maduro has done, right? Okay.
like I don't have a
leadership,
counter.
Barack Obama, Joe
like,
Biden, Donald Trump.
I'm definitely not
Bill
saying
Clinton,
you're wrong because I
George
completely agree
W.
with that
Bush.
sentiment.
They've done a metric ton worse than Maduro.
I think
right? Does that mean that
what
they get
the
assassinated, they get kidnapped?
people on the
like,
left,
what are we talking about?
the
Obviously,
problem
that will
that
never happen because America's the
because
hegemonic
considering
superpower,
I consider
but
myself
the
to be on
notion that,
left
like,
on the
those
left in
guys
terms
are
of
dictators,
politics.
but we have
The problem
process is idiotic.
that the left has
Actually,
had
police
is
brutality is a
that
great example of this. When people do that, when they talk about like, well, look at the
there's a
criminal,
difference
look at
between
the track record of this guy.
You know what
That's the
you're
reason why
saying,
he got
like
shot.
having it
Everybody
constantly
understands, like you're saying
putting it
that
into
because
every
you kinda-
issue.
You're giving credence to why
What
this
the
person
left
got
has
shot,
failed
right?
to
and that's the same
resolve
principle here as well. Not to say
is
that like Maduro
the fact
is
that
good
there's
or
so
whatever,
many
but it's just
people
not relevant to
to
the
where
conversation.
they
you know?
are,
if
like-
Maduro is bad, then Donald Trump
they
is
intentionally
worse by a
disregard the
million,
fact that there are issues.
times,
You know what I mean?
including
It's like
because of what he just did.
the fact that
to
so
a
many
leader
people on
of
the
a
right
foreign
politically,
nation.
they just
It's
close
not
their
even
eyes and
comparable,
pretend that
you
like
know?
race is
It's
not a
not even on the
problem
same
anymore.
playing
Like
field.
race
Do you
issues are
think this
not a
ended with one
problem.
strike and
That's the
kidnapping, which are
problem.
illegal, or
But
it will
instead
be
of like
indeed
trying to
another Iraq
communicate
war? I
that
don't know. I
in a
don't
way
think
that's
so, but
receptive,
we shall see because it's
they
entirely
went with like
dependent on
the
what the transition looks
the
like.
the
Reuters reports that
overwhelming
Venezuelan
like
President
wokeness.
Nicolas
You know,
Maduro
where
was
it's
captured
like
in an
what you're
operation
saying
involving
is
US
like
special
just
forces,
stuffing
including
it down
Delta
your
Force with
throat.
the
You know what I
assistance
mean?
of the CIA source inside Maduro's
There's
inner
just a
circle, and cooperation
poor
from
like
members of the Venezuelan
communication.
military, according to U.S. officials and people briefed on the matter. A source close to Venezuela's opposition described the move as an inside job. Yeah, that's definitely believable. New from the Post. Delta Force units established a pattern of life on Maduro in advance of the operation, mapping out his location and daily moves. According to a person familiar, a CIA covert operations unit identified where he and his wife were staying. The U.S. deployed 2 Army Delta Force units, one from the Middle East and one from North Africa in recent weeks, and those forces established a pattern of life on Maduro in advance of the operation, mapping out his location and daily moves. According to a person familiar with their deployment, Delta Force, known within the clandestine community as Combat Applications Group, is among the Pentagon's most elite units tasked with executing high-stakes and secretive missions, including hostage rescue and kill and capture missions. The Trump administration relied on elite Delta Force and CIA Covert Actions Unit for the operation to seize
It's like-
Nicolas Maduro in a highly secretive
You got like
grab
two
mission to force the Venezuelan leader
conflicting
from power. According to multiple people
you know,
familiar with the deployments, the CIA identified the
ideologies
location
butting
where Maduro and
heads
his wife
where
were, and
one is like
Delta Force
completely
soldiers
closing their
sent by
eyes
President Donald
and
Trump
ears
to the Caribbean
and
conducted the
trying
raid.
to convince
The CIA also provided support to the air, sea,
everyone
and land
that
operations, according to people familiar with
that
the mission.
just
Those
because
CIA units, among
a
the US
person
government's most
is
secretive, specialize in
a
irregular
person
warfare,
black, it
covert
has
action,
no
and have
bearing
regularly
on
worked
their
with both the
success
Army
in
Delta Force and
society,
Team 6
right?
over the 2 decades of
Which
battling
is
Islamist
not
militants
true. Like it
groups
does.
in the Middle East, South
The
Asia,
fact
and
that like
Africa. This doesn't actually give us any more detail into
you know,
whether or
as
not this is an
recently as
inside
like
job, but I do
1960s,
think that
1970s,
something smells weird
like
about it,
segregation in the
considering
states still
there is
exists.
no
Like black
pushback,
people were
you know,
unable to
whatsoever.
accrue
Yeah,
wealth
the
in the
CIA source
same
in
way that
Maduro's
white
inner
people
circle
had
helped
been
US
able to
forces
for
track his movements
centuries,
in his
right?
final days, right up until his
So
capture, according to people familiar with the matter.
it's just
The
like
people who were
you
briefed
had
on the
one
operation
side
also
that
said
was
members
trying
of
to
the
say
Venezuelan military
like
cooperated with the United States
racism
during
doesn't
Maduro's
exist
arrest, but
anymore,
declined to provide details.
and then you
One
have
person
another
close to Venezuela's
side that's
opposition
like,
who asked
well,
not to be
yeah,
named
it kind of
described Maduro's
does.
removal as an inside
So
job
it's just like those
aided
two
by the
opposing
country's
ideologies.
military. Republican U.S.
Sweet,
Senator
thanks.
Mike Lee
It's just like
said
it became,
U.S. Secretary of State
it just
Marco
became a
Rubio
more
had told him Maduro would stand trial on criminal charges in the United States.
The
and that no
communication
further
between
action was
those two
anticipated inside
ideologies
of
just became
Venezuela.
more and more
I've seen
forceful.
what
You know what I
happened.
mean?
I watched it literally like I was watching a television show.
Like if you want to talk about trying to mitigate the
if you
effects of
would have seen
redlining,
the
that was done, then
speed, the
fine. There's
violence,
material
you
thing
know,
that can
they
be solved,
say
but some of
that,
the
the
arguments
speed,
and
the
issues just
violence, they use that term.
throws it in
It's,
just for the sake of it.
Just, it was an amazing thing.
Legal
True.
heritage
Also,
thing,
we
that's when
didn't
you give
do
to-
gradual desegregation to try to prevent one
Nobody else
economy
could have
from
done
collapsing
anything like
another.
You're at Mar-a-Lago
Like-
right now. How were you able to watch this?
Hold on.
Well, we watched it from a.
Seemingly on Twitter, actually. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, that's
That's
right.
the thing,
Situation
like,
Room photos came out of it.
what I have
and
a
they
problem
just had
with
Twitter tabs open in the
is, like-
background. That's where we're at. Isn't that wonderful?
Yeah, like I said, it's
They're
just the
like
refusal
us.
to acknowledge
They were straight up
that-
looking at OSINT Twitter. Like I was
that
in
up
bed
until
doing
relatively
the
recently,
same thing that these
the
assholes were doing. Like they were looking at that classic Arma footage
the
that they
minority
play always
population
with,
in
like,
this country,
the
like black and
tracers
brown people,
trying to take out one
were
of the,
just
the
structurally
Warthog, and they were
incapable
like, oh my God,
of
I
building
thought
any
they
type
didn't have any,
of
you know, air defenses.
any
What's
type of
going
like
on?
long-term wealth.
That was
You know,
unbelievable.
obviously
What they
there
did
were
there with it is
outliers, of
something
course.
that,
There
gee,
always
I
are
don't know, it's
outliers.
Amazing.
Um,
And to have a few
but-
injuries, but no death
It's just like
on our side is really amazing.
that's what
Mr.
that's what just
President,
frustrates me
critics
is
will
like
say that
the
strong
refusal
action
to
can
acknowledge
risk
that exists. You know what I mean?
But history has shown us that weakness can truly invite chaos, and this military operation clearly sends a message to our adversaries around the world. China,
Like, you wanna know how absurd
Iran,
it is?
Russia, that we are no longer the weak administration that we had for 4 years under
we
former
imprisoned
President Biden, who
Japanese
tolerated
Americans
narco-terrorism.
Like,
for
think about
a couple years during World
Think
War
about
II.
this being a good reason to arrest
And then
a
in
foreign leader, like
1988,
kidnap a foreign leader. Oh, we felt
our
kinda
government
insecure.
approved
Sorry,
reparations
we
for
felt
the
kinda
survivors and the
insecure for a little
descendants
bit when Joe Brandon
of those
was in charge,
Japanese
and so
internments.
we had to just we had to flex a little bit.
But
you know?
we did no such thing for the black people who were enslaved
The
for
professionalism and
in this country for like 200 years.
bravery, everything about it, and you almost couldn't
Totally.
hold
You know what I
them
mean?
back. It was like they wanted to go so badly, and most people would have said, "I'll take a pass." I know that Charlie would have wanted to go because Charlie's a very brave person, but I know a lot of other people would have said, "I think I'll pass on this one. Let's watch it on television."
Like,
Trump was repeatedly lying here, probably for
like,
psychological effect. The Russia story was fake.
what
too.
I
VP
hope to
Rodriguez
see-
is speaking now, and she keeps referring to Maduro as the president. She's
It's just
demanding
like
the immediate release of Maduro and Cilia
a
Flores.
modicum of an
Rodriguez
effort
mentions that Maduro
from
left
people,
instructions that if
the
anything
general
happened to him,
society,
the people should take to the streets, and all
just
the
a
popular
small
power should be
amount of
activated
effort
in their places to defend
to
the
show
national
respect,
independence and sovereignty, which was savagely attacked today. Yeah,
uh,
the VP situation is confusing
for
to me. I don't really understand it.
other
General
people.
Kane is talking about how amazing the
Regardless
operation
of
was,
where
and
they're
mostly
from
tuning it
or
out
what
because
religion
it
they
does
are, you know what I
mention that
mean?
Used over 150 aircraft for the kidnapping operation. Kane, there were
Almost like everyone was dead at that point,
From
and one was done by state
Incredible
governments.
way of
I don't give a
rephrasing-
fuck.
rephrasing
I don't give a
this
fuck about the
attack on a
state and
sovereign
federal
country.
thing. The fact is,
they
it happened.
Put themselves, our soldiers tactically put themselves in a kinetic engagement in a
That literally
self-defense
doesn't matter.
situation on
That literally does
foreign
not matter.
soil in a nation's capital. Self-defense? Do you mean self-defense? You kidnapped the leader of a foreign nation. What are you talking about?
And the fact that the people that were enslaved are dead,
Trump,
again,
we are going
that
to
doesn't
get the
fucking
oil
matter.
flowing the way it should be. We're going to rebuild the oil
Because
infrastructure. It's going to be paid by
them
the oil
and the
companies, and they
ensuing
will be reimbursed
generations
for what they're doing.
were incapable
Again,
of
openly
accruing
admitting
wealth
it.
because
we are not afraid to,
of that
afraid of
situation.
boots on the ground if we have to. We had boots on the ground last night. We had to
So
make sure
even
this
though
country
the
is
people
run
who are
properly.
actually
We're there
enslaved
now.
are
We're
dead,
ready to go again if we have to. We are going to run the country right.
their
Trump undersold
descendants were
Petro is
still
making
incapable
cocaine,
of
and they're
accruing
sending
wealth
it to the United
because of
States.
it.
He has to
right?
watch his ass. Trump, we are going to be selling large amounts of Venezuelan oil to other countries. You can't stop talking about how they're straight up taking over Venezuela. Trump keeps claiming that Delcy Rodriguez was sworn in as president of Venezuela and that she's in contact with Rubio. Haven't seen
Fuck
this
'em.
reported yet. Trump, Cuba is going to be
The problem-
something
I'm sure
that
they're
we
just
are
lazy and they're
going
not
to
working
end up talking
hard
about.
enough.
Cuba is a failing nation. Rubio steps up. Cuba is a disaster. If I lived in
You like it?
Havana,
You like
I'd
that's
be
my
concerned.
I'm practicing my
And the
grifting
press
skills.
conference was concluded.
They're just lazy.
It's pretty crazy because it's basically
They don't do
everything we
anything.
said, like everything I've been.
They need to go out and
saying
get a
in the
job.
build up to this incident.
It's their
about,
own
like,
fault.
What the real reasons are as to why the administration is doing this.
They
It's
have
kind
the
of an
same rights as
interesting
everyone
predicament
else.
Because back in the day, I had to duke it out with liberals a lot when I would be like, Venezuela is not about democracy. Venezuela. If I were to say like 5 years ago, 6 years ago, you know, this kind of situation is not
the
about
federal government and
democracy.
union of
It's about,
states fought
you
a
know,
war to remove
stealing
slavery,
the
so reparations
resources,
doesn't make
specifically
sense.
oil, but gold as well. Like all this liberals would argue seriously about
Since
how
the
like,
institution
no,
wasn't
you're
responsible
wrong. It's not about that.
and
It's
actively
actually
put a
about
stop to it.
democracy, all this stuff.
Okay.
And what's crazy is nowadays it's just the Trump administration is openly stating it, openly saying like, nope, we're doing it specifically for
I like that.
oil. They're just giving the game away. We're doing regime
I know
change
that
for oil.
you
We're
might
doing
live
regime change for oil. They say it over
within
and
the
over again.
borders
And yet,
of this
seemingly,
federal
there are
government,
still pliant
but it's
people
totally
or-
not
or,
our fault that
people
you were
are
enslaved.
manipulating themselves,
So,
I guess, that want to
sucks to
believe
suck.
in an alternative goal here,
I like
an
it.
alternative ambition here, that still make it seem as though there is a separate reason for why this is happening, and that reason, as a matter of fact, is not oil, it's just democracy. Yeah, there's also this from Wall Street Journal. Wall Street is already at the ready post Nicolas Maduro capture by the U.S. forces. About 20 business leaders including those from some of the top hedge funds and asset managers, are preparing to go on a March trip to Venezuela to look at investment opportunities there, including energy and infrastructure. Awesome. It's like they're just giving it out for free. It's such a strange world to live in, where for years and years, people like myself, anti-imperialists with my worldview, with my position, had to go through this weird song and dance where we had to like literally explain to people,
That's like,
guys,
oh, you know what that
they're
is?
lying to you when they try
Oh
to
my
create
God.
a just
Dude.
cause for
Dude.
why they're doing this sort of engagement.
That is
They're lying
the
to you.
Donald
real
Trump
goal
cabinet
is
excuse.
Plunder. The real goal is plunder.
When
what, Hassan?
or the
10 million
Republican
% right, but I don't
legislator
think it makes
excuse,
your
where
takes any less right to
they
listen
will
to
go up to
Venezuelans
someone
for a
like Mike
second. I
Johnson,
am talking
and they'll be like,
not about the
Trump said,
best
Donald Trump
interest of
said this on
Venezuelans. I'm
a
talking about American
recently,
intervention, okay?
and the
If
response is, oh,
you
I don't know
want
anything
to
about
have a
that.
conversation about that,
I didn't see
you
that.
Go somewhere else. I'm an
I don't
American
know anything
citizen.
about
It's
that.
my tax dollars. I'm selfish. I'm an American patriot. How about that for standpoint theory? Ain't nobody gives a about the Venezuelans. This is my point. Donald Trump is not sitting around talking about how he's liberating Venezuelans. He's literally saying he's liberating the wallets, the government of Venezuela's coffers from the burden of having to do the resource extraction and actually sell it on their own. Shut the up. It's so crazy, bro. You got doing propaganda for the administration when the administration is not doing the propaganda. Every day, Donald Trump literally goes, every Venezuelan on U.S. soil is a rapist, drug seller, a drug salesman, okay? The CEO of doing rape and drugs. We must deport every Venezuelan expat. Every Venezuelan refugee on American soil is a rapist, drug-dealing, baby decapitating monster that will inevitably find their way into CCOT. He goes on Fox, and that's what he says on the phone every morning. And then he turns around and says, also, I am going to rape the land of Venezuela. I'm going to pillage it. I'm going to rape and pillage. I'm going to rape and pillage. I love the oil. I want to shove the oil up my ass. I can't live without the heavy crude of Venezuela. It's beautiful oil, and it's mine now. And there are still morons in the chat being like, excuse me, can you take a deep breath and cover the perspective of Venezuelans who are delivering a deep sigh of relief? I don't care, and neither does Trump. Nobody cares. Shut the up. God, what is this?
Okay, so when the federal
dude?
government
It's so
out the gate
stupid.
bans
It's the
slavery, what
same
happens? None of them
with
become
Iraq.
citizens, none of them
It's
get
the
wealth.
same with Libya.
All of
It's
them
the
go back to
same
Africa,
with
Ireland,
Syria.
China,
It's the
Mexico,
same
Guam.
over and over again. This time it'll be different. Why don't you listen to the people that are saying they're doing
Yeah,
a
true.
deep
I
sigh of
mean,
relief? Why don't you listen to the people that
I mean, we
actually
should
love
probably
what Donald
still
Trump
have
did?
slavery.
I'm
Like,
sorry.
absolutely.
I don't give a okay?
That's
I don't
like a
care.
completely
I
absurd
don't care
idea.
what your perspective is. If you're gonna tell me that, like, this time, the,
Like,
the
come on, man.
narcissistic pedophile that is trying to extract as many super
Like,
profits for
I'm
his
not, like,
pedophilic
that's not
elite
even part of
is
my
actually
argument.
doing a
Like,
good
that has
thing
nothing
in
to do
this
with it.
circumstance, even though all the previous narcissistic pedophiles that were doing the exact same we're actually doing it in the wrong way, but this time it's actually good.
I'm sure.
I'm sorry.
I'm sure
I'm
that
gonna
that
treat you
was
like
the first thing
moron that you actually
on the slave's mind.
What are we doing?
As
What
they're
are we doing? What are we doing?
in
And I know
chains, being
there's
put
gonna be
onto
hella
wagons to be taken to
clips off
their
of this. Oh my God, there's gonna be so
taken
many
to their
motherfuckers who are like,
plantations.
"Excuse
I'm
me,
sure
I
that
know
was the
that
first
America
thing on their
obviously
mind
wants
was,
to destabilize
well,
an entire
they
region
can't
as it
ban
does-
it
as it has done
immediately because it
historically
would
under
just
the
be
Monroe
so
Doctrine that they're
chaotic.
relitigating at this very moment. But have you considered what my
Dude,
personal
come on, man.
perspective is? I didn't like Maduro, and it's actually awesome that it will be an American puppet. It'll be awesome that it's an American puppet that actually leads the country inevitably that will rape and pillage the land. It's going to be good. Meanwhile, Trump is not even saying that. That's the funniest part.
I'll tell you this,
Trump
like,
is not even, he
you know,
literally
when it
just
comes
keeps
to like
saying,
the
"I'm
layers
doing
of
this for oil.
when it comes
I'm
to the
doing
layers
this
of
for
constitutionality,
plunder.
like you are
I'm
all
doing
over
this
it.
for plunder and oil.
But
I'm
when
doing
it
this
comes
oil
to
and nothing
like
but oil. And still there's motherfuckers in the chat being like, well, hold
like
on.
the
question I
social
have is
implications
this.
of some of these
Why are you doing propaganda
institutions,
for Donald Trump in a way
like
where he's not
how
even doing
like
propaganda?
how do you
Like, it
not
makes no
dig
sense.
as deep
You're
into these
arguing a position
as you do
that
like
the
the
Trump
constitutional
administration
stuff?
is not even taking. Like,
you know what
they
I mean?
Dropped it. They didn't even felt the need to even say those words, and you're still like, nope.
As everyone knows, the oil business in Venezuela has been a bust, a total bust, for a long period of time.
They couldn't ban it at all, hence why the
They
13th
were
was
pumping
passed.
almost nothing by
Oh
comparison
yeah, like
to
if
what they could
here's the thing,
have
like
been pumping, and what
none
could
of the
have
bad
taken
stuff would
place.
ever get banned. To tell you the
We're
truth,
going to have our
if it was
very
left up to
large
the
United States oil companies, the biggest anywhere
financial
in the world,
powers.
go in, spend billions of dollars, fix the badly broken infrastructure.
Like, we would still have
It just
9-year-olds
doesn't make
working
sense.
60
Like, if you
hours
are
a
even
week
in any way, shape, or form, if you
in
are
like
in
tool
any
and
way,
die
shape, or
shops.
form remotely
Honestly.
like a liberal person or invested in like human rights or whatever, why in the ever-loving would you be like,
But I tell you
yeah,
what,
this psychopath is actually
they,
doing this for this. I'm gonna imagine an
they got rid of that
alternative reality where
all
this
at once. It
psychopath
didn't
is
seem to be
openly
too
stating
chaotic.
What his desires are, but I'm gonna assume he's actually doing this to liberate me. Right after he called me a rapist drug dealer who needs to be sent to a slave labor colony in El Salvador. Like, at that point, if you still can't understand that this isn't for you,
Like, again, like, when it
then
comes to
I
these
guess,
issues,
you know, have fun and seek
they didn't get rid of it all
like,
at
what
once.
do you want me to say? I'll still fight to make sure
again,
you don't
like,
go there. I'll be on the streets.
honestly, like, I
but
was actually
good
getting
luck,
ready to
I
say this
guess.
before I read your
Chuck Schumer finally
message.
gets around to
Like, I
commenting on
honestly
Venezuela,
don't
saying
give
the
a fuck.
administration has assured me 3 separate
Like, that's
times
not
that
the
I
point
was
of my
not-
argument.
that it was not pursuing
I don't
regime
care if they
change or
got
taking
rid of it all at
military
once
action
or
in
didn't.
Venezuela.
Like, I
Oh,
don't
no.
fucking care.
No, not
That's not the point.
Chuck. You fell for it again. Oh, come on. And for the record, if you believe that Chuck is being
The point
sincere
is
here
that
when he
in
says,
today's
"Oh,
society,
shucks, I got duped
a
again,"
person's race
you
is
are the
still a
bigger dupe.
significant
He
determinant
loves this
into
straight
how
up.
successful
He
or
loves it. Today,
unsuccessful,
Senate Democratic leader
like
Chuck
what
Schumer released the
opportunities
following
are
statement
available
after
to
President Trump
them
launched military action
to
against Venezuela without
become
congressional
financially
authorization and
successful
announced
or
that he
not.
plans for
That
the
still
US to
legitimately
run
exists
Venezuela.
today.
Let me be clear, Nicolas Maduro is an
And
illegitimate dictator. But launching
the
military
fact that the
action without
left has
congressional
not been
authorization and
capable of
without a credible
messaging
plan for
that
what comes next is
in
red.
a productive way, combined
bro,
with the
why
fact
won't
that
you
a
let me
significant
in
portion
on
of
it?
this country
I want a piece.
enjoys
He's
being
like,
racist
"Come on.
bigots.
I just wanted a piece of the
Those two
action,
factors
and you wouldn't even let
combined
me in on it. The administration has
resulted in
assured
Trump.
me 3 separate times that it was
That's
not
the problem.
pursuing regime change or taking military action.
And that is
in
in.
Venezuela.
I don't give a
Clearly, they are
fuck
not
about the
being straight with
entire
Americans.
world.
He's
I'm
mad
talking
that
about
he
here.
couldn't put a Kalshi bet
I
in.
don't give a
He's like,
fuck.
why won't the
I'm
administration
talking about
tell
here.
me ahead of time that they're going to do this stuff? I was going to put a
I
poly market
just
bet
don't
in,
give
and
a
it's
fuck
really
about the
fucked
entire
up
world.
that you didn't do that. The idea that Trump plans to now run Venezuela should strike fear in the hearts of all Americans. The American people have seen this before and paid the devastating price. Yeah, we
Again,
we were the ones who
that
suffered
has
from our
nothing
endless
to do with the point I'm trying to make.
occupation of Iraq. I mean, it's true, we did, but like also at the same time, I feel like there was some other people suffering there too. But who knows? You know, what do I know? The f do I know? Also, Chuck Schumer supported the Iraq War, didn't he? And he's kind of supporting Venezuela too. So what are we talking about? Hey, last
Unfortunately,
time I supported this exact same
I have
thing that's
even
going on,
less
but in the Middle
influence
East, that was
on
really
what
bad.
happens
And this time,
in other
it's
countries
also
than I
not
have
very good, but I'm
in
still
what
kind of
happens in this
supporting
country.
it. The administration must be
So
progress
therefore,
immediately on its objectives and its plan to prevent a humanitarian
I will
geopolitical
focus
disaster that
my
plunges us
efforts
into another endless war, or one that trades
in
one corrupt
realms in
dictator
which
for
I
another.
do
To
have
distract
a
from
shred
skyrocketing costs
of
Americans face in the
influence.
historic cover-up of the Epstein files, Donald
And that'll
Trump's
be
attempting
here.
to throw Americans into more international chaos and uncertainty. We're so collectively desensitized the U.S. empire that we're not even registering the absurdity. The U.S., a country where guns are sold at Walmart, has just kidnapped the president of a sovereign nation and head of army to charge him with possession of machine guns with the intent to distribute to a fake cartel.
Now,
that doesn't
as far
exist, that
as-
we invented whole cloth.
I'll grant you this, though.
That's how you know the
As far as the
has
United
already
States
completely
interactions
calcified
with
in the
those
American
countries,
administrations,
the ones
because
that do
the Cartel de la
participate
Roses
in these
thing, or Cartel of the
human
Suns,
rights violations,
was one of those
I will
attempts in,
speak
like,
out
I
against
think,
our
like the early
interactions
2000s that
with
they just
them.
shelved, right?
I will
'Cause
do that
sometimes
for
the
sure.
American State Department will like come up with fake reasons whenever they want to justify intervention. Cartel de los Soles, not roses, my bad. And that was like a fake justification, which doesn't even exist.
Like, I
A Spanish
will,
law professor and
like,
author
without
spent several years trying
hesitation,
to track down evidence of Cartel de los
support
Soles'
a representative,
existence and its connection to the
congressional
Venezuelan
representative
government. This was the
candidate
conclusion in
who
2020.
says
The Trump administration, the
we
DEA,
should
the
not
Department of Justice,
be
the intelligence services are the architects of the
sending
myth
weapons
of the Cartel of the Suns.
and military
In fact,
aid and
they are
funding
the main and only source that feeds this
to
myth by
nations
leaking information from anonymous sources without verification. At the same time,
that
they are the main
actively
actor of
conduct
political
human
destabilization
rights
in Venezuela
violations.
with their unrestricted
You know what I mean?
support of the self-proclaimed interim president and
But
encouraging all kinds of adventurers, including terrorist invasions.
that's
If the
pretty
unfolding
much
events
the
is not
extent
stopped, it could lead to
to
devastating
which
consequences for the region.
what
Let's
other
hope that this
countries
peace
do.
accomplishes the generation
That's
of a
pretty much the
serious
extent of how
debate
much I
about the
care about what other
non-existent,
countries do.
Existence of the Cartel of the Suns and that the organizations, media institutions, and people directly identified in the study as biased and not very rigorous will respond, offering arguments and evidence that prove them right and that I, in the best case scenario, am wrong, or
How'd
in
you
the
get stuck
worst,
down
am
here?
a
Oh,
mental
what's this?
moron. However, I have a sense that the aforementioned will respond, as always, with silence, hiding in the fact that they possess the hegemonic media and therefore have dominion over the truth, which exempts them from giving any kind of reason to my allegations. In fact,
But it's
replying
okay.
to me
I
would
got
mean
chocolate chip
exposing
cookies.
themselves, and that would blur the halo of truth in which they disguise themselves, and which is nothing more than an outright lie. This is the American version of, or the previous relitigation of the WMDs, but not even
I just don't
as-
see why
they
racial
didn't
issues
even
are a
go as
priority
hard
compared to
defending
others
this bullshit this time
when the
around.
entire world has
Yeah, now's a
similar
good time to
racial
remember
issues.
The Cartel
So-
de los Soles doesn't exist, and it isn't even being determined by the U.S. government's
The
own
reason why
assessment that Maduro has nothing to do with
is
Trent
if we
Arago.
are
The
legitimately
charges are bullshit, and that's why they
to
have
consider
add machine gun
ourselves
conspiracy charges. It's pretty crazy.
a
Here's
representative
Graham Platner's
democracy
statement
with
from
equal
Maduro's
rights,
Kidnapping. The government of the United States of America is
then we have to
illegally
make
invaded a foreign
sure that
country and
those
kidnapped
rights,
its leader. This is what happened in
and
Venezuela
not just
today.
rights,
This is not
but
foreign policy, it's international gangsterism.
opportunities
There are going to be a lot of people on, frankly,
are
both
available
sides
to
of the aisle
everyone.
trying to
You know
convince
what I
us
mean?
that this was somehow justified. It isn't. Our behavior against Venezuela over the last few months has been illegal. None of it has been authorized by Congress. None of it is being done in accordance with international law. Just 1 month
And as
ago,
it
there was
stands,
a vote in the Senate that would have required congressional input on any
not
military
really.
action against Venezuela. It got voted down 49
But, however-
51 because Susan Collins cast a deciding vote
However,
against a resolution that would have blocked President Trump's illegal
I will
actions
say,
today. So in the coming weeks and months, wherever
if,
this goes, just understand
if the
that this is a failure
economic
of the American
inequality
political system.
is addressed,
It's an absolute failure of our
then
government and another crack in
I
the fragile
believe
democracy. We
that
are
any
allowing
racial
out-of-control rogue government to
inequalities
invade countries
will
and kidnap
also
their
be
leaders.
addressed at the same
And
time.
Republicans in the House and Senate
You know what
are
I mean?
doing nothing to stop it. Holy
We have
this
tiered
is
rights.
God
Yeah,
damn it.
we absolutely do have
Why did
tiered
it have
rights
to
in this
be Graham
country.
Plattner? I mean,
Because a
this
person
is
with
near perfect.
a person with
Actually, not
hundreds
even
of millions of
perfect. I'm gonna
dollars
be honest, this is a perfect statement. This
has
is a perfect statement.
an
Remember,
unspoken
Venezuela
right
didn't
to a
count us
better
as a
criminal
continue to
defense
enable
than
illegal
somebody
foreign wars,
that does
and
not.
we need to all turn
So
out
yeah,
opposition to
you're
this
absolutely
egregious
right about
failure
that.
and our government to stop it. We have a lot of administration deploying American military to kidnap foreign leaders and a Senate that refuses to do anything about it. This may soon breed
not what I
chaos
meant.
on a
What
scale
about the
we can
criminal
only
defense?
imagine. At least the last time the United States went
That's
to
what I
war
meant.
over oil, they sent the Secretary of State to lie to lawmakers and sought
I mean,
congressional approval
institutionally,
first.
yeah,
This
within
is not
our
the behavior of a government
within
that
the
cares about
institution of
American
our
people.
legal
It's the Trump
system,
administration lashing out with military force because Republicans are
somebody
afraid
with
that
hundreds of
domestic
millions
affairs
of
are gonna result in
dollars
political failure in the 2026 midterms. Yeah, not only
has a
that,
right
not
to
only
a
is it
better
perfect statement, none of this like, well,
a
Maduro
better
is a
criminal
bad guy
defense.
and I hate him and he is worthy of being owned or whatever.
I mean, everybody
But
has a
also
right
on
to a
top
criminal
of that,
defense,
it
but
just straight up ties it back to
they
Susan
have a
Collins.
right to a
It
better
ties
one.
it back to like the power of your vote. Because it directly just says unconditionally that the false framing that the Republicans are half-heartedly leaning into is just false, and it's good that people are saying it.
Native-born citizens have more right than
A
naturalized
little over
citizens.
48 hours into 2026.
Naturalized citizens
around
have more
2
rights than
a.m.
permanent residents.
Caracas.
How do?
What the?
Oh,
Fireworks had lit up
I
the
think-
night sky for New Year.
I don't think you meant rights. I think you meant
But now the place illuminated
opportunities,
by a
maybe?
series of never-before-seen
Know what I mean?
U.S. strikes on military bases and airports.
As far as I'm aware,
Military helicopters,
the only
including
difference.
Chinooks, a U.S. Special
no,
Forces
right, okay.
operation caught
As far
on
as I'm aware,
camera
the
film.
only difference in
Their
rights
mission, capture
between
the
a
Venezuelan
naturalized
president,
citizen and a
Nicolas
U.S.
Maduro,
born citizen
and his wife, Celia
is whether or
Flores.
not they can run for
Chances
president.
Are the couple were inside one of these helicopters.
I'm not aware of
The
any,
US was forcibly
like once you
deposing
become a
Latin
naturalized
American
citizen, I'm not
leader
aware of
for
any
the first time in this way in over
any
a quarter of a
institutional
century.
difference in terms of rights.
It's honestly incredible that they didn't have any handheld anti-air ready.
fuck?
They could have destroyed those choppers. I know, which leads me to believe that there is more to the story than we think, specifically with respect to like who gets to be in charge once the exchange of power takes place. Because not even man-pads, really. I mean, not even.
You can't
man-pads.
have your
We're talking about
citizenship
Chinooks.
revoked
Like,
if you're
dude,
native-born. You
those
can if
things
you are naturalized.
literally already explode on their own.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
No one was shooting at the helicopters. Like, what are we doing? There's a
That's-
video of a helicopter
That's
on
it?
top of a building, and it's just standing there. It's just hovering over a building as they're like getting out of the helicopter. As they're like, are you kidding me? You're not even gonna shoot at that with like small arms, you know? I don't know. I think there's something suspicious about it. Like they showed it. I think they showed some of the helicopters flying.
Anyway,
like
that
there's
wasn't
no
even the point of my
way that
argument.
They didn't have any man-pads. They didn't have any rifles. There are stories of people taking out helicopters
Naturalized
with like a
citizens or
bolt-action
citizens on loan
rifle.
from the government
Can't blame you for taking
that have
the
more
word
legal
word on it.
obligations
Yeah,
and
I
risks
talked
compared to
about it.
native-born
The
that
Reuters
of the presidential runs.
literally said that that sources revealed that like I didn't come up with this on my own off of Twitter. I was showing you the Reuters coverage is right here. That also is like suspicious because like Trump is also talking about the VP. Like Trump was making it seem like he was in contact with the VP or something. And it was strange because like, what are they trying to do? Are they trying to like invite suspicion? You know, they were saying that she was in contact with Marco Rubio, which I think is odd.
Something else we needed to hit?
It's Sunday, January 4, 2026. I'm Anthony
What the
Davis.
fuck
Welcome
door
to the
open?
Weekend Show, where we make the time to consider the news of the week. You can support my work and independent journalism at patreon.com/5minutenews. Our guest today is a Democratic candidate from Missouri's 2nd Congressional District. He is a native of Kirkwood, Missouri, a 22-year Army combat veteran, entrepreneur, former executive director of the Lincoln Project, and host of On Democracy with F.P. Wellman here on the Midas Touch Network, as well as a graduate of West Point and Harvard. Fred Wellman, welcome back to the Weekend Show.
Great to be back, brother. Good to see you. It sounds so impressive on paper, but
It's
Good to
always
see you
impressive.
again.
Well, the reason that I called upon you is because of your military experience, but also your ability to kind of make sense of the insanity of this moment as the U.S. has been condemned for breaking international law after it launched airstrikes on the Venezuelan capital and captured its president, Nicolas Maduro, and his
No,
wife,
but we have
First
tiered rights
Lady.
regardless in the right to not have your
France,
citizens
Russia,
revoked at the pleasure of
ironically,
the government is
China,
kind of
and the
important.
European Commission were among those who said Donald Trump had broken international rules after U.S. troops carried out the operation on
It's
Saturday
just as
morning.
important as all the other
The
ones that
move
get
came
violated, so-
amid 6 months of escalating tensions between Washington and the South American country. There's
I am
also
like
been calls for the
ugh.
UN Security Council to
I can
urgently
feel it.
convene
I can feel
to
myself
to discuss the matter, which I think they've now
teeter-tottering
they've now done.
before between
This came as
like,
a
caring
surprise, not least to us, but certainly to the people of Venezuela.
and like
How did you
absolutely
feel
not
when you
caring.
first heard this
Like I
news?
can feel myself
I
mentally
was
flipping back
shocked.
and
I
forth,
mean,
and it's
look, I was a soldier. I participated in the
I think I
invasion of
need-
Iraq as a member of the 101st
I think I need a
Frank participated
what's it
in the
called?
one the first time in 1991 as well. So
a political mental health
I
day.
have great personal experience with these operations.
That's what I need. I think I need a political
I
mental
was
health day.
shocked,
I need to
our
like.
service members had survived.
Indeed, you're in a mood
gone
today.
home safely. But the end,
Dude, I'm like
I come
so
from this
freaking
from
frustrated,
multiple
man.
angles, right? I'm both a candidate for Congress, but I'm also a veteran. I'm the father of a veteran. I'm the son of a veteran. I was an officer in the United States Army. To me, what bothers me in a lot of ways is one, of course, is international law and our own laws not being followed. The fact that Congress is not involved in any ways, they're left scrambling the TV to try and guess what
It's
the
like,
goal was here.
you know,
Two,
I want to have
frustration with the hypocrisy.
like I
that
want to have
includes the
enough
fact that just
patience
a
and
month ago,
understanding
the president of Honduras was
for
pardoned nearly the exact same crimes, and we just sent
for
our
those
service
that
members in
approach
danger
our
to,
current
quote, arrest a
situation
guy
in
for
good
the exact
faith,
same
even
crime.
if their
And
opinions
finally,
might be different.
To call this merely
Like I
an
want
arrest,
to
I think Tom
have
Cotton
enough
tried to say
patience
it's no different
and
than the
understanding for
FBI
that, but at the same
executing a warrant
time,
in the United States, no, it's not. International
Like,
law is not domestic law.
there
This
are
is
so many
an act
stupid
of
people.
war.
Like I was
Seizing
talking to my
leader
brother
of
on the
a foreign
phone. Okay.
nation, be him legitimate or illegitimate.
You have
that's
made
a choice.
around
That's not our
63%
choice.
more assumptions than
Again,
usual.
This is an act of war.
I don't
We
care.
conducted an act of war
So,
against a foreign nation without
I'm
authorization
human.
by the
That's what I
United
do.
States Congress. So
It
again, what we
happens.
see
Anyway,
is the United States Congress. I call it the
I was on the phone with my
Republican
brother,
doormat
and
Congress,
he was
has
telling me
absconded from
about
their duty, their
one of the guys
constitutional
that
duty,
he was
and have
working with
forsaken
recently.
that for Trump to have
He
more
said he was an
power.
older
And
guy.
Look, you don't have to look any further than
He had just
of
gotten
course,
hired,
dials into Fox and Friends,
and this
is
guy
threatening Mexico.
was.
Be next. He's threatening Iran.
Hold on, I have to shut this video
in
off
his
so I can
press
explain
conference
this.
with Rubio, he threatened Cuba. I
Pause
mean,
it. So he was saying this guy this guy got hired and he was working with him, and this guy like was I don't know if I don't think my brother said bragging, but he was like, this guy told him, "Oh my God, why am I getting attacked? Leave me alone." He was attacking me. Freaking, I don't even know what was attacking. Anyway, this guy was saying that the previous job that he worked, he was offered a raise. But this guy was like, "Yeah, I turned it down." Like I'm trying to tell it the way my brother told it to me. So he was like, yeah, I turned the job down because if I had accepted the raise, it would have put me in the next tax bracket, and they would have taken 30% of my pay. Okay? So, like, that is legitimately a story that I just heard today, right? Like, you know, this is what I have to contend with. You know what I mean? And this is like, it's just so frustrating because, like, when you have someone like that, and they're convinced their whole life of this one thing because of propaganda, because of right-wing propaganda that's convinced them that if they make more money, that it will lower their how much they make in total because of moving up to a next tax bracket. Like, and then, like, it doesn't matter because, like, you could tell them the truth, but you can't compete, like, you can't compete with it because their propaganda is so simple, straightforward. Build the wall, no more taxes, lock her up, like, and then here I am. Once you meet the minimum amount of income and then pay taxes, you do in fact make less money. You're talking about the first bracket, the first tax bracket? No, look, like, that's, see, here's the thing, that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is I want to say it's like 150,000 is one of the jumps. Someone like me, I'm sitting here, like, I'm not very good at explaining things already. Like, I'm better than most, but I'm still not good enough. And I'm sitting here, like, I'm competing with 3-word propaganda phrases. But in order for somebody to understand what a progressive tax bracket is, I have to explain to them, like, you at this much you get taxed a certain percentage. And then at this portion from here to here, that is the only part that gets taxed at the next percentage. And then here to here, like, it is, like, it's so infuriating because I can't, there's nothing I can do. Nothing I can do. The only kind of people that will understand that are the people that approach the issue in good faith, that are willing to have an open dialogue, and are willing to listen. And unfortunately, the overwhelming majority of Trump voters, MAGA supporters, they are either willingly or unwillingly incapable of doing so. So, I don't know. Anyway. It's like, it's weighing on me. It's weighing on me.
Again, unchecked power.
Like, I could
it's
sit
like
there,
a child who'll keep on eating. You know,
and I could
have a
tell these
I have a
Trump
puppy.
supporters, like,
we
the
actually
reason
left the food bowl open.
they want to
Okay,
cut
the food,
education
the bin with
funding
food in it.
Right.
And she ate till she
is
was
because
so full,
the
we had to take her to the hospital. Okay, all right. If
the
you allow
overwhelming
someone like Trump
majority
to keep
of
doing what they
statistics
want
show,
to do
like,
with
it's pretty
unchecked
much
power,
an established
they will never
fact
stop.
I
that
was actually thinking
the
this
less
about
education
journalists,
you
'cause
have,
he keeps giving this
the
figure
more
that every time he
susceptible
kinda
you
shoots
are
down
to
a boat in the
propaganda,
Caribbean
right?
Sea, it saves
Like, that is
25,000
an
lives,
established fact.
which
It's
is
not
obviously
guaranteed that
entirely
that's going to
untrue, but if
happen,
only a
but you are
journalist
more
shouted
likely
out to
to
him,
be susceptible
"That's a
to
lie,"
it.
or "That is not
But
true," because these
if I
are the
tell
layers
that,
of protection
if I
that
have to explain that to
hopefully
somebody who is a
cause
diehard
somebody
MAGA
like
Trump supporter,
to question
what's their
moves
response
and
going to
their
be?
judgment
Fake news.
long before it even gets as
Woke.
close as military action. He's now saying that
just
during this
all
weird
Democrats are
press conference that
pedophiles.
he
Like,
gave,
it's
that the United States is going to run Venezuela for the time being. He said, "We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition."
I just program stuff, read
But he
constitutional
gave
stuff.
no
I tend not to
details.
argue with the Trumpers.
And then he went on to talk about
See,
oil.
the thing
and
is
how
like,
they're going to run the oil.
I'm running
So it
into a
wasn't really
conflict
clear
here,
whether he
where
was
it's like,
running the kind of
I
civic
want
nature
to
of the
be able to
country
make some
or
sort
running
of a
the oil
difference. And like,
systems. He then said that
to be
our
honest with you,
best
like,
oil people, I
relatively
presume,
speaking,
he's
I
gonna send
have.
in the boss of ExxonMobil
And that
and similar
this last
to
election,
go and kind of run the oil
I
fields that
was able to
he
convince my
claims
60-something-year-old
Venezuela doesn't know
mother
how
to
operate
vote for the
properly.
first time.
I mean, this is insanity.
And both her and her
Fred.
husband voted.
And it's
so
difficult for you
I
and
was
to have
able
to
to
make sense
double,
of it because you cannot
you know, just
negotiate with
through
crazy.
education
and the fact that, you know, Marco
and
Rubio,
the
kind of
distribution of
Cuban
information,
immigrants stood behind
I
him,
was able to, statistically
listening to
speaking, I
this,
doubled my vote
and is
output, and I
complicit.
feel that that's,
And
you know, in a
Pete
micro,
Hegseth making the
microverse,
weirdest
micro
speech in
relevancy.
support of his
That's
supreme leader
significant.
whilst wearing a Russian
But,
Federation coloured tie.
you know,
I mean, you couldn't make
overall,
this stuff
in
up.
the wider world,
And
it's
and
like
again, I think of it as
absolutely
a- as both
statistically
a candidate for
insignificant.
Congress.
And it's
Start there
frustrating
right
because,
now,
like,
of
I
course,
want to
and
do
say,
something,
look, where is Congress?
and it's
Where
constantly
is the
being
Republican
met
Congress? Where is
with the
the
fact that,
oversight?
like,
Where's
there's
my own
really
opponent,
not much that I
Travis
can
Stephen
do.
Feinstein, had
You know,
this morning about 2 hours ago, saying,
like
as
those
a
two
member of the
thoughts are in
Intelligence
constant
Committee, I look forward to
conflict
being
with
briefed
each
when we
other
get back
up
next
here.
week. It's like no demand, you know. So they weren't briefed, okay?
Right.
They were just. If this was a threat to the United States, then he should have briefed Congress, okay? Now you're talking about Occupy, and they're trying to frame it as a raid. It's not a raid if we're occupying, okay? It's not. They're trying the framing. You can't just make up words like narco terrorists, so therefore it's an enemy. We are conducting combat operations. We started conducting combat operations against the country of Venezuela back in September, when we started blowing up boats in the open ocean. That is an act
To
of war.
convince people something, you must
Again,
first
they're trying
learn
to
their
frame this
hearts. But if their
different
heart
way.
is hard, then
Congress
there's no
has
help.
never
Yeah,
investigated
exactly.
any of that. They're
You're right.
They're satisfied, and so what
And,
we've
like,
got is a situation where there's so little
when it comes to,
pushback against
like,
it.
I wouldn't
like you said, from the media saying, "Hey, that's a lie."
I know what
to
you
even
meant,
his
like,
own party saying,
but I
"Hey,
don't
maybe we're
see it
going too far." I
specifically
mean,
that
when
way in
Thomas
terms of learning
Massey,
their
the
hearts.
voice of reason, we've gone off the deep end of the okay.
You
And
might,
what's
I don't know if you
frustrating, too,
recognize
is
the
I'm seeing
term
people
code
defend it, say,
switching.
well, now Democrats have to defend a dictator.
But
We're not
it's
defend-
the
nobody's defending
capability
Maduro.
of
Maduro
altering
is a
your
criminal.
communication,
Maduro is he should
depending
not
on
be
the
in power. He was
environment that
voted
you
out.
are in.
Maduro's always been part
You know what
of
I
the
mean?
criminal regime. I'm looking
For
forward to him
example,
being tried.
like when
Having
you're
said
around
that,
friends,
so was President
you communicate
Hernandez
with them
of
differently than you would
Honduras.
with
He
you
was
know
a criminal,
coworkers
and I was
or
glad
your
that he
boss,
was arrested and
right?
prosecuted and put in jail.
Or
by an
people
American
are like
jury. Yet he was
like a
pardoned.
grocery
The
store
guys running
clerk or
these
whatever. You
crypto
know what I mean?
scams were criminals. The guys who ran the
So-
nursing homes were criminals, and Trump has pardoned all of them. So to sit here and say,
like you
"Oh,
have to
we're
be able to
celebrating," really,
communicate.
I'm not celebrating a dictator.
Yeah,
What I am
it's not
saying is
masking because you're not
follow
like
our laws,
you're not
follow
pretending to be
international
somebody
laws.
you aren't.
And then the
That's
final
the
thing
difference.
for me,
Like
again, going back to being a veteran, is the
like
responsibility
code switching isn't
to
masking.
send our
Like
service members into
because
harm's
your
way
your
and
foundational
ask them
principles
to
are not
kill, 'cause
changing.
that's what we did today. We asked them.
It's
to- so
just
somebody-
you know
look, nobody
that
they weren't-
when it
those
comes to
bombs weren't,
communication,
fireworks. Those are real
the
bombs we saw
communication
going
is
off
more
on TV.
efficient
It was
if
a
you
massive-
do
heavy
it in a
responsive
different
operation.
way with
Massive
with
operation.
different groups of people.
Multiple
you know?
aircraft, bombs, targets. So we don't know the number of dead on the other side. Be it bad guy, good guy,
So,
innocent victims.
when it comes
Caracas
to
isn't
that,
exactly
I'm good
a
at that.
remote location.
I
they
can do that.
bombed, Okay.
Right.
People were we asked our sons and daughters to kill in the name of the name of the United States. We have a responsibility. The Congress has a responsibility to ask, was that justified, and did we put their lives in danger for the right
But the
reasons?
thing that
And my
sucks
frustration is the ease was. I don't know if you saw, but
is
Trump
that the
posted
people-
like a hype video set to Fortunate Son.
The people that
of
we
stuff
actually
going on.
need
Look,
to change
I
their
know from
mind
personal experience, when those bombs go off, people die. And to
is
make it
the
like it's
people who have
that's
had
what
their
makes me
hearts
so angry
hardened.
about Pete Hegseth, Marco Rubio,
You know, the
Lindsey Graham,
bigots.
all
Like they
these
might have
Tom
been
Cotton, all
soft
these guys
bigots,
talking
closeted
tough.
bigots before.
Look, I know. I've been
but now
to
that
their side of
Trump's
those
here,
explosions, and
they're like
I've pulled the trigger on those.
they're
my
extroverted about
Apaches
it.
that I
They're
led, my
unashamed
Apaches
about
that
it.
I was a scout helicopter pilot for,
And it's just like
pulled the
completely
trigger.
solidified.
That's a very heavy
You know,
responsibility.
the-
I want
the
our
blackness
leaders,
of their
our political
soul.
leaders to understand that burden and feel like it's a burden. They don't. They think it's no big deal.
And
So
unfortunately,
what's next? Iran? Well,
that is
we-
a significant
thank God we
enough
have such skilled
portion of the
service members.
population.
But at what point do we stop risking their
That
lives?
unless
over
we find
whatever
out
whim
some
Trump has
way
that day when he gets up?
to reach those
And there
people
was no mention of
and get them
civilian
to
casualties.
reconsider
Trump's boast was all about
their bigotry,
our service people
their
who came
racism,
back.
their hatred, their lack of empathy.
Pete Hegseth was very specific in
It's
referencing
this
service men.
the U.S. is going to
and
keep
did not,
going down
you know, he
this
was
right-wing
very kind of
authoritarian
gender
path. It's going to
specific
keep
about it.
progressing.
You know, he doesn't
Because
believe
even
women
if the
should serve in
Dems
the
come
military.
in next session,
But this,
like let's say
you know,
best case
the
scenario,
fact that
Dems
they
win
kind
all
of
three,
completely left out
all three,
any civilian casualties in their analysis. Their boast
like
was all about the fact that their military equipment came
House
back
Senate,
without any damage. Like that's all they really cared about.
And
meanwhile, there are
House Senate
families now
presidency.
displaced, people missing, and
the
total chaos.
the
in
right
the Venezuelan
wing
capital.
is going to
Who's
be
in charge
just
right now?
enough
You know,
of
that's
an
the other thing.
obstructionist
And I've seen people on
to
TV
mitigate
saying, well, the Venezuelans
any
are so right,
positive
posting
changes that could be
obviously
made.
fake posts from people in Venezuela.
I
telling
think you
their happy- Look,
misunderstand
I'm
the
gonna
average
tell you,
Trump
you're
voter,
not
at
gonna
least their
believe this story I'm gonna
rationale,
tell you. This is an incredible story.
as they aren't much
when
different
I
from
invaded
you.
Iraq in 2003 as part of the invasion with the 101st Airborne Division, when we moved finally on Saddam's birthday, we finally got to Mosul.
On a
When
personal
I
level,
pulled into
you're right.
Mosul Airport
They're
on a
human.
beautiful sunny day in northern Iraq in April, there were children
And-
on the road handing me wildflowers in my Humvee. My unarmed
Voters are
Humvee,
irrational
okay?
by nature.
2 months later, bombs
The
started
act
going
of
off.
voting is
The bombs are
irrational.
still going off. So to say that the Venezuelan people
You
are
know,
happy,
inherently,
yeah,
at
they're
its
happy.
core.
They should be happy. If Maduro's really gone,
Like,
that's a
you have
big
millions
thing.
of people.
But a vacuum cannot
The
exist
fact that
in
you're
nature.
going out there taking the
Someone
time,
will fill it.
like
And
your
if
vote
all
is
we've done is cut
insignificant. Like
off
how
the
many
head,
races, how
is
many
his vice president
elections do you
deposed?
know of where they
Is
came down to
his-
one
is
vote?
Militias, is his
You know what I mean?
gangs,
So by its
his
nature,
army,
voting is
no, they're
irrational.
still
So
there.
voters
So
are irrational.
All we did
I get
was
that.
create a vacuum.
And they're
you know
also
what kills
human.
vacuums usually in these situations?
But here's the problem I have.
Chaos. Chaos fills it.
This is the
And
problem I
chaos
have.
is bad because people die. You know,
Yeah.
so what frustrates me
If
is these guys are all patting themselves on the
the
back.
people that
Look
vote
what we
for
did,
Trump,
man. It's like just as we took off
it's
Saddam.
one of two
Yeah, we're bad,
categories.
but I know
They are
because
either
I had bombs set off
outright
against
bigoted.
Me. I had rockets land
They
around
legitimately
me
think
in Iraq,
that
all 3 tours.
immigrants are
My
taking all the
son-in-law
jobs.
was one of the last ones
They
leaving in
legitimately
2012.
think
He
that
had
black
bombs
people are
going off
lazy
against him.
and just
I
want
know
to
for a
take money
fact
from the
that
government.
Today's flowers
Or
and
two,
celebration is
they
tomorrow's
pretend
bombs and IEDs.
they pretend
And for these
that
people
doesn't
to
exist.
casually dismiss that infuriates
You know what I
those
mean?
of us who have experienced that.
They pretend
Well, the
that
knock-on
the
effect
the
is also
bigotry
a vast number of
within Trump world
refugees,
does not exist.
You know, potential
They hide their
for-
eyes.
for famine.
They've either
And we've seen
consciously
that
or
in other war
subconsciously
zones
convinced
that are currently
themselves
ongoing.
that it doesn't exist.
But isn't the irony here that
If
Donald
you're
Trump,
if
you
you
know,
are a Trump
calls
voter,
Maduro
then I would wager
a drug
that you
kingpin
have
and a
subconsciously
dictator.
convinced yourself that the bigotry
I mean,
within
that's
Trump
only
world does not
fine if
exist.
the country going
That's what I would
in
say.
to make this
If you're a Trump
change
voter.
is on
That would
the
be my
right side
guess.
of history itself. But Donald Trump now is a dictator. His behavior over the last
But then again,
year is
you've never told me who
entirely
you voted for, and
lawless.
to be honest with you, I don't
The
care.
abduction of Americans and immigrants
there is
from the
bigotry in
streets
Trump's
of
movement.
the
Okay.
U.S.
So if you voted for
not
Trump,
to mention the way he's
and you
trying to
recognize that there's
infiltrate
bigotry
Europe
within the
now
Trump
and
movement,
realigning
then
America
by
with Russia.
by default,
This is
you are in
dictatorial
support of that
behavior,
bigotry.
ignoring Congress, ignoring any oversight.
That's what I would
demolishing
say.
the White House. I mean, we know what
You
we're
are-
dealing
are-
with here.
you are okay
he
with
is
it.
not in
You are
any moral
okay
place
with the,
to claim that someone else
uh,
is a dictator and try and remove them and
you are
replace
okay
them with
with,
himself, because that's effectively what
the
he's
fact
done.
that he's a criminal.
There's-
You are
there's no
okay
way
with the
to
fact that
define
he
what
has
just
made
happened is that. Again, we are sitting here with no answers.
that he's
In a few
been
hours, we talk about
tried, not
Occupy.
tried,
What
but
I found fascinating
sued
was exactly that. The Republican senators like Tom Cotton and others
in the
rushed to
past
the camera
for
to say it's just a raid. We arrested a guy, and then 2 hours later, Trump's
like
like, well,
basically
we're
being a
gonna
racist
occupy it, take
douchebag.
oil.
I can't.
And
There was
they're
a
spinning. They're left spinning.
there's an
My own
incident where
opponent
one
put
of
out a
his
statement,
buildings
and before Trump
where he was
spoke,
basically trying to
big
kick
mistake
out
on
all the
her
black
part because
people,
he completely
and he was
undermined
sued
her
for it.
statement. Again, these
And that
are
like
the
you were
job. I mean,
okay with
as
all the
you go
times
back
that
to
he screwed
dictatorial,
over
they get mad when we say it's
his
fascism,
contractors
they get
for
mad
the
when we say
stuff
it's
they did,
authoritarianism. This is what I
work
do
they did
know.
on his
It is
buildings.
outrageous
You're
executive
okay with the
power
fact that he was
that's taken away
Epstein's best friend. Like
the nature of our government, which is that Congress is a co-equal
So,
branch of government. That the Supreme Court and the
if
courts are
you
supposed to
know
be a
that
co-equal
that
branch of
exists,
government.
that part
Right
of
now,
him
there's only
exists,
one
and you
branch of
still
government
voted for him,
because Donald Trump and his administration have
then
made
you
it
are
so.
okay with it.
The Republican doormat Congress has allowed that to become so. The Supreme Court's taken themselves off the table. So we have a situation where essentially one man and one party control all the levers.
Again,
of
my
American
statement
government,
stands.
and that should chill.
There's
everyone,
either the
to
people
include
that
my
are
friends
that
on
are
the right.
okay with it,
You know, if you're on the right,
or the
just-
people
all
that
you have to
pretend
do
it
is
doesn't
say,
exist.
Ask yourself a question. If China came in and grabbed Trump, because obviously he's a criminal, would would that be an act of war or just him being arrested? You know, if Biden did any of this, you know, would you be? I mean, again, you have to sit back and it's Trump today, but who will be tomorrow? So I get very angry, and again, I keep searching back to the fact that we face a situation where the people who are supposed to be doing their jobs, protecting us from this kind of behavior.
Oh, what really cracks me up
conducting oversight,
is
controlling the levers of power, have completely
is the people that kept
absolutely
saying
given away
he's a
that
good
power.
businessman. He's a good businessman.
I know where this goes.
Like, oh,
We've seen it. You know,
I think
I've
that he
lived
would run the
it.
country
You know, I
so
know.
much better because
You
he's
know,
a good
it's
businessman.
Occupying a country. Yeah, that
Motherfucker
was
filed for bankruptcy
Well,
like
this
7 or 8
hasn't
times.
happened since the U.S.
That was his-
occupied Panama.
that was like
or
his
attacked
business
Panama
plan.
in 1989. This type
Like how?
this type of attack But what
Great
it also
businessman,
does
freaking genius.
is it gives
that is
license
the
to other
chef's
dictators
kiss.
around
Like
the
that is the
world
core of being a good businessman. Is
to
bankrupting,
do the same, because
bankrupting
what
yourself
now
repeatedly.
is to stop
Why
Vladimir
didn't I think of
Putin
that?
from going
Jesus.
in and taking Volodymyr Zelensky and installing himself and saying, "Okay, I'm running Ukraine now, and it's now part of Russia," or for China to do the same with Taiwan. I mean. America is supposed to be the world police from this perspective and set an example. But now that example is broken and the law is not being followed and international law is not being followed, this is really lighting a touch paper for the collapse
think of all
any kind of system
like
or
recent
world order
documented
that's being held
atrocities that
together
have
by a
happened.
thread anyway.
Correct. I mean, China can make a very good case that
in
Taiwan's
world
president
history,
is violating
right?
their law. They've said it's not illegal.
You got to
country,
think like
so he's violating it.
all
goes
these
for any of
atrocities.
our folks who are
There have
adversaries.
been people that
Iran
stood
can
up
say the same
against
about
them in the
Netanyahu.
moment.
Again, we've
But
lost all
how
moral
much
higher
sooner
ground.
could
We've
those
lost
atrocities have been
any kind of
prevented
judgment of other countries when we decide
if the
who's a
people who
criminal and who's
did
not.
not stand
And
up
that's
because they
before
pretended
foreign
it
countries
didn't
start talking about
exist
the
had
fact that,
actually
again,
made the effort
Trump pardoned one criminal
to stand up against
the
it. You know what I
Honduran
mean?
president, but decided
What is
Venezuela-
that?
so,
Oh my gosh,
again,
no,
we
there's
have
that one.
no moral compass now. And to see my
Who was it
opponents
that
on the
said that?
Republican
Give me a second, I
side
gotta look
stepping up
something
on a
up.
microphone saying this is right and justified. Put yourself in someone else's shoes. And by the way, put yourself in the shoes of those kids we just asked to go in there. And again, we see come back to the same answer. They don't care. They don't care about our service members. They don't care about the rule
I'm gonna
of law.
figure this out.
They don't give a
No,
damn about
I
the
do know.
Constitution.
Yeah.
And at
Like-
some point, we have to say we deserve change. And look, I'm out in my district almost
Because
every day. I'm out
people
and about
don't typically stand up until
and I'm talking to people who live here, and I'm hearing it from both sides.
it directly
They're frustrated
affects
they're
them.
not being represented. What does any of this have to do
You know
with the
what I mean?
fact that 3 days ago, everyone's
think
healthcare
about
prices
the
shot
civil
through the
rights
fucking roof,
movement.
right? What is it? It's
I'm,
they're not
do
doing
you, I'm
anything
sure
to
you know
actually-
about the what do you call it? The sit-ins in Tennessee during the civil rights movement. Like those sit-ins occurred over the course of several weeks. So the thing is nobody gave a shit except for the people doing the sit-ins. But once those sit-ins started affecting the local businesses, those local businesses, their profits were being affected by it. You know? So the business owners of the area, they went to the local government with the civil rights movement and said, you need to fix your shit, right? And that was when, once those business owners and the business leaders in the area started working with the civil rights movement, then shit changed. You know what I mean? So to sit there and say, who knows? If those business owners had gone and pushed for these changes sooner, to say that they wouldn't have made the change sooner, the government wouldn't have changed their shit sooner, that's, I don't know, I think that's, I think you do know. And that's the point I'm trying to make is like, the people that sit back and do nothing, even though they might have empathy for what other people are going through, the fact that they sit back and do nothing until it directly affects them, I would say that that's actually the majority of the people. Second, look at something up here. There is a famous quote that I'm thinking of. Obviously, it's not famous enough if I can't remember what it is. Oh, okay. It was Martin Luther King Jr. It says the ultimate tragedy is not the oppression and cruelty by the bad people, but the silence over that by the good people. You know what I mean? Like, if you were... Like, would you be the... If you saw the cops beating someone, like, beating someone in handcuffs, would you be the kind of person to turn your head and walk away? Or would you actually make an effort of doing something? Not necessarily stepping in to stop them, because there's going to be a measure of, like, self-preservation there. But, like, start recording the shit that they're doing, you know what I mean? At the very least. And that's what I'm getting at. Like, trying to get a person to go, like, you have the outright bigots, which, you know, Trump basically gave them a permission structure to say it's okay to be a douchebag, hateful racist now. Those are like, I can't do anything about those shits. I'd like to. But then you have the group of people who, they might think something is wrong. Like, they might see some type of injustice happening, and they might feel bad in the moment, but they'll just put their head down and keep walking. You know what I mean? Those are the ones that have to be convinced to, you know, make an effort, even if it doesn't benefit them directly. You know what I mean? And that's kind of where the focus of my energy. Like, I'm trying to reach those people.
What did this do?
That's why, like, when it comes to
well, oil. Well, thank God.
When it comes
oil.
to talking to people who are like blatantly prejudiced, you know, blatantly like bigoted, misogynistic, like, I don't give a fuck what you have to say. Like, I don't care. You're an idiot. Like, shut the fuck up. I don't care. I don't want to hear what you have to say. I'm not going to waste my time trying to convince you of what's right and wrong.
Your family
when
that's going to lose their health care.
The amount of effort it would take to do that, I could put that amount of effort into talking to 20 different people who might be on the fence of doing something or not. But they have like they have like a basic essence of goodness in their hearts. You know what I mean?
Argue this. It's diversion.
Right, but that the
like, I just don't have
simplicity of that
patience for
is going to be part of the problem with anything going forward regarding
outright
domestic
bigotry
or foreign policy.
Yeah,
because you know, everything is so black and white to these people. Any expertise has now been left behind. And my fear is that this is going to set a precedent for the U.S. to want to control all of South America. In the same way that, you know, he'll
a little bit earlier,
Russia to want to
the
control
failure
all
to acknowledge
all of
that
Europe,
that bigotry
and for China
and racism
to control all of Asia,
and all of these inequalities, the failure to acknowledge that they still exist in some capacity in our society, that is the same as, like, you know, what you're saying when good men do nothing.
I mean, my God,
you know what I mean?
It's 2026, and we're
But
talking about spheres of influence and carving up the globe. And thinking that's going
to
be okay.
The messaging on the left has been to just like stuff wokeness down people's throat.
You know, the deception and it's
that clearly didn't. That clearly was
like
not
an old man who doesn't
effective.
understand these things. And what happens at what point? At what point does this whole thing collapse? And a lot of people suffer and die. Our
and I'm hoping since
collapses. The global order collapses, and to think that we're
I'm
just
hoping that since like
that it's not going to affect us is so
I'm
delusional as to be.
I'll say that I'm pretty
comical.
But
it's also terrifying.
I'm not on the side of
terrifying
wokeness in that
I go back to where I'm running, Ann Wagner.
I don't think it
Look,
should be
my
stuffed down
opponent's been in
people's
office
throat
for
24/7. I don't
She
think
sat
it should
in the
be
Foreign Affairs Committee for most of that.
a
She's
topic
now in the
of
Bank
conversation.
Committee. The delusion to accept these things as no big deal is
I'm obviously
so
not
incredibly
woke.
dangerous. You know, we deserve better. And again and again, I mean, thank God we're in the election year.
Like, I'm of the mindset
because
when I see like political pundits like on the left,
but with that.
When they're
just to
having
talk
like a debate or
domestically for a
conversation
second,
with someone on
this
the right,
also exposes
like
how Trump
I
plans
cringe
to go forward
when they are
because
the
he
ones that
knows
bring
he's
up
broken
trans rights.
international law. He knows he's
I'm
going
like,
to be
why?
wanted for war crimes.
Like, just fucking
he
stop.
knows
Like,
that he and despite
if
the
you are
fact
for
that
equal
he
rights,
wrote an executive order,
then you are by
or
default
signed an executive order that claimed that the U.S.
supportive
doesn't
of trans
recognize
rights.
the International Criminal Court.
So let the other side bring it
that
up.
doesn't mean that he's
You know
not
what I mean?
a wanted man. And
Let
that
them
also
be the
means
one
that
to
he
say,
won't ever
let these
be
right-wing
able to
nut
leave
jobs who
power
are obsessed
for
with
fear of
people's
being
genitalia.
arrested. And so
Let them bring
when
it
you
up
take
first.
that information and combine it with
Because
the
what's going to
ballroom
happen is
slash
eventually,
bunker
it's going to
that
take a little
is
bit of
adding
time,
an
but
extra
eventually,
90,000 square feet to the White House,
if the people on the
to
right,
enable him, I
like the
presume,
pundits,
to kind of rule with
political
impunity
commentators, if they keep bringing it
without
up,
any,
if
you
they
know,
keep being the one to
external
initiate the conversation,
intervention, it
eventually
paints a
it's
very
going to
dark
sink in.
picture
Like,
of the
why do these
future.
weirdos keep
And
talking
I've
about
learned,
this?
and I'm
You
sure
know what I mean?
you have too, to trust my worst
So,
instincts, because for the
like,
last
that's an
few
example
years they have
of,
all come true.
one of the frustrations I
it's
have
hard
with
not to. I mean, even I try not to give into these words
with
too.
wokeness on the
I'm
left.
a big believer. I have to face
You know?
what's in front of me right now.
Yeah.
I face.
I would
election
say,
and
like,
drive on. Yeah,
if
there
I
are
was on like
clear
one of these
indications that Donald Trump
political
is acting
shows,
with impunity,
and someone
impunity
asked me
remain in
like,
power.
why
You'd
do
almost have to be delusional and
I would
not
never
believe
bring
it,
it
that's
up,
what
but
we
they're
see.
like,
And
if
they
someone
are.
were to
Our
ask,
opponents
like,
are delusional.
why do the people on the left keep,
The question is, what can we do now?
why do they
Who do we
focus so
push
much
to
on
get
trans
that?
rights?
That's what
I
we're
would
doing
just say,
now, is
like,
hey, look,
why did
we've
you
gotta
just bring
fight
it up?
this.
Like,
We have
you're
to
the one that brought it
maintain,
up, dude. Like, I don't fucking care.
law
You
and
brought it
everything else,
up.
But you're right.
I don't
He
care
is
about
now
what is
gonna
in other
be an
people's
international
pants.
criminal.
Why
There's
did
no
you bring it
question
up?
about that if he wasn't
Like,
going
why
to.
do you care about
There's
what's in
no
other
question
people's
the
pants?
UN's gonna
Why?
act upon this,
How does it affect you?
because the law is clear.
Like, I don't care.
We can
Next topic,
We can,
you know?
America F all we want, but in the end, there
Like,
are very clear laws that have been violated, both
To me,
American and foreign, when he did this act.
I put that
troubled
on
by
the
our
same
United States military
level
so
as like
briefly
tattoos or
participating in these
piercings.
illegal acts. At
You
what
know?
point does that cross a line?
Or the
There's
people
a
who
lot
have
of
gauged
troubling places.
earrings.
There's a lot of red
I
lights
literally do
being
not
blown
give a fuck.
through, like they're standing still, and that concerns me.
It's your
especially.
body.
So
You can do whatever you want. I don't give a fuck.
It is hard to be an
You're a
optimist.
grown
which
adult.
I try to be as much as I can, but it is it would be very
have
hard
at
to
it.
be an optimist at this moment and accept what's happening to our country and what the future and what Donald Trump is telling us. The only thing I can hope for is that maybe somebody's going to wake up and we hold them accountable, but it's hard to be hopeful some days.
Well, you
But
need
we're
a
gonna keep
system.
on being loud, right? A system has
Right,
to work.
you need a
right.
system to be
Right.
able to hold him
And
accountable.
plus, what
when he controls
depends,
the
but not nearly as
judiciary
important.
and all of those
And plus,
branches that
it
bring
honestly doesn't
oversight,
matter.
and when everybody now is
Because
complicit, that really is the
within
the beginning
within
of
6
the
months,
fall of a nation. Let's talk
like,
about this.
the
kind of
right
military
wing
orders
moved on
subject,
from
which
trans
is
rights
very
and went straight to
interesting.
immigrants.
If we rewind a few months, Trump
It doesn't matter.
convened all of the senior military leaders
Because
into
every
a
so
kind of
often,
conference space,
they
which
are going to
seems
pick
be
a minority
extremely
group
dangerous anyway,
and start blaming
considering he
everything
was
on that minority
publicising
group.
it. And
That's
basically
just the
said to
nature
them
of
that
right-wing politics.
You either, get on board with me and my
So, like,
kind of mindset. My
that's
politics,
why people
or
like
you
the
can have your
politicians
marching
on the left,
orders. It was the weirdest thing.
like,
I'm
they
sure
shouldn't
you
even.
found it extremely
They're falling
strange,
in,
and
like,
Pete
they're
Hegseth,
constantly
who
being defensive because
clearly
of
has
it.
no respect from
And it
these
makes them look
people.
weak. When you're
He's a,
constantly on
former
defense,
Fox
you look
News
weak.
Weekend host, and he's
Like, it doesn't
he's kind of
matter. They're going to
military
pick another
experience.
minority
He didn't
within the
he
next
didn't
year or so
reach any kind of
to
rank
focus
that
their hatred
people,
on.
Of their caliber would respect, surely.
Right.
But there was that, and we were thinking, is this the start of a potential military coup? What are the military leaders saying? Are they going back and thinking this is nuts? The guy wants us to work for him rather than for the U.S. Constitution. So obviously those conversations are going on in barracks and in various locations. But now we come to an actual
And I think-
military, illegal military event.
I
And
think
clearly
something
they
that
have
I
violated
have
their oath of office
that a lot of people on
in
the left
some
don't
way by following
is
these illegal
an
orders.
unapologetic honesty
How do you
about
qualify that?
my preferences as a human being.
As a veteran?
And, like,
and how
what
do
I
you
mean is
think
that, like,
these
for example,
active service
as
members
lefty as I
are
am, as
qualifying
woke
it
as you
themselves?
might think I am,
In the end, it's
like something like homosexuality.
Did the Navy SEALs
I
actually
legitimately
in
think
aircraft
that
violate the
homosexual acts are
Constitution?
disgusting.
You
Like
could argue they followed a
I'm
legal
legitimately
order 'cause they're
grossed out by.
trying to
Like
engage it.
it's.
What we have to do is, are these general officers, these leaders who are
Gross
receiving these
to
orders
me.
to invade our countries, are they
But
following the Constitution? I
it doesn't
question
matter.
them. I question. This is what people
Because
are
all that
looking for.
means
This
is
what
that
Hegseth's wanted today.
I'm not going to be.
Look,
You're not
everyone
going to
talks
see
about
me
how
on
he fired the
Grinder.
Chief of
You know what I
Staff of the
mean?
Air Force, the Joint Chiefs. He fired the
I'm not going to
lawyers.
be like one of these
He fired
Republicans
the
that's
lawyers
like that
first. And I
talks
said on that
nonstop
day- I
about.
said that day, you only fire the
you
lawyers
know
when you want
how
people to get out of your way when you
how
do
it's
it
like
wrong.
you
And
know
he's not replaced those lawyers.
destroying
As a
our
matter of fact,
society,
the one at the Air
and then
Force, I
crash
believe,
Grinder
the
during the
10th
Republican
quit.
National
Okay,
Convention.
so the lawyers
You know what I mean?
this is illegal. So he is surrounding himself with
I think
those
that
he
that's
knows
something
will
that
comply.
I have
And that is so damaging to the United States of America.
that could
for
be
not just now,
a
but
benefit
for a generation
politically
to
in the
come. Look,
future.
I don't create generals.
I think
overnight.
that
It takes
more
me
people
20
on the
to 30 years
left
to make a general. So
need to
today's
acknowledge that
lieutenants
there are parts of
the
their
generals
personal
of another
lives
generation, a full generation
that
from
don't
now. So we should be
match
very concerned
their
about
political
the long-term
ideology.
impact of this,
Just
this behavior and these
I have the
decisions on our
capability of
military.
separating
In today's sense,
my personal life
I am anxious. I have held out
from
hope that
my
service members, my
political
fellow military
ideology.
service members
You know what I mean?
would remember their oaths, would demand the proper constitutional
And
follow up, all those things.
I would argue that
I'm concerned that
the
we're blowing
MAGA
up boats. I'm
movement,
concerned that we've got general officers and flag officers who are
the
simply
people,
going along with this. I'm
most of the
concerned that even
people
the
that
ones who
support
seem to
Trump,
not go along with it, have chosen
not
to simply
Republicans,
quietly
Trump,
retire
they do not have
and
the
keep their
capability
mouth shut after
of
it.
separating their
If you're
personal
retiring
identity from
because
their
you believe these
political
are the
identity.
orders, then open your damn mouth and speak up and have the moral courage to do the right thing. I am troubled that the admiral who retired simply did. Okay, because hey, if you speak up, you don't get the board positions. And so I am frustrated. Again, bang, circles right back to Congress. Why has Congress not called these men and women before the committees to ask them why they were fired, ask them what they decided, why they decided to resign? Again
this
and
is
again,
why I
we
don't
see a
argue with the
failure of
Trumpers. Yeah.
systems that will
And also
wreak
another
havoc.
thing,
And then
it's like,
you know, at what point is it
I also
too
have the
far? At what
benefit of a
point
little
does
bit of
Congress,
age.
what point do my military
And,
brothers and sisters say, oh, shit,
and that
I
like
didn't see
I
that
have,
coming. We all
I have
saw it
some,
coming.
but not many
So
fucks to give.
I am
right?
today. I will admit
So like,
for you for the first time. I'm
there's no
extremely concerned
benefit
about the future of
for
the
me
United
to try
States
to like
military and
mince
the
words
current of
a
the
little
United
bit.
States military, that we have leaders who are so willingly going along with these kind of acts.
Like,
when does it stop?
For example, like if someone were to come into this chat and say, "Yeah, but Trump's a good
say the
businessman,"
sky is falling, but my
I have
God,
no
it
issue with
is
calling that
extremely
person a
concerning
fucking
to me
idiot.
That today's actions
You know what I mean?
were so readily
Like, I don't
accepted by
care.
those who should have questioned them, and then
Like, go
refused
ahead,
to
go be
openly
heard about
comment.
it because it doesn't
Okay,
matter.
so
Like, I
at
could
some
explain to
point,
you
I
why
hope
he's
there will be
not.
some
I could take the
courage
time
that so many
to
of us
explain to
displayed
you
when we
why
served. I hope we'll have the courage to do the right thing.
bankrupting,
Man, am I
filing
not
for
seeing it right
bankruptcy
now.
8 times
I am
does not mean you're a
seeing
good businessman.
the moral courage
And at the
I
end of the day,
respect
that
from the United States
person
military's
would
leaders
either
this
not
morning.
believe me,
And I'm certainly not seeing
or
any
they
courage
wouldn't care.
from the United States
They would say,
Congress.
"Oh, yeah,
I
but
was
he's
gonna
just
say,
using this. He's just
Iraq
smart
and
because
Afghanistan,
he's using the system to
those
benefit himself
wars were
financially.
enacted
He's
on
just
acts of
smart."
Congress.
So like, it doesn't
So
matter.
They
you know?
weren't, whatever your opinion of the legality of those wars,
They did the right thing.
They did the
Yeah.
right thing. But what has changed now is that
But the
Congress
person that comes
is not
and
just
says, "Oh,
complicit.
I didn't know
it's
that,"
basically benign.
You know,
it's a kind of dormant.
tell me
group.
more.
Doormat.
like,
I call them the
I will
doormat,
take
right?
the time.
You wipe your feet on it as you
Kind of
go
like
by.
you bypassing
So I
the
call
law
that-
to get what you
that's
want.
like a doormat Congress, right? Just
Oh
wipe
my
your feet
God,
on it.
dude!
That's because Trump's
Holy
mindset
shit!
is
Do you have that like
because he
written
has
on a
the
whiteboard or
majority,
something where you look at it?
And because the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, is
And
is
using the
also
legislative
complicit
process
in
is
his-
not
his
bypassing the
puppet,
law.
that-
So
Therefore, what's the point of going through Congress? Because
That's
they're
actually
only
a
gonna
false statement.
Agree with me anyway. That is his mindset. I'm sure he had the same mindset with.
I
with
can't
kind of
help it
city
if you don't
planners
like
when he was
the
building
fact that that
buildings, right?
process
It's just
exists.
This kind of steamroll.
I mean, if you would prefer to
mindset.
remove,
So
post-it
does that
note.
mean that,
If you would prefer to like have a system where there is no legislative process,
post-analysis
we can
and-
discuss that.
I mean,
but
it's
as
all
it exists,
now really by
I'm
the
more than
wayside.
willing to
I mean,
use
I
that to try to
cannot
benefit
imagine
people's
how
lives.
Functioning Congress moves forward
More than willing.
from this point.
I don't either, and it concerns me. It concerns me that not enough Republicans.
Like, you'll have to
especially
forgive
speaking
me
up.
for
It concerns me they've turned themselves into a
being
doormat for
willing
Donald
to
Trump, who
use
eagerly defend anything he
the
does. And
the
we're seeing that.
process
John
is
Thune
granted to
himself
us
has already
by
put out a
the
statement saying,
legislative
you know, he wants
branch
to hear
of our
more.
government.
They have given up their power.
I'm sorry. I will
And
try
they
to
will be
refrain
remembered
from
as
doing that
those
in the future.
The
I
Congress, the
apologize.
119th Congress that gave up their constitutional duty in every way. I actually did my show on it this week on the Midas Touchdown. Was about the fact they've walked away from their constitutional duty, and so it will define them. It'll be their curse. It'll be their legacy that they have given away the power of Congress to a madman. Frankly, let's be honest. I mean, he was barely keeping his eyes open during that speech.
I guess I go through the
So
store.
we have a lot of people have to answer for their.
I already explained why it can be
failures.
unlawful.
And-
I know
and
you
the
explained
hardest
it.
Part, like the person I'm
And
running against,
I've already
silence
explained that
is
I don't give a
required,
fuck.
Right? It's like it's hard to
The
bust something
process
for
process is there.
Silence is compliance, though.
Yes.
And
The
it's
process is there.
cowardice.
I don't
And
give a fuck.
silence is cowardice, and I see so much cowardice.
Like-
Well, that's been
and
the
not just
theme of
moral
the Congress,
cowardice.
hasn't
Yeah,
it?
and not just moral cowardice. Like,
What is it?
talk a lot about
What's the
moral
what's the
cowardice.
term I used
No,
for
this
before?
is actual physical cowardice now. They're more afraid of being threatened.
Okay.
They're more afraid of a mean tweet. From
Unilateral
Trump. They're desperately afraid of a
disarmament?
primary opponent. They
Unilateral
have given up all
disarmament
sense of righteousness.
does not
no
work.
one up there is willing to lose their jobs to do
when
the right
the
thing. You know,
the
I've
other
told
party
people
does
in
not
speeches,
disarm.
I've had Republicans ask me, you know, are you just going to be a career politician?
Right.
No, my job is to go to D.C.
That's like saying,
and,
okay,
and
how about
represent
this?
you. If I don't do it, I'm going to be fired for that. Not enough people are going to Washington
Imagine.
willing to be fired once they get there. You've got to do the right thing. And what I see
we all
is
know,
just one
we both
more
agree
after another
that
of a failure of leadership.
the way gerrymandering is
I think
enacted,
I've got to stop saying moral courage. There is no moral
it is done
I
racially.
think the international
Even though the
community
people in the
is
government
going
say it's
to-
political. Like, we both
what are
agree
they
on
gonna
that.
be
We have. I know
forced
you
to
have before.
do as a result of this,
Um,
because
and we
obviously
both
this
agree that it's terrible.
international- this transatlantic alliance,
And racial
which is,
gerrymandering is illegal.
to all
However,
intents and purposes broken now, where
you have
the
Texas,
US will post the Second
where I
World
live,
War by
that
default
recently
come to the
did
rescue of Europe. Europe is now
redistricting,
having to kind of rearm
right?
because it can't
Imagine,
trust
by
the
your
US. This was
philosophy,
after this
since
offensive
we know
speech
that racial gerrymandering is illegal,
J.D. Vance gave at the Munich Security
by your logic,
Conference, and not least
you're
the
also
speech
saying
that
that
the ex-F gave
California
at that NATO
should not
meeting too,
gerrymander
where
in response.
This kind of far-right nationalist,
Because we both know it's racial, right?
isolationist view
We
of
both
the
know that.
world was put on full display.
This is the point I'm trying to make.
I think the goalposts must have moved
Like,
again,
if you-
certainly for European leaders.
If you
would say?
play,
It does. I mean, again,
if you're playing a game like a soccer or a football game, and then you find you know the rules,
I don't know if
but
you find
the
yourself. I'm a word guy.
one team,
right?
like let's say you're
there's no
playing
sense
soccer,
of
right?
shame. Donald Trump doesn't
like,
have a sense of shame. That gene
not
is
American
removed from
football,
his
but
body.
soccer.
You
One
know,
team
it
keeps
is
picking up the
a
ball with
system
their hands
where,
and running down the field
they
with it
just
and
simply
throwing it in the
don't
net.
care. They don't care.
And you're
that
like,
we
wait
know
a
they're
second,
lying
that's
to our
against the
faces.
rules.
They don't care that we know.
And the ref is and the referee's like, it's a goal.
The most
It's a goal.
clear one again is pardoning a guy
By
for
your
drugs,
logic,
but
the
arresting
other
another,
team should
invading the country for
continue
the other guy and
to try to
saying
kick
it's
the ball,
different. It's totally- they're
even
different
though
things.
they
They're
know
not different things. I think the world's going to look
that the
upon
ref is
us
awarding points
as a
for
failed
picking it up
state.
and running down the
The
field
world's
with
gonna
it.
look upon us as a failed ally.
That is
we are no
fucking
longer an
absurd.
ally. I think the world, those
Like,
who
you
have been
cannot-
our allies and
there is
turn to America
absolutely
for
no way
support and partnership
to
are going to turn away and build their own
genuinely
allies, build their own
defeat
trade partners,
a
build their own
disingenuous
alliances,
movement.
and we'll be left out of
You
that,
can't.
much to our
You have to play
damage
by
for the
their
future of
rules.
what this country stands for.
You have to use the
what we're watching
loopholes
in
that
real
they
time
have
is the values, like you said,
the
since the
loopholes that they are
post-war order,
using
the things that my
to
father fought for,
oppress.
World War II, and
You
the
have
things
to
that
use
I
those
believe
same
I was fighting for when I
loopholes
signed
and
up for
maneuvers, political maneuvers,
are
legal
being thrown
maneuvers
out for the
against them.
whims
You
and
have to,
wills of Donald Trump
because
and
if they are
his
the only
supporters and his billionaire
ones
friends.
that are
We
allowed
know
to
that the
use
reason he
these
pardoned the guy in Honduras is 'cause he
illegitimate
supported
rules
the
and
weird
processes and
crypto
loopholes and
city
bullshits,
there. You know, it's
if
like
they're the only
it
ones that do
always
it,
goes back to money.
then they're
We
the
know
ones that
that
are going to
this had nothing to do
succeed.
with drugs. It had to do with oil.
You know?
Because he said
And,
it.
like-
I mean, at what point do we start believing the man?
Right,
when he
you would
says,
expect him
I
to
I
want
don't
the
care
oil.
if you
I
agree
mean,
with that
he
or not.
says, right, at some point, no, he's
But
proudly
that
admitting it.
mentality
And the Republicans
means
in Congress
that
are like, well, you
this
know, did he
right-wing
mean that?
authoritarian
You know,
movement
at some
is going to
point,
succeed if
you
you
know, we are
continue to
finding
play by the
ourselves,
rules.
either we have to freaking stand up for what we believe in or not.
It's
But
bullshit.
I
want the rules to be followed.
I believe we.
I want the rules to be followed by
American
everyone.
standing in the world.
Like,
It'll take a
I
generation
want,
to fix.
I want a system
I'm running
where
for Congress because
we
I
don't
wanna
even
be the
have to
people
have
that
this
people that says
conversation,
enough is
right?
enough. You know, we were talking
Like,
in the pre-show, Anthony.
I
about
don't
how
even
there's
want
so many
to
of us,
be.
some
I
of
don't
us,
want
you know,
the
so many
system
people
to
doing
be
this shows that we do.
to where
It's
I
great.
even
They're wonderful
consider
folks and all. But you know, I found myself at
trying
this point
something that's
last July when they
unconstitutional to
passed
help
the
people. Like,
big,
why?
billionaire bill, and I said,
Why?
look, I can
Why
keep
are we
talking
in
to
a
the camera,
system
I could keep
where it's
yelling on social
unconstitutional
media,
for me to
or I
try
can
to
take
pass
this beautiful audience
a
and people
policy
follow me
that's
and do
unconstitutional
more,
because
you know,
that
is
benefits
Congress
someone,
powerful?
right?
There's 435
That's
of them, but it's
stupid.
more powerful than me yelling at a camera.
Like, that's what needs to be
And so
addressed.
That's why I decided to run.
Why
It's
is a
like,
policy
I just
intended
need
to
do
benefit
more.
people?
I don't know if I'll
Why
I'll-
is that
how much
even
I'll accomplish, but I wanna
unconstitutional? It's
go
fucking
and
bullshit.
serve my country and do more more than this.
Like,
We
I don't
have to
think
have people who are willing to go to
I
Washington,
don't think
D.C.,
your focus
fight
should
for
be
what's right, fight for
on
their
whether
districts, fight for what they
a policy
represent.
I
And
would
right
like
now,
to
we're
see
just
happen
not
be
seeing it. We see,
unconstitutional or not.
like I said, just cowardice.
Your focus
beyond
needs
measure
to
at
be
this point.
Well, you're certainly
why
qualified, Fred.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
why is it
let's talk about
unconstitutional
the
to want to
oil
fucking
just
help
for a
people?
second, 'cause I want to quote
Like,
Trump
why is
from
it
the press
unconstitutional to
conference.
want
He
to
said,
implement a system
We're going to have our very
that
large
actually benefits
US
people?
oil
Why is it so
companies, the
easy?
biggest anywhere
Why
in
is it
the
so
world,
easy
go in,
for
spend
harmful
billions of
legislation to
dollars,
go
fix
through the
badly
system?
broken
Why is it so
infrastructure,
easy
the
for
oil
our current system to fuck
and
people
start
over?
making money for the country?
Why?
And
That
we
needs
are
to be
ready
your question.
stage a second and much larger attack if we need to do so. So those are the words of the President of the United States. Saying
Like,
the
it
quiet
should not
parts
be
out
like-
loud.
Yeah.
I mean, if he wasn't
Why do you want to
nuts,
break the law to help
and
people?
he
No,
is
fuck that, dude. Fuck
certifiably
that.
nuts, he would have not said that section, right? He would have left that bit out.
It's like,
And
you can
and
hurt
allowed,
people,
You know, the investigation.
as long as you do it constitutionally.
Work it out. But
But
you know,
if
do
you
you
want to
think
help
he's
people and it's
saying it out loud
unconstitutional, nope,
because
can't get on board
either
with it.
because he's
Can't get on
insane
board
or
with it.
because
No thanks.
He genuinely
Come on, man.
has this lawless view of himself and the world, that he thinks he is completely untouchable. You know, he has that immunity that he was gifted by the Supreme Court. He wasn't prosecuted ultimately for any of those multiple indictments and crimes that he was alleged to have committed. I mean, he has been a criminal his entire life, and then he gets given the keys to the judiciary. I mean, is it any wonder?
Right. I mean, none of that. All this is so damn predictable. Is what bothers me. All these opportunities to check his power, to prosecute him after January 6th, the Republican Party had every chance to let him go and move forward as a new party. Instead, McCarthy went down there and bent the knee, and the party, remade itself as the party of Trump. We got lucky the first time because he didn't think he was going to win, and he did.
Right.
This time they had a plan, and they came in between Project 2025 and the many people with power and billionaires like Elon Musk who knew they had a plan. They've done that. They've executed very quickly, so fast. That they're breaking things faster
Because
than
separation of powers
We're
you
going to
disregard
rebuild
for it
all
and
of
framing
it.
is quite dishonest in my opinion.
But it is a
Can't use a
shocking thing to
constitutional
watch
constitutional
unfold,
power to help nor harm
when
in
there's
certain
so
ways.
little being done about it. It's the thing.
Like,
it's we have given
if
the keys
the-
to the kingdom to a man who's never
If
been
a
told
right-wing
no in his life.
authoritarian movement that we see
Who
now
believes
does
his
not give a
legacy is
fuck
putting his
about the
name on
separation of
things.
powers,
It's slapping gold letters on shit.
Then
It's Donald Trump's legacy, and we're gonna
the
pry those
opposition
goddamn
to
gold
that
letters off
movement,
everything when the time
if
comes.
they,
But
like,
all this was so predictable.
if they
and
constrain
it angers
themselves
me no
to
end to see people.
the
I mean,
same
I'll go back
separation
again,
of
my opponent,
powers
Ann Wagner.
in
The
order
punchline of all
to
this,
stop
personal
their
money
movement,
against
like,
Ann Wagner.
it'll never
He's
work
never spoken out about
because
Trump.
they will always
Since
have
the
more
grab him by the pee
more
tape came
weapons
out. When that
in their
tape came out,
arsenal.
Ann
Like,
Wagner condemned Donald Trump. Said he had
you're
no business
asking-
being president of the United States. That was
You're asking
outrageous.
someone with
And she took away her
a
endorsement of
pistol to fight someone
And then
with
when he
an
won the
M60.
nomination, she
That's
flipped
what you're
and
asking.
hasn't spoken out
Like, here
about
they
it
are
since.
wielding
And
this
I just
M60
question
by
someone like
just
who-
not giving a
But
fuck
so
about
many of them
anything.
did this.
So
I
many of them
mean,
did it. They just gave away
even
their.
Then you
their
destroy the
honor.
movement and restore
Even
order.
Mitch McConnell condemned him for January 6th.
Exactly, but in
And-
order to
and,
destroy the
you know, many
movement,
of them- many of
you
them did.
have to
Ted
use their
Cruz did,
own
for
bullshit
goodness
against
sake.
them. You have to.
Lindsey Graham did.
Otherwise, you will
And
always
yet
be at a
these people,
disadvantage.
the moment the 24 hours had passed,
And then I
they
do
slipped
agree.
back
Once you
into
do
line.
regain that power,
Right.
you
And
absolutely
but
have to
that's
fix the
why
problem,
this is not
so
a
that that doesn't
democracy,
happen
I
again.
think, from
Absolutely,
within.
I will
You know, it's
agree.
all very well,
100%,
you
you're right
vote
about
people
that.
in so they can operate a functioning democracy. But it's only
But you
a
can't
functioning
you can't want to
democracy
fucking fight with
if
one hand tied behind your
people
back
are
when
not
the other
allowed
person
to
doesn't.
behave
It's just
lawlessly and are held account by their
can't.
own party.
Yeah,
and that
exactly.
and that's what exists in most functioning democracies, certainly in the parliamentary system.
Yep.
And that's why people resign all the time, and there is such a thing as shame, and there is, you know, an uprising within a party where they hold the leader accountable and they switch them. But none of that seems to happen here. It almost is, how long can you stay in Congress, even past
but
your
that isn't what you're talking about.
95th
You're still talking
birthday,
about
if
passing
necessary.
policy you want, not stopping an
It
authoritarian.
is a time.
Ugh,
where
okay.
Maintaining and holding power has
What
become
I'm-
more than
oh my
easy
gosh,
for
it's-
that power.
they're connected.
It is a time
They're connected, they're
where
connected, they're connected,
the
they're
access
connected.
To power, the access to
It's
money
connected,
is
they're
more
connected, they're
important
connected.
than serving the people who elected you.
The reason
It's a time
this
where you
right-wing
don't even like the
authoritarian
people
movement
you represent.
is
I talk about
gaining
that
so
quite a
much
bit, the
momentum
disrespect they have for the people
is
they're supposed
because
to
the
represent.
overwhelming
From
majority
July,
in
we
this
heard,
buff people in this
lazy
country
27-year-old man getting free healthcare,
feel
which
like
is
the
not
government
freaking
does
happening.
not
It's
give a
business
shit about
owners
them.
and retirees
It
and
feels
others.
like there's nothing
Again and
in our
again, we
system
see
that benefits
examples where
them.
The Republican Party has elected people.
Like
who
they
have
feel that
leaders
they're
who
being
have
passed over on
forsaken
employment,
their
they're being
duty
passed over
for
on
the lust for
education,
power. And you're right,
they're
it
being
is- it is
passed
hard
over
to
on
see,
healthcare. Like
them as a functioning
the
party
it's the
system. I think,
overwhelming sense
you
that
know, I
the
know, look,
government
I have
does
a lot of friends who are
absolutely
Republicans. I was a
nothing
Republican years ago,
to benefit
many,
their
many
lives
years
in
ago.
any
I've
single way.
And I will
Okay?
represent Republicans. When I go to office, I will
So,
represent everyone. in
by
this district, all
instituting a policy
750,000
that
people, no matter
legitimately
your party,
benefits
no matter
people
who you voted for. But
to
at some
where
point we have to
there is a
recognize that
tangible,
our opposite
noticeable
party is
benefit
failing to do their
in a
duty to the
person's
Constitution
life
in every way, shape, or form. You
because
can't
of
say you love the
something
Constitution
that the
and then
government
forsake
has
it in such a
done.
nakedly,
Something the government has done has
pitiful
benefited their
way.
lives.
And that's what's happening. That's what's happening right now.
Then
as they
you would
stand there
not
as Donald
have
Trump
this
really
current
makes that
right-wing
policy on the
movement
spot.
to where
And
they feel like
just
they
grab-
have to
they'll
just
run right back
destroy
to the camera
everything
and
because
back
it
that up
doesn't
again.
benefit them anyway.
When you have a person who's a member
They
of
are
the intelligence community saying,
interconnected.
I look forward to getting back from this
Passing
vacation
a
so we can look at this."
policy
Like, our service
that
members' lives
is
have been
intended
put
to
in
help
danger, and they
the
care so
overwhelming
little about
majority
that.
of people
So, but they'll all put out statements saying, "I love
will
the troops; they're so powerful."
lessen
Hell,
the
hell,
effects
John
of this
Fetterman
right-wing
put out,
authoritarian
"Oh,
movement.
I knew
Okay?
our troops could do it."
They're
no shit.
interconnected.
They're the most powerful military in the world. That doesn't mean we should use them.
Right.
Okay?
It doesn't
yes,
mean
it
they,
doesn't,
doesn't mean
it
they
doesn't-
should.
shouldn't be just trivially used because they're most powerful. It's again, it's the old saying: when the only tool you've got is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. And America used to be a country where we had more tools in the toolbox,
Like,
than
honestly,
blowing
like-
shit up all the time. And I disrespect people
Like,
like
I don't give a fuck if
and
it's
I
legal or not.
disrespect
I don't
people
give a
like
fuck
Tom
if it's
Cotton.
constitutional
And I
or
hate
not.
people like Donald Trump
If
who use that
if I was
tool
elected
so
president,
lightly
I would
and
seriously like
disrespect
confiscate
the people who they're really putting in danger.
every
And that's
single
what you are when all you
every
come up
single
with is,
bit of
"I
wealth.
love the
I would leave all the
troops," okay?
billionaires.
It's
I'd
more
leave
than
them. I'd
those
say, you know what,
troops.
you get to
love
keep
the
$1 billion.
troops. You
I don't
won't
give
put
a
their
fuck.
lives in danger for frivolous reasons. You
And
won't
you're
put their
saying
lives
that
And I
as a
would
vet- you're
use
saying
that
as a veteran.
use that wealth
father of
that
the
I've
veteran,
confiscated
and the
from them,
father-
from
the
these
son of a
freaking
veteran.
greedy ass douchebags.
So the
You
backward,
know?
the backward
And I would
thinking,
pretty much put
because
it back
word
into the
that keeps
education
coming up
system.
with, for me, is corruption.
Like, I
and
would
it's a
make
word
every
that is
single teacher, like, the
used
minimum pay
often
of
enough
a
by
teacher should be like
media to describe
$100,000.
Not just this regime, but the whole mindset.
Like, I don't give a
I just
fuck.
want to quote Trump again. He said, U.S. occupation of Venezuela won't cost us a penny because the U.S. would be reimbursed
That isn't
from the
stopping
money
the
coming
authoritarian
out of the
movement from
ground.
okay. It does not stop them
also,
from
by the
breaking
way,
the rules.
a
It
violation
would
of
lessen their
international law.
support.
Actually, we are,
It would
if
lower
we
their
take over
support
Venezuela, we're an occupying force.
to a point
International
where
law dictates that the
they're
occupying force
they would be
must maintain
inconsequential.
those
They would be
justifications.
insignificant.
Again,
That's
these
what
are
I'm saying.
crimes.
He's
These are
basically
international
perjuring
And it
crimes.
would stop them
Exactly.
from getting
over
power
and over.
These
because
are,
they
the
wouldn't
law is
have
clear. I mean,
the amount
what
of
he's
support that
what
they
he's
have
saying
now.
is an international war crime.
There's an assumption that the
Again and
policies would
again,
somehow stop
people
the
just
movement.
blink and say, "Yeah, but we deserve it."
Yes.
It doesn't. Your feelings don't matter. Okay. Your feelings of, well, Maduro's a bad guy.
And
yes, but there are laws.
also, there's
for
no
a reason.
restoration of order
Serving
because
all
you
the
would
way
still
back
be
to the biggest
violating law and
conversation
have
for
no
Mexico,
intention
right?
of
It's like,
stopping.
there's
You become,
laws
oh
for
my
a
god.
reason, because
No,
when we
dude, I
violate
just
those
said
laws,
like
others can
like
too. This is the
2
same
minutes
argument we
before
have about
that
the Geneva War
that shit should
Okay,
be
the
restored.
Geneva Convention, okay?
Like, once you
The
stop the
reason US
authoritarian
forces
movement,
follow the Geneva
you
Convention
absolutely
so
get shit
much,
restored to
even
where
when
you don't
enemies
have to
don't, is 'cause
where
the
shit's
minute
back to
we
normal.
stop following them,
Like, I
that
literally just
authorizes
said that
our
like
enemies
5
to do
minutes
so as
ago.
well. The entire system comes down, right? And so that's why I'm so passionate about this. I was taught as a cadet at
And, like,
West
there's no
Point
assumption
at the
here.
ripe old age of 18 in
The
military
assumption
science
that the
101
policies
about
would somehow
what my
stop the
limits
movement.
were in
Dude,
the
I am
use of
telling you,
force as a
like-
representative of the United States government with an American freaking flag on my shoulder.
Like, I
And what we're
always
seeing
grant
again
you the
and again
benefit
is
of the
President
doubt
of
when
the
it comes to
United States clearly
constitutional
stating, I'm
shit
going to commit a war crime.
because
Screw you.
I freely
And again,
admit
I see the Republican
that
Party
you know
and
more
the
about that than I
Republican
do.
Democrat Congress saying, okay,
And I'm telling
as long
you
as you're screwing the right
that
people,
when it
but
comes
eventually
to
it comes for you.
political
There's
behavior,
not a time in history they don't come
I
for
know
you.
for a fact that
And
I
they
have more
will come
knowledge
for
about
us.
this shit than
they
you
will
do.
come for people we like.
And I'm telling you
And at what point, when he goes on
that
Fox
the
and
reason
Friends
this
and
right-wing
says the
movement,
Democratically
this
elected
authoritarian
president of
movement
Mexico
has picked up
isn't
so
doing
much
enough,
steam
maybe we should do
is
something.
because the people that are the
We've
followers
crossed
of
a
this
very
movement, the
dangerous
voters,
And I do
they
not
basically
believe the
feel
current Congress is
completely
gonna do a damn
estranged
thing about it. And
by
that's why we've gotta get rid
the
of these
inequalities in our system.
Okay.
Like, why break
I'm
a
grateful
system
to you, Fred, for your
if you feel that it
expertise.
benefits
I
you?
wish you,
You know?
all the luck with your
I'll give you a
campaign
benefit of the doubt
as
on
well.
political
As I
behavior.
say, it's,
Yeah,
richly
dude, this is the shit that I pay attention to.
I'll be fired
Voter
by my own
trends,
campaign if I say go to
you
wellmanformo.com.
know,
Yeah,
voter
look,
behavior,
the
decision
campaign's
making.
going great.
Like,
We
that's
are
the
out
kind
of
of
the
shit
gate.
that
We're
I
one quarter
look
in,
into.
We are making a huge impact. We were on pace to be my
That's the kind of
opponent's
shit that
biggest
I pay
challenger ever.
attention
First
to.
time I've ever faced
Now,
a veteran. This is a flip of the seat. I know a lot of people look at
that
Missouri
realm
and
is
like,
more
oh, no.
qualitative
No, I
than it
wouldn't
is
be running- I'm not running
quantitative.
for second place, you know, so we
But
have
there
an
are
opportunity
a
to
significant,
truly
there's
flip this
significant
district, make a
evidence to
difference.
show
My opponent's
trends.
polls show
Like,
underwater, their behavior
nothing is really certain. And when it comes to political behavior, because again, voters are irrational, but there is plenty of evidence that signify
Wellman,
trends.
thanks for joining.
And I'm telling you,
Good seeing you again, bro. Thanks for having me.
I'm
with,
Anthony Davis. Don't forget to support me and independent journalism.
that right-wing
Patreon.com/.
authoritarian movements
5-minute news. You can find me on Substack
gain
at
a lot
Leanne Davis,
of
or by joining the
credibility,
5 Minute
not
News
credibility, but
YouTube channel.
support.
I'll come back next Sunday with a brand new
based
special
on
guest and more factual news to discuss
the
on the 5 Minute
inequalities
News
felt
Weekend Show
by their
with
supporters.
Midas Touch.
Welcome to a special holiday edition of Breaking Points. We are continuing our series where Ryan first turned the screws to me. Now I'm going to turn the screws to Ryan.
My point is there, if you violate the law to
pleased to
stop
say,
the movement, then
pleased to
restoring
announce,
order
joined
means
today
you
by
must
one and only
revert it
Ryan
back.
Grimm,
Yeah, absolutely.
co-founder of
Abso-freaking-lutely. Like, here's the thing.
Great to be here.
Back to the whole Texas-California redistricting, gerrymandering shit.
Honestly,
I disagree with both Texas and California
Um,
redistricting.
Very kind of
I,
you to
I
say.
don't think it should happen. I don't.
incredible, and actually-
But
But
up and then coming
I'm
for
not
kill.
against California doing it, or I'm not against Texas. I'm not against California doing it in response to Texas doing it. Does that make sense?
Today's episode is what
Because
a lot of people, there's
Texas
so
did
many
it,
people out there that wish they could trade
California
chairs
had
with
to
you right now and
fucking
pick
do
your
it,
brain.
right?
But I want to know
Now,
why it is that you have this. you
again,
think it
one
is,
of the
that
first
you have
things
this,
I would do.
kind of relentless drive.
That would be
to
one of the
get to the
focuses.
bottom of things.
You know,
Because you
if
do.
I were in
Like,
office,
you're really
would be
you're a really curious
to
person, but you also
push for a
just don't
constitutional
accept
amendment
people's fake
that
answers. Like you don't
prohibited
you don't wanna be lied to. And you keep going and finding information. Where does that
partisan
come from?
or racial
I don't-
redistricting.
I don't know. I think my parents.
I mean,
would
the
tell me
racial
I'm
one's
always-
there, but they're trying to.
know,
The Heritage
probably
Foundation's
a
been
kid
chipping
for a
away
while,
at it for years,
all
so I don't know how
constantly asking questions.
secure that is, if at all,
why,
anymore.
Why?
Um,
A lot of kids do that.
But no, like,
I guess
I hope that
maybe
makes
never
sense, right?
stopped
Like,
doing it.
I do disagree
and I
with
think, like,
redistricting, racial
coming from
redistricting,
coming
gerrymandering.
from outside
I hate it.
the normal
But I'm not going to sit here and say that
pathway that
California
people get
should
into
not do it,
journalism.
Yeah.
even though Texas did it. I can't.
You know, we were.
I can't fucking do
talking
that.
about- We had so today it's December.
Like, you got to
10th.
understand that those two
Um,
things can
and we
exist.
had
Like, those two
this,
things can exist
guest
together.
on who was talking about the pathway that a lot of people take to Washington, which is like grow up in a
That
nice
doesn't make
suburb
me
in
a
major American city,
a law-breaking
go to a good private 4-year college.
what is
get
it
the right
called?
internships, and then you're in Washington.
That's what I'm
and
looking
I think
for.
if
A
I think if that's the
law-breaking
route
vagrant,
that you
like
take, not choose to take. You're just born into that.
like I don't think
Like,
that
where
kind
would-
of statement
where-
like
it would be
that
very hard to generate a lot of the, like,
should
anti-establishment or like hostility to
a discrediting
to the
of
system,
my
because to you it's
moral
just
and
all
ethical
water.
principles
You're
whatsoever.
competing within it.
Right. You have to first figure out your wet, to use the fish analogy.
Yeah. So,
There's a fish know it's wet.
so yeah, the lines within which you're competing are much narrower. Like you're competing for the awards within the set in that system that you just are part of. Whereas if you come from outside of it, it's you against the system.
Some of the questions are more obvious.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because you've never assumed the answers to those questions. maybe.
Responsive force is valid, but it
I
doesn't
guess,
explain
yeah.
how you do a policy to fund social programs that would be unlawful,
And I think,
stop
yeah.
the movement,
I don't know.
and then remove those
The other thing
programs
I'm
to
curious about
restore order.
I think you have that's very rare.
So,
is that
here's the thing,
people-
like-
this used to be a type in DC journalism, New York journalism probably too.
I'm trying to think.
But people like you. Your sources
So-
seem to like you, even like.
I'll be
your,
honest, like I don't have an answer to that question right away when you're talking about
non-lefty
social
sources.
programs
Yeah,
because
yeah, they like you,
and
and yet
I
you don't
inherently
treat them with kid gloves.
uh,
and that is again, it
believe
used
that
to be more of an
the
archetypical quality
the
of
minimum
sort of
bar
blue-collar
of
journalists who
responsibility
came
that
and
the
everyone
government
understood what
has
their job
towards
was, and then would get a drink with them or
social
whatever,
policies is higher than what you
understand that
think it
maybe
is.
you're gonna get a headline that they
So
didn't
I
like,
don't
and then
have
call
a
and
way
yell
to
at
answer
them
that
and then
question.
still talk to them because it was
like
more
I don't have an
utilitarian.
answer
I
to
don't
that
know,
question
but you pulled
because
that
I
off
already
really,
believe that
really
that bar
well.
should be
Is it
higher,
because
like inherently.
I think you afford people a certain amount of respect that others don't.
Yeah, and I think I'm pretty good at understanding people.
Yeah.
And understanding their perspective, even if they're. If
What
it's
I
a
will
different one,
say
if they're totally different from me.
is that
and so
if you understand what responsibility I place in the
if-
government, I misunderstand
so
what
what people
responsibility I place
want
in the government.
really
So
is
what I
just
will
honesty.
say
And so
is that if
people are fine if you like
if the
criticize them,
economic
if you
classes
hit them hard,
are closed, if
as long
the
as
gap
they think
in the
it's
economic
honest,
classes are closed, and
often like that they've been warned
the,
ahead. Like you reached out, you told
like
them
the
this is what we're going to report.
the poorest if they're like
not gonna
not
like it.
as poor as they are now,
Oftentimes I will exaggerate.
and the obscenely wealthy,
Actually, I shouldn't tell
if
people
they're
this,
not
but so what I'll
trillionaires,
do is
right?
I'll
If these
exaggerate
economic gaps are
how,
closed,
how bad it is going to be for the
then
person.
I don't even think there would be a need to force social programs onto
when-
people
and I don't
because
go beyond like what
the
you know, what we
people
have necessarily.
they would have the financial
but
capability
it's really, really
of
bad.
not even
and then-
needing the
so then
social
when it comes out,
programs,
it's not
right?
bad.
Right.
You know what I
still-
mean?
It's still really bad.
But you.
But and they can think that they kind of, so they knew it was coming.
So genius.
They knew it was coming, so they could prep their boss, or they could prep if they're a member of Congress, they can prep their leadership, or whatever it is. They show that they're like at least on the ball.
Right.
So they know it's coming. They're not blindsided. And then when
I
it comes
cut.
out, it's like,
You
oh,
misunderstand what responsibility I placed in the government. I cut the
4 children.
responsibility. Okay, here.
He told me
I'll
he
ask you
found
this
12.
question. This will make a lot of sense from what I
It makes
mean.
them think that they sort of
Do you
and
think-
that you came around too.
Came around a little
Do you
bit.
think it's the
Wow.
government's
Listen,
responsibility
but
to
it
provide
goes back
health
to, like,
care and medical
understanding that
care
people have their own. Just,
for
you
its
know,
civilians?
Give people what you can.
State or federal? I don't give a fuck.
and-
One or the other. Which one? Any, if any.
Yeah, try not to surprise.
Like, do you believe the state or the federal government is
One of-
responsible for providing
So everyone's
health care
favorite,
and
I
medical
think,
care
Brian
for
Grimhorn,
its
there's a lot,
residents?
but is probably the Jesse
I shouldn't even
Waters
say
fight
citizens,
at
I should say
House
residents.
Correspondence Center, but that's not your only fight, and I think sometimes it's hard for people to picture you because you
That should
are
give you a good
pretty
idea
calm
of,
in your professional presentation. Getting
of
worked up
where
enough
we differ.
to fight bar fights.
As a-
You've been in bar fights,
Well, as a grown-up, not much.
right? But where did that come from? What gets
Well,
you that angry?
Yes, and
What
some,
did get
some
you
see
that
there it is right
Well,
there.
on
In
that-
some
on that one,
circumstances, or
Je-
most
Jesse
circumstances,
Waters.
provided that is
He was
not.
following when your
See, I don't care.
reporters-
Like
yeah,
I
Yeah,
see, there it is. There's a
yes,
difference.
he- like
My
I
answer
had
would be
never even
yes,
seen him
and it would stop right
I
there.
hadn't even seen this
That's
show
where we
before.
differ.
They had to,
My
like,
answer is yes.
That's Jesse
There's no
Waters.
yes but
Which one? That one.
in my
No.
response.
Paul one over there.
The one who looks like his name is Jesse
Yeah.
Waters.
And now, like, he's in my face all the time, and like social media or whatever.
Like
so
I don't
that guy-
care
well, what he
if
had
it's.
done
I don't care
was,
if it's an illegal immigrant
he-
that is shot in a gang, a
Amanda
gang
Turco,
drug fight, a drug gang
was
fight.
my
I don't care.
colleague at the Huffington Post
I
before
don't
she
give a
was
fuck.
there. She'd been at
If
Think
they go to the
Progress and wrote a
hospital,
blog post
there
about
should be
Bill O'Reilly.
no
that, like,
reason. There should
He
be
had made some insensitive comments about sexual
no
assault
reason
victims. and
for
he doesn't sound like him at all.
that
He was
health
getting
care
an
to be
award from some
denied, and or for them to.
So
Well, they're probably going to
she,
go to
like,
jail,
did a
but you know what I
blog
mean.
Post like about how that's ridiculous.
Scalaboni.
And she even reached out to them for comment, like good journalism.
The fuck?
Instead of
Activate a scarab
responding to
seal. What the
her
fuck is?
request for comment, he told Jesse Waters, "Get her,
Oh, it's over here. God damn
go
it.
ambush her." And so they track
I'm pretty
her
sure that you
to
can't deny life. You can't.
Washington,
Yeah. Well,
DC.
okay. Yes.
She is
Like
leaving
medically,
town
you can't.
for
But what
a
I'm
long
saying
weekend,
is
way out in Virginia, like 3 hours out in Virginia.
the financial
And so
responsibility,
Jesse Waters and the camera crew
like
trail
it should be a non-question.
And I can imagine,
like,
they were trying to ambush her in D.C.
if we can afford,
and now it's
if
not
this
going well.
nation,
But
Gotta keep
once
going.
you're 5 miles outside,
if the state of Texas has
DC,
the
just
capability
take
of
exit
having
and
like a
come
$40
back.
billion
Get back on the
surplus,
Acela.
Now you're being
if
weird.
the federal
Yeah.
government
So
is
they followed her for
capable
3 hours deep
of
into this
sending
and
billions of
find her in
billions of
Williamsburg or
dollars
whatever,
to
on the
governments that
streets, and stick a camera in her,
that
and
commit
she's
human
like
rights
5'1",
violations.
she's like 8
There's no
feet
fucking
tall or
reason
whatever.
why they can't
And she's like,
why they
what is this
can't,
about? What are you even talking about? It's so weird. because,
eliminate
like,
the financial responsibility of
she'll
healthcare in this
probably
country.
go on
No
the show.
fucking
She-
reason
She
whatsoever.
literally asked for their input.
Yeah.
So like, ambush.
The only reason to not
ambush
do
is
it
for when you have
is to keep
tried every
control.
other way.
It's just
to
control.
reach
It's to
the
keep people
subject of
down.
Your article.
That's the only fucking
and
reason.
they will not speak with you. And it's called journalism is called door stopping.
Mm-hmm.
You just go to the door and like knock on the door.
Yep.
Camera if you want, but like completely egregious.
Mm-hmm.
And then they air this like weird footage where she's like, yeah, he's a creep or whatever
Yeah,
she
yeah,
said. Like,
Yeah.
like what do you want? Like he said these things, he got an award for his women's group, and that's dumb.
Yeah.
And so then when I went up to Jesse Waters, he was like, I don't think he would realize I was recording at first, which is ironic. And he said on camera, and people can find it, Bill told me to get her. And I think when he realized that I was recording, he had said that, he's like, oh, now I look, Bill's gonna be mad.
Yeah.
because I blamed him for
Right.
what was this like obviously bad thing to do.
Yeah.
I was saying, well, why don't you go over here and just apologize? So then he stole my phone.
So you popped him.
And he's like, I'll mail it to you next week.
What?
You're gonna mail my phone?
Oh my god.
That's not I'm not leaving here without my phone.
Wow.
Ken Vogel was there with me. Like,
It was just two Eagles fans.
Yes, he actually was the one who, like, while we're tussling, was able to snatch the phone out of
Well done, Ken.
Jesse's hand. Well done, Ken.
But see, this is
Sean Spicer was the one that broke it up.
Spicer broke it up. That's pre-Trump Spicer too.
Yeah, this was former Marine Spicer.
Damn.
Yeah.
Before Dancing with the Stars.
Glass table got thrown and shattered into a million pieces.
It was a fairly big story in DC circles when it happened. I'm sure everybody was.
And it was
too
right at the time that your
do you know why we
GW Hatchet
separated the
story was coming
responsibilities
out.
of the
When would
government
that have
when
been?
we
That
created
was
the
2015,
union?
but I think this would have been like 2014 or 13.
No, it was 2015.
Oh,
okay,
it
so this was March 2015. Oh wait, was mine 2016? It might have been. No, I think it was 2015.
I am going. I don't know.
What's interesting to me about
but
this
I am
story
going to make. I'm
is
going to
that
make a
you
guess,
didn't like somebody being picked on.
and I am
Right, like,
going
you
to
didn't like somebody-
assume
2016, I think it was.
that the
you
intention
didn't like
is
someone
to
being picked
prevent
on by, like, a bully- like
authoritarian
like a bully.
takeovers
And
by
did that come
like
up
a
in
large
any of your other, like any scuffles that you've gotten
a
into
large
over the
governmental
years, whether it's journalistically or,
oversight
like,
of some
literally at a
sort.
bar? Is that something that you really have this like?
That's my
maybe-
guess.
I don't know if I say chip on the shoulder because that sounds derisive, but is that
If
No,
the
yes,
federal
I definitely
government
have a chip
does
on
not
my
have
shoulder.
control
For sure.
Where does that
of
come from for
every
you?
single state simultaneously,
I mean, I think, and
then that means the
so I
states
grew up
individually
poor, raised by a single mom.
have the opportunity of
my parents were
preventing
divorced
an
at
authoritarian
around 5,
takeover.
And my dad's stayed in our life.
A nation has a responsibility
Um,
to its
but
people to provide
she
for their
moved
health and safety. Its
2.5
government is
hours
meant to
away,
provide
down to the
for
Eastern
their
Shore of Maryland.
So you were in
posterity.
Allentown.
My dad, I was born in Allentown.
And then you moved to the Eastern
Moved
Shore.
to Eastern Shore of Maryland. Yeah, when I was around 9 or
Well,
10. We bounced around
yeah,
apartments
like
in
that
Allentown
sounds
from,
pretty,
like 5 to
but
10.
in practice, that's not what they do.
Went to the Eastern Shore, and then I would go back.
Unfortunately.
And forth lots of it, both.
Like honestly, like this
you know,
country right
you know,
now,
remained
our
and remained a big
nation,
part of my life, but, like,
as
the
it's
place where most of it
not
was
necessarily
there.
the people,
And I think
but those the
living
vast majority of
poverty gives you a
those
chip on
in
your shoulder.
government,
I think everybody. I stopped.
their
talking about it for a while because I
responsibility is not
realized,
towards the people,
like,
their
when I
health or their
first came to
safety,
DC,
and
what I
that
was
and
confronting
that in there
here
lies the
and what I'd
problem.
grown up with was such a glaring contrast.
Like-
I was like, I would talk about it all the time, and I was like, all right, you stop.
There,
Like,
I'm
so
willing
it's
to
al-
bet
It's also not what I
that
was in anymore. By the time I was
senators
about
care more
30,
about the stock value
I
of
was
Lockheed Martin
much more comfortable.
than they do
Like maybe like early
about
30s or
whether
so. But
whether
up
people in
until I was
Alabama are
about like
have
so it
access to
wasn't
cancer
just, like,
treatments.
up to 18.
You know,
Like,
Right.
deep into
I'm
adulthood
just a
too,
hunch, but
was struggling.
I mean, I know people who, and this is like the American like bootstrap story,
That's the
right?
problem.
Like, people who grow up poor and
we separated
become
into
fairly successful
two
adults,
and
like
cut
not
the responsibilities
multimillionaires or
with them.
anything,
You're
but become
correct,
fairly
but that is a
successful,
different issue
then,
and side effect.
They don't have a chip on their shoulder. They love the system, right? Because it was good to them. They feel like the upward mobility. They plugged in the input and they got the output that the system is supposed to give. And so they
Like we
assume
might
that's
we
what
might
happens
have
for
a system
everyone else.
that in
But
theory
you are
is cool and all.
An advocate for,
You know,
for
in
changing
theory,
the
it's like
system.
Well, yeah, 'cause
it's
I also
awesome, like
know,
it's not
how
authoritarian.
much luck had to do with.
But in practice,
like,
you know
where
that
I
it's
am now.
bullshit.
Like so many different things could have easily gone wrong at any different moment, and I wouldn't be where I am now. And that,
no matter how hard you work.
yeah, and I think there are
What is it?
enormous numbers of people.
What
who
is
are
it?
smarter and worked harder
What's it called when
and aren't where I
factory
am. So,
reset?
like, the fact that I
we need a
made it
factory
out doing
reset,
well
and
does
like
not-
we need to what's it
does
called?
does not
When a system is migrated,
There's a humility to that.
like the core functionality of that system is kept.
Smarter and working harder and, you know.
Like
There's a lot of
the
smart, hardworking people out there.
the
Right,
essential
it takes humility to
applications
recognize that.
are
Okay,
preserved,
That's fair enough.
People are like, well, I was
but
one who
the
worked
rest
hard.
of the
Look
system
at
there's like a
me.
factory. What's that? Is that what it's just? It's
When
not a
did you
factory
first
reset.
start
because there's a bunch of core
class
applications that are
critiques,
required
like,
that need to
what
be
were the
carried
early
over
books
onto the
that
new
shaped
system.
you, or
You know,
movies or anything that shaped you.
there's I think there's a term for it, but
high school,
is it migration?
there was-
No, it's
so I
not
was in high school
migration.
in the
It is
90s,
migration. Okay.
and there was
okay.
a big
yeah.
beat renaissance.
That's what needs to happen.
Big
Like-
beat and 60s renaissance.
We have a core system.
and
You know, the
so
separation of powers.
I read all
the
of the, you know, I
the
read all the beat stuff,
the federalism.
which is actually kind of shorn of some of that.
The system of federalism.
It's more nihilistic.
Like we have the core
in how
operating
it-
system.
And so I started from a more
We
kind of
have
nihilistic
a significant
place.
number of essential
Charles Bukowski,
applications.
which,
You know, like
you know,
national
all, like,
defense,
angry in high school and early college
education.
men, you know, read or should
Yeah,
read,
exactly. There's a
but
fucking there's a
get
fucking
stuck
virus
there.
in our system.
You know, tremendous talent.
You know, the taxation,
but,
right?
You know, just shot through with
Like,
cynicism and nihilism.
We have
and
we
so
have a
it
good
scratches
operating
the
system,
right itch
but
that, like,
the
had the right
the
enemies, but had
applications are just bloated
no
with
real
malware.
remedy.
You know?
and so in college, it probably helped me that like Clinton was
That's
president
kinda what it feels like
at the
to
time.
me.
And when you're young,
Easy foil.
when you're young, you're against whoever's what you got.
Especially the guy who's like walking back.
Like, how
class
funny is it that like
Yeah, it's like he
sometimes
was
you have
certainly
to
not
like
speaking to
McAfee is
my
such
kind of
a
person at
is
that
such a
point.
disaster that you
And
have to
so,
use like
in
you
the
have to
90s,
use like an
Chomsky was
anti-malware
one of-
program to
and
get rid of
one of my
McAfee
professors I
sometimes
took most of my classes
because
with
it's so like
had actually been a Chomsky protege.
such a pain in the
He even
ass.
took a course called Chomsky,
Wow.
where we went up to MIT on a bus.
Am I done? I'm
and
done
got
in
to
here.
spend
Okay.
a couple hours with Chomsky, so I got
We
to
have corrupted it
debate
though.
him as like a 20-year-old or whatever. So that was
What'd you talk to him about?
And like
I
the thing
argued
is like
he had always said that
if it like
his linguistics,
McAfee antivirus
his
software is
linguistic
so
theory
fucking
and his
annoying
politics were
that
completely
like
separate.
Mm.
And I
if
made
it
the
took
case to him
if
that
it
there
took
was a
another
through
virus
line
to get rid of that McAfee,
between
I'd be
them.
like, okay, well
We
yeah,
had
that
a
makes sense.
Back and forth, and he eventually kind of conceded.
You got Chomsky to succeed.
And so I was very proud of myself. It was only later in life that I realized, oh, of course, he just says that his linguistics
Meta.
are different from his politics because he wants. If you combine them, then one is going to cancel the other.
Though
He
you weren't the
wants them
only
treated
one who
separately.
struggled with the federal government not being able to do internal
but
improvements. The
of
founders
course
were very
he
strict on it
knows
with each other
that they are
and often
that they are
vetoed it.
So all I did was get him to admit something that I think he already
At the
believed.
very least, at the
But
very
I was a little
least.
bit too naive to see that he was being
There
little
needs
bit
to
cute
be
in the way that he would talk about it.
some sort of
this
Because his linguistics, for people who don't know,
there
like,
needs to be some
B.F.
sort of
Skinner,
logical
who
discernment
has real kind of
between
fascist undertones to his behavioralism. Where,
beneficial,
you know, he's
like,
basically saying humans are just like rats. That with the right,
like
you know,
something that's
incentives and disincentives,
beneficial
you can control society
shouldn't
and
be
control people.
dismissed out of hand
And Chomsky,
just because it seems to be
his
it
linguistic
appears to
theory
be
showed-
unconstitutional.
argued that
You know, there has
people,
to be some
humans are
discernment. Like
unique from animals.
this is beneficial.
This is how.
And it's
they
not
are,
going to fuck
and
over our
therefore you should
system if
reject
we
B.F. Skinner,
implement it.
And he did really
You know?
smash Skinnerism, which was rising.
I don't know how to
These, like,
explain what I'm
fascist
trying to say.
undertones.
I
So
know,
it
you
should-
know
it
what?
really
I'll
shouldn't
come
have
back
been
to
hard
it
for me to
one day. I'll come back
make
to
the
it.
link between that and politics.
Right.
So it's don't deserve too many flowers for
test
that, but
the
it,
water jack.
it felt really.
I don't have to
good
test the
at the
freaking. I
time.
don't want to test the
I
water
bet it
jack.
did.
God damn it.
Okay, so Chomsky, Bukowski, Beats. Where does for you, and this is, I mean, it's common among leftists, but to me, you've always seemed like sort of an old school leftist. Like, I don't mean old school in like a Leninist standpoint, but just somebody who can tell you the distinctions between Lenin and Trotsky, which is like increasingly a rarity because you have so many affluent people coming to the left to that just doesn't quite compute. Where does that start connect? Where does the kind of foreign policy class critique? Is your foreign policy buff? Where does
The
that
way to
start
implement it is
gel for
amendment. You don't dismiss it. You do what our forefathers did. They immediately
Those two
proposed
things
amendment.
Yeah, and so in the 90s,
Again,
in, the 90s,
in
the big
theory,
thing
that's
was
freaking amazing.
Anti-globalization.
In theory, that sounds
which was
phenomenal.
derailed by,
And in theory, I 100% agree with you.
By 9/11.
But in
and
practice,
the Iraq War.
you know
But,
for a
like,
fact
throughout the late 90s.
You know for a fact that in practice,
that was
due
where the
to
left was
the
putting its energy.
extreme
And-
polarization
And
within
good
our
point,
political
that's where the
system, due to the
beat- you're
two-party
saying the beat
system,
resurgence of the 90s,
you know
that's
for a fact that that's
borrowing
not
from the
possible.
Vietnam,
Not
leftist
freaking
class
possible.
critique of sending these working class boys
Like-
to Vietnam, and you have your bone spurs.
And with
The
anti-
only
yeah,
thing
and
that I think there would be a
anti-globalization
bipartisan
was really
agreement
kind of
on in terms of
anti-corporate.
amendment
And so
would be
and
if
beat
there's
stuff was
amendment
about,
that
you know,
said the U.S.
authenticity
is required
and, you know, the
to
Gen
shove
X
Israel's cock 6
period,
inches down
you're-
its throat
you're very nervous
on a
about
weekly
selling out
basis, I
because,
think there would be bipartisan support for that
you know, we
amendment.
looked back
But
at
that's
the
it.
60s
That's
as
literally
this,
it.
like, incredibly hopeful time, and then that generation completely sold out in the 80s. And so, if you ever wonder why
unconstitutional
Gen
means
Xers are
under the
so
current
hung up
framework
on
and the way you want to go is
being
no go,
called a
but there are
sellout
other ways of
and
implementation
so,
or renegotiating the system.
like, so freaked out about just
I don't know.
corporate power and the allure
I'll take your word
of
for it.
like that pulling you away from your values.
Nihilistic.
It's because we saw our
Again,
parents do it. Our parents' generation do it from the 60s to the 80s.
Foundationally,
and hated them for it.
str-
We didn't hate them
the
individually, but,
problem
like,
is
like we would see all the documentaries
like
about.
I don't
and-
even
and
think
have all this hope
the
about
foundationally.
60s
I think
and
the
see what
problem
happened. And then in the 80s, it's just like
is
convertibles and like
It's morning in America, baby.
car phones.
campaign finance
Yeah, so
reform.
anti-globalization
Like what is
fit into that 'cause it
unconstitutional
was-
in one
it was
way
arguing
is
that this
constitutional in
U.S.
another.
post Cold War hegemony was flattening the entire world.
Like this
and
bullshit
just
that
raping
like
and pillaging the
money
global
is
South
speech,
for
like
corporate
campaign
profits,
contribution is
while
speech.
also
Like get the fuck out of
destroying
here
the
with
working
that.
class back here in the United States.
What were the? There's like
So
it was
I
like a
guess, like, I've been
series. There
thinking
was like
about that.
3 or 4 decisions within like
the
a
U.S. role overseas.
10-year
So then
span.
how did you
And
go?
then Iraq.
Like the first one
Right.
was it Buckley
But in the
versus
middle of that,
Vallejo?
you end up going.
Was that
from
one of the first
college,
ones where
then
that was the
briefly
one that
into
basically
finance?
said that
Yeah, so I was-
How does that
companies and
happen?
corporations
I
are
moved to New York.
they have the same rights as
and I
though they
was,
were people?
Working at a
Is that what it
publishing
was? Was it
company as a
Buckley v.
temp.
Vallejo? I'm
Did
trying to
you
remember.
just want to be in New York, or did you go there for the job?
My girlfriend at the time.
Okay.
Like
who's
that
now my
was
wife,
the
Love it.
that was
in
like
New
one of the
York.
biggest chinks in the
Um,
armor.
And so
Like without that,
I'm working, like, I was
then you
doing
don't even
temp
have
jobs,
Citizens United.
And I was writing a novel during the temp job.
What?
Because the way I would do it is I'd have email open to myself.
Yep. Good way. to do it.
And so if anybody would come, I would hit send. Be like, what? I'm just doing work here.
Don't worry about
So
it.
I was doing no work. But I'm like, I'm a temp.
Yeah.
Like,
What was the novel about?
It was probably a Bukowski style, like
Okay.
first person, like
Community
not me, but,
challenge,
like,
75% achieved. Oh,
somebody
you actually
like
donated?
me and, like,
You donated
traveling the
bits?
country and very beat style stuff. And so
Nice.
my boss came to me at one point like, you're like not doing anything. Like if you don't improve in like 2 weeks,
I forgot that that
then
challenge was even out there.
you're out here.
Were you just more?
That's
you weren't
funny.
interested in the job? Is that?
I was just answering phones.
Okay.
I think
and,
it
like,
resets every
whatever other
month.
grunt work.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody
I
would have
think.
been interested in the job. I was
No,
interested in
because
the
then it would
paycheck.
have reset.
But not interested enough.
It would have
Like,
reset on the first.
the
That's
temp
weird.
place could send me somewhere else if I needed to. I don't know. Do they even have temp agencies anymore?
They do, but probably not in the same way.
And so, after 1 week, I'm still not improving. I'm in the elevator, leaving this job.
Look, what can't be
and
done
I
federally
get
can
in
also
the
be done
elevator,
through
and this
state
guy has a
compact or
Maryland
state
hat
law.
on.
In theory.
Terps hat. I'm like, hey,
Again,
I'm from Maryland
in
too.
theory.
Way.
And so we're chatting, and he's like asking me about the job. I tell him, I'm about to be fired in a week. And he's like, that's amazing. Like, he's like, I run this, stockbroker joint down on Wall
God.
Street.
Are you serious?
If you want a job, come on down.
Uh-oh.
We pay
What time is
$300
it?
a week.
I knew it.
And
I started yawning.
$100 for every account you open.
It's happening.
And the thing that won me over was
It was weird. I actually slept
you
like
will
11 hours
study
last
for the
night.
Series 7 and 63.
Right.
Monday, Wednesday, and Friday.
Dang.
With a class of people. Like there were like 8 of us in there. And so
You know what's
in
weird
my
is,
mind,
like,
I'm okay, wait. I did the math on what I was making at the temp
The
job,
more sleep I get,
and it was about to be 0.
the more energy I
Like, so
have
I could go
to
back
be
school,
confrontational.
learn about the market. And I was at this
But
point,
the more tired I am,
heavy.
the
in
less
activism,
patience I have.
You know, hate Wall Street.
Mm-hmm.
Like this, so I could.
It's weird.
Be right in the belly of the beast. Learn about.
I think
Wall
maybe
Street,
I'm just a.
3 days a week study.
I think
get
I'm just an
paid for it,
insufferable
and only
dickhead by
2 days
default.
I have to do actual work.
Mm.
And the actual work was
Federal
I would have
government
to call people,
doesn't have the
which I
power
now
to make
know is totally
non-federalized
illegal.
units able to enter other
We were
states,
doing it
but
without
a state
a license.
compact
Like I was
allows
studying
it.
for the license 2 days a week doing the.
That is very
doing the
relevant.
thing.
I appreciate that
if
bit of
you've seen the
information.
movie
That is very
Boiler Room,
relevant. Today.
That's exactly what I was doing. The place was like had been mob owned like a month before I got there.
Wow.
Probably still was. Like when I was there. It's called Royal Hutton Securities. I think you
Ugh,
Google
no.
it was part of like this massive FBI raid.
Does
Like,
it?
like totally corrupt.
11:20. I think I'm gonna call it a
And
night at
ended up being
11:30.
The first article I wrote.
I think that's what I want to do.
Exposing this place.
I'm yawning. I haven't
So
really.
I got to spend 3 days a week studying.
Haven't really talked to the wife
Um,
since she got home, so.
After I passed the 7 and 63,
Like
had
points
to
out,
work
everything
5
has
days
to be
a
done
week.
top down federally.
I
There
was
are
out
other
of there
ways
within
within the system
maybe
that
a
is
month or
just
so.
as
No,
efficient.
really? So how does that
Oh, yeah,
become
for
your
sure.
first story?
I wrote it for the Brooklyn Rail,
It just
which was
it
just
sucks.
starting then.
What
It's
really
still
sucks
going.
is like when you have one state.
And so you're in activism
like,
stuff. So
you
you
see
get
a state
linked up
like
with,
New Mexico.
Like, zines at the time, literally.
I
By
think
then,
it's New Mexico or
yes, so
Arizona.
by
I don't
then I'd
remember.
actually moved back to the Eastern Shore.
But they have
my mom.
they have a
My
system
mom always
of
had lupus,
I
and
think
then she
it's
caught this thing called
I think it's free
RSD.
childcare. You know,
And
it's
so I
paid for
moved back
by
home,
the state, right?
To the Eastern Shore.
And then
and
you have
started
other
working in my middle
states that
school.
are like, nah, fuck
What were you
kids.
doing? You were doing the.
And you're
special
sitting
guys,
there.
or-
Yeah, it was a like this
You know,
Medicaid.
as a resident
Medicaid
of another
paid for this
state,
thing called a therapeutic mentor,
and you're
where if
like,
you had a
how the fuck
diagnosis of,
can our
you know,
country
certain
not do this as a
diagnoses,
whole? You know what I mean?
Medicaid
Again,
would pay for me.
it
to
goes
go
back
school
to
with
the
me
inequality.
for like 2 hours at a time.
You know?
So I'd go to class with the kid. Or
Like,
sit
sure,
in
other
the
states
special
can
ed class
do
with them, and then afterwards
can do what they want. They can vote on it.
So I
But you
mean,
know,
for
as
like
a
year and a half,
normal
I fished
person,
every
as a
day
normal
and got paid for it.
someone who
That was
doesn't
really cool
think
kids, bro.
That was-
in
that
terms
was
of
very cool.
constitutionality, like day
so
in and day out.
One day I was getting lunch,
Someone who doesn't have like Article
and
4,
the
Section
guy who
2
spoke in
on
Washington
speed
College,
dial
Christian
in their
Parenti,
brain.
Oh yeah.
was
They're
getting
sitting there
lunch,
thinking like,
with
what the fuck,
two
man?
kids
You know?
I knew from the local college, and I just sat down with them. They later told me how annoyed they were at that because like they had been selected to have lunch with Christian.
They're like, well,
Yeah.
clearly the system
And
doesn't
it's like
work
two
for me.
professors
You
and
know?
2 students, and then this
Clearly
local,
the system's fucked over.
like comes into the sandwich shop
Because like
orders a sandwich.
both
I'm like,
parents
I
are
didn't
expected
go
to
your
work
talk,
2
but I heard you were
jobs
here.
while somehow
Street urchin.
taking
Yeah,
care
so
of kids.
So I sat down and I told him the story.
Or at the very
You know,
least,
I
if they
used to
can't
live in New
afford
York, and
kids, their
he's like,
their
"That's an
freaking
incredible
state
story.
is trying
You should
to
write that."
limit
My
their
friend was, like,
access
my friend
to
started Brooklyn Rail. I'm sure he'd be happy
you know,
to
to
publish that.
contraceptives.
And,
So that it's like
I got paid
like they don't
$0
even
for it, but
want
it was
to
very
be in a
exciting.
relationship
I'm starting to
because
see
of
what
it.
you mean about all of the luck.
Exactly.
know?
It's like-
Crazy stuff. No, but I think also you're one of the through lines
It's
here is
just-
that you're kind of making the luck because you're
Just a
friendly
general,
and
an
you talk
overwhelming
to
sense
people
of just
and
inequality,
people like you.
disenfranchisement,
I'm not
like
sure of
you
everyone.
name it,
And
whatever
the
you
guy
want to
who
call
taught
it.
the class, who's passed away since R.I.P.
Like, why would you?
I talked to him before I wrote
This
the
is
article.
one of the
Like,
things that in the
you know,
last
there's
presidential election
still mob-owned.
that
Yeah.
Democrats
Like,
failed to
It's like
recognize
they're going to kill you.
And they
because
I was like, I live on the
one of
Eastern Shore
their
Island.
Here you are.
Like, I don't think they're gonna kill me.
one of
He's
their
like, "At least
talking
change the
points
name."
Right.
So I
in the
changed
previous
name
election.
to like Royal Stanley or something.
I
like
shouldn't
that,
say talking
from
point. It
Royal
was
Hutton. But it was,
they
anyways,
failed to
anybody can look up
acknowledge
my
that there
license,
were inherent
and, like, see
flaws
where I
in
worked.
the current
Because if you work
system.
on Wall Street, I'm curious if
Like they failed
check it
to
out.
Trump.
Go search
Trump
me and
did
see if I'm
acknowledge
still
it. He was like,
licensed,
"Yeah,
one
system's
of
fucked
these
over.
mobbed up
System's fucked."
shops
Like, but
might
I'm the
still
one
be
that's going to
using
fix it,
my
right?
license,
Yeah.
like to-
And the Democrats failed to acknowledge
because
that,
we
and
had,
because of
like,
that, they
80
lost.
brokers and like 11 licenses, and I was like the 12th.
Well, I mean,
So I
among
did
other, like, I I can't say that's the only reason. There's no shortages of failures from the Democratic Party in the last presidential election, but that was definitely a significant one.
And then HuffPost and Politico. Yeah. Okay. So
it's like what people see on a daily basis. They see that the system doesn't benefit them in any way.
What?
It doesn't.
Why'd you go into that? Like, what was it for you?
Like, there's not a tangible benefit to support the system that currently exists.
Back here.
So why not burn it down? Like, what do they have to lose?
and figuring out how to get from.
And again, I don't
one of these
completely
rural
agree with that
places
sentiment. There
to
are
one of these
benefits in the system,
big cities and get a
and I don't
job.
think that tearing it down is the right thing to
Anybody
do.
watching this who has
I
tried
don't
for
think
that,
it'd be
it's a real
beneficial,
challenge.
but
like you don't know anybody, you don't.
it's it's
landscape at
perception
all.
is reality.
So I thought to myself, okay, well, if I go to Maryland,
It doesn't matter whether your
it's
perception is
inside the
accurate or not.
Mhm.
The perception is the
So
reality.
you was at University of Maryland.
University of
I could be
Maryland,
sitting
yeah,
in
I
a
joined
chair
the
with my eyes
public school in
closed
Maryland
and not be
St. Mary's
sleeping.
College for
But if the
undergrad.
perception is that I'm
Um,
sleeping, then that's the
so I was like,
reality.
if I can,
You
if I
think
can
I'm
go
sleeping?
To Maryland for 2 years.
Well, tearing down the Constitution
then
extremely
I will
dangerous.
meet-
Yeah,
then I'll know the world.
I would agree.
And that will give me a
But
shot.
at the same
And my
time-
great aunt Mimi became my newsletter copywriter later.
Well,
She lives in Silver Spring.
Yep.
And they would leave for like 6
a
months. out of the
refusal
year.
to acknowledge that there
She
are
was like, you can house sit for us.
flaws
Like boom, there you go.
that
Like
need to be
loans
addressed
plus
is
house sitting.
is dangerous also.
I can make that work.
Yep.
Because that's basically
so
what the
I-
Democratic
so
Party did.
it was
Is
for
what
public
what I was
policy.
saying.
Mm-hmm.
Like
And
they
then,
failed
yeah,
to
and then from
acknowledge
there I wrote while I
what
was in
so
college,
many
I wrote a
voters were
story
feeling,
about there not
and
being
that
any,
was
acid anywhere.
their life sucks. The system
and
doesn't
it
work for
went
them.
mega viral.
There is no
Like, one of my
like.
most
Why would
viral
we want to
stories ever is at
continue
Slate.
supporting a
Um,
system
just
that does
instead of
not give
assertion,
a
like, there's
shit
no more
about us?
LSD.
Right?
The acid is gone.
And that helped me get a job at the pot place.
I bet it
Like,
did.
So yeah, so that's how I got to the pot place.
Then what makes you get into journalism?
Man, I just want to finish this
So I
mission
kept
so I
doing
can
it on the
get off
side,
here.
and it was the thing.
You liked writing and reporting.
I liked writing and
I'm
reporting. I did a
tired.
freelance piece for the city paper even while I was at MPP.
No.
I just never thought it could be a career.
Right.
Ugh, damn it.
And this is the time of the media apocalypse too. All the print papers are going under.
Mm-hmm.
And my wife had said, like, girlfriend at the time, now wife, had said, you should just do this. You really love it.
Mm-hmm.
It's ridiculous. There's no career in journalism.
Wow.
It's impossible. But then I got fired from MPP, which that's how I left most jobs.
Did you deserve it?
To be honest, I don't know why state governments
no,
aren't doing
actually,
more.
Usually I did.
But to be honest, they
I
don't have
absolutely did
access
not,
to their
at
resources and are
this place.
restricted on manufacturing
And I
due to commerce
called
nexus
Christian.
doctrines, so they legit
Or I emailed
can't do
Christian,
shit.
told him what had happened, and
I don't know
he's like,
anything
"Dude,"
about
he's like, "I'm in
those
Bolivia
commerce restrictions. Like
for the
that's
nation.
out of my
If you
purview,
get down
out of
here,
my academic purview.
You can use my fixer and translator,
Mhm.
driver,
Mm-hmm.
and just come along with us, and then you can try to freelance stories.
I could not
What the hell? And so
tell
I-
you the
I had played
first
tennis with a
thing
Bolivian
about commerce restrictions that would prevent
and so I called the college. Patricia
that would
Lopez.
prevent Ohio from
Yeah,
building
Patty
a
Lopez. I think this was before
some
Facebook
sort
or
of
whatever.
manufacturing plant.
So I called the college.
I have no fucking idea.
And asked for Patty Lopez's.
Pretty much, federal
email.
government can regulate anything
Got it.
economic, which also
Emailed her. I was
means
like,
their local
I
economies.
stay with you in La Paz because it's nice to have the free transportation, but you also need somewhere to stay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you got to admit
She's like,
that some of these industries
live with my
need
parents, but
regulation, though.
sure.
You know?
Damn.
Come on down.
That worked well.
Like awesome, amazing. So
Like the
I
AI
bought,
industry?
a flight within days.
You know what I mean?
And so his
Holy
argument
shit,
was
does that
we
need
should come down
regulated?
here because Evo Morales has called for a major protest,
Mm-hmm.
and he's trying to overthrow the government.
Mm.
And he did, and we were right there for it. Again, speaking of luck, so we went to Cochabamba, and went out into the Chapare, which is the Coca region there, to interview a bunch of, because he comes from the Coca region, interviewed a bunch of people that knew
You know, I
him.
have a. I don't have any
fought back against the drug war
evidence
there.
on hand to prove
And so
this.
then we're in the Cochabamba airport, which
it's just
to fly
from
back to La Paz, because the protest is going to be the next day.
information that I've
And
accumulated.
Look over, and there's Evo Morales.
Over the years,
15 feet away.
Like
from
I
us.
have a.
So, just get to sit down
Sinking,
and have, very
sinking
brief interview
suspicion
Which probably blew your mind.
that
at
the
time.
overwhelming
I was
majority
working- yeah, you're like,
of
grad school.
commerce
playing,
regulations were
in the sense
created
that at the time he was the
in a way
Coca-Cola union president.
to benefit large
head of
corporate
Bolivia.
But here
entities.
you were
Yeah.
face to face.
And I said to Christian, I was like,
into
so this
were
Latin
they
American
to prevent
insurgent
competition from
is about to get on this
smaller
plane
entities.
to fly to La Paz.
That is the
to overthrow
suspicion
the
I have.
government. And we're on his flight. That's a pretty small plane.
I could go a couple ways.
I was like, there are other flights in a couple hours that we could take. And we're like, let's do it.
Let's get back.
CIA's not going to take this plane down, are they? Nah. That flight, by the way, is insane.
But these regulations
because
policy like with the
pause is
ethanol
so high,
manufacturers.
and Cochabamba's
Have to add
low,
X amount of Y due to the
if
federal
you
government
take
seeing so much
off-
changes from admin to admin.
And
They're made to
it's only
prevent
a short
growth
flight,
and
like
only make it
45
where the
minutes or an
government
hour
approve
less.
large entities
You
which feed the
take
government,
off,
which
and then
feed
you land.
the government thrive. Yeah, okay.
There's no
Like
you don't go down.
that was
There's
old.
no
That's
decline.
kind of my suspicion, to be honest with you.
And it was super cloudy, so we're like, why did the plane just stop in the sky?
But again, like I don't have.
Like on top of the world.
What is
I
going
don't
on
have
here?
Weird.
And then we spent the next like 2 or 3 days
immediately
like, and then, like, it
accessible
was this part was
evidence
wild,
to
like,
prove
pitched
that.
street battles. Like I got shot by a rubber bullet.
I'm trying to think.
Tear gas.
I think the first
Christian and I are right
the
by
first
these
hint I
cops,
had
and,
that
like,
that
a
existed
protester threw a brick
was
at,
back
the faces of
when
the cops. And they like the cop
this
blocked
was
it,
back
and
during like the
this
Bush
whole
days when
row of
when
cops, they lift
John
their
Boehner
guns,
was the Speaker of the House.
and we're all like, oh my god.
And
Christian like dives onto the ground.
or no, it was
I, like,
after
turn
he
around and
left.
just start
After he
sprinting,
left
and
government.
I see this like tear gas canister.
So it probably would have
go
been
right next to my elbow.
Obama's second term, maybe.
Which you're not.
I don't remember exactly, but anyway.
Rules are rules. Like you're supposed to shoot into the
Ohio
ground.
was trying to
Um,
pass
someone
legislation to
previously had been
legalize
killed by getting
marijuana,
in the back of the head
the
by
sale of
one.
marijuana, the growth, and whatever.
Someone
However,
was killed the next day, a protester.
even though
and
the
then
vast
president
majority of
left,
people
and they called elections, and
approved
Ava won.
the
Is that
legal
most
use of
dangerous airport
marijuana,
situation you've been in?
the
Yeah, Christian and I also went.
ballot
to
measure
Iraq.
Christian
still
and I
got
together
struck
went
down.
to
It
Iraq,
still
like,
failed.
6 months later.
Not
which
because
was-
the people
I was
didn't
still
support it,
freelancing,
but
and
because this
was-
legislation,
we're in the Kurdish region.
it
We
there was
drove
some
from
language in
Turkey
the
into
legislation
Kurdish
that was
region 'cause
like,
there were no flights.
in order for
The
somebody
airport wasn't
to
open
open
yet.
up
She
a
drove across the
dispensary,
border.
a shop
across the
to
border.
sell
With
the
a
legalized
fixer
marijuana,
driver, or
just a
they
cab
were
we picked
also
up
required by
down the
law
border.
Okay.
with
the
this
scariest
measure
part was
to
because like at the time there were 100,000.
they had to like own
$100,000 price tag on any
a
American
certain amount
that you
of
could get
growth. Like they had to
like,
grow.
Mosul.
They had to have a
most of the
certain
drugs were
amount
going
of.
there are with the government. They're with the military.
I'm trying to think of what it was.
There
Like it was just
very
like a
little
large
military
enough
presence in northern Iraq because the
part of
Kurdish
land
folks had it pretty well locked down.
But in Iraq
to
in
grow
total,
for
yeah, there probably were
themselves.
very few
You know what I mean?
Americans in the
They
Kurdish
couldn't just
region,
open
period.
up a shop and then buy it
yeah.
from
But if you were, like, going to the
a
action,
marijuana
you were
farmer.
like
You
a
know what I
war
mean?
correspondent.
And that was like
We
the
went to, like,
first taste that I
Western
had.
of our
Where I was
province,
like,
Christian had done a bunch.
A lot of times with
these
the military, you have a
fucking
military
laws
escort,
are
basically.
completely
So
meant
this is safe
to
move
keep
around.
Okay.
The risk would
small
be somebody
businesses from
grabbing you and taking
growing,
you to, like,
so that
Mosul
there's
or
no
somewhere else.
competition
Yeah.
between them
and then they sell you to
and the big
whoever
guys.
outside of Iraq.
Fuck commies, we are back.
It's just the
What?
scariest moment when you get to a circle, and like at the circle, it's like
What's up, man?
Mosul this way,
I haven't seen you in here for a while. Welcome back.
Erbil this way.
Okay.
So we go around the circle, and Chris and I are just both like holding our breath. Like,
Yeah, I bet.
there's two of us. There's one of
You
him.
joined at like
Like if
the
you go south on Mosul, we're like
most terrible time,
we're gonna let him know
Mr.
that he
Glock,
made a wrong turn. We gotta
because
make sure that we don't
I
get to
am literally yawning
and he
myself to
goes
death,
past the Mosul exit.
and I'm just trying to make it through this last
Wow.
and go to Erbil.
mission
but
before
they're
I call
there
it
for
a
about
night.
2 weeks, and there was this like low level fear the whole time,
Oh shit! You just now followed me?
where you're like,
What the hell, dude? What the hell,
Because
man?
It's a little disturbing to know how valuable you are.
Yeah, I bet.
You would rather not.
Religion is a lie. Blood and soil is
but
what
we're
it
totally
is all about.
How do you, having been to
Okay.
all of this stuff, like you
How-
were talking
dude,
recently
you
about one
were-
of the things you.
I thought you were like one of the first ones to follow me. Did you unfollow me at some point? What the hell, man? That hurts. That hurts.
When you see particularly attacks on free speech.
Wait a
for
second,
example,
am I at
and you
50
see the
now?
Left then kind of rallying, even though I think both of us would admit, I'll
I
admit
better fucking be at
conservatives have
50.
free speech problems, and you'd probably admit the left has free speech.
If I'm at 50,
problems.
then I won't be as
And you
upset
see the
with you
left
for
kind of
unfollowing
rallying
me.
around the cause of like free speech and the American First Amendment. How do you think about America having seen
Shit, I'll check it
reported
later.
on, written on,
I want to get this mission done so I go to
American
bed.
involvement
Pretty tired.
in all of these different parts of the world.
I go back
but
and forth.
also
You were in my
being
Discord.
somebody
Yeah,
that
I
sees
know.
America
like when I
see
started streaming,
a
you
lens
were
that's
you were
positive
one of the
sometimes
first
in
people to
some
hop
ways.
in here
What's the
and shoot the
balance
shit.
for you? Because there are a
And
lot
then
of
you invited me to the
doers
Discord
on the left
and I
and the right
joined.
now.
And then
but how do you
but
think
that
about
was like, oh
No,
my
yeah, I'm a
god, that
big
was
fan
I
of
want to
First
say
Amendment. That's a
you might be a
that-
socialist but
that
not
is
my
a
type.
genuine like gift, I think, that like
Wait,
the US
not your
is-
type of
is
socialist?
brought. Like,
I don't understand. What do you mean?
Lots of cultures over the generations have had, levels of open debate, but like, America at its best, allowing the worst
Terry
Nazis,
Dactyl.
the
What's
worst
up? Thanks for the
commies
follow, man.
to, like,
I think he means
say
Nazi.
their piece, as long as they're not arguing
Oh.
for,
Nazis
violence
aren't
against
even
one
socialists. What the
particular
hell?
Individual at a particular time. Like,
Holy
that's-
shit.
that's a great
Education's
thing.
important.
That's-
Interesting.
That's worth upholding. The New Deal, its effort to like expand a social safety net to
Nazi
people's
literally means
Medicare, Medicaid,
national
these are all good things.
socialist.
You love the 4th of July.
Love the 4th of
You go
July,
all out.
love, hot dogs, and fireworks.
Would you say you love America?
Literally?
No.
Interesting.
No.
Interesting.
That's encouraging.
I mean, like,
Can you tell me the
I have a link.
what is it?
I have, like, a
What's
link in
the
this.
history of words? Is it entomology?
Or Frederick Douglass.
You got to give me the
Who-
entomology
who
on that.
say- who
How did I
love
not know that?
the values that America claims to stand for. Love those. And
I always
fight for
considered
those.
Nazi a form of
But
authoritarianism.
I don't love it in practice in the way that it bullies people here in the U.S., treats them.
Hitler said
treats
Jews are
many
inherently
people
capitalist.
absolutely horribly, and then around the
In
world.
the Aryan
So,
or
to the
naturally
extent that we're not living up to those
national
values. then
soci- Oh, come on. Okay, we've been over this. The National Socialist
I would say
Workers
you love
Party.
America because
That's
it's
what they
one of the
named
places where
themselves,
those
right?
values are best espoused. And
Is that what they
Frederick
named
Douglass, I
themselves?
think,
The
would
National.
argue that-
So.
what did you call the Declaration
Oh my
of
God! Come on.
Independence, the promise
We've been
note,
over this.
Martin Luther
Just
King-
because they named
Martin Luther King
themselves
Jr. Yeah,
the
yeah,
National
yeah.
Socialist Workers Party
And that's why.
doesn't mean they were friggin'
That's
socialists.
why I would say I do love America. Doesn't mean that
China
like, I guess
calls
I don't see those
themselves
things as
the
mutually exclusive,
People's
but I
Republic
feel
of
like
China. They're not a fucking republic.
Loving America can be loving the values, but I guess the practice. For
Yeah, because you
is
have
to,
the victim
it's
mindset.
too
what?
bad to-
I mean,
When did I ever play the victim?
Can't imagine myself
Hold on
loving a
now.
country, any country. Like, it's just weird. Like, I feel,
Are you an internationalist?
No.
I mean,
Hold on.
I feel like.
When did I ever
in
play the
Christian
victim?
sense, like these,
When
these are
have
all
I
God's
ever
children.
said that I am a victim of anything?
And that we should care equally about everyone.
You've been in here
whether
like
they're
twice.
in
Hold on.
Sudan or Brazil or like Tacoma Park.
Or Tacoma
Shit,
Park.
what am I
You
supposed
said
to do
that,
here?
like maybe not Tacoma Park.
Can I be
but,
socialist for one
yeah.
group and not another?
Yeah, I think that's true. Tell us about the influence
You
that
do you,
your
man.
good Aunt Mimi had on you. You talked
Uh,
about this a little bit. Actually, passed. a
No,
couple years
brother.
ago, a year ago.
No, brother. Let's just define left and
but,
right.
you know,
We can
my
instantly
sense is
squash
that you
this
grew up
argument.
In a house that actually you did talk about politics quite a bit, and it sounds to me like your aunt had an enormous.
So
influence
left of
on
what
you
or
while
right
you
of
were growing
what?
up.
She was a brilliant woman.
Like, am I to the
and,
left
she came up
of MAGA?
at a
Yes,
time when,
absolutely.
at one of her job interviews.
100%.
In the 50s or so, the interviewer was like, "Does your husband know that you're looking for work?" Like that kind of era.
And to be honest with you, like the political spectrum
She's
isn't
got all
even
this
as simple
self-taught
as left or right.
economists, Like she had undergrad education. but
It's
for the
the
most
there's
part,
actually like
self-taught,
it's not
ended up
just a
working
y-axis, it's an x
Bureau of
and
Economic
y-axis.
Analysis, worked with Brookings
Mhm.
for a long time. Actually,
So
totally
even
woman.
even just adhering to left and simply left and
and so
right
that- yeah, she was
is
always,
reductive, and it's only done. The only reason it's done that way is because that is terminology
like,
that the
also
majority
just,
of people
her, like, letting me stay
associate
place
with
and house
it.
at the place.
Can't
But
wait
she's talking
for
about a lot
the
of this
for
stuff.
Z
Yeah, totally.
to be added.
And it was, and she had, and people can read the piece. I think it's called "Remembering Me."
Left means the state owns production of work.
which goes through her crazy. life.
Socialism it
the
means
irony
the people own the means of
asking
production.
if
So
her husband knew
Mhm.
that she was looking for work.
I don't know
He was
why
when they met.
that's this is what I'm saying.
and
Like
was an artist and a chess player. He was
you
never gonna be
can
looking for
both
work. If anyone
communism
was
and
working, it would be her.
socialism are both associated with
But
being on the
hearing their
left.
hearing their stories.
However,
about
communism,
their global travels.
Yeah.
as as
because
it has been implemented
they
or
actually
attempted to
had-
be
they
implemented in
ended
the
up- the
past,
reason that they would be,
the state has had full control
I guess I can tell real quick
over
story, but-
the means of production, even though it wasn't
so
intended to
her
be in that way.
grandfather
Socialism is the workers
was
owning the
a
means
breaker
of
boy in
production.
mines in Hazleton, Pennsylvania.
So when you say the left means
So
state
what the
owns
breaker
production of
boy,
work
that's
and
like when you're
property.
10 years old.
And again,
the
socialism,
coal comes out of the mine on
it's
the conveyor
still,
belt,
even socialism
and
still allows
boys are
for
too little
the,
to go in
the
the
ownership
mine,
of property
so
and the
give them a big
accumulation
hammer,
of wealth for
and
its
they
workers.
just all day long just hammer away at the coal, and to break it into smaller pieces that can then be sold. So he was
Fuck,
a
let
breaker
me
boy.
figure out
He
how the
went
fuck
back
do I
to
fix
school
this?
at like 16, and he then became fabulously rich. Hazleton, Pennsylvania, and that whole region, I think at the time was like basically the Saudi Arabia of the planet. Like there was more money in like Northeast Pennsylvania.
Fuck, how do I fix this
than
stupid thing?
basically
God
anywhere
damn
in
it.
the world.
I mean, you see it in downtown Pittsburgh today, those buildings from that time period.
Yeah,
Socialism
and
in
so
5 on the compass.
He invented
State of
what's
blah,
called
blah,
a
blah.
rivetless chain.
Interesting.
Nazis are
Which,
fine
as
with
far as
that,
I
dude.
understand, it's
I don't
basically
give
like
a
a
fuck
change.
what the
It's
Nazis
just
thought
called,
about
like,
their. I
we
don't
got a
really
chain,
care
it's
about
got
their
an old-fashioned
economics.
look.
Like
Yeah.
that
and
is
he patented it,
that is the
and then created a
that
company
is
out of it,
absolutely
and,
insignificant when having
like,
a conversation about Nazis.
He worked at the
Like
penthouse office.
that
the
should not
tallest building
ever
in
be the
Hazleton.
focus of a.
His son got into.
Like if we
his
want to
son
talk
was, like,
about the
also
flaws of
insanely successful,
Nazism,
so that's his.
like the economic
the wealth was
aspect
passed
should
down to
never
him, and he
even
did
be
quite
a
well
part
with
of
it.
that conversation.
And so she grew up in the big, like one of the biggest houses, like in downtown Hazleton.
That is
with her father
absolutely
working in the
insignificant.
penthouse office.
Their
three daughters. They all went to college.
Their
Very-
economic
so my
policies
grandmother and, her
are
and,
absolutely
her sister,
insignificant
very unusual at the time that
in the
three women back then
in the
would
harm
go
they
to
caused to the
four-year
world.
college.
Yeah.
And then when he was very old, her father, which would have been my great grandfather.
That's my point. He doesn't know how horseshoe
married,
theory
like,
is.
a secretary, and that was it. So all the
Yeah,
money,
yeah. You become so right wing, you start
went
taking
to
on left wing
her.
ideologies. You become so
The
left wing, you start
three
become
ladies got-
start taking
they got
on
two
right
things.
wing
They got a
ideologies.
cottage
It's
on the
bullshit,
Eastern
by the
Shore.
way.
Wow.
It's
Which is basically
interesting.
how we wound up on the Eastern Shore.
Because
which my
it
grandmother
happens.
squatted, and I didn't.
It
Realize
appears
that
to happen.
My aunt Mimi told me later. She's like, "Oh yeah, that wasn't your grandmother's house.
Wow.
She just moved into it.
She just took it.
Just took it."
But again,
And
it's
she's
not
like,
as
"Well, you can
simple as
visit."
just
Mimi's like, "That's not."
you
really
become so left wing, you turn right wing. It's just it's
Fine
not
here
that
for this
simple.
place. Which my grand anyway, she and her husband drank an enormous amount in that house, in that cottage, and I spent a lot of time in that cottage.
Hold on.
On the Eastern Shore.
So,
growing up,
the
watching
single
them
flaw
go wild
of the Nazi Party was that they chose who
and
had the right to property,
Mimi didn't
production,
visit a ton
and
because
ultimately life.
Why would I leave?
That's
going
left wing
on?
extremism.
And
No, it's not,
they-
actually.
So their rich father had helped them.
It is absolutely not.
build
You
a
are
a house
unimaginably
sold in, like, the
misinformed.
60s, early 60s.
No way.
In the British Virgin Islands.
What?
The Nazi
near-
Party is right-wing authoritarianism.
And, on Cooper Island, they were like the first house built.
That is
so
absolutely
that's
not
where they would
true.
go in the winter. And that's
Okay.
why they needed a house sitter.
Right.
So those were the two remnants of wealth. And so I also think about that sometimes when it comes to.
But I mean,
economic
it's
privilege.
cool.
So
Like
even though my own direct.
it's cool that there's like
experience
you know
was
enough
growing
people
up
that think
with
that because like it gives
and the whole thing,
it gives
the
us a good
legacy of
idea
the wealth
of
that my
where
family had way back
the flaw in our
benefited
education
me in the
system
sense
is.
that I got this,
like
not only were my
it gives a
wasn't
better
surrounded by
idea of
well-educated women,
like
but
how important
the house
civic
opportunity wouldn't have
engagement
been there
is
if
and
they
the
weren't
fact that the education system
in the Virgin Islands in the winter.
I want to say it was like in the 80s or 90s they started removing
so anyway,
civic
so
education
and I always
from
had
the
this,
public
like,
school
awareness.
curriculum.
I had this like rich great grandfather.
Yeah.
He would send us oranges every Christmas, which was like a real like.
He doesn't see it. KOL.
Yes.
LOL.
He died when I was 10 or 11 or something like that. I barely have any memory of him.
So,
but I do remember.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing.
This big
like
fight.
this is not
turns out
me as
nobody's
a
gonna
random
This is, like,
person on
actually
Twitch
eerie,
that has
because
like
I
two
also
people
have a
watch
rich
my shit every once in a while
and-
saying
He was
that
an electrician. And
Nazism is
in
right-wing
Georgetown,
authoritarianism.
when Georgetown used to be kind of a slum.
These are
and then
people
built an electrical
who
company.
study
and yeah, anyway, so also a cottage was inherited.
political science,
kind of. So anyway,
academics,
there's some
people that
interesting
have
stuff going
spent
on
their
there, but,
entire life dedicated
hearing
towards the
about
study
story of your great
of
aunt
governments,
makes me connect with what you said earlier
politics.
on boomers and Gen
They
X,
have
which is that it sounds to
PhDs
me like
in this field
your
of
great
study.
auntie was one of the boomers
They're the
who
ones that
didn't sell
fucking
out.
say it's right-wing authoritarianism.
That's true.
And you saw,
Like, my opinion
maybe
doesn't
you
really
didn't
fucking
finish
matter.
those thoughts,
Your
but-
opinion doesn't
Really?
fucking matter.
But you didn't sell out.
Right.
You know, she,
Like, if
that's interesting. That like
if
you
I'm gonna
saw
take
that
the
example, like,
advice of
And my mom
if I need medical advice,
She was a hippie who stayed.
I'm going to defer to somebody
Was she upset
who
when you
has
Dad didn't
a
sell out either.
who has a PhD in that field.
And doing drugs, or did
Oh,
they
so
not
you're
care
a
at all?
moron?
No, they did not like that.
They didn't.
No.
Yeah,
Did you like it
actually,
that they didn't like it?
compared to people who have PhDs in this field, absolutely, I'm a moron.
Okay,
Absolutely.
So as we're winding this down, are you
And
surprised? Like, do you think
I
Little
don't
Angren
think that you should be
and,
afraid to admit the
I
same
don't know,
thing.
Whenever like 5th grade or whatever, or even Brian Grimm at 18.
Like,
would you be surprised by Brian Grimm in
reducing the
2025?
conversation
I'd be happy. I'd say
to
that.
insults,
Because I always
like
loved
calling me a moron
And I always-
because I point out the fact
I always wrote
that
you know,
people
even
who
when I wasn't
study
getting paid
this
for it.
as
So,
their
like,
career
the fact that I've gotten to write books and
have said that Nazism
live
is
that life
right-wing
is,
authoritarianism. Like, I present that information, and then your response is to
Last question.
return with insults.
That's true. He'd
Um,
probably be horrified
as
by that.
opposed to, you know, presenting some
last
sort of,
question,
you know, some sort of
you are
information,
definitely, like, even just
like
talking
legitimate
about how you talk a
information
lot about
otherwise,
family.
shows that
And
you
how do you
actually
think
have no
about,
argument.
Like, as a leftist, how do you think about families, social network support systems outside of just the government? Like, do you think
Oh
Erica
my
Cook,
God,
for
holy
example,
fuck.
a couple weeks ago,
Is it-
got in
okay,
trouble for saying,
where's your
I got in trouble,
information?
Generally
You
Hopkins
came in
for
here
saying that
and
young
you
women
said it was
submitting to
left
the
wing.
government
Where is your
as a
information?
husband. And this, you know,
Mm-hmm.
If
it's
I have to
actually, like,
present
controversial,
information
of course,
because of
people
something
should
that I
debate
said,
that. But just as
then
a
you
kind
should
of
hold
entry point is
yourself
how
to
you
that
think
same standard.
as somebody
So
who,
where is your
who
information?
thinks about family law and
You were
has
trying to
probably a bigger
prove to
family than
me
a lot of people on the left, especially in like
that
media
Nazism
circles.
is
How do you
left-wing socialism,
Yeah, I mean, I think people, I think
and I'm
that
requesting
the family,
evidence from you. Give me a
the
source.
family
Give me
becoming
a
this, like,
source that says that.
right-coded
Give me a
reactionary
source.
Thing,
Right.
I think is
Actually,
really
no, dude.
unfortunate.
Fuck, man. I was supposed to be done like 30
family,
minutes ago.
Extended family and community.
Ask Liberty. I said I
generally are
wanted
the
to get off here like
antidote
30 minutes ago.
to,
I'm almost done.
I think a lot of the
But yeah, I am
misery-
still in your Discord. I
So
am
do
still in
you think
Discord,
there-
but I am almost done
Do you
streaming for
think
the
that's
next. I'm
starting
fucking
with,
tired.
like, Betty Friedan, or do you think that's
I mean,
like you don't think it's a necessary outcome of leftism?
No,
to
because
be...
I think capitalism has done it everywhere in the world.
Mhm.
That it has been everywhere you've had a, you know, capitalistic development.
All I want to do is just activate this
um,
goddamn robot so
you
I can
see,
get out of
you
here.
see families fall apart, like, and that's in countries. You see a little.
Your
I
rebuttal
will
is
acknowledge
nuh-uh.
You see it a little bit less in Latin
Dude,
America.
that's exactly what your rebuttal was.
Catholic.
More Catholic.
What the fuck, man?
Tradition.
Dude,
so
hold
it's
your
not-
hold
so,
yourself
like,
to the
degrees
same
which
standard
capitalism
that you
can
hold
destroy the
everyone else
family
to.
Can be influenced by culture.
Right.
But I think
God damn it.
the U.S. Was
Like,
always set up
and
to
don't
be
don't be
destroyed because we
afraid to
are,
admit
we have
that
this, like, you know, Puritan work ethic thing.
you
where
just
we
enjoy
are
authoritarianism. Like you enjoy, you
hyper-
like the system that is in
you know,
place right now.
if, you know, capitalism
I just
created
work here.
basically by the English.
Like, don't be afraid to admit
you know,
that.
depending on how you want to argue it, and
It's
it has this,
okay. Like, you don't
vicious
have to make
element to it.
excuses for yourself.
And the U.S. was always going to be a ripe place for that to flourish in its
Like, if you
in its-
like
in its nastiest
Nazism,
way. And
like,
so
you
some
don't
places,
have to
like France
pretend
or
that it's
or Latin America
a
that have
left-wing socialism
some
in order for you to like it. You don't
cultural
have to do that anymore.
immunity against its destructive
It's
capacity.
not necessary. You don't
it's gonna
have
be
to
harder
hide.
for capitalism to wreck families there, but I don't think it has anything to do with like the degree to which the feminist movement
fuck, how do I
you
do
know,
this? What
gains
fucking
purchase. I think
quest
it's
is
more
this?
about just how much the individual is venerated in a society, and in the U.S. the individual is everything. and that's not because of feminism. That predates feminism. And if that's how you want to organize society, then the family is just gonna have to be destroyed.
Okay, Norway, Sweden, capitalisms or is that capitalism or democratic socialism?
That's capitalism. Yeah, it's good that like that there's some buffer
This
against
motherfucker
it,
needs more
like,
dynamo cores. God
economically,
damn it.
but that's still capitalism.
So you want a democratic socialism?
If you're still on my
that goes
Discord, we can
for
chat about this later in a big E.
Norway
Just look at my profile. It'll
those
have
kind of Scandinavian
RWDS and chill. RWDS.
Yeah, I don't know,
Oh, is that
I'm not-
rewards?
I don't know what has worked. I see.
I
nothing.
hate all leftist parties, mate,
This is a whole
especially the
argument against
Nazis
nihilism,
and
right?
the
That
fascists.
was
Well,
the point of this.
again,
I mean-
you're
Like,
misinformed
fall into
because
Bukowski.
fascism
That's
is
what I'm
right-wing
saying.
I don't know,
authoritarianism.
but point to a model. I mean,
I know, like,
China.
I know it conflicts
has
with
this-
everything
has
that
the
you've been
Confucian,
taught,
cultural,
or everything you've been led to
mentality,
believe up until this point.
and
Like,
ethos, which
I get that. Like, I understand that
buffer
like
against
cognitive
their state
dissonance is like
capitalism,
exceptionally hard to overcome,
destroying
and
families.
like.
So, you know,
I know
so,
that
I
the
don't know,
the
maybe
instinct
we
is
need more
to
Confucianism.
push back
I also studied that
on information that
Oh,
conflicts
Same
with
for
something that is a core part of your identity. I get that, and it
Henry
sucks.
Rosemont, who was the
But you're
Chomsky
fucking wrong.
protege.
This has been an incredible ride. We went in so many directions, and I could
And
actually.
but I got no solutions.
I could keep doing this for hours, and I'm sure many other people would like to hear more for hours. So maybe we'll do it again sometime.
Thank you for having me on.
Yes, my pleasure, my honor. I've always wanted to do that actually, so that was truly that was awesome. Hope everybody's having a great holiday season, a great Christmas. We don't know when exactly this is going to air. Maybe it'll be closer to the New Year. So we hope you're
Happy New Year.
Yeah, happy New Year.
3 years.
Thanks for
These 3
tuning
years.
in. Throw us a subscribe.
Oh, there we go. Now I
over at
fucked up. Okay.
breakingpoints.com. You can get a premium
Sorry.
membership.
I like that.
You know,
I said I'm sorry. I'm sorry if the information conflicts with your with your current perception, and your response is nah, you. No, you. That's hilarious. You.
Escalating his attacks on democracy. He's using federal power.
I'm sorry if facts hurt you.
Well, Illinois Governor
That's
J.B.
great.
Pritzker, he's emerged as one of the strongest Democratic leaders standing up to Trump, from pushing back against federal overreach to protecting his state's rights. J.B. Pritzker has shown what real resistance looks like when the pressure is on. Today, Governor Pritzker joins us to explain how Democratic governors can confront Trump's abuses.
At least I'm
What
not
he is doing
melting
right now.
your
What
brain.
Democrats must
Dude,
all
Liberty,
do
you
right
have
now
melted my
to
brain
win
on
the
occasion.
critical
You absolutely have.
But before we get into any of that, subscribe to this channel to stay informed about how you can defend democracy. Governor J.B. Pritzker, welcome back to Defending Democracy.
Great to see you, Mark.
You know, I think about you a
But
lot.
to be fair, I don't think you ever did it intentionally. I don't think you ever did it as a
democracy in
as a
really
method of rage baiting.
It's not even figurative. But I was reflecting on when you first ran for governor, and I think when you got elected, everyone thought that
AKA
what you would
subs.
become known for, they hoped you would become known for, was
Dude.
dealing with the state of Illinois'.
I think I might go to
sort of
Subway tomorrow.
historic problems you inherited.
I haven't
in
had
its budget, and I was reflecting on this. That actually
one of their turkey subs in a
you
while.
then
That actually sounds pretty
became
good.
known as a governor who had to lead a very large and diverse state through COVID. And
I heard.
then you turned
I just
into
know stuff and
having
things.
to be
I heard. I don't know if
literally
this
like
is
a
true or
full-time
not.
warrior for democracy, because
I heard
because Donald Trump was targeting your
that
state, was targeting your cities, was
they don't even
you know,
Subway
deploying
doesn't even
federal
consider their bread to be actual bread
threatening the
because of
military.
how much
All
sugar
of
they
this
put in
stuff.
it.
So I'm just curious.
Like it's
when
actually
you look
classified
back,
as
and I know you're
like
running for
cake
re-election,
or
so you're
something
not
like that.
done.
I don't know
When
if
you
that's
look
true or
back
not.
Sort of so far, how do you rank these various challenges that you have faced?
I know you
and
rock
are we right to
a-
think of you now primarily through the
Also,
lens of someone
what?
who has tackled the democracy
Fuck
issues? Or is
Palestine.
that given
Oh,
short shrift
Palestine
maybe to
and
the
Israel.
Well, I don't want to make light of anything that you just said, but
Dude,
I was
like
sitting
honestly,
with my
dude,
chief
are
of
you just
staff
like a fucking
maybe a
racist,
month
man? Like
ago,
what the fuck, dude?
and we were
Like, are you just like anti
musing
anything that's
about,
not like
the last 7 years that I've been in
born
office
here,
that
white
she's been with me
American?
the whole
Honestly,
time.
like, is that what it
and
is?
How many months, we asked each other, have we had precedented times? We were, I don't know, smiling and maybe joking about it. No joke.
Like, what
we
the fuck,
counted
man?
7, possibly 8 months of my 83 months in office.
Like,
Where we've had precedented times. Everything else has been.
I'm not
truly a crisis.
one
I
to
came into a
tolerate
budget
like
crisis, as you-
unapologetic
as
bigotry.
you
I'm not.
imply, we've balanced the budget. 7
Bro
years
is
in a
so
row,
thick.
and
He
10
just
credit
called you
upgrades
racist
more-
for
more
not
than
picking
any
a
other
side.
state in the last 25 years, and rainy day fund that didn't exist.
Yeah, one is genocidal, the
That
other's
was my
not. Like,
first
there's
crisis.
no, there's
That
no
was my
question
first year
here.
in office, and then right
So
into
the only
COVID
reason to
crisis,
hate both of
and then
them
right into the
is
migrant
like, what is the
crisis.
common
Right, I
thread
forgot-
that
that's
ties
right, I
those
forgot
two
because
together?
the Texas governor was
It's
was
the fact that they're
was
not
sending
white
tens of
Christian
thousands. We end
Americans.
up
Like, that's
50
literally
plus
it.
thousand,
That's
being
the
sent to
only
Chicago,
thing
and frankly,
that those two
some cities, that received them
societies,
from
cultures,
Texas put them right
have in
back on the
common.
bus and tried to send them to Chicago.
One is genocidal,
from
the other's
their
not. So
cities.
like, what else do I have to go
shall
on?
Remain nameless for the moment. But
Like,
suffice
I
to
just
say
I
that,
don't
you know,
agree with that
migrant
mentality.
crisis.
I
And
don't.
then now I don't know what we're.
I don't
calling
agree with the mentality of just like,
the Trump crisis.
they're not
and what we're
fucking
having to
both.
deal
Like,
with.
it's
So, and
it's
the
short-sighted.
attack
It's
by
ignorant.
CBP and ICE
It's
and-
like
and
it's
everything
so
else, the attack on the
unempathetic.
state budget on Medicaid and
Like, I
SNAP
don't
and
have the
everything
patience for that.
Yeah, it's been it's been quite a ride. Some people want to know why on earth would you run for re-election? Maybe it's I'm searching for precedented months in office. But we really, I think, when I think back, I think all of it has sort of, each one has prepared me to some degree for the next. And I feel now like I'm not expecting any precedented months. Everything's going to be.
And like, honestly, like, I'm actually kind of sick of the.
Honestly, to protect the people of
I'm kind of sick of like the bullshit excuses to where.
Donald Trump.
Oh, I'm not racist. I just hate both of them. Like, we know that that's bullshit. Like, we know it. Like, you're not fooling anyone.
With taking
When
some
someone
of the most
says that, like,
entrepreneurial people in our country, and
it
people who
doesn't
are,
work anymore.
Law-abiding and holding down jobs and paying taxes and have been here for decades sometimes, and throwing them out of the country rather than finding some path for them to stay.
Like, you
I'm,
either
ready,
you
willing,
either
and able to
believe that
fight,
humans
and,
have a right to exist and not be
I'll
bombed out of
continue fighting.
existence.
I wish we didn't have to live
or
every
or
day,
you're okay with it.
Like it's
there is no middle ground. There is no side here.
America, but that
like,
is
and the only reason to
you
think
have
that it is
become
okay,
really one of the
to
leading
either
voices
like
in the fight for
be at least be accepting of it,
And
or
it permeates.
or
I've
not
noticed
even
this
care
as I
that it's
listen to you
happening,
talk about
is
all
either
kinds
an
of things. It
overwhelming
permeates your language.
sense
I mean,
of like
I had you
an
on,
overwhelming
a few
lack
months
of
ago, and
empathy,
I noted that during
or
there was a budget address.
an active feeling of bigotry.
To I think the
Like that's
legislature,
really
you,
it.
You talked about the crisis of democracy, and obviously with everything Donald Trump has done and the administration has done to target your state, it makes sense that you talk about it. But it feels like it is, to use a good phrase, it's in your kitschkas, like it is like it feels very authentic to you. And did you know that when you were coming in as governor initially?
Oh my
like,
God,
was
I
that
hate this fucking
always
mission.
part of your plan, or is this just like this has what the moment has called upon, and you've decided that you're going to be a leader in it, and that's how you came to it?
It's definitely
I'll be honest,
not.
I think all of us, when faced with
What?
a crisis, and people are faced with crises all the time. When I was growing up, my mother was an
Yeah,
alcoholic.
Hitler's religiosity doesn't fucking matter. Like, that is so absolutely
I had to find
inconsequential.
within myself, some
That has absolutely no
capability
bearing
that
on
I
their
didn't already
actions.
have, or figure it out. So I think that all of us, faced
certain
with
people,
a crisis, right?
again,
you're having
subs?
to dig deep for how am
I'm
I
too
going
old to know what the fuck you
overcome
mean
this
by that.
crisis?
Like,
And,
you say
what
subs,
do
I
have
I
in me,
honestly
or
think of
who
Subway.
Can I go ask for help from and learn from? And so all I can say is that
Subhuman?
I
You mean
think
subhuman?
There is something about being Jewish, something about going to Sunday school.
Like,
and I
explain
used
to me
joke
what
that,
you mean by subs.
That every Sunday we would watch a Holocaust film. It's not true, but it felt like that sometimes.
Well, you're in my generation. It actually was pretty true. Like honestly, like it was very much true.
And I think that when you grow up feeling like the world could come crashing down, possibly during your lifetime or maybe at any minute, that you you know, you're maybe ready for anything, or at least thinking that you need to start thinking all the time about what's next. I didn't have any idea, that, you know, and wasn't
human.
prepared, no, for the idea that
Okay.
defending democracy. I mean, you don't grow up thinking that the established
All right.
rule of law is going to be challenged by a frankly
Sounds-
unlawful,
I don't
felonious
know.
president of the United
I don't know.
States.
It doesn't matter.
You know, even presidents I didn't vote for or didn't think much of were people who
I don't think-
believed in the Constitution and would protect people even if
I
they
don't
didn't
think it's a
belong to
matter
their own
of
political
when it comes to Israel
Yeah,
Palestine. I
think
don't
back
think
on
it's a
everybody
matter
who
of
served
choosing
in my
sides.
lifetime,
Like,
and I really think every one
are
of them was
you
a
are you
patriot
okay
and
with
passionate.
the
Again,
indiscriminate
disagreed
bombing
with the war they got us
of
into,
tens
vehemently
and
so,
thousands of
the way that they treated poor people
you know,
versus rich
civilians,
people,
or are you okay with it, or are you not? Like, that's
attacked
literally it.
working people. So,
Like, religion has
you know,
absolutely no
but
bearing
never have I felt like
on
this,
the
where literally
on the basis of the
Constitution
conversation.
is at stake here. The future of the country, that we could somehow become an authoritarian regime, never crossed my mind. Shouldn't say that. It did cross my mind, but I never really thought that there would be a president of the United States who was fomenting it. That's what I never thought of. I'll tell you, I did think though, and I do think I built or I led the building of a Holocaust museum here in Illinois with Holocaust survivors. And you know, when you walk through the museum, you get to a point in the chronology in Germany and in Europe when you can feel things turning, when laws are being passed in what Germany had been a democracy. And there had been people, members of the Knesset, you know, leaders in society who were Jewish, who were
Not the Knesset, you mean the Reichstag.
What did I say? Yeah, I apologize. Yeah, the Reichstag. You know, who felt, you know, safe, you know, and were part
God
of
damn
the
it.
structure, of the
Da-da-da.
institutions.
Yeah, I don't care about any of them.
Who all of a sudden came under
They are not
attack
my
and
people,
became
dude.
known,
We're all people.
because
Like, that's
of
what I
the
don't fucking get. Like, where?
Nazis
At what
immigrants.
point?
They
I gotta
started
ask this. Like,
labeling
I'm
people as
being
immigrants.
like.
That was the first.
At what
attack on
point
people was they're not one
in
of us,
your
they're
life
even
did
if
it
those people had
click
lived in
where you're
Germany
like,
for
you know what? I
generations,
don't fucking care about other
often
people.
have said
You know,
to
like,
people that, you
at
know,
what point did you
one of the reasons we
recognize
have
that
a Holocaust museum in the
you
middle
had
of the United
absolutely
States in
no
Illinois,
empathy,
in Skokie, Illinois, is because we are
empathy
trying
to
remind people that
towards
hatred
anyone
and
else?
bigotry
Like,
can lead to
when like, try to think back. Like, when was the first instance where you thought,
and
I literally
yes,
don't
that could
care
happen in the United
about the
States.
well-being of anyone else?
That's the long-winded answer to your question. You know, did I ever think, you know, or do I, you know, was I prepared?
I don't care
for
about
the
certain
idea
people.
that we'd be
Okay,
fighting for democracy?
and
I
who are
wasn't
what?
really prepared,
What
but
it certain
maybe I
define
was.
define
I didn't
certain
know.
people?
Just
Like,
as an aside,
which certain people?
I assume the reason why you picked Skokie is because that was the site of a famous Nazi march where there were large numbers of.
Like, when you say certain people, I still have no idea who you're talking about.
Court case that came out of it, is that why you chose? As someone who's not from the middle of the country, from the East Coast, that's what I know about Skokie, Illinois. Is that why you chose?
And
Yes,
as a
I mean,
follow-up
the Holocaust
question,
survivors, who, many of whom lived
and
in
as a
Skokie,
follow-up
was
question,
the largest population of Holocaust survivors
which
outside of
certain
state.
people are you referring
Is that
to?
why the Nazis chose Skokie?
It
Why?
is. That's why they chose Skokie.
Why
but
does
just
the?
as a matter of history,
Why
and
does it
interesting
stop
side note, they
at
never
certain
did
people?
march,
Like,
even though they got permission. They
why is it
never
you're
marched
okay
in
with
Skokie.
the
They were too
oppression
afraid, as it
of
turned
some
out,
people
because
but
they
not
were
others?
told
Like,
this history is now
why does your
anyway.
standard,
They were told by the
your
FBI
standard for humanity?
that, just so you know,
Why is
people
it
in
cut
Skokie
off
have armed
between some people and others? Like, why does it not
there are
extend
survivors that,
to
you know, may
humanity
be
as a whole?
willing
You know what I mean?
to, you know,
That would be my follow-up question.
And so you may not want to march in Skokie. And so they ended up picking another location in the Chicago area. And they marched. It was, I think, less than 20 of them who marched. And there were something like 2,000 people who showed up. I can't remember the number, but thousands.
But still, what do
showed
you
up to
what?
protest?
You keep cutting out. Oh, sorry.
The neo-Nazis when they did march.
What do you mean by so?
they
Who
never
are the certain
marched
people?
in
Which
Skokie.
which certain people? Like, define this.
so
Give me an
the-
idea so
on
I
the
can picture in my
question
mind
of Donald Trump
which certain people that you do not.
being governor. You
Goodness,
obviously
will I
have
ain't helping
a
you?
lot of interactions with the federal government.
Yeah.
The states and the federal government.
That makes
I
sense.
assume partner on all kinds of things, Medicaid, FEMA. You're going to tell me that it's like a very long, a very health, maybe. Who knows? We all see how he treats you in public.
Like, dude, like you don't.
He's threatened.
The way this country is today.
He's called you all kinds of names.
Like, you don't have to dance around words anymore.
We've seen all of that. Like, does that affect your ability to be?
So, like.
Does it boil down to
really I'm asking you to specify which certain people. Like you said it. You said certain people. Which certain people?
But I founded Democracy Docket in 2020 to cover the fights for voting rights.
Bro literally thinks he's going to bait you
across the country, and boy, there are more now than ever.
Dude, what grade are you in?
As Republicans amp up attacks on free and fair elections,
it's spelled B-A-I-T.
You have access to the news and information that matters to you.
So I think it's funny that in the same sentence that you accuse me of being low IQ, you misspelled the word bait, like fishing bait. You spelled it like the last half of masturbate. Like, nice. I like that.
No, I mean he's doing this to many states all at once. The things that he's doing to
people that take more from society.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think he always
is
looking for some way to jab at.
Okay.
He doesn't listen. This is a man who forget about me. He has hated Chicago for many, many years. Even though he built a hotel here.
So that means.
Is that right?
That means
he has
like.
had animus towards Chicago
for many years. Yeah,
you should you should hate me also.
I mean, he has called Chicago names for a long time, and now
like,
he just includes
based
me
on that.
In the attack. I'm not sure exactly why.
Category.
I mean, there are a lot of people.
I do.
Critical
Well, dude, I'm not even
but,
fucking talking to you. Shut up, kid.
I'd like
you know
to
what?
think I've been an effective warrior against him.
Take a fucking break.
But what's
get a day off.
Is, just
so,
by way of history, when I ran for governor in 2018. I regularly
two messages being mod checked. Probably for good reason.
I ran ads.
So
I started every speech, with the same line. I would say.
Now here's the.
Everything we care about
also a bit drunk. Sorry for my misspellings. No, not you. It was the person that joined around the same time you did.
Local silent partner.
The child that's misspelled bait. So anyway.
And he was like
I spent
fawning all over
10 years
at the White House, which was strange.
In the military.
And then
I was medically retired.
I called him when COVID hit
because it fucked up my legs.
With ventilators and N95.
Now I receive VA benefits, and I am going to school using my GI Bill.
A lot of other people that
right.
were going to die, and
so by your definition of hating people that take more from society than they give back,
Peter Navarro,
then I would fall under that same category.
People are like, the second Trump administration is so much worse. They're so much less serious. Like
he was just flooding the chat. Like I'm trying to have a conversation with you, and he keeps answering for you. It's fucking annoying.
I needed the equipment.
And plus he accused.
March of 2020.
Like I can't
so I
stand.
Got on the phone and he said, "Well, the president says I should, see what I can do."
I think what
you.
sent me over the edge with him, not the fact that he was just being a douche. Like that was already getting on my nerves. But then in the very same sentence that he accused me of being low IQ, he misspelled bait. Like if you're going to have an argument, if you're going to try to have like a if you're going to make like
I'll send it to you
if you're going to present
go on the Sunday shows
your perception, like your viewpoint.
And of course I was
then at least do so in a way without being insulting. That's what I expect, right? Like that's my intention here. Okay. Right.
And then I said, well, how fast can you send it? And he said, you can send it in Trump time.
So, and besides, it's just a day.
And I said Trump time.
He can
Oh, I know. I remember.
Take a break.
That sounds really fast.
He can come back in here next time.
And
next time I'm on.
Yeah, we can probably get
give him time to think about his decision to resort to insults while simultaneously being incapable of spelling a 4-letter word. So anyway,
and some surgical
he was also part of the discussion. That was never my definition. That was the other guy's. Okay, so what is your definition then? Because all I was getting was responses from him. He was answering for you.
say nice things if they sent me what I needed.
And I couldn't get.
They didn't, and so
I couldn't get an answer out of you.
We didn't, so.
And if you did, I missed it
one
because
example of Donald Trump not living up to.
It's focused on his
agreements that he makes.
nonsense.
So people often ask me, why don't you just go make a deal with the president? Because he doesn't live up to any of his deals. In fact, historically, for the years that he was in business, he would make agreements with people, and then when he would break the agreement, he would also turn around and sue the person that he broke the agreement with, so as to make it impossible for them to recover from
Oh wait!
him.
Oh man, I completely
And
missed this
so
one.
It's not like he's changed at all. This is the same man. So
Where is it? Where is it? What do you say? What do you
so
say?
that's kind of the world that we're living in with Donald Trump today.
So let me give you my hypothesis to answer your question and get your reaction. I've spent a lot of time.
Oh yeah, dude, he was just being really insulting from the beginning.
Aspiring and office holders.
Oh, he like
I've
started
spent a
off
lot of time
like I'm looking back on it now, like
senators, members of Congress, governors, attorneys
he
general,
was
state
on that
legislators,
insulting path like
presidents,
right
I've
away.
seen
Okay,
them
yeah,
all.
I don't have
And
time for that bullshit.
the
What's the
most
question again? Okay,
defining
so
distinction
this is actually going to be my last question. I meant to get off here like 45 minutes
that
ago.
there are most politicians, by the way, like most of us.
So the claim
like,
was,
we want to keep our job.
from my
keeping
understanding,
our job is like thing number one. But there are a
that
handful of
you
politicians
only
who
hate
we-
certain
who
people. So
honestly,
my
they just are
question
very calm. Like,
was,
they don't,
what
they-
certain people?
They want to
Like,
do the right thing
what
for
is
their
your
constituents, but they don't
like?
need the job.
I don't
You know,
know
like, they don't need the money. They don't need
how
the
your
prestige,
separation
they-
of
they
certain
don't
people
need
exists.
the
And
accolades. Like they just
his
like, don't need it.
response
I'll
was
give you a
that
good example.
you meant
Bob
people who
Kerrey,
take more
the former senator
from society than they
when you
give,
interact
right?
with Bob Kerrey, you just knew
That's
that
what
this
he
guy
said.
had
So if that wasn't your answer, then I'm
and,
interested
like,
in what
he
your
just
answer
wasn't
is.
afraid. He didn't emanate that baseline.
Insulting
fear
or just saying
most
how
politicians have,
left,
that,
no,
like,
left and right.
they
No,
say
no,
the
no.
wrong
Here.
thing,
Oh
they
my
may
God.
get criticized, they may get attacked, things could go sideways, and you are one of the rare people.
Right off the bat.
also
Oh,
has
so
that
you're a
just kind of,
moron.
like, I think Donald
Like that
Trump
was pretty quick.
understands he can't actually.
That was pretty early into the conversation.
Threaten you into
Oh, so you're a
submission,
moron. There's
you
that.
into
Let's see what
submission.
else.
It's not like he's gonna prevent you.
Just
it's not
ignores
like
all
if you
information because
go
he's
after
clueless.
this job,
So
like, you'll
okay,
be
well,
kept
I mean
off
that's not
boards of
really
directors, and
whatever.
you'll,
I don't
like,
really
be
care
like,
about
what am I
that. It
gonna
just
do with
kind
the
of
rest
it
of
just
my
kind of
life? Like,
adds
you know what I mean?
another
Like, you
straw
just,
to
like,
the camel's back, I guess.
Are to use an old phrase, you're like unbought and
Da-da-da.
unbossed. Fundamentally, what's Donald Trump
Where
gonna
else?
do
Where
to you
else?
that's going to make you intimidated? And so I think it rattles him. I think he is so transactional and he is so used to being able to either flatter people.
He knows the word
into
ignorant, but
or
can't
threaten
fathom
them
the
into
hypocrisy.
That because there is.
No,
this,
plus he was just
he's a
flooding the
very
chat. Like,
insecure guy. And I think, like,
why
like,
did he call you that?
fundamentally, that's why he
because
can't
I disagreed with him about fascism being right wing. He said fascism is left wing on the political spectrum.
The fact that I have money.
He said that fascism was left wing.
Who I learned from.
I didn't say it was money, by the way, because Bob Kerrey didn't. I don't think Bob Kerrey had a ton
Fuck.
of money. I mean, I'm just saying, like, there's certain people.
Like
who
it's
just
weird. I'm
doesn't-
not even
it doesn't
seeing
ma-
these.
like, it just doesn't matter.
Not even
that
seeing some of these
Yeah,
mod requests.
that's
It's so
fair.
freaking weird.
That's fair.
All right.
I just heard the word unbought and got triggered. Look,
Look, I'm not
here's
seeing
what I would
any
say.
caught
I
messages. It's
was
so
very
freaking
lucky.
weird.
Aside
Anyway,
from
I don't
the
have
fact
I don't
that
have
my,
time to
first,
like double check the mod
years
stuff.
in life were
I'm not talking about communism. I agree that communism is a left-wing political ideology. I'm saying that fascism is right-wing.
Americans and patriotic Americans and a family that
and his response,
escaped the Ukraine,
his responses were basically here it goes. I'm low
and
IQ.
were given safe haven in the United States. So those are all things
I'm a
that
moron.
precursor to my first job,
I don't
my
have
first
any
real
brain
job
cells
in
to rub together.
politics, at least on a campaign, was for a
Right.
politician named Terry Sanford. He was had been the governor of North Carolina.
legendary governor of North Carolina.
Exactly.
And senator of North Carolina.
Exactly.
And I think president of Duke, right?
Exactly. And so I went to Duke
I'm not
University,
following.
and then I was
Oh, you're
hired
following
while I
now.
was at Duke to be his advance man on his campaign. But importantly, and this really is the important thing, Terry Sanford is legendary for several reasons, but one big one, which is in the early 1960s, he was the youngest governor that had ever been elected.
I need to go to bed.
in North
Hold on.
Carolina, and was the younger.
Why does
governor
why
of
does
the
a bunch of
nation
people want to jump here and chit chat like
he integrated
like
the schools
10 minutes
in
after
a
I said that I was
southern
like
state.
about
And
done for the
George
night? What the
Wallace
fuck, man?
Was rallying
Why?
the
Why?
rest
Why?
of the southern states against integration. Here was the one governor who was integrating schools. And he knew, Terry Sanford, when he was doing it, that he couldn't have been elected dog catcher when he was done. I mean, he knew that the white population of North Carolina at the time, a large number anyway, would not vote for him again for anything. And he could only serve one term as governor, but he had lots of potential as a young person who was going to leave the governorship. But he did the right thing, and he did it at the cost of his political career at the time. And he became president of Duke, so it's not like he didn't land well, but he gave up a very promising political career to do the right thing. He had been a paratrooper in World War II, won the Bronze Star. You talked about Bob Kerrey, being awarded.
Sorry, I'm ignoring chat for a second. Give me a second. I'm looking something up.
Characteristic for people who've faced down death. And
see, here's another problem with these type of arguments.
My point is
like
I became his
it does not. It literally does not matter what information I present that says that proves that fascism is a right-wing authoritarian. Like, it doesn't matter. It literally, because there will always be some sort of flaw.
One thing I take away from my experience with him is
with the evidence that I present. That's another reason why this is absolutely infuriating. Even having this conversation, like,
bragging about what you've attained by winning.
If you're
or even signing bills.
If you're so focused on
or something like that,
these political systems.
It's
Yet,
about, when the tough
do not recognize that fascism is right-wing.
You have to make a tough political
then there is
that's
absolutely nothing at this point that there's no information or evidence that I could present to get you to change your mind.
Things like,
Liberty. All right. Bloodwork later, so have a good night. You too, man. Catch you later.
Rights. Here in Illinois, I remember having a conversation with a state rep who was contemplating whether to vote for or against gay marriage in Illinois. This is, 2013, I believe. And he was in a very Republican, a Democrat, in a kind of a very Republican district, and he just kept winning over and over again by being moderate and working hard in his district. But he knew that if he voted for gay marriage, that could be the end of his career. And I remember having that conversation with him, and telling him, like,
I guess because overall it's all it's actually not subjective.
Time in
like,
office, what do you want to say about
yourself? It's the only reason that something like this would be subjective
so you could get reelected, or
is if
maybe you sacrificed your
you
career
disagree with it outright. Like, okay, look, here's an example. Like,
but he went on the floor of the House and he gave one of the best
you can say
I've heard on the floor of the House.
For example, this is an analogy I'm going to use here. I could say that Tylenol,
and fighting for things that they believe in. I really, fundamentally,
Tylenol alleviates headaches.
I am, or at least what I aspire to be. Let me say it that way.
And you could say, oh, that's subjective.
When the tough things come about, I think that's your
no, it's fucking not.
To
like,
really search for,
just because,
what are your real fundamental
just
values,
because that
it right
it works more strongly in some people than it does others. That does not make the fact that Tylenol is a pain reliever. It does not make that statement subjective, right?
I'll be able to look back and say,
do you believe in good and evil?
So
I
let me
don't.
ask you a question about 2020.
So
you're going to be on the ballot.
I do.
You're running for re-election. I'm not
like,
going to jinx anything, but I think
I believe that there are
I think you're gonna,
evil acts.
You're going to be the odds-on favorite.
I believe that people have a capacity to be evil. I don't believe that there is like. I don't believe that there's like a sphere of evil that is influencing people, right? It's just people have the capability of making decisions on their own, and those decisions can be either good or evil.
Democracy issues.
No, we're talking about religion and forms of government, not science.
You are a candidate. You've been a candidate. You have all of these different things going on. As someone who has
so
been a
Epstein
very
was not evil.
Elected
so,
officials who's run campaigns and been around them.
Wait, hold on.
Apparently, since your undergraduate.
So go back a little bit.
What is your best cut on what
the fact that Nazism is a right-wing government, a right-wing authoritarian government? That is not subjective. It's absolutely not. Like there's nothing. There's no.
For talking about
there's no subjective opinion to that.
Fighting against the
invasion,
probably people think that's what I think the number one issue is. I do think it's the number one issue in terms of...
Don't break our hearts. This is defending democracy, you know.
I get it, and I do think it's the number one issue in terms of like the future of our country.
Jesus fucking Christ.
So without it, we will not have a country. We'll not have a democracy. We will not have a constitutional republic.
I don't know.
So
I don't know what to tell you.
but you're also asking about, I think. What
I'm joking.
Again, there's absolutely nothing.
Yes, I was joking. Yes.
There's absolutely nothing that I could say to convince you that.
And by the way, you can have two
Like-
or more thoughts at the same time about what's important. But I just want to be clear about if we're not fighting for
This is
democracy,
so frustrating.
those of us who
Okay.
can, and who understand the threat, then I think we're doing it wrong.
They're
not standing up and fighting for democracy.
Their focus on
But I think in
nationalism, their
terms of
focus
winning
on
the elections,
militarism.
I'll recount to you something that happened.
Their
to me when I was
focus on
23, when I was working for Terry Sanford,
a centralized
actually was
government.
sent to
Like,
on a
that
trip
is what made
with
them
an
right-wing.
organization in Washington called the American Council of Young
And plus,
Political
like,
Leaders. And they would
the
kinda
fact
pluck,
is, it
state
it doesn't
rep from
even
the
matter.
state or
Like,
a
that absolutely doesn't
staffer
even matter.
on a Senate.
It's just an
Senate
excuse to
office from
otherize,
that
you know?
state, and they put about 8 or 9 or 10
That's
people
all it is.
together and send us somewhere to learn about.
Like, think about it. One of the
political
first
system in
questions
that
that other dude asked when he came in
And
here:
they
"Are you
would
left
bring
or
people
right?"
from that part of the world to the United States to learn about
Like,
ours.
it's just
I
a
got sent
bullshit
to
reason
Argentina and
to
Uruguay. We landed
otherize.
This group of us
The fact is, like,
landed
it doesn't
in
matter
Buenos
if the
Aires at the airport,
if
and
the
on our way,
Nazi movement was
to
left or
the
right wing. It
hotel,
really doesn't.
there was a
It was
military
right wing. It's not subjective, but it doesn't matter.
Literally, as you're driving to the...
They
Literally, we
they
didn't
killed
cause it,
millions and millions of
but
people,
it
like
happened
directly
while we
and
were there,
indirectly.
and we're half Democrats.
So it
half
doesn't matter.
Republicans
It literally
in
does
this
not
group.
matter.
That's how they would do it on these trips. So we arrived
Like,
at the
are you
hotel. We,
like,
had
is
a
that what we're
little
gonna do?
confab, amongst ourselves.
Is that what we're
You know,
gonna
what
do?
should
Like,
we
we're
do?
gonna
We had meetings
we're gonna say
scheduled,
that
but it was all getting
Nazism
blown up because
is subjective
there's a coup,
because
and, they had just
I
retained- they had
identify
just
with the
regained
right,
their
so therefore Nazism has to
not
be on the
long
left
before,
because I'm not a
from a-
Nazi.
from
You know
a
what I mean?
military junta. And here there was
Like, that's
another
such
military
just such
coup.
bullshit.
So we had a vote, by the way, and it was the
Like, that's
Democrats
stupid.
all voted one way, the Republicans the other. The vote was: should we go out in the streets and join the democracy rally?
The Nazis had a government. The state had
in the Plaza de
full
Mayo,
control of the people. Yes,
with hundreds of thousands of people, or should we go
exactly.
to the
It had a
embassy
centralized
and wait it
government.
out?
It was a nationalist movement.
You can imagine the Republicans all voted to go to the embassy.
It was
and wait
authoritarian,
out, and the Democrats all
authoritarian
voted
in
to go
nature.
in the streets and witness and join
You have a
in.
Palestinian
So we
flag on
went-
Discord.
we
Yes, yes, I do have a
collectively
Palestinian
decided we
flag
should
on
go
Discord
witness it. We're there to learn
because
about
I
the political
completely
system,
support,
what better
100%
way to do
support
it.
the
So we went to the Plaza de Mayo, and
establishment
from a
of a
perch,
Palestinian
this is
state.
my answer to your question.
I
From a
I
perch,
absolutely
a little bit
support
above the crowd,
their
there were
right to
hundreds of
self-determination.
thousands of people, and they were coming in from, I think there were
Abso-freaking-lutely.
8 roads heading into the Plaza de Mayo. So there were political parties and groups coming in from all sides. But from
So
our
we
perch, you
agree
could see
it
there
was
a guy
left
in the
wing as
middle
there was a
of
government.
This crowd of hundreds of thousands
No,
of people
dude,
who
no.
was
Just
selling
because there is a
popsicles
government
and
doesn't make
ice
it
cream
left or right wing. It's
from
the
a
type
cart.
of government
Okay.
that makes it left or right
And
wing.
I talked to the people around me, and I kind of stared
Like,
at this
left
guy,
wing
and I thought,
is
it may matter.
God
to this
damn it.
guy
So
if
right wing
it's
tends to be more authoritarian in nature, although left wing can be authoritarian. But there is a there's a larger separation
food on the table for his family and pay the rent. And I have to say,
between
I
or there's
think that's,
a
how
God damn
people,
it,
even
I'm so
today,
terrible
with
at
all the
explaining
attacks
things.
on democracy in the United States by Donald Trump and his minions. I think that's mostly what people are thinking.
Left-wing
about is,
governments
am I able to
tend
feed my
to
family? Am I able to
favor
pay for
a
transportation to get to
distribution of
work?
power
Can I pay the electric
that spreads more and more
and
equally
so
as you get
that,
farther and farther left to the point where
what I think
you get
this
to where you get to communism,
It's really about
and there is absolutely no centralization of government whatsoever. Where there's not even even an economic system because everything is distributed equally 100%, which
which is I can't pay my rent.
is absurd.
I can't
Like
pay
there's
my
absolutely no possible way of that ever
And one
existing
of the big reasons for that
because
is Donald
humans
Trump.
tend to be greedy as
Promised
shit.
he was gonna
So
do
it's just not going to
something
ever
about
happen.
inflation and has done nothing but add to inflation with the
And as you get
tariffs,
more
which
right
last
wing,
night he said
you tend to get
is
a more
his favorite
centralized
word,
form of government where
tariffs,
the
which
power
is like saying my favorite,
continues to
he was
coalesce,
basically
continues to
announcing he's for more taxes tax
aggregate
it's basically
into
value-added tax
a
on
single
the United
institution
States. He's
or
raising
person.
sales taxes on people, by a lot, and ruining our relationships with some of our closest allies like Canada, Europe, Mexico, etc.
He would say, and
They are literally against everything you
but he would
like.
say that it's
So,
helping
okay, well, hold on. They are literally against everything you like.
in Illinois, right?
So that means I should just be okay with them getting wiped out. Like,
wherever they
that's
are
a
to
stupid
states like
argument, and it's
Illinois,
bullshit.
and that therefore it's helping you. I assume that is utter
That is an absolute bullshit
and
argument.
nonsense. But is that right?
So ask
I
the
don't
soybean
care.
farmers
I
in Illinois,
honestly
we're the largest
do
soybean
not
producing
care.
State. They have lost billions and billions of dollars.
I don't agree. I will never agree
Ask small business people
with the
how business is going
just
because they had to
the
raise
mass
prices.
starvation and bombing
this is what's
of an entire
happening in the
population.
economies
I
of
don't
every state.
give a fuck what their
And,
opinions
yeah,
are.
there
I don't.
long-term plans? Remember, you want to build a factory, and you want to avoid.
Again, he's
the tariffs.
Americanizing shit. I don't know what the
You're a
fuck that
company from
means. I
outside
have no
the
idea.
country, and you want to sell your goods in the United States, and you don't want to have to pay tariffs. So you have a calculation to make about should I pay the tariffs?
Okay, you know what?
Or rather, should I worry about the price of my goods that are coming to the United States?
Congratulations. He had the bundle of sticks
dip
right.
in-
All right,
in,
cool.
Demand that will
Awesome.
happen as a result, or should I build something in the United States, and how long is it
All
going
right,
to
what
take
are the
me to build
references
it?
for this?
And so on. So those are calculations that are going
1,
on.
2,
But
and 3,
here's the
okay.
reality. Yeah, there are some companies moving some
Let's see, we have a
facilities here,
book
but they're
that's
all
on
basically
fascism
finding a
from
way around the
2011,
tariffs as best
1975.
they can.
Spanish fascism in comparative
and
perspective. Nice.
China is now made.
Who were
it,
the fascists? Social roots of
more
European
attractive to do
fascism.
business
Nice,
with them
1984.
Then we've made it
The anatomy
to
of
do,
okay, anyway.
do business with us. It's very
Anyway, there's references here,
challenging
so
what Donald
fucking
Trump
great.
has done. Tariffs
Fascism
are not the
is
way
a
to go
far-right,
about- if you really
authoritarian,
wanna help
ultra-nationalist
industry,
political ideology
you
and
gotta
movement
look
that
at
rose to prominence in
what
the early
industries
20th century
are
Europe.
we operating in the
Fascism
United
is
States that we
characterized
need
by
to
a
protect?
support
And
for a
in those
dictatorial
industries
leader,
specifically,
centralized
perhaps,
autocracy,
depending on the
militarism,
tariff regime in some other
forcible
country,
suppression of opposition,
ought to have
belief
a
in a
tariff to
natural
protect,
social hierarchy,
workers or the
subordination
business
of
for that.
individual
But these
interests for the
across-the-board
perceived interest
tariffs
of the nation
that-
or
where you're
race, and
literally
strong
telling the
regimentation of
Canadians,
society
"We
and the
don't want your
economy.
goods
Opposed
They're
to
not- it's
communism,
not like the Canadians are
democracy,
like, "Oh, can't wait to
liberalism,
move my
pluralism,
factory to
and
Illinois
socialism.
or to the United
Fascism
States,"
is at the far right
and by the way,
of the
Canada and
traditional
Mexico are our
left-right
two
spectrum.
largest trading partners in Illinois. And so it is impactful to us that these tariffs have basically made it hard
if you want,
to do business because
like,
they don't want to
as a student myself, I recognize that for academic purposes,
demand for their products, right? They don't want to make
it is
so
not
that we can
good
send our product
good
there.
practice to use Wikipedia
So
as
they've
a
got
source.
tariff regimes and other
So
ways
if you
of
like,
making it hard for us to sell goods in
I will
Canada and
direct you to the
Mexico.
actual
This is not good
sources
for
that are
anyone.
used to
and it's dangerous for the future
present
of
the
country,
information
if you
within
ask me. So
Wikipedia,
this is a
which
massive
is
tax
acceptable.
on middle class and working class people. You can probably afford to pay the tariff on the goods that are coming from abroad. I can afford it. But most people really can't afford 10, 15, 20, 50%.
He still doesn't seem to get it. What don't I get?
Made abroad. No one thinks.
Please
that
tell
we
me what I
should
don't
bring
get. Oh,
manufacturing
let's look at
of
the sources.
shoelaces.
Okay.
Or bananas.
Jesus.
Like
fucking
bananas,
Christ.
right? I mean, that's a good
So,
example. To the United States. Sounds
if I were to
good,
get
no
on here
job.
and say,
yeah, but those are not good jobs.
yeah,
and frankly,
yeah, you're right.
We're better off buying them.
Fascism is
inexpensively
definitely
and
left
having
wing.
them, brought
You would
here from
would you
another
believe me with
country.
like without
While
like
we,
would
by the
you
way,
ask for
develop
sources?
technology,
Would you
while we
like would you
develop
ask me for
robotics,
sources?
while we
Would you
educate
require
people
if
for jobs
if
that
I
pay
present to you
well,
information that
and
you
that's,
already
what
agree with?
we
Would
ought
you
to be doing,
demand?
and
Would you have the
protecting
same
industries,
set of demands for
but
the resources
one-off
that you are
where we should,
demanding right
and
now?
not across the board with just a tax regime.
Like,
that's
are you
costing
that
everybody too
discerning?
much.
Well, Governor, I'm proud that I own an electric vehicle made in Illinois.
Love to hear that. Rivian, great car company, and they're growing, and we're really happy. I'm happy to hear that.
And
I, by the way,
so
also
your family
own a
lived through the
Rivian.
1920s
It's
communist
really my
Italy.
wife, and we use it on the farm.
So what was the
must say it's one of the
1940s Italy like?
In my opinion, it's one of the great
It was
vehicles.
kind of like the
So I
opposite
wanna
in terms of
return back to the
in terms of its
situation
oppressive
involving,
nature.
ICE and
I'm going to go out on a limb
the
and
other
guess.
three-letter alphabet agencies. I'm sure you're dealing with all of them. Help situate people to where things stand now. Like, is it still
There,
the same
source
level of
source number
crisis
one.
that it was a few weeks or months ago? Has it gotten better? Is there?
There it is. Source number
is
one.
there more that
The
civil
Routledge,
society can be doing? I
the
know,
companion to fascism,
you
and
are
the
doing
far right.
everything you can, and I am inspired by how hard.
If you want, I can keep that up.
Taken on
If you want to write it
fight.
down.
Is there more that you
if
need
you're interested in actually
the rest
reading
of
it.
the country to do? Like, tell us what is that? What
There
does
we go.
that situation look like now?
They are still attacking neighborhoods
Book titled
across
Fascism.
the Chicagoland area, and frankly across the state.
Okay.
And I'm
What?
so
Read the
proud
title?
of the way that people have stood up in our state to ICE and CBP.
I'll read the title.
The
Routledge Companion to
Customs and
Fascism,
Border
and the far
Patrol,
right. No,
by
read
the
the
way,
source.
brings a different
That is the
angle.
source.
You know, these are folks
I'm
who
reading to you the
basically been
source.
shipped to Illinois from the Texas border or from other border states. You know, they're used to a different environment. Now they're being, you know, been sent into a big city. And they do it, by the way, under a law.
Anyone can put
that
a
says
source
that
in.
they're only supposed to
Wait,
operate
no,
within
dude.
100 miles
Fuck
of
off,
the
man.
border. The border, by the way, of Canada
God
is
damn
about
it.
500 miles north, not 100 miles. But the law itself says that the water, at the water's edge.
Page
is
1
where
through
the,
5.
the
And then once I
and
read
they've
this, then
caused
what?
mayhem, ICE and CBP. And they're
Then what?
continuing
What's
to
the
do
next
that. Now,
goal?
we-
What's the
we-
next goal?
they- you know, there's a
Like, come on.
long,
I know you've already thought about what you're
lead
going to
up
require
to
next.
The fact that in August they basically announced.
So
they were gonna
what's
call up,
next?
Our National Guard to do Customs and Border Patrol work on the streets of Chicago and supposedly fight crime. Side note: the president attacks Chicago as if we've got more crime than anywhere else. Illinois ranks 19th out of 50 states in terms of its crime rate, and Chicago's homicide rate has been cut in half over the last.
So
several
let's see
years.
here.
And indeed, we have at this point the lowest violent crime rate since 1965.
Okay.
In Chicago. So
So
it's
here
all BS,
they're talking
what the
about
president is saying.
ethno-nationalism
Look, any murder
in the
is one
1990s.
too many. So don't
The
get me
influence
wrong,
of
we've
former
got
neo-fascists in the Italian
He's doing not helping that.
Alianza
Now,
Nazionale.
what's
Okay.
happening?
The
Well, they
prominence
sent
of the Front
ICE
National in
and
Europe.
Customs and Border Patrol
I'm not
under
going
the
to try to
leadership
pronounce
of a guy
that in
named
Austria.
Gregory Bovino,
The NPD in
who
Germany,
led
which
the invasion of
okay.
Los Angeles,
Look,
which was their
I'm reading to
first
you the source,
attempt
okay?
At a city.
Listen.
I mean, Washington was a whole other endeavor. They
These trends
attacked
go beyond
Los
Europe.
Angeles,
We could include the rise of Hindu nationalism
and-
in India,
and
as reflected in the
invaded a city
ascendancy of
against a governor's wishes, calling up National Guard, calling up
Bharatiya
troops,
Janata
Marines,
Party, and I'm not going to try to
National
pronounce
Guard.
that,
So,
or the
but when
prominence
they
of
came to
some more
Chicago,
violent
it
and
was like they had
conspiratorial
perfected
militia
the
groups in
plan.
the U.S.
They still didn't have permission to bring National Guard, so they federalized them, but kept
At an
them,
instinctive level,
waiting
all
on
of these are
federal
called
land,
far right, just
to
as
come into
fascism
Chicago,
is.
but they sent
And yet there is
CBP and
unease
ICE
about linking
dressed
all
in
of them,
uniforms with
linking
automatic
them
weapons
all to Adolf
into
Hitler or
neighborhoods.
Benito
And they
Mussolini.
began
Da-da-da-da.
literally
All right,
stopping
here we go.
anybody who's brown or black and asking them for papers. Prove your citizenship. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't carry around citizenship papers with me. And I don't know any regime. I don't remember any. I studied about the Nazi regime and how
Dude,
they did.
I will have
do
to read
that.
this whole fucking book.
I don't know any other regimes. Maybe other people have been required to prove their citizenship in a country, just walking around.
It doesn't
but
say anything,
It's
does
never
it?
happened in the United States that I know of, and that is what has happened
Like,
in Chicago.
okay,
that's
is
been
this not
happening
working?
now since
Can
September.
I just interject on that for people who are watching? No one should have to prove their citizenship, and I don't know what they do in other countries.
The
but a lot
first
of other
problem to
countries
be
have
encountered by any
citizenship
observer
laws. So
is
there's
that of a
citizenship law
definition,
that
or seen another
is
way,
issued by the government,
that of too many
the way our
definitions,
government
not
issues
merely
Social
of
Security
the far
for
right,
people that
but
are
of fascism
used
itself.
for all
A
manner
more
of
precise
government
purpose of the
benefits,
companion,
healthcare,
therefore, is
access
to
in
help
countries
readers
that have,
understand
government
the
buyback
location of
healthcare.
fascism
The United States
and the
actually
far
has
right
decidedly not
on
had
the
this
political
issue. In
landscape
fact, it has been
and the
many people
boundaries
on the
between
right
them.
who have said they do not want the issuance of a citizenship card. So when people say show your paper, like I ask you out there,
It
how
just-
many of you even know what papers you'd show to prove your citizenship?
It just put fascism into the
it's not
same
like the government issues us this
region
card that
of the
says
political
citizenship,
spectrum
which, like I said, other countries do.
as being on the far right. Like it literally just said that. Like what? I don't. What is there not to understand?
Walking around with a passport. Not even everyone has a passport. If you're not traveling overseas, why would you have one? Or an original certified copy of your birth certificate, which again, who the hell walks around with the original of their birth certificate? And by the way, Donald Trump is in the U.S. Supreme Court trying to get it so that birth certificates.
It is also evident that some concerns emphasized by fascists were or are still shared by parties
I
of the
learned
far
something.
right.
That's great. Thank you. I can just say that
See,
people are
see
being
there it is.
murdered
Like
by
you're adding more to it. I asked you, like
because
before I
they
even
get
started
stopped, they
reading,
get
I said
asked, and then
reading.
they,
I
some
said,
of them
what's
get
your next
detained for not
goalpost
having
going to
the
be?
right
What's it
kind
going to
of
be? And like
identification. And
like I wish you would have asked me then, because now that I got to like already with page 1, page 2, talking about fascism being associated with the right multiple times already in the first page and a half.
They're stopping people.
You're still,
and
it's not good
detaining
enough.
them, and
I'm
one of the
asking you to
ways
give
they do it is
substance
they
to your
start
claim.
speaking Spanish
Your entire
to
claim is
somebody
that
who
someone
has
compared
brown
them to the
skin
right. Because
to
they
see
are
if
on the right.
that person
Fascism is
replying
on the
to them in
political
Spanish and
right.
whether or not they speak English. And then that's one of the ways they determine whether you belong. I'm outraged. I'm outraged by what they're
I
doing.
just
it's
fucking did.
unacceptable, but it is what they're doing. And in you know,
What the
the
fuck?
supremacy clause has made it very difficult for
Oh,
us
you did.
to
Okay,
deal with this
I'll read it again.
because normally in past years,
It
when
is also evident that some concerns emphasized by fascists were or are still shared by parties of the far right.
going beyond their training and harassing people, and by the way,
And
tackling
the
people
boundary
who
between
are
the two
doing
is
nothing
frequently
wrong.
difficult
Throwing
to
cuffs
define.
on, as they did here in Chicago, an alderman who was just asking questions, literally.
You know,
just
let me see the
standing
table
there,
of
her hands
contents.
were at her
You
side.
go to table of contents. Let me check
She
this
just
shit
wanted
out.
to know, why are you questioning this person over there? You know, that's not it's not right. Explain to me. And who are you? What agency are you with? And they wouldn't answer any of her questions. And they got so frustrated with her questions. Again, she was standing still. I show you the video, and they slapped cuffs on her. You know, this is what they're doing. And that's an alderman.
What makes them
you can
right?
imagine when nobody's looking.
Okay.
What's happening? So this is what's happening on the streets, and
If you share
they ramped down
a significant
at one
amount of
point
qualities
about a month ago. They ramped down
with far
the
right
number
movements that
of
are not Nazism,
CBP and ICE agents and moved them.
then
to
how would
Charlotte.
Nazism not
Interestingly,
be
we
on the
got
far
sort
right?
of word of this before they made any public announcements. Not from CBP or ICE. They don't tell us anything, by the way. It's unbelievable. The federal government doesn't communicate with the state. And so I called up the governor of North Carolina and said, listen, we're being told they're going to Charlotte. You know, don't take my word for it, but I'm hearing this, and I just want you to know that you should prepare. And happy to
Where's the
offer
table of contents?
our playbook. From here, our playbook, by the way, was amazing. You know, we
Fascism and the far right.
Remember,
so,
Tom Homan back
like,
in November.
What do you think they're going to make a book?
Said
here we go. I'm going to make this
DuPage
left wing.
County, Illinois,
I'm going to make this left wing
GOP
authoritarian
fundraiser
the topic,
where
and the
he's
far
invited to
right
speak.
with
You know, well,
like
I'm
two
gonna be
completely
the
separate topics,
czar
combine them into
over,
one book. No, it's fucking stupid.
immigration, and we're coming to Chicago first. You know, we knew early that they were coming, so we made sure.
There it
that,
is.
you know,
Okay.
double down
Please
on all
don't
the
say
Know
that
Your
the
Rights
book said
seminars.
so,
Again,
and therefore it
video,
is. Gotcha. There it is. See,
everybody
this is what I was saying
video of
earlier.
what they were doing.
It literally does not
peacefully
matter
protest.
what
I
evidence
urge
I
people,
present, because
please
this is
do
what it comes down
protest
to.
peacefully.
If you believe
And they did. And people
that
went by,
fascism is a left-wing
whistles. You may have seen that.
political
Yeah.
ideology,
And I told all of that to the governor of, you know, and,
if
and
you
also
believe
had all
that,
my people talk to his people who
then
they needed to talk
there
to.
is
Anyway,
no
they
amount
went
of
to
reading
Charlotte,
that I
Bovino
can do.
with
There's no
about
amount of
100
reading that
of
I
the
can give you
250 that they had here,
that will
and then they
get
went
past
to
that
New
last
Orleans,
statement that you said.
where they were
Nothing.
welcomed by
Please
their
don't say that the book, because I
And
could
then
read
they
50 books.
decided, 2
I
days
could
ago
give
to
you
come
50
back
pieces of evidence, and it would still come down.
Chicago. So they're now,
It would still come down to that one statement.
invading neighborhoods.
Please don't
little
say that the
village
book said
buildings,
so, and therefore it is, because
It's been
that's it.
pretty awful
That's
for
the
people
crux of the
across-
issue.
and anybody, by the
It does not
Ukrainian
matter
community
what
in
information I
Chicago,
present to
because
you.
as you know, we have Ukrainian refugees.
It's going to be. I don't believe it just because the book said it.
Ukraine,
I don't.
who are here in
Even
Chicago
though,
and a big
you know what?
Ukrainian community,
Because
they're under
now,
attack
what you're going to expect
Yeah, and so,
is
you know,
I'm
but
going to
it's-
have to
it's so-
research
but
the
I will say
authors.
that they're not.
You're going to
you know,
want me
they're
to
not
research the
pointing at white
authors to
people
find out
and going after them. It's
what
just
their
when they know they've
what
got
their
a
academic
Ukrainian
credentials are,
community
right?
gathering. That's where they.
And then
go.
there's going to
It's
be a
been
flaw
awful
with
for
that
people.
somewhere.
We're
Like,
doing
no, that's
everything we
not good
can. I
enough.
think we've succeeded
Because
in many ways, but
you know they
we
didn't
can't
go
stop
to
it
this school or
until
that
we
school,
win
like,
the Congress back.
or because they did go to
That's
this
the
school or
beginning
that
of
school.
stopping
Like
it, at
it's
least doing
there's
hearings
always
and
going to be
making sure
some
that we're
sort
bringing to light all the
of
things they're doing. We have an Illinois Accountability
some
Commission.
sort of
It
problem
just had its first hearing today,
that prevents you
and that hearing
from
was testimony,
accepting
video,
anything that goes against
experts, and we're basically gathering evidence
your
because
political
we are
identity.
gonna hold these people accountable when we can.
Because
Before
it's too
people
ingrained
start putting
into you.
comments in. This guy's map that they had in place before all this was a very good.
That's not right. If the book said they were right
I-
because
we're not
X,
gonna
Y,
get
Z,
into
I
all
would,
of the
I would
back and
accept that
forth
happily. The book
about
made no
that,
claim
but
to
I
them
do want
being
people to
right wing,
understand
just an
that
opinion.
J.B. Pritzker and the Democrats of Illinois understood this threat about
But
Republican
you just
power
contradicted
before it
yourself.
became on the national scene,
If
and
the
they
book
took
said they are
steps
X right,
very earlier
X,
than
Y, and
anybody
Z,
else, you know, going back to 2000.
you would accept it happily. But your very next
I wanna
sentence
thank you for that.
said
Last
that
question I wanna-
a claim
I
they
wanna
make
ask
in the
you
book
about,
is just an
as
opinion.
you look forward to your election in 2026, so you balanced
I don't
the
fucking get
budget, you improved the credit rating. You didn't solve, and I'll hold this against you. You didn't solve the worldwide pandemic. You know, you got through it, but you know, there's still COVID's still out there. You're tackling obviously the enormous crisis that Donald Trump has
Where's the notes? Where's the notes?
and the federal government.
Right here in the notes. It says the
Understanding
topic
that
of the
you-
notes
that-
is this
that
section
events
chronicles
seem to
events of note or
interfere
interest
with
in the
your-
history of
with
fascism
your
and far
plans.
right politics.
What is it you want voters
Like,
to know that you want to do?
It's in there.
In
Like,
the next 4 years.
Well, I really
fascism
believe
is far right
strongly
politics.
That, you know,
What
the-
is
the-
this conversation?
The cost of goods for people.
The conversation is that
means that every day, and
I'm saying that fascism is a right wing is
every day
is
we
on the
should be
right
trying to
wing
eat away at the
of the
problem
political
for people.
spectrum.
So I raised the minimum wage in Illinois
And
from $8.25
this
to $15. In fact, the
commenter
the
here,
latest
chatter, whatever you
raise
want to call
last
it,
January,
is saying that's not.
So that's given 1.4 million people.
I went to
in Illinois
Wikipedia,
a raise. And if you
which
wanna
said
make
that
things more
fascism
affordable,
is a
by the way,
far
put
right
some more
wing,
money in
far
people's
right
pockets.
authoritarian
And then, you know, we
nationalist
attacked
movement,
affordability
and that
also
wasn't
through,
good enough.
PBM
I said,
reform,
okay,
the
here's the
these are
source,
pharmacy benefit managers,
and
the
I displayed the
middlemen and
source.
Make pharmaceuticals.
And then they
much more
said that's not
expensive.
good enough. You have to read it. Okay.
And many other things. You know,
And then
make
I
sure
started
that we have
reading
things
it,
covered by,
and then they're saying that's not good enough.
insurance
It's
that
just an
otherwise
opinion.
weren't. We've
So
eliminated medical
this is
debt
what this
for
conversation is.
400,000 people in Illinois. So those are things we've done. But my point
Where are
is
the
that
notes?
it's, you know, it's like a lot of
Like this
things,
book
you know, you
is
gotta go
on
at it
fascism
every day, every week,
and the right wing movement.
constantly
Like
be working on
that's
bringing
the
down
very
costs for
meaning.
people or putting more
Fascism
money
is the
in their
right wing
pockets.
movement.
So it means making so that workers can bargain for their wages. You know, they've got enough power, so they might.
Why
be
doesn't
able
it
to
tell
get
me
a
the
higher
page?
wage, making sure that again that
Where's the notes?
people have the
Where's the notes
ability to
start?
earn enough so they can at least take care of their family. You know, I want to say this for everybody that's listening that doesn't live in Illinois. The federal minimum wage is $7.
So you're 2 sources down, still no actual
$7,
statement.
That's $14,000 a year if you.
Communism is it's not communism. Oh yeah, communism is far left. Sorry, yes, communism and far left. You got me in. You got me in a argumentative mode. So is the claim that fascism is left wing?
People who make minimum
No,
wage are
his
working 2 jobs,
or his or
sometimes
her
3.
whoever
And
command
even
post
that,
here.
$28,000 a year. If you
That
work 2
person's claim
jobs
is that fascism is
is
left wing.
not enough
That's their claim.
for a family of
My
4.
claim
We've
is
got a lot
that's
of work to do nationally,
absolutely
but-
not
but
true.
here in Illinois,
No,
even though
I'm
we've
not claiming that
tackled a number
communism
of
is
these
far right.
affordability-related
Communism is a
issues and
far
bringing
left
down
wing
costs,
political ideology.
we've
Talking
gotta
about
keep
fascism
going.
here.
Here's another one.
Fascism.
How about making sure
Fascism
that
is
we've got
far
enough
right.
electricity
Stay
so
stay
that,
stay focused
when
here.
the crunch comes
Stay
here in
focused
Illinois,
and
we
stop
actually
lying.
produce more
You know you're
electricity
lying.
than we use. But we also know
Fascists
that
were
the
communists. No, they're
electricity
no.
usage is gonna
Jesus
rise
fucking
rapidly
Christ,
over
no,
the
they're
next
not.
5 to
Holy
10
shit.
years. So we've got to make sure. So we just lifted the nuclear
Dude,
moratorium in Illinois.
you really
so
need to go
that we
back to
can
school. What the
build
fuck,
more
man?
nuclear power.
You,
We've
your
been
education
doing,
system has
solar
failed
and
you.
wind,
Like,
generation since I got past
I am
the
sorry.
Climate and Equity Equitable Jobs Act, but we've
I
got to
don't
do more of
know
that. So it may
if you're
sound boring and
American,
you want me to like throw the here's
but
the big
I kind of
thing that's gonna
feel
lower
like
costs for everybody,
the
but
American
raising
education
people's wages
system
and going after every aspect
is
of the
ingrained in that
bills that are
statement.
coming to
Like,
your,
I am sorry
you know,
that
kitchen
your
table
education
every
system has
day.
failed you.
That's what we all need to be working on. I belong to the party,
And as
you know, as you do, Mark,
as
that
a
believes in the
American
working class, that
taxpayer
fights for
and
the working
voter,
class. and believes
I
that we've gotta
recognize that I
have
had
a
some
strong floor, you know, a great safety net for the most vulnerable,
some part in
and
that,
a ladder for people to
although
climb
I
so
don't
they
agree
can
with it.
achieve
So,
whatever it is
and
they
because
dream
of that, I apologize.
That's what we ought to be working on. That's what I work on: creating jobs, attracting businesses to the state of Illinois, raising wages, lowering costs. Those
Can
are
I Control
all
F
what
this
it is to be a
document?
Democrat.
No, I can't. I can't Control F this document. So, fascist party was the first trade union. I don't give a fuck. Like trade unions, has no fucking difference.
We're back tonight with President Trump's decision to remove the dictator in Venezuela, but appearing
How is
for now to leave
communist
the
Mangles a
dictatorship
classist, stateless
in
society? How's a
place
fascist someone
all
who
that's at
relies on
stake in
social
that call.
hierarchy and a
Maduro's
strong nation
deputies,
state the
including
same?
his vice president, who is now
Or are
interim
you
president,
confusing
have
fascism with
publicly rejected
authoritarianism?
the idea of
You know,
following America's orders
this,
for the country
it
and
might
have
be.
demanded
I don't know. I don't know if
Maduro's
he is.
return.
I don't know.
The White House,
That wasn't
though, is
specified.
having none of it. Late today, President
But
Trump
like,
told
you
the
can
Atlantic
have
that if interim
left-wing
President Delcy Rodriguez doesn't listen, there is a,
authoritarianism,
quote,
and you can have
very big
right-wing
price to
authoritarianism.
pay. In the
But
balance, there is
fascism
so much
is
here,
right-wing.
the lives of tens of
Fascism
millions
is
of
right-wing. It doesn't
Venezuelans,
matter
the
whether
stability
it's
of the
based in
hemisphere,
authoritarianism
and
or
the
not.
role
It doesn't
America
matter.
wants to play in this still
You
young
can
century.
have
So as we
you could
close
have
out
a
tonight, amid what is
a
still the
democratic
largest US
fascist,
military
like you can
buildup
have
in
a
the Caribbean in
democratically
more
based
than 50
fascist
years,
government.
we are thinking of America's
That's
soldiers
actually
and
what
sailors,
was happening in
each
Germany
and
in the
every
late
one of them as they stand ready
in
for
the late
whatever
30s.
comes next.
The GOP hearing to attack the FBI with fake whistleblowers who support the insurrection.
The fascist party, which
many
fascist
paid by
comes from,
Trump,
or leftist party, they started the
backfired,
first
not
union of people.
surprisingly. The GOP
Dude,
is all
no.
in on their support for insurrectionists and for attacking
Dude, just
the
because like you're in
FBI
an
that
auto workers
investigates
union,
insurrectionists. Meanwhile,
like
Special
that has
Counsel Jack
absolutely
Smith
nothing.
got grand jury testimony
That has nothing
from
to do
Donald Trump's personal
with the
aide,
form of
Nick
government. Like
Luna was actually with
workers
Donald
union
Trump at
has
the
nothing to
time
do
of the January
with the
6th
classification
insurrection, and
of a
Luna
governmental
previously
system.
testified before the January 6th committee that he had seen Donald Trump
They denied
ripping
people to
up
food something
and
it is not possible to
destroying
what?
government records while he was serving as Trump's
What?
aide. Ron DeSantis
They denied
is
people
set to
food
announce his run for the
something that is
Republican
not
nomination
possible in a
for
far-right
president as
society. Excuse me,
early
what?
as next week, and he continues
Hold
to
on.
sign into
Okay,
law
you know what?
cruel and
You know what?
unusual laws using government as an authoritarian
I'm not even
force
going to respond to that.
destroy
You know what?
human
Go for
lives
it. I'm
for
focused on
his
the.
pleasure. He is doing
I'm focused on this right now.
nothing for the people but spreading hate. Speaking of which, Republicans spend
Come on,
this
stay
week
on topic.
calling for
Fascism
hearings on Budweiser's connection
is right
with
wing.
trans
Fascism is
activist Dylan
on the right
Mulvaney,
wing
and they
of
were
the
also
political
focused
spectrum.
on attacking Pride
Stay focused.
clothing that's
Stay
sold
focused
at Target stores.
on this issue.
I think they were upset about a drag performance at an LA Dodgers game. And yes, folks, the green M&M is still a major issue for the GOP and their propaganda arm, Fox. Things that make real Americans look at this and say, what the heck is going on with these people? And it's
I got to
not
be
hard
honest
to
with you,
see
like
why
I don't
Democrats and
really
independents are winning and Republicans
I don't really
are
give a fuck
losing
what
in
your
elections. There were
what
some
your
elections
interpretation
that
is
were
of left or
held this
right,
week, some notable
because if you
mayor's
think that
races,
fascism
and
is
this
left
week,
wing, you're wrong.
Democrats won
So
a
like I
major
honestly can't
upset in
trust
the
anything
Jacksonville, Florida mayor's race,
anything else that you tell me at this
defeating a
point.
GOP-backed
I can't.
candidate who spent
Like I can't take you at
millions
your
of
word.
dollars more and was supported by
Because
Ron
that
DeSantis.
right is
Also, an
immediately wrong, and your
independent but
insistence.
Democrat-aligned mayoral candidate
Like
won in Colorado Springs. Now, in both of these
I
areas,
don't know what
there
else
were
to tell you.
far more Republican-identified voters
You cannot say
than
why you believe that.
Democrats. And here's the thing.
I didn't
It's because
I didn't create
there
the
is
political
a
spectrum.
paradigm
I was not
that
the
we've been
creator
talking about here
of the
over
left and
and
right
over
political
again
spectrum.
at the Midas
I
Touch
didn't create
Network,
that.
which is backed
Okay?
with data
That was
large
already
media
in
networks
existence
continue
before I
to
started
ignore.
studying politics.
Right? The old
Right?
paradigm, Democrat
So you're
versus
right.
Republican,
I
progressive
cannot
liberals
tell you
on one
why
side,
it was labeled left and right.
conservatives on the
I have no
other
fucking
side.
idea.
That is an
None.
outdated
But that doesn't
paradigm.
matter.
In the present
It doesn't matter.
moment,
That's not
there
the point
is
of this conversation. It's not
pro-democracy on
it's
one
not to
side
discuss
versus
why left
Trump,
was named left and why
MAGA
right was named right. side. That doesn't
on the
fucking
other
matter.
side. It's that simple, folks.
Makes
I'm
no
Ben
difference.
Meiselas, and this is the Midas Touch podcast. I'm joined by Brett and Jordy Mycelis.
If
How
you would
are
like
you doing?
to pursue a movement,
I am doing fantastic.
if you
What
would
a day
like to
today, and I
pursue an
gotta say,
academic
everybody,
career
for those who don't know,
where your
it's the
sole
Ben Man's
intention
birthday
is
on
to
Friday, so if you
switch
are watching this on
the
YouTube, it's Ben's birthday
the
tomorrow.
common
If you're
knowledge
listening
of
to
the
this on
political
audio,
spectrum,
it is today. So everybody,
if you'd
would
like
you
to
join
switch
me
the
right
left
now
and right,
in a
Well,
happy
then by all means, you pursue that. You go for it. But that is not. I wasn't the one that created that. That already exists.
But I want to say happy birthday, Ben, the hardest working man in politics on YouTube.
Like
hardest
you're saying,
working
1 plus 2.
people. It's great to be here. And man, it's been it's been an interesting day watching these.
See, there it is. Like you're doing it again.
BS witnesses,
Because Wikipedia said
so-called
so, and a book
whistleblowers
source says it
watching
equals like.
Democrats once again, fire back.
I don't know what the
These
fuck to tell you, man.
Democrats, They
Like-
really got it. And excited.
Again,
to go
it
through
doesn't
and
doesn't matter
expose
what.
everything that we saw,
What time is it?
all
Holy
reporting
fuck! It's
from today.
12:52.
Jordy, it's great to see
You know what? Here's what I'm
Loving
gonna
the
do.
shirt, loving the flair. How are you doing?
I'm doing really well.
am going
So,
to
I'm not
link
gonna name
this
the
in the
sponsor
chat.
because they're not a sponsor of the show. I'm not gonna name the product.
That's what I wanna
had an
do.
energy drink right before I came on air because like I just needed a little
I'm
bit
gonna link
more
it in the
energy.
chat.
Now
Feel
I
free
know why our
to.
parents
Oh
growing
god
up
damn it!
wouldn't let
It's
me
not
have
letting me link
energy
it.
drinks. I am bouncing off the walls right now.
Hold on.
So super stoked, really excited for the show. I think I need to button my shirt a little bit more. I'm like a little disheveled over it. I'm so pumped for today's
Jordy,
show.
I think you need to do some meditation back there, okay? Just
Where is it?
Be one.
What the hell?
Be one with the world, okay?
I'm jumping at it. I'm jumping out of my seat right now.
I'll say this, the Democrats have definitely met the moment, and it is a very important moment. Brett, you mentioned it is my birthday on Friday. And
gotta
people
close this
are
out.
saying, Ben, what do you want to do on your
No,
birthday?
no, no,
And
no, no.
honestly, I said,
God damn it.
the reality is
I'm clicking
I
on
have a
stuff I
lot
don't
of
mean to be
fun
clicking on.
doing these YouTube videos.
Okay.
I really enjoy doing the podcast and making these videos here on the Midas Touch Network because I think it's just so important to have
link it here?
these conversations together.
There we go. All right,
That's
there's
how I
there's
view it
there's the
with
book
everybody
right there.
watching on YouTube
Go
or
for it.
listening on
I
audio.
will link
These
the
are
Wikipedia page. So
conversations
look,
because as we
look at
listen
this.
to your
Look at this magic.
feedback, as we read your
There's Wikipedia.
comments,
So look,
on
down
our
there
YouTube
at the
site,
bottom of the
comments
Wikipedia
that
page,
you
there are
give us
sources.
elsewhere on our
Right.
Patreon site.
I am not going
and
to
other
sit here
spots. You know, this is
and read
a
a
real
whole fucking book
conversation about our
just to prove
democracy and what we can be
something
doing together.
that is
The same
widely
way the
accepted
Democrats are in meeting
across
this
every single
important
aspect
moment because our
of
democracy
political
is
science.
on the line.
Like I'm
And we
not.
saw that today with this BS hearing that was held by
Yeah, of
MAGA
course it's fan
Republicans,
fiction.
where
Yeah.
they trotted in the House of Representatives in this so-called weaponization committee individuals who were not really whistleblowers. This is like the go-to thing of MAGA Republicans. Just call anybody a whistleblower. They could just be
Who's the publisher? The
insurrectionists. They
publisher.
could be
Who's the
fired
publisher?
for cause for espousing views like these individuals
Publication.
did,
Academic.
that
It's a journal.
January
It's from an
6th
academic journal.
insurrectionists did the right thing. These
What
could
are you
be
talking
people
about?
Who stole data from the FBI? Frankly, people who should be arrested, not simply disciplined and
Yeah.
lose their
Yeah,
security
exactly.
clearance. Like when I was reading what these people engaged in, I was like, that sounds pretty criminal to me. Like stealing files and
Oh.
not and like lying about and
Actually comes
covering
from
up
okay. Oh, okay.
for
You're responding to
insurrectionists. I'm
them.
like,
They're saying
that
it's fan
sounds
fiction.
fairly
Gotcha.
criminal to me. And here's the
Ugh.
thing too, that the FBI offered to have one of their senior executives
Again,
in
it doesn't
charge of
matter.
human
Like it honestly doesn't
resources
matter.
speak before
It doesn't.
this
It doesn't matter
committee as well,
where.
and to speak with
It doesn't matter
the
how this
MAGA
terminology
Republicans
was
about the
was
circumstances why these
was started. It
individuals
doesn't.
lost their security clearance.
That the
And
fact is
it
they
was
exist.
because
Like
they espoused
that's like
positive views towards
that's like
the
arguing
insurrection. They
why
rooted
is a
for the
brain called a brain? It
insurrectionists.
doesn't
They
matter. Why is it
covered up
called a
for
heart?
the
It doesn't matter.
insurrectionists. They
Like
disobeyed
what is the
orders.
what's
And
the
then
the
even when
quote
they
from
disobeyed orders, there was like
the
one
Avengers movie?
individual
All
in the
words are
FBI
made
said,
up.
all right,
It doesn't matter.
we now just have to go to
It is what it
training,
is.
about following orders in the future.
Well, it does for them.
and the
They can call
person
anything
refused
left or
to
right if
do
we
it.
can't
So
determine.
the
Okay,
whole
yeah,
thing
that's
is
a good
like
point.
a
That's
setup
actually a good
from the
point.
outset.
Because
And then, of course, we learn that
if they
these
can
individuals are being
if they
paid
can
by
get us locked
Kash
up
Patel,
on that
who, by the way,
on
there
the
was part of a
on the
plan
defining
of Kash Patel
of
and
the
Trump to
entomology
declare
of the left
martial
and right
law
on the political
to
spectrum,
appoint Kash Patel
then
as the acting
it gives
head
them
of the CIA
CIA team
a
normal,
justification
whatever
for
that even means,
disagreement.
within the White House was like, under no
Like if they can
circumstances
contest
are you gonna
that
bring
one
this
issue,
insurrectionist
then
into
by
that
default,
position.
any
But
other
Kash
contesting,
Patel is
anything else that
funding
they
these
contest has
individuals,
a
and we'll show you
basis.
some of these clips where one of the individuals
You know what?
was
That's
like,
actually
yeah,
a good point.
I received a donation from him, and Democratic Congress member Dan Goldman's like,
It
so
doesn't
are you a
matter because
charity? What
leftist
do you mean you
ideology has
received
taken.
a
Okay,
donation-
source.
a donation from him? But let's show you
Leftist
some of these
ideology has
clips.
taken
But
more
first,
lives
I
than
wanna
any other
show you,
ideology in
this
human
is
history,
Jim
while
Jordan
only being
in
2
the
centuries
press
old.
conference
Like, again, it doesn't
before
fucking
the
matter.
hearing
It doesn't
took
matter.
place today, where he was
Like,
asked
why
by
are
the
you so
media if he
stuck
thought it
on
was
this left
appropriate
right?
that
Like,
whistleblowers are being paid by Trump advisors.
why are you
Play
stuck
this
on it?
clip.
Is it because like you've been conditioned to hate the left?
About how the FBI is politicized, but do you think
Communism is right wing because of communism. Communists are on the right side of the Berlin Wall. Oh my God! I didn't. Jesus fucking Christ!
closest advisors Kash
Is that really? Is that really where they're?
How are they supposed to feed their family?
Is that really where the that
450
argument comes from?
Days. The FBI has kept
There's
these,
no way. It
has
can't be
kept
that
Mr.
stupid.
O'Boyle in,
It can't
in
be.
limbo, where he can't work without pay. He's got 4 kids. He was selected to come to this special.
Like, get this,
unit
get this.
They were forming here in Virginia. He
Just
moves
look at
his
the scene. It
family,
just
and
looks
the
like an
day he
SNL
gets
sketch.
here-
Hold on.
The day he gets
Let me,
here, they say, "Hey, we're
let me
suspending your
maximize this.
clearance," and they won't let him get access to his.
Here's what I want to
furniture,
do.
His clothes,
I'm
and
gonna move
he's
this
got
up
a
here.
2-week-old newborn
No,
child.
no,
I
no,
mean,
no, no, no,
you
no,
gotta
no.
be kidding.
Boom.
Of course they're gonna do whatever they can to
Here.
feed their family, and I don't fault.
This is what I did.
You know, I thought this was the party. Pick yourself up by your
I pulled this
bootstraps.
information
I
up
mean,
earlier
there's
before you
no
hopped in the
other
chat,
job in the
Haley.
world. They have to be paid.
I said,
by
"Here's the
Trump
source. Here's the book.
advisors
Here's the
who
name.
try
You can
to
see it."
overthrow our democracy.
And the
Do you
response
think
was,
that's the
"Read
best
it."
Judgment of an FBI
I started
agent
reading it,
to accept
and there were
money,
several
potentially
sentences
thousands and
that I
thousands
repeated
of
from the very
dollars
first
from
page
Kash Patel and from other
that
people who promote
classified
bizarre
fascism
QAnon conspiracies. That
and
by
the right
itself
wing,
should be a reason
meaning they
to
were
revoke
together as a
somebody's
group,
security
you know.
clearance. But Brett,
And
you're
still,
so
that
right.
wasn't good
That
enough.
looks
It was.
like
It's an
SNL
opinion.
skit. And the reality is though, because
So,
this affects our
God damn it.
lives, I would love to laugh at it. I'd
Holy
love
fuck,
to be
this is
like,
impossible.
that
Yeah. No,
is
you're right.
parody. But little Jim Jordan.
Okay, then tell
right
us
there,
in your
who's
own
not
words
even
what
a
made them
freaking
right-wing.
licensed lawyer who is engaging in this clear and
Because
present
the
threat
basis
to
of
our
left and right wing
democracy
political
out
ideology
there,
already
just
existed before
spewing
me. I don't know why it exists. Left and right
It
existed
is
as left and right. I don't know
actually
why they call it left and right. But the
terrifying
fact
that
is,
exists, but that is
the
what the MAGA
every
Republicans want. That's their
I
vision.
can't say every
Their
single because I
vision as
haven't
we
read
go
every
through these
single,
clips
but
is
in
not a
political
court of law
science,
where evidence
in
is
political science,
presented.
in the
It's not
academic
a
field
place based on
of
facts
political
and evidence.
science,
It's a place where Marjorie Taylor
it is
Greene says,
established
the FBI director
that
is a
the
Democratic
fascist
stooge.
party
And it's like,
is a
he was
right-wing
appointed by
authoritarian movement.
Donald
Okay?
Trump. Do we have that clip, by the way? I want to pull this up because part of their overall attack on the FBI leading up to this hearing today, and this just goes to show you
No,
all
actually-
of their lies. Marjorie Taylor Greene, first off, I don't even know what the heck she's talking about here. She's like, they want to keep the, it's another laptop thing. A laptop.
They love
secret for
laptops.
six-
And then she
Like,
brings
this
up
is
the Seth Rich conspiracy theory, which is basically the
unimaginably
conspiracy that Seth Rich was a
unbearable.
DNC staffer who was murdered in D.C. and the whole right wing echo chamber developed this conspiracy that basically they said that he must have been the guy who leaked the Clinton emails and the DNC and Hillary Clinton must have killed him, had him killed. Like this was a legitimate conspiracy theory that spread like wildfire through the right wing. It was tweeted ad nauseum. It was talked about on Fox News on like a nightly basis. All those hosts would talk about it so much that Fox actually had to settle with Seth Rich's family and pay them a ton of money for the lies. And this family has just been utterly tortured by these right-wing lies, just absolutely tortured. And I feel for them. And what too often these people don't take into account because they're so callous is that they're actual human beings on the other
Sorry, I'm
end
looking
of their
something up. Give
lives
me a
that are
second.
being affected. So
Right.
here's Marjorie Taylor Greene that's trying to do a dig on FBI Director Chris Wray by calling him a Democrat.
I'm still
who
here.
is
I'm not
choosing the party over the
ignoring.
country. Once again, like Ben
Whoops.
said, Christopher Wray, literally a lifelong
Didn't mean to do that.
Republican.
Sorry,
who
I'm
was
clicking and
appointed by
dragging.
Donald
I'm all over
Trump.
the
And
place.
she plays this game that she likes to play in the beginning too, where she's like, "What was that name? What was that name that I can't think of right now? Seth Rich. Seth Rich, and she brings back up this disgusting conspiracy theory. Here's the clip.
Extremely concerning
See,
about what's happening.
here's another problem.
Also, it was just announced in the
Like,
news
I could-
sometime this week.
I could tell you
that the
what
FBI, and I believe it's
constitutes
Christopher Wray himself is asking a
right-wing
judge to keep
politics.
a laptop
I could
by a
describe
DNC staffer. What was that?
what the
guy's name?
qualifications are for a government to be considered right-wing.
Trying to recall his name. Seth Rich.
And
they're trying to hold that
what you'll
from the
do is you'll do
public
the
for
same thing.
66 years. Like, what is
You'll
there
say
to
it's an
hide?
opinion.
These are the kinds of things that should
You'll say,
Christopher Wray does his job as the FBI.
You'll ask for
director,
more.
Where he
I could
puts
give you a
the
source.
party, his party, the Democrat
You'll ask
Party,
me to read
above
it.
the country, and that's wrong. It should always be.
I could
the
start
country
reading it,
above any party.
and you'll
should be
say
the
it
country
doesn't.
first.
It doesn't define
And
it.
he swore an oath.
Like that's
for that
exactly what
purpose
you'll do.
to the country, not to any political party. And that is why he must be impeached. So I think there's a very strong case there for Christopher Wray.
So she called for everybody's impeachment in the past.
So
24
either-
hours. She said Biden needs to be impeached. The United States Attorney from Washington,
all right,
D.C.,
dude.
Matt Graves, Mayorkas, the Homeland Security.
I
Secretary,
graduate
needs to
next
be
semester with a
Christopher
political
Wray needs to
science
be
degree,
impeached.
motherfucker.
And so she did that all this week. But here's the thing, folks.
I am in school literally for
we have
this
to live
political science.
in a world of facts, and I am fine having a debate with somebody
And I'm telling you
who is truly conservative,
that fascism
who
is
has
on the
small
right-wing end of the
government
political
views,
spectrum.
who has certain views about taxes,
Jesus
and we could
fucking
try
Christ.
to figure out. Maybe I'm wrong on some issues.
No foot to stand on.
Maybe I'm wrong
Shut the
on
fuck
a
up.
lot of issues. I want to have intelligent debate and discussion. It is vitally important to me. But when conservative is what you just saw, I say BS. That is
Right.
not conservative. That is a freaking liar right there, because Christopher Wray is a Republican. Christopher
let me check this
Wray
one out.
is
What's this
not
one
a
say?
Democratic operative. Christopher Wray was appointed by Donald Trump. We have the receipts. Play this clip where it was announced when Donald Trump was appointing Christopher Wray to be the FBI director in 2017. Play this clip.
President Trump is just tweeting about the FBI director. Here's what he says: "I will be nominating
Oh,
Christopher
here we go.
A.
How about?
Ray,
Hold
a
on.
man of
Let me ask you
impeccable
this. Let me ask you
credentials
this
to be the
before
next
I
director
say
of the
anything else.
FBI. Details to follow."
So we
Would
need
you
to
accept-
live in a world of
Would you accept
And what
the
you just
Encyclopedia
witnessed and what you're
Britannica
about to
definition
witness has nothing to do
of
with a conservative
right-wing system of government?
ideology. It has to do with a gas.
What qualifies as being right-wing? Would you accept an encyclopedia definition? Yes or
an
no?
ideology of liars. That is who the MAGA Republicans are today. So we always say here, do not call these people.
Like, tell me
the
right now
modern-day
if I'm
MAGA
wasting my time.
Republicans conservative. There's nothing conservative about them. Let's pull up this clip now of
No,
Democratic
you tell me first. You tell me first.
Dan Goldman, who
If I present
gets
to you the
these
encyclopedic
MAGA Republican
definition
witnesses, not
of a
real
right-wing
whistleblowers, to
government,
admit that they are being paid
what
by
defines a right-wing government? Would you
We
accept that or
established
not?
earlier
Yes, just
credibility
let me know.
matters, certainly for witnesses who appear.
I don't care
before
what you
us.
said you were asking.
Mr.
You're
Boyle, do you know who
refusing
Kash
to
Patel is?
acknowledge that fascism is right-wing.
Have you
So I'm
received any
asking
money
you,
from Kash Patel
would
or
you
his
accept
organization? I have. Mr.
the
Fred, what about you?
encyclopedic
Do you know Kash
definition?
Patel as well?
No. Okay, cool. You did political science for 3 years.
And did you
Awesome.
receive any
Would
money
you
from Kash
accept
Patel?
the encyclopedic
Yes, he gave me a
definition
donation last November.
of
Donation.
what constitutes,
Are you a
what the
charitable
qualifications
I
are
was an unpaid,
for being
definitely
considered
suspended
a right-wing
man trying to feed his family, and his
government?
reached out
Yes
to
or
me
no?
and said
Come
he
on.
wanted to give me
That's it.
a donation.
I want to show you one more clip of
I just
Congress
love,
member
"Are
Daniel
you a charitable
Goldman,
organization?"
and then Brett and Jordy. I want to hear your response to this. But this is where Representative Goldman points out that Jim Jordan is violating all of the House rules by not sharing any of the testimony that was taken of these fake whistleblowers.
I will accept
before
any
the
definition
hearing
to
today,
right-wing, any
not
example at
including
all,
the Democrats in
a
the
single
process at
example,
all. I mean, look,
even a small
this
one.
is Congress.
Cool.
These Democrats
Here we
have
go.
basic
Encyclopedia
rights within their
Britannica,
positions
which has
to
been in
access
existence
material. And MAGA
probably
Republicans
longer
are
than
like,
the United
"No, we're
States.
just
I
gonna
don't know.
break
I'm not
every
going to
single
check up
rule."
on that. I'm not going to clarify. I'm not
Sure,
going
I have
to.
a
I'm not going to
sincere
fact
point
check
of
that.
inquiry.
Doesn't matter. Here we go.
Rule 11 clause.
You see that?
2.
See that? Okay.
Gentleman is not recognized.
I have a question about the
The
rules.
portion of the political spectrum associated with conservative political thought.
The point of order
The
is
term
why
derives
does
from the
Rule
seating
11
arrangement of the
clause
French
2,
Revolutionary
subsection
Parliament in the
E1A
1790s,
not
in
apply
which
to
the
this.
conservative representatives sat
can read for you.
to the
Each
presiding
committee shall
officer's
keep a
right.
complete record of all
In the
committee
19th century,
action
the
which shall
term applied to
include, in the
conservatives
case of a
who
meeting or
supported
hearing
authority,
transcript, a
tradition, and
substantially
property.
verbatim account
Okay?
of remarks
Which
actually
party
made
is the
during
conservative party
proceedings,
in the
subject
U.S.?
only to
That
some
would be the
technical
Republican
things.
Party
Such
currently.
records shall be the property
Although there
of the
was
House,
an ideological flip
member, delegate, and the resident
in the
commissioner shall have access
that took
thereto.
place between
Why
the
does that not
1960s
apply?
and
Where is
the
the
early
whistleblower
1990s.
exception in the rules of
But
Congress
anyway,
that says that
in the
does not
20th
apply?
century, a divergent, a radical form
We have the
developed
rules, we
that was
have-
associated with
we have the whistleblower
fascism.
testimony. The whistleblower does not wish that to be made available to the Democrats at this
The
time.
whistleblower doesn't make committee
Mr.
rules,
Lynch,
sir.
Mr. Lynch.
Yes,
Mr.
no?
Lynch is recognized for 5 minutes of questioning.
That is how they want
According to Encyclopedia
our
Britannica,
justice system to look like, which is no
fascism
justice at all.
is a radical,
That
divergent
encompasses
form
what you just saw
of
that is
right-wing,
how they want to
conservative,
dispense death sentences,
conservative
life incarceration.
government.
You speak negatively
Conservative
about Donald
political
Trump
thought.
or a MAGA Republican, but they go, we don't care what the rules say. It's our prerogative of the chair to do what they want. That is the apocalyptic
There you go, kid.
vision that they have.
And this is exactly what you see in authoritarian countries. Like I want to be clear. This is how Russia's justice system works. This is how things work in authoritarian countries. Jim Jordan is running this operation.
Yeah, I know.
Like a kangaroo court. It is all BS.
It's like-
he is not looping the Democrats into everything. These whistleblowers are a complete and total sham. I mean, just put the shoe on the other foot. Imagine for 1 second. I know you have to
Who
do
is
this a
Emily
lot just to
Rodriguez?
frame
I don't
your
know.
mind
I don't
up,
give a
but
fuck. That's
imagine
not
for
important to
1
the
second
conversation.
that there was a whistleblower that
Stop
spoke
trying
up,
to create
who you
distractions.
found out was fired for legitimate reasons from a job, and then you found out that he was paid for, he was saying bad things about Donald Trump, and you found out he was being paid for by Biden or something. Imagine the right-wing reaction to that. I mean, it's completely insane, completely ridiculous. Kash Patel has been one of Donald Trump's closest advisors.
But I got to
throughout
be
all of
honest
this.
with you.
And have we even talked about
as
like, the
frustrating as it
specifics
has
of
been,
these whistleblowers yet? 'Cause I can give just
it's
a quick,
basically like
breakdown on
I
who
feel
these
like I've
people
been
are,
trying
'cause
to
I don't
move
really
a
know
wall by
but the
telling the
witnesses
wall
that
to
were there
move. Is
today,
kind of what it
you had
feels like.
Stephen Friend, who was a former special agent who worked in the Daytona Beach office, and you had Garrett O'Boyle, who's
Because
a
it's
special
like-
agent from the field office in Wichita. And so these were the agents that were suspended. And
It's
why
like
were they
even
suspended, you may
even
ask?
if you
Well, for
don't
a very
know
good reason that Ben hinted at
what
earlier. The
specifically
FBI rescinded their
defines left
clearances
and right,
because they had
like
concerns regarding
you
their,
should
quote,
have
allegiance
access to
the
enough
United
information
States. It's like the biggest red flag on the planet.
to
One of the witnesses
understand
entered the
that
FBI
like
space
communism
and
is on the
downloaded
left end of the
documents
political
from
spectrum
FBI
and
computers
fascism is on the
computer
right end of the
systems
political
to
spectrum.
an
Like
unauthorized
that
removable flash drive.
that
Another failed to
political
provide relevant
information
to
should
an FBI special
have
agent
been
regarding
distributed
subjects who
without
were
actually
allegedly
knowing
involved in criminal
what
activity
constitutes
at the U.S. Capitol
what
on January
defines
6,
left wing versus what
2021, and
defines right
expressed,
wing. You know what I
quote,
mean?
sympathy for the persons or
And it's just
organizations
it's like
that
it's
advocate,
absolutely
threaten, or
fascist
use
or
force of
communist. No, they're
violence
fuck. Yeah, it's
in an
got to be.
effort to
You know what?
prevent federal government personnel
Like,
from performing
I
their
actually thought
official
actually
duties.
thought
So
that
you
they were
take
just
that,
uneducated.
the fact that they are actual
But that last
insurrectionists,
comment,
they are people who
fascist or
actually
communist, like
supported the insurrection. They supported
yeah,
violence.
I agree with you.
against
This
the
person
government
has to be
to
trolling. It
overthrow
has to
our
be.
government.
You're right.
They were literally bankrolled by a Trump advisor. These and the FBI identified them as a threat.
But
These
whatever.
people aren't whistleblowers. They are using that to protect themselves because they're
Fuck.
actually they're criminals. I mean,
I wanted
these
to
are
go to
actual
bed
criminals that we're dealing with.
At
These are
11:30. It
traitors.
was like
These are like the Jack
11:15,
Teixeiras of the
and I was
world,
like,
the other
you know what? I'm gonna
traitors.
finish up this
They're
mission
not
on
much
Elder
different,
Scrolls, and I'm gonna go to bed.
And this is who the Republican Party.
And then
goes
like
to.
3 people
This is
jumped
who
on
is
and
their-
started
their
bullshitting
beacon of hope. This is their
right before I
North
hopped off
Star
here,
as
and
to
it
who they
completely
wanna
altered
take. I mean, the whole
my
thing
plan.
is a sham. It's atrocious. It's
And I'm
frankly,
mad
it
at
should be
myself that I
criminal
allowed it to happen.
to take out these people and use them in this way. It's
That was my fault.
absolutely disgusting. I mean, Jordy, what are your thoughts watching all this go down?
Brett, I mean, what you just laid out was red flag after red flag after red flag. And I want to go back to the biggest red flag of them all here. Whistleblowers don't get paid. That's the biggest red flag in the world. Was Alexander Vindman paid when he testified before Congress? Absolutely not. I mean, whistleblower, it blows my mind. that the right gets away with this and doesn't get pressed by legacy media on an issue that's so important.
Must be
as,
tough
oh,
being
that
dumb. Just take the
whistleblower,
L. All right,
quote-unquote
dude.
He's paid by Kash Patel. Why don't you
All
tell
right.
us more about
You know what?
that?
I'm gonna take
Where's CNN's reporting on that?
I'm gonna take
You
the
know,
rest
where's
of the night
legacy
off.
Media reporting on that. I'll tell you what.
I
there
guess
hasn't been.
ignorance is bliss. I guess
Ben, your mic's muted.
you'll get nowhere in life not being able to make.
So Dan Goldman,
you know,
in that cross-exam,
I defined
as
it.
he alluded to, did
I
not
gave
have
you
any
the,
of the prior
Encyclopedia
testimony, did not
Britannica
have
definition,
any of the information,
and you
about
said
what
that
these
would be an
witnesses were
acceptable
going to say.
definition
normally the
before I
way
even
these
read it.
hearings work is you have
So
reports and data, and
if
kind of
I'm
like
stupid
a
for
trial,
accepting
way
the
you have depositions
Encyclopedia
and
Britannica
you can
definition,
prepare, the
and
Democrats were not
you
given
said
any
that
of
you would
because the
accept
whole
that
purpose that
definition,
Jim Jordan wanted to do
then
here was
I
basically
guess
an
we
end.
have that
What
stupidity
Jim
in common.
Jordan saw was, look,
I guess
all
we're
these other
just
hearings,
both
by
dumb.
the way, that we've covered here at the Midas Touch Network, where the
But
Democrats
anyway.
are given an equal amount of information. They just
I am out of here.
So let's just not give them any information.
I'll tell you what.
And then let's parade these people
I
out,
might.
and then
I might be on
basically
tomorrow. I don't know.
force a live
Anyway.
cross-examination during 5 minutes of time.
Keep an eye out.
I
I
just
might
want
let you.
people to know
I
how
might let you
difficult
continue
it
trolling
is
next time I'm
in
on. Who
5
knows?
minutes of time
I
to
might.
do a
I might not
successful
have enough patience to deal with your
cross-examination
bullshit. Who knows?
To get to the heart of the matter, to show bias like that. Like, I know Dan Goldman makes it look easy there.
Oh, see,
but
there it is.
5
Like I
minutes
told
to,
you. I told you
guess,
it doesn't matter
that
what
and call
information
it
I
out
give
the
you.
way
It wouldn't
he
be
did.
enough. I
Meanwhile,
told you. Like
people
I
who
knew.
are
I could see the
prepared, the MAGA
future.
Republicans
Like
who were involved
Nostra
in
fucking
this
Damas here.
complete sham,
I knew
like
it. Anyway.
Harriet Hagman. I want to show you. So Harriet Hagman
Have
is
fun.
the MAGA Republican
I'm outta
who
here.
defeated Liz Cheney. And
Let's
so when
see.
we're talking
To everyone
about
that followed
the
me,
Ruth
if you're
Harris
still here,
okay,
appreciate the follow.
To me, Liz Cheney is on team pro-democracy. I probably
I'm asking for a single
disagree
example. You
with
can't
Liz
say it.
Cheney
Oh,
9 times out of 10
can't even define
on the
fashion.
issues.
Ugh,
But you
dude,
know
just
what? That one
go
time
rub
we
one out
can
and take a
forge
nap. Like
agreement,
Jesus fucking
we
Christ.
could maybe do some powerful
If you're old
stuff
enough.
that is great for our country.
Fuck,
and
man.
perhaps on some of those
Go get a
other
date.
items, we
Like,
could reach compromises
find a
that will
relationship.
make
God
some
damn.
sides unhappy and other sides.
That's my
but
words of wisdom.
ultimately,
Find something else to
fundamentally,
do.
We are supporting
Like,
our democracy.
I'm an
right? But
old dude.
Someone like
I don't have
Harriet
anything else to
Hagman,
do.
You can't even have a conversation.
That's my
with.
excuse.
You can't have a negotiation with. You can't have a
If
discussion.
I'm old enough,
with.
getting
She's
defensive
part
much.
of the Trump cult. She
I don't know
speaks
how old you
QAnon
are.
stuff.
I honestly don't.
She literally parrots, meaning the word parrot.
Actually, I was
Acts
being
like a parrot
offensive. I'm
to
telling you to do
Donald Trump
something.
Statements like you'll
Like,
hear her in
go
this clip,
touch
like,
grass.
Russia. Just
Go touch
like
grass.
he does. It is complete insanity that this is the modern day Republican
Start
Party.
start
But
trying
here it is.
to
Play this clip.
They have created
start
a
trying to make an
Russia,
effort
Russia,
to
Russia hoax
like
to
adhere.
cripple a duly
Try to make
elected
some
president.
adherence, some connection to
They've
reality.
targeted
Like
Catholics for
that is the effort
exercising
that you
their
should be
faith.
making.
They've targeted parents for wanting to protect their
and
children.
I sincerely believe
And
that
what we can say
if
in short is that
if
the
you
eye
make
of
that
Soros has
effort,
turned inward, and it is burning with a white-hot intensity,
then your ties
intensity
to reality
seeks
will
to
become a
destroy
lot
everything
stronger.
in its path.
The hell is she talking about? I mean,
Like
do
I
you
sincerely
realize,
believe
like,
that
this is
that is possible.
Layers and layers of deranged insanity. There would be a time
and with
in
that,
our history we would look at.
I am outta
this
here. Don't
and we
forget,
would say,
kids.
These are certifiably crazy people who probably need
Every
involuntary psychiatric holds.
definition
And they are the
of
modern day
fascism
Republican Party. You look
points
at
to
what
it
these
being
people
right
are
wing,
saying with these Republicans.
not
here.
left wing.
We have this clip of